Pain, it truly hurts. Li Wenhan stared blankly at the utterly unfamiliar room before him, clutching his head in confusion. Those bastards, how audacious they are. ZG basketball is doomed in the hands of people like them. If they push me too far, I will undoubtedly reveal those videos. Recalling the events leading up to his unconsciousness, Li Wenhan felt an intense bitterness gnawing at him. But the piercing pain in his head compelled him to force himself into silence. Once he calmed down, he scrutinized the sparse room, which contained merely a simple bed and a table. On the table sat a television set, a relic from the last century, its style distinctly retro. As he continued to examine the room, Li Wenhan suddenly noticed something amidst the calendar hanging on the wall, displayed the year 1995. Where on earth was this old house? Wait, why was everything on that calendar in English? Where exactly was he? With a heart full of doubt, Li Wenhan disregarded his throbbing head and hurriedly got up, searching the room. Unfortunately, there were not many items, only a notebook tucked away in the table drawer. Upon opening the notebook, he discovered it was filled entirely with English text. Fortunately, having graduated from a prestigious university, Li Wenhan was competent enough in reading and speaking English. This notebook was a diary belonging to a Chinese American with the surname Li, but the entries chronicled events from the last century. After a long while, Li Wenhan finally set the diary down, and an audacious thought suddenly flickered in his mind. He quickly approached the somewhat reflective screen of the old television, and as expected, an unfamiliar face materialized before him. Though the image was hazy, Li Wenhan was unmistakably aware that it was not his own visage. Turning on the old, bulky television, he found that all the channels were in English, and the time displayed was indeed 1995. In that moment, panic surged through him, but the wealth of experiences from his over 40 years in his previous life allowed him to regain his composure swiftly. As the notion of crossing over into another realm took hold, his thoughts raced uncontrollably. He might truly be an exceptionally fortunate individual, having successfully traversed to America in 1995. Rummaging through the drawer, he found a variety of bills and decided to step outside to confirm his suspicions. The streets were not crowded, yet it was clear that none of the passers-by were of Asian descent, and his yellow-skinned appearance drew some curious glances. In that instant, he was certain beyond a doubt that he had indeed crossed over. There was no reason for anyone to go to such lengths to craft a ruse. Li Wenhan found himself in Arizona, USA, where a renowned university, the University of Arizona, was located. The small apartment he resided in was part of this institution. While the University of Arizona may not boast the same fame as Harvard or MIT, it stands as one of America's public Ivy schools and is a member of the Association of American Universities AU, comprising 65 elite research universities in North America. Moreover, the University of Arizona is a celebrated institution that has produced numerous NBA stars, including the well-known General Arenas, Iggy Iguodala, and White Devil Bibby. Li Wenhan had been there to interview for the position of a college basketball coach when, during the final round of interviews, he was struck by a car driven by the president of the University of Arizona. What a stroke of bad luck. In the campus cafeteria, Li Wenhan learned some details he had not gleaned from the diary of his predecessor, through the whispers and glances of others. After wandering around the University of Arizona campus, he had come to accept the reality of his extraordinary situation. Returning to the small apartment where he had first regained consciousness, he lay on the uncomfortable bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his mind replaying the events of his past life. Preliminary assessment: complete host thoughts are clear and no abnormalities in brainwaves detected. System binding requirements met. The pirated coach system is loading. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Li Wenhan's mind, followed by a sharp pain, and before he could comprehend the situation, he lost consciousness once more. When he opened his eyes again, the sun was nearly setting, and the last rays of sunlight filtered through the hospital window, casting a warm orange glow on his face. As Li Pengfei's consciousness gradually returned, the confusion in his eyes quickly dissipated. He took a deep breath, gently shook his still dizzy head, and slowly sat up in bed. He recalled the faint mechanical voice from before his unconsciousness and felt a surge of energy indeed. He was destined for greatness. Such a system must be a hallmark of the chosen one. Silently chanting the word system in his mind, he expected the voice to reappear, but there was no immediate response. Was it merely an illusion? However, what was meant to come would eventually arrive. The mechanical voice resurfaced in his thoughts. The conditions for activating the pirated coach system have been met and are now being activated. What the hell is this? Li Wenhan was bewildered. Host information for the pirated coach system has been fully detected. Loading completed at 100, successfully activated. What is this nonsense? Why does the system have to be pirated? Li Wenhan groaned, holding his head in disbelief. If anyone were to enter his room at that moment, they would undoubtedly question his sanity. In light of the host's initial binding to the pirated coach system, a beginner's gift pack is being awarded, valid for 48 hours. Please claim it in a timely manner. The pirated coach system? Could it be related to basketball? As a former assistant coach in the CBA, Li Wenhan felt a spark of excitement. Host is not yet bound to a team. It is advised to select a team promptly. Please open the beginner's gift pack within 48 hours. Items are limited to use by the host coaching team. Really? Where on earth am I supposed to find a basketball team? I'm completely unfamiliar with this place. I couldn't even secure a position as an assistant coach for the Arizona Wildcats. Regardless of how much Li Wenhan internally criticized the system, it was futile. The system paid no heed to his complaints, mechanically repeating the instruction to open the beginner's gift pack, suggesting its intelligence was limited. No matter how much he lamented, it could not alter the situation. The interface before him was disappointingly simplistic, reminiscent of a 90s video game, lacking the appeal of the games he had enjoyed in his youth. Before him stood only a blank screen and an icon representing a large gift pack. Beyond that, there was nothing else, leaving Li Wenhan utterly drained of any further sarcasm. Chapter 2. As Li Wenhan sat at breakfast, he was consumed by thoughts of his uncertain future after having traversed into this world. Despite possessing this rudimentary system, it could not substitute for sustenance. He needed to devise a means of livelihood. He pondered whether the team was still recruiting. Lost in contemplation, he failed to notice two men approaching him. "Li, it seems you have recovered quite well," spoke a Caucasian man in his 50s. "Good morning," Li Wenhan replied, mustering his energy to greet them, despite not knowing who they were. "Bruce, I am truly delighted to see you in good health. I have a matter to discuss with you on behalf of Principal Jackson," said the other man, embracing him warmly with a beaming smile. "Thank you. I wonder what Principal Jackson wishes to discuss," Li Wenhan inquired. "Bruce, regarding the recent incident, Principal Gerald Ray feels deeply regretful. However, he is preoccupied and has asked me to address the medical expenses with you," Principal Jackson stated. Upon hearing this, Li Wenhan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He feigned a teasing tone, saying, "Yet I would prefer to see Principal Gerald Ray in person." Sensing Li Wenhan's dissatisfaction, the middle-aged man who had initially spoken interjected, "Bruce, this incident was merely an unfortunate accident. Principal Gerald Ray had matters to attend to, and it was a coincidence that you happened to be leaving at the same time. I believe this is not the moment to dwell on such things. Let us discuss the compensation." In that instant, Li Wenhan recognized the man's identity and lowered his voice, saying, "Then, Coach, please share your thoughts with Principal Jackson. This incident is something none of us wished for. But since it has transpired, we must acknowledge our responsibility. Therefore, the school has entrusted me and Coach Blake to negotiate with you. We will cover all your medical expenses and provide you with a nutritional allowance, totaling $6,500, Principal Jackson explained. Although Li Wenhan had only just arrived in this place and was unaware of the wages and cost of living in America in 1995, he understood that the sum mentioned by Jackson was significantly reduced. "Principal Jackson, while I am able to be discharged, the doctors have informed me that I sustained a brain injury, which may leave lasting effects. I feel my health has deteriorated considerably compared to before. I would appreciate it if you and Coach Blake could advocate for me with the school," Li Wenhan stated tactfully. "What amount do you believe would be appropriate for compensation?" Principal Jackson asked, furrowing his brow. Li Wenhan was taken aback by Jackson and Appo's directness. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, he replied, "I think it would be best for you to suggest a figure. I do not wish to demand excessively. I am not that kind of person. I merely require sufficient funds for my recovery." Upon hearing this, Jackson narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Wenhan, leading him to believe he might have misspoken. However, he genuinely did not know what a suitable amount would be and opted to defer to Jackson. "Very well, I will request a $20,000 allowance from the board. If you are willing to accept it, we can proceed with signing the agreement. If not, the legal department will handle the matter with you," Principal Jackson stated flatly. "May I add one more request?" Li Wenhan asked. "I wish to join the coaching staff of the basketball team. as that was my initial intention for coming here. This request, pivotal for Li Wenhan and Amp. Oppo's ability to secure employment and sustain himself, momentarily stumped Jackson and Blake, who exchanged glances before Blake replied, "Bruce, allow Coach Blake to address this matter. It lies beyond my jurisdiction." Blake, suppressing his frustration at Jackson's evasiveness, forced a smile and said, "Bruce, while I am reluctant to respond to your inquiry, I must be honest. Unfortunately, the selection for the assistant coach of the school basketball team has concluded. I admire you greatly, but regrettably, we cannot afford to wait for your full recovery." Noticing Li Wenhan and Amp. Oppo's disheartened expression, Blake quickly added, "We understand that you need time to recuperate. So we have arranged for you to stay in a faculty apartment. Moreover, I represent the team in offering you a temporary position as a fitness coach for 3 months. Until the conclusion of this season's March Madness." "Well, I can only express my regret," Li Wenhan replied. Although he felt disdain for their tactics, he accepted the olive branch extended to him, prioritizing integration into their world. "All right, let us tidy up and proceed. You may take a few more days to rest before joining the team. There is no rush," Blake said cheerfully, surprised at how agreeable Li Wenhan was. Residing in the faculty apartment at the University of Arizona, Li Wenhan led a semi-reclusive lifestyle, spending his days engrossed in television and newspapers, diligently absorbing information. The only acquaintance he had in the apartment building was a man named Bix, who served as the team's fitness coach and scout, albeit a permanent employee. Unlike Li Wenhan and Oppo's temporary contract, it was evident that Bix had been assigned by Blake to help Li Wenhan acclimatize to the team, likely to help him pass the 3 months. One day, Bix invited him to the basketball arena. A week swiftly passed, and under Bix and Oppo's guidance, Li Wenhan entered the University of Arizona's basketball arena for the first time. Along the way, he engaged Bix in conversation, weaving together snippets of information gleaned from newspapers and television, extracting useful insights from the unsuspecting Bix. Upon arriving at the arena, they found a warm-up game in progress, with the team in white jerseys dominating under the leadership of a shorter guard against the team in yellow. Coach Blake was conversing with a familiar older gentleman, which piqued Li Wenhan and Oppo's curiosity. "Bix, who is that person beside Coach Blake?" Li Wenhan inquired. "No way, Bruce. You don't recognize Coach Nelson? He is my idol," Bix exclaimed. Li Wenhan was momentarily taken aback by Bix's exuberance as memories from his past life flooded back, and the likeness of the man before him gradually aligned with those memories. "I was simply astonished. I didn't expect him to visit our school," Li Wenhan replied, regaining his composure. "He must be here to scout our players. I need to find Coach Nelson and get his autograph," Bix said excitedly. At that moment, Li Wenhan realized that the shorter guard demonstrating his skills was none other than the renowned Damon Stoudemire, a prominent figure in the annals of basketball history. Chapter 3, the Rookie Starter Pack. When one mentions Damon Stoudemire, many contemporary basketball fans may feel somewhat unfamiliar with him. However, upon hearing his illustrious nickname, Mighty Mouse, numerous enthusiasts will undoubtedly recall his prowess. Before the emergence of the formidable 175 centimeters player, Thomas, he epitomized the term short player in the NBA, standing between 170 centimeters and 180 centimeters. Despite his youthful visage, Li Wenhan, a former assistant coach in his past life, immediately recognized this NBA star who shared a similar height with him. The current Mighty Mouse, Damon Stoudemire, was darting across the court, continuously breaching the defenses of his opponents with his remarkable skills. An excited Bix was requesting an autograph from Nelson, and Li Wenhan approached as well, exchanging greetings with Coach Blake and respectfully acknowledging Nelson. "Allow me to introduce our team and Oppo's strength and conditioning coach, Bruce. He previously applied to be my assistant coach, but, regrettably, could not join due to unforeseen circumstances. He is destined to become an exceptional coach in the future." Blake was more than willing to boast about Li Wenhan. The former head coach he replaced indeed possessed considerable talent, which is why he had reached the final round of the assistant coach recruitment process. "Hello, Bruce. It is a pleasure to see the influx of young talent," Nelson said with an official smile, shaking hands. "Mr. Nelson, it is an honor to meet you. You have always been my idol, especially for your visionary ideas regarding the future of basketball and your innovative contributions to the sport, which I have long admired." Li Wenhan replied earnestly. "Is that so? Then I am truly honored," Nelson responded dismissively, having heard countless similar flattery before. He was indifferent to Li Wenhan and Oppo's words. "Mr. Nelson, your theories and innovations, be it the point guard role, the fast-paced style of play, or the concept of total offense and defense have captivated me. Particularly, the notion of total offense and defense, which I believe will be the optimal direction for the future of basketball. Li Wenhan intentionally praised. Old Nelson appeared somewhat surprised. It seemed this young man was not merely offering empty compliments. He must have delved deeply into Nelson's ideas, as it was improbable that he would be so well acquainted with them otherwise. It is worth noting that the concept of total offense and defense, which was exceedingly advanced, had merely been touched upon by Nelson without further exploration and had yet to gain mainstream recognition. "Why don't you elaborate on your thoughts?" Nelson inquired, intrigued to encounter a young person who shared his enthusiasm. With Nelson and Apos' eager gaze upon him, Li Wenhan realized he was about to embark on one of the most pivotal moments of his life. After a brief contemplation, he began to speak. "Mr. Nelson, I believe the future of basketball lies in the development of total offense and defense. While many assert that defense wins championships, and while there is nothing wrong with excelling in defense, they often overlook the essence of basketball, putting the ball in the hoop. Today's games focus on penetrating the paint, as proximity to the basket enhances shooting percentages. However, they forget one crucial point. 3 points are greater than 2. A 40 shooting percentage from beyond the arc yields 12 points from 10 attempts, whereas to achieve the same score with 2-pointers, one must maintain a 60 shooting percentage. Moreover, a significant threat from the perimeter can create additional scoring opportunities." Nelson and Apos' eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this young individual could align so closely with his own thoughts, and with such precision. "Please, continue. Speak boldly," he encouraged. Taking note of Nelson and Apos' earnest expression, Li Wenhan continued, "Currently, NBA teams operate under the paradigm that dominance in the paint prevails. Even the Bulls, who famously employed the triangle offense, ultimately rely on their best players to score through one-on-one matchups in the paint. However, I believe the future will emphasize a blend of inside and outside play, creating better shooting opportunities through ball movement. In this scenario, the ball handler may not necessarily be the point guard. It could also be the power forward. Players will create opportunities for their teammates through constant movement and cutting, while the distinction between shooting guards and point guards will become increasingly blurred. Both roles will require passing abilities along with proficient shooting, particularly with the capacity to shoot 3-pointers after spacing has been established." "Excellent. My child, you are the most gifted individual I have encountered. If you wish, we can move over there and engage in a more in-depth discussion. You can further share your insights with me." Old Nelson felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, as Li Wenhan's words resonated profoundly with him. In his past life, Li Wenhan had already familiarized himself with Nelson's various basketball explorations, and now, addressing them directly, proved exceedingly beneficial. Observing the engaging conversation between Nelson and Li Wenhan, Coach Blake was astounded, beginning to doubt his decision not to appoint Li Wenhan as an assistant coach. Yet, this assistant coach had been predetermined. Who would dare decline the son of the school's board member, Thompson? The discussion between the elder and the younger grew increasingly animated, to the point that Nelson entirely forgot about his initial intention to scout Damon Stoudemire. He became particularly fascinated by Li Wenhan and Apos' proposition that the ideal future basketball lineup should consist of 5 versatile swing men, each possessing exceptional skills in total offense and defense. "Blake, you have encountered a remarkable ally. Given time, his achievements will undoubtedly surpass my own," Nelson exclaimed, cheerfully patting Li Wenhan on the shoulder. Blake was taken aback by Nelson and Apos' high regard for Li Wenhan, prompting him to resolve to increase Li Wenhan and Apos' responsibilities. The exchange with Nelson did not alter Li Wenhan and Apos' circumstances. Despite Nelson's admiration, it did grant Li Wenhan some recognition within the Arizona Wildcats. After assisting the players with their training, Li Wenhan returned to his apartment, feeling somewhat fatigued. He was so disenchanted with the fast food that he had no desire to eat dinner, as it had become intolerably unappetizing after prolonged consumption. While contemplating a visit to the local supermarket to find a way to prepare his own meals, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in his mind. "The rookie starter pack is about to expire, with a validity period of 48 hours. Please claim it promptly. Countdown, 10-9. Claim." Li Wenhan hurriedly pressed the button, having forgotten amidst his busyness over the past 2 days. The thought of it expiring was unbearable. Detected that the host has not bound to a team. It is advisable for the host to select a team promptly. Please activate the rookie starter pack within 48 hours. Activate. This time, Li Wenhan was unwilling to delay further. Forgetting again would truly be a regrettable misstep. Ding. The rookie starter pack has been opened. Please check your backpack. Chapter 4. An unexpected turn at this moment. Li Wenhan discovered an additional toolbox option in the bottom left corner of the inferior interface before him. With a heart full of anticipation, he inadvertently clicked the button, eagerly opening the new player gift pack bestowed by the pirated system. Instantly, he was engulfed by a wave of nostalgic retro vibes reminiscent of the last century. Goodness, could they not have provided a more sophisticated interface? This design was utterly heart-wrenching. The drab green and gray layout seemed intent on reminding Li Wenhan that he was still mired in the 1990s. Having long exhausted his capacity for lamenting this dreadful system, Li Wenhan forcibly redirected his focus to examine the few items in the rudimentary toolbar. Nielsen's expectations, pirated, known as the mad scientist. Nielsen hopes that someone will successfully implement his tactical theories, proving that the evolution of basketball is not stagnant. Upon using this item, the host's team will experience a 20 overall increase in shooting accuracy, a 20 improvement in assist success rate, and a 20 boost in player speed. Valid for 1 quarter and usable 3 times. Goddess offense. Pirated as the god of basketball, Michael Jordan's offensive prowess is unparalleled, constantly imitated but never surpassed. When this item is used, a designated player, limited to perimeter players, randomly acquires Jordan and Oppo's exclusive offensive skill set, which includes but is not limited to fadeaway jump shots and spectacular dunks, effective for 1 quarter and a one-time consumable. O'Neal's Fury. Pirated as one of the greatest centers in NBA history, Shaquille O'Neal has not received the respect he deserves in the eyes of modern critics. A hero in decline, consumed by rage. When this item is employed, a designated player, limited to interior players, randomly gains O'Neal's exclusive experience skill set, effective for 1 quarter and a one-time consumable. Payton's Glove. Pirated, renowned as one of the best defenders against Jordan, Gary Payton possesses formidable perimeter defensive skills in addition to his three-point shooting. Once equipped with the glove, no one can stand against him. Upon using this item, a designated player, limited to perimeter players, randomly obtains Payton's exclusive defensive skill set, effective for 1 quarter and a one-time consumable. Yao Ming and Oppo's free throws. Pirated as one of the premier centers in the NBA, Yao Ming embodies the pride of China, possessing a finesse and shooting that traditional centers lack, with a free throw percentage far exceeding that of other big men. Upon using this item, a designated player, limited to interior players, randomly receives Yao Ming's exclusive free throw skill set, effective for half a court and usable 5 times. What on earth? After perusing these items, Li Wenhan's initial reaction was one of delight, quickly followed by curses, and finally an urge to smash his phone. What a pathetic pirated system. Offering only these few items, all of which are disposable. They are all single-use skills valid for merely 1 quarter. What good is that? I could exhaust them all in a single game. Wait, what is this? Just after venting his frustrations, Li Wenhan unexpectedly noticed a line of small text at the very bottom of the screen. Items in the new player gift pack must be used within the new player protection period. Otherwise, they will expire. The final interpretation rights belong to this system. Damn it. What does expire mean? And what is this final interpretation right? Someone come out and explain this to me. Unfortunately, no matter how vehemently Li Wenhan raged, the system remained unresponsive, as if it had never appeared before him. Panting with exhaustion from his tirade, Li Wenhan gazed at the screen, feeling an overwhelming urge to wrench it from his mind. Yet, he soon succumbed to a profound sense of defeat. It was best to return to reality, to be a humble worker chosen by fate, and pretend that this wretched system had never intruded upon his life. Releasing the burden in his heart, Li Wenhan enjoyed a restful sleep. The following morning, after consuming a slice of bread, he arrived at the gym half an hour early. Hey, Bruce, good morning. The voice belonged to Bix, who had arrived even earlier than him. Good morning. Why didn't I see Damon Stoudemire coming early today? Li Wenhan casually inquired. Typically, the diminutive Stoudemire would arrive 30 minutes ahead of schedule to train. His success in the NBA was attributed not only to talent but also to diligence. Tomorrow and Oppo's the game. And Coach Blake has postponed this morning and Oppo's training by an hour. There is no need to come in the afternoon, Bix replied. Game? What game? Bruce. You haven't and Oppo's forgotten that March Madness has begun, have you? Bix asked incredulously. Oh, I and Oppo's been recovering, and the after effects have caused me insomnia at night. I just momentarily lost track of things. Li Wenhan fabricated an excuse. This year, With Damon leading us, we will surely go further, Bix asserted confidently. Indeed, we have Damon. Li Wenhan replied non-committally. This year, the teams in the Southern Division were quite formidable. The Arizona Wildcats had finally secured the division championship and reached the top 32. Set to face their first opponent, Princeton University, tomorrow. Princeton, the most well-known among Ivy League schools, was not renowned for its basketball prowess, much like its peers. Therefore, it should not be overly difficult for Arizona to win their first game of this year and damp Oppos' March Madness. Today, the players were merely engaging in adaptive training and tactical drills to prepare for tomorrow and amp Oppos' match. Li Wenhan, assisting the players with their warm-ups, found the day to be quite leisurely. What? You say he lacks professionalism for not leading the team in training before such an important game? Please. He is merely a physical training assistant for the Arizona Wildcats, a contractor likely to be dismissed at the end of the season. The only reason he was still here was due to a lack of alternatives, hoping to accumulate experience in the process. Damon, you must showcase your strengths tomorrow. Although the opponent isn't particularly strong, we should not let our guard down, Coach Blake advised. I understand, Coach. I will give it my all, Damon Stoudemire nodded. As Li Wenhan prepared to leave discreetly, he was suddenly startled by Stoudemire and Oppos' exclamation from behind him. Coach Blake, what and Oppos' wrong? Turning around, Li Wenhan was astonished to see Coach Blake clutching his chest, collapsing into Stoudemire's arms, mouth agape yet unable to produce a sound. Quick, everyone step back. Do not crowd around. Coach Blake needs fresh air. Li Wenhan rushed forward, desperately pushing away the gathering crowd. Fortunately, as they were all players, they obediently parted, while Frank, the son of a board member and also an assistant coach, continued to shake Blake. Chapter 5. The Laggard Such a Fool. Li Wenhan cursed under his breath as he hurried forward, saying, Stop shaking him. If you keep this up, Coach Blake will be gone. He must be having a heart attack. Search his pockets for medication, quickly. You're such a... Frank was about to retort when he was abruptly shoved to the ground by Damon Stoudemire, who swiftly crouched down and rummaged through Blake's clothing, retrieving a bottle of medicine. There was no doubt this was the medication Blake urgently needed. Stoudemire fumbled as he administered the medicine to Blake, and it wasn't Oppos' long before Blake and Oppos' breathing began to stabilize. Coach Blake, how are you feeling now? Frank, who had been glaring fiercely at Li Wenhan, was the first to inquire. I'm fine, Blake replied, struggling to wave his hand. Beep, beep, beep. A flurry of activity ensued as the group hurriedly lifted Blake onto an ambulance, with only the most earnest Bix accompanying him to the hospital. Thank you so much for today. If it weren't for your alertness, Coach Blake could have faced a serious crisis. To Li Wenhan's surprise, Stoudemire came over to express his gratitude, a gesture unexpected from the team's undisputed star, who usually barely acknowledged him. It appeared that he shared a close bond with Coach Blake, or perhaps he genuinely respected him. There's no need for thanks. I merely did what was right. I hold Coach Blake in high esteem as well, Li Wenhan responded with a smile. However, he felt another blow when Stoudemire simply nodded and walked away, showing no inclination for further conversation. It seemed he had come solely to express his gratitude, and Li Wenhan had perhaps read too much into it. With Coach Blake taken to the hospital, the responsibility of directing the following day's game naturally fell to Frank, the head assistant and the only remaining coach. As the game commenced, the Arizona Wildcats began with their established lineup. After a successful jump shot, Stoudemire received the ball from the backcourt and initiated the offensive play. He dribbled leisurely from a high position, assessing the defense, then called forward his teammate, power forward Camark, to set a pick. Utilizing his speed, he surged into the paint for a layup. It must be said, Stoudemire executed that play beautifully, especially the moment he sprang into action following the screen, leaving his opponents watching helplessly. Having been taken by surprise, Princeton University remained unperturbed. Guard Aikes advanced the ball to the frontcourt, feigning a right-hand drive before pulling it back, drawing the defender in, and then delivering a precise pass to the scoring guard Russell stationed at a favorable 45-degree angle. Upon receiving the ball, Russell wasted no time backing down Stoudemire. With his towering stature, he easily gained an advantage, creating space and effortlessly turning to sink the shot. The Wildcats' subsequent offensive play mirrored the previous one. The only difference was who set the screen. The positioning and shooting remained identical. When Princeton returned to offense, they similarly opted to have their 187-meter-tall guard Russell back down Stoudemire, and predictably, he scored yet again. In the ensuing plays, both teams adhered to the same strategy. transforming the match into a duel between two players, with others merely tasked with creating space for defense. Ding. With the official timeout called, the players from both teams descended to their benches, yet the Wildcats appeared noticeably discontent. Despite having led for so long, they were ahead by only a single point. A stark contrast to pre-game expectations, as both teams exhibited high offensive efficiency, making it difficult to widen the score margin. Excellent. Our offense is performing well. But we must remain vigilant on defense, especially you, Kyrie. Remember your assignment. Do not leave your man open again. Also, Frank and Apos' impassioned voice resonated from the bench. Yet Li Wenhan, seated at the end of the coaching row, rolled his eyes. Was it truly Kyrie's defensive lapse that caused this? It was absurd to expect Isaac, a power forward lacking speed, to assist Stoudemire in defense. One player against two inside, and to think they could hold their ground. Did they not see how Stoudemire's shortcomings were being magnified? A more suitable solution would be to have Kyrie switch onto him, or have another guard, Walter, provide help defense. Frank, I believe we could arrange for Walter to assist Damon in alleviating some defensive pressure. We should consider double-teaming their scoring guard, Li Wenhan suggested kindly. I am the head coach now. Focus on your own responsibilities, Frank retorted, clearly displeased at being interrupted. Frank, Damon is being targeted by the opposing team. We must adjust our strategy, or it will undoubtedly lead to our downfall, Li Wenhan said, suppressing his frustration. Humph. Although Damon may struggle defensively, the opposing team cannot contain him either. Did I not instruct Isaac and Kyrie to support him defensively? Everyone must keep an eye on their assigned man, Frank dismissively replied. Turning back. Remember, the offense is orchestrated by Damon. If there are no good passing opportunities, spread out and allow Damon to isolate. Time us up. Get back out there. Upon returning to the court, the Wildcats continued their previous tactics, but Princeton's strategy had noticeably evolved. No longer merely relying on Russell to back down. They increasingly utilized their height to exploit Stoudemire, drawing the defense out and tearing through the Wildcats' defense. This sudden adjustment caught the Wildcats off guard, as the opposing team executed successive inside passes, scoring 6 points in a row. Meanwhile, the Wildcats could only manage a 2-point jumper from Kyrie, who received a pass just inside the 3-point line. In a mere 2 minutes, the Wildcats had transitioned from a 1-point lead to a 3-point deficit, causing a shift in the players' mindset. Spread out. Let Damon go one-on-one. Frank leaped from his seat, shouting towards the court, his arms flailing like a large crab. Wow. Are you shouting so loudly because you fear the opposing coach won't hear you? Stoudemire, holding his breath, chose not to involve his teammates in a pick this time. Instead, he maneuvered past his defender and executed a jump shot just inside the 3-point line. Beautiful, Damon. That's how basketball should be played, Frank exclaimed excitedly, leaping in jubilation. Yet, to Li Wenhan's ears, Frank's cheers were exceedingly grating, prompting him to mutter a curse under his breath. Idiot. Chapter 6. The situation has changed. If Frank were merely an ordinary fan, his exuberant cheer for Stoudemire's shot would be entirely understandable. However, he is, in fact, the interim head coach. As a coach, should he not adjust tactics according to the unfolding dynamics of the game, thereby allowing his team to seize control and enabling his players to score more comfortably? Is it truly wise for him to applaud such an obviously unreasonable play, encouraging this selfish behavior that undermines the team's collective offensive strategy? As the opposing team once again executed the same tactic to score an and one in the paint, Frank leapt up again. Isaac, keep an eye on your man. Don't leave Gerald alone inside. But one must wonder, is it truly appropriate for him to shout so recklessly? Did he not instruct Isaac to assist Stoudemire on defense? Kyrie, make sure to support Damon. Frank's directives were not without merit, but while resolving one issue, another arose. Does he not comprehend the concept of focusing on both ends of the court? Under Frank's leadership, the Wildcats' previously commendable defense was torn apart by the opponents, while their offense increasingly devolved into Stoudemire's isolation plays, with everyone focusing on helping Stoudemire defensively. The result was that all players were leaving their assignments unattended. Consequently, under Frank's guidance, Stoudemire was again overpowered by the opposing team's taller guard. When Stoudemire managed to make a difficult mid-range shot through sheer individual prowess, Li Wenhan could no longer contain himself. Frank, I believe we should move more. Let Damon distribute the ball and ideally facilitate our inside game. Gerald's offense is solid. I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. Frank shot back disdainfully. You are merely a conditioning coach. Mind your own duties. Whether you remain with us next season is still uncertain. This was blatant bullying. Li Wenhan acknowledged his status as a temporary worker, Yet he offered a suggestion out of goodwill, only to be met with disparagement. His temper flared, reminiscent of his past life, and he retorted, "Isolation plays are the least efficient form of offense. As a coach, how can you not know this? Our most pressing issue is clearly defense. Your adjustments are regressive. We're worse off now than at the start. Our offense is suffering, can't you see?" If Stoudemire continues this way, by halftime his mindset will be shattered. No one can endure being backed down by players several sizes larger for 30 minutes. You know nothing. The way to break the deadlock is for the star players to take charge and uplift the team and amp Oppo's spirit. Damon is doing just that. A few more rounds like this, drawing the opponent and Oppo's defense, and we can tear through their lines and establish our rhythm. Now go watch the game. Frank scowled as he reprimanded. Li Wenhan could hardly contain his frustration. What spirit? Where's the momentum? We are trailing by 7 points now, not leading by 1 as we were before. Are you really this foolish? With a silent scorn, he returned to his seat, disinterested in further communication with this incompetent replacement. Unbeknownst to him, Frank was equally resentful. Cursing under his breath, "You scoundrel. Coach Blake just went to the hospital, and you think you can steal the spotlight? This is my debut as a head coach. Who do you think you are to criticize? And you say isolation plays are inefficient? You've only watched a few years of basketball. Do you think you're the cardinal? Fool." Fortunately, Li Wenhan lacked the ability to read minds. Otherwise, he would have rushed over to strangle this insufferable fool. Li Wenhan, indifferent to the situation, sat there lost in his thoughts, while the game's dynamics took a turn for the worse. Stoudemire failed to score on successive attempts, and the increasingly agitated Gerald accumulated 2 quick fouls, necessitating his substitution. Should we consider changing our strategy? A breathless voice jolted Li Wenhan from his reverie. Damon, I know you're fatigued, but we're nearly 10 points down, so I need you to continue leading the team. Frank patiently encouraged. But with Gerald out, how do we handle defense? Isn't Eric still available? His defensive abilities are still reliable. And the offense? I've already considered that. We'll proceed as follows. Frank had a plan in mind. That leaves us without an inside advantage. Won't we be targeted by the opponent? Stoudemire hesitated. No. Our original advantage was never centered in the paint. Our offense will still depend on your performance. Damon, we're counting on you, Frank said earnestly, patting his shoulder. All right. Stoudemire reluctantly returned to the court. Humph. Li Wenhan scoffed quietly, only to meet Frank and Oppo's grim gaze. Both exchanged mutual disdain before turning away. At that moment, Li Wenhan could hardly articulate his exasperation. With such a strategy, the opponent would undoubtedly assign someone to closely guard the perimeter, especially targeting Stoudemire. The ensuing game was predictable. Did they really believe Stoudemire could perform miracles akin to Jordan or Kobe amidst triple coverage? Even Jordan could not single-handedly shoulder the burden for an entire game. Nor could the future great shooting guards achieve such feats. However, when Stoudemire once again scored through sheer individual talent, Frank erupted with excitement, loudly instructing, "Well done, everyone. Set screens for Damon and pass him the ball." Yet, Li Wenhan and Oppo's predictions quickly materialized. By the 16th minute of the first half, the Arizona Wildcats had transformed from an early lead into a 5-point deficit, a situation exacerbated by Stoudemire's struggle to hold the team together. As Stoudemire's movement slowed, the entire Wildcats team seemed to lose its ability to play effectively. Meanwhile, Eric, coming off the bench, was repeatedly stripped of the ball, leading to consecutive fast breaks for the opponents, completely altering the landscape of the game. Chapter 7. Variables. The score on the court spoke volumes. The Wildcats were being thoroughly dominated by Princeton University. Every basket they made felt increasingly laborious, while their opponents appeared to grow more relaxed with each play. Can you still sit there? Li Wenhan cast a sidelong glance at Frank, who, despite his grim expression, was scribbling something on the tactical board. A slight nod of acknowledgement passed through Li Wenhan and Oppo's mind. He wasn't Oppo's entirely oblivious. He recognized the issue at hand. Yet, contrary to Li Wenhan and Oppo's expectations, Frank did not call for a timeout in the next round. Instead, he remained seated, occasionally gesturing vaguely toward the court, leaving Li Wenhan utterly perplexed. What was he up to? Was his psychological fortitude truly this strong? It seemed that Frank sensed Li Wenhan's gaze. He turned briefly to meet his eyes before quickly redirecting his focus back to the basketball court, and then the moment passed. As the first half dwindled to just 3 minutes remaining, Princeton's small forward, Brewer, effortlessly penetrated the lane to score, extending the lead to 15 points. Finally, Frank could not contain himself any longer and stood up to call a timeout. However, unbeknownst to him, Li Wenhan quietly muttered a single phrase, "Fool. Damon, we need you. You must play with more conviction." But, Damon, you are our ace. The fans who came to watch are your admirers. I trust you won't let them down. In our hearts, you are our Jordan, and we are counting on you to lead us to victory. Frank was adept at employing his motivational tactics. With this, it became imperative for Stoudemire to step onto the court again. As they resumed play, Li Wenhan observed the opposing coach discreetly signaling to the players, and the intensity of the game ignited with fervor. Yet, just a minute later, Stoudemire felt as though his legs were encumbered with lead. The opposing tall guard relentlessly sought him out for one-on-one confrontations, draining his stamina, culminating in a wildly off-target shot. During halftime, the locker room was enveloped in a profound silence, the 18-point deficit rendering everyone speechless, save for Frank's incessant chatter. Do not panic. A temporary setback signifies nothing. We have the second half to regroup. Let us continue giving the ball to Damon, and everyone should spread out on defense. Focus on your defense. And leave the rest to Damon. He is our Jordan. He will handle them. Shut up, you idiot. Stoudemire, who had been silently recuperating, finally spoke up. Damon, are you out of your mind? I am your coach. Frank's mind went blank. You fool, be quiet. Our coach is Blake, not you. Stop trying to dictate to me. Stoudemire retorted angrily. The other players shared his displeasure and glared at Frank, who suddenly felt disheartened. I considered you my Jordan, and you dare to insult me? Without the freedom I granted you, could you have achieved 25 points in the first half? Damon, I am your coach now. Is this how you all speak to Coach Blake? Frank and Oppo's expression darkened. Had any other player dared to question him like this, he would have benched them indefinitely. But faced with Stoudemire, he had no choice but to temper his anger. Humph. So you acknowledge that our coach is Blake? Everyone, gather around. Let us discuss our strategy for the second half. Stoudemire was resolute, undeterred by Frank's status as the board member's son. What does it matter who you are? This summer, I will be entering the NBA draft. I don't need your input. The disgruntled players rallied around Stoudemire, emboldened by his lead. Frank's fury surged as he bellowed. What are you all doing? I am the head coach. Are you plotting a rebellion? Rebellion? Humph. Kelly, throw out these irrelevant individuals. Stoudemire was the most unwilling to accept defeat, knowing that every performance in March Madness directly impacted his draft prospects. Under his orders, Frank and several other coaches were politely ushered out by the players. Li Wenhan, initially indifferent, paused at the threshold, sensing an opportunity. Damon, the previous strategy cannot win this game. I believe I can help you triumph. Li Wenhan and Oppo's audacity left everyone speechless, quickly followed by a derisive snicker. Oh, you, a fitness coach, what are you boasting about here? Just go back to your duties. Exactly, just a bunch of blowhards. However, Li Wenhan stood his ground. Seemingly oblivious to their jeers, and addressed Stoudemire with rapid articulation. You are currently trailing by 18 points. The conventional approach will not suffice to close the gap. In the second half, you must employ a more efficient strategy to regain lost ground. Damon cannot continue to play isolation. He has become a target on defense. Kelly needs to utilize screens to create open shots, aiming to take more three-pointers. Gerald should position deeper to attract more interior defense and facilitate ball movement. Walter, you must expand your defensive focus. Do not only guard your assigned opponent, but assist Damon in rotations, allowing him to concentrate his efforts on offense. As Li Wenhan swiftly outlined each player's responsibilities, the initial disdain from the others gradually faded, leaving only him speaking fervently. In summary, our objective for the second half is to score rapidly. We must launch an offensive from the outset, catching them off guard to maximize our scoring opportunities. Princeton has undoubtedly studied your typical plays, so we must surprise them to disrupt their rhythm. Only by seizing control of the game can we hope to secure victory. Li Wenhan paused momentarily before continuing. Actually, Frank's assistant coach position was initially mine. I was replaced after my car accident. If you are willing, I can assist you in the second half. No one here wishes to lose this game. Even if it cost me my job, I would not regret it. This is what I must do for the esteemed Coach Blake. Chapter 8. The temporary coach in pursuit of this opportunity. Li Wenhan felt compelled to put on a FAA, claiming that the assistant coach position, which was not originally his, had been usurped by Frank. While there was indeed a possibility of this, whether he could avoid being dismissed at the conclusion of the match hinged on the current moment. What if we follow your strategy and end up losing by an even greater margin? Stoudemire inquired. Losing by a greater margin? We are already trailing by 18 points. Even if we were to lose by 38, would it significantly affect the outcome of this game? The conventional approach in the first half was simply inadequate for securing victory. Only by embracing my strategy can we strive for success in this match. With a blend of strategy and opportunism, we must seize the moment with the most fitting tactics to create an opportunity for advancing to the next round. Having already fallen so far behind in the first half, it can be said that one foot is already on the brink of elimination. Who outside would still believe that you can win this game? Yet I have faith, for this is not truly reflective of your capabilities. Damon, you are not the Michael Jordan of this team. You are our Magic. Gerald, you are not Rodman, but rather our Grant. The team requires not only your defense but also your scoring. If we all give our utmost and showcase each of your unique skills, I believe turning the tide in the second half is not an insurmountable task. I implore you all to trust me, grant me the chance to fight alongside you, and let us forge a historic second half that will deliver a resounding slap to those who doubt us. Despite Li Wenhan's fervent and impassioned words, internally he felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity, yet he maintained an exterior of unwavering confidence. All eyes turned to Stoudemire, as his belief in Li Wenhan rested solely on the decision he was about to make. An invisible pressure suddenly weighed upon Stoudemire. No one desired victory more than he did. He did not wish to be the star of a storied franchise eliminated in the first round, nor did he want to be labeled a lone wolf. However, could he truly trust a newcomer who had only been with the team for a few days, merely assisting in physical training? Yet, seeing Li Wenhan and Oppos's confident demeanor compelled him to give it a chance. Perhaps he could indeed bring about some surprises. At the very least, he appeared far more reliable than that fellow named Frank. Stoudemire did not deliberate for long. As time was of the essence and halftime was swiftly approaching, he had to arrive at a decision. Very well, I hope you can deliver on your promises. If your tactics do not yield results during the game, I assure you, you will be shown the door by tomorrow, Stoudemire remarked coldly. In the end, Stoudemire chose to place his trust in Li Wenhan, for the strategy he described seemed genuinely capable of leading the team to victory. All right, in this fleeting moment, allow me to outline the tactics for you, and I hope everyone will listen intently. With a grave expression, Li Wenhan swiftly sketched strategies on the tactical board he had secretly held in hand. Damon, in the upcoming match, you will not only possess unrestricted shooting rights, but also need to be mindful of your teammates and Oppos's movements. Pass the ball whenever there is an opportunity to shoot. Especially focus on the open spaces beyond the three-point line. The 245-degree angles and the corners are the 4 points you need to create opportunities from. Carey, have you noted that? Walter, you must be ready to switch with Damon and set screens for Carey, and the same goes for Gerald. This is our crucial point for scoring aside from Damon. Always remember the core principle. After every inbound pass, everyone must sprint towards the front court, keeping in mind your designated positions. The responsibility of passing will rest with Damon. Regardless of who it is, if an open shot presents itself, the ball must be shot. If the shot fails, everyone must sprint back on defense, except for Gerald. It was not until Bix's voice echoed from outside, urging everyone to take the court, that Li Wenhan reluctantly put away the tactical board. He was uncertain how much of his fervent speech had resonated with the robust individuals before him, but it did not deter him from exuding confidence and rallying their spirits. This was a game destined to be etched in history, as it promised an exhilarating second half. And this victory would be crafted by our own hands. Who are we? We are the bloodthirsty wolves of the prairie, not mere stray cats to be bullied. Let us tear into the opposition. Let us shatter those who have brought us disgrace. With a fierce expression, Li Wenhan extended a single hand. Yes, tear them apart. Devour those scoundrels. Shatter them. One by one, hands of varying colors enveloped Li Wenhan's solitary yellow palm. Watching the players return to the court, Li Wenhan exhaled deeply. Perhaps this match would serve as the turning point of his destiny. Yet, deep within, Li Wenhan's confidence was far less resolute than it appeared. With only 20 minutes left in the second half, bridging an 18-point gap and completing a comeback was no simple feat. While his theatrical display had earned him the rare opportunity to direct the second half, whether his all-or-nothing strategy would yield results remained contingent upon the player's performance. In fact, the concept of fast-paced play had been introduced as early as the 1980s by a coach named Paul Westhead, who put it into practice. However, in the current unforgiving era of NBA defense, such a strategy had yet to prove itself, often ridiculed by many pragmatic coaches. Offense wins games, defense wins championships. This adage is an undeniable truth in contemporary elite leagues and serves as a guiding principle for many teams, a perspective that remains largely accepted even decades later. Despite the ever-evolving nature of basketball, The importance of solid defense cannot be overstated. Solely relying on offense for victory is a challenging pursuit, as illustrated by the remarkable Phoenix Suns of the 20th century, who ultimately failed to validate such an approach. Therefore, Li Wenhan and Amp. Oppos. S. proposal of a fast-paced strategy today was indeed a gamble, and it was fortunate that Stoudemire and the others had been swayed by his conviction. Chapter 9. Nelson and Amp. Oppos. S. expectations as the whistle for the second half echoed through the arena. Stoudemire surged forward like a tempest, seizing the ball from the tip-off. His teammates, equally spirited, followed suit, racing towards the opponent's front court, as if irresistibly drawn by some unseen allure. Although the towering defender assigned to Stoudemire struggled to keep pace, his teammates swiftly positioned themselves to provide support, effectively thwarting any direct invasion into the paint. The Wildcats were executing a fast-paced game, and with keen awareness. Stoudemire executed a rightward hop, feigning a shot that enticed two defenders to converge upon him. In that moment, he deftly passed the ball back to Kyrie, who had stationed himself just beyond the three-point arc along the baseline. Tasked with a significant role by Li Wenhan, Kyrie received the ball, albeit with a hint of trepidation, and released his shot before the oncoming defenders could close in. Unfortunately, his shooting form was compromised, resulting in a miss. Aside from Gerald's bold attempt to snatch the offensive rebound, the remaining players swiftly turned to retreat, inciting a chorus of boos from the crowd. Even the opposing coach appeared momentarily bewildered, but upon noticing Frank's grim demeanor on the bench, a sly smile crept onto his face, as if he anticipated the unfolding events. As Stoudemire sprinted back on defense, he cast a hopeful glance over his shoulder, perhaps believing that Gerald had secured the rebound. Alas, reality was less forgiving, as three opposing big men loomed in the paint, making it implausible for Gerald to assert dominance alone. Despite the failed offensive attempt, Stoudemire couldn't help but glance back at the composed Li Wenhan on the bench, pondering whether this individual might indeed aid him in clinching victory. At the very least, he had managed to create an open shot, even if it had not found its mark. Little did anyone realize that Li Wenhan's gaze was fixated on the court, seemingly analyzing the situation, yet his mind was adrift. His unreliable golden finger had once again delivered a prompt, indicating a temporary binding to a team with a reward of 5 points, granting access to the team panel for further details. When this long-awaited mechanical voice reached his ears, Li Wenhan felt a jolt of energy surge through him, immediately navigating to the interface of the pirated coaching system. Welcome to the pirated coaching system. Loading the latest team information. Gazing at the stark interface, Li Wenhan was unfazed as he clicked on the Arizona Wildcats team information. Team: Arizona Wildcats head coach, Bill Black assistant coach, Lance Frank strength conditioning coach, Jim Bix interim strength conditioning coach. Li Wenhan players: Damon Stoudemire, height, 1.78 meters. Position: SGPG, shooting, 83, defense, 57, offense, 79, athleticism, 71, ability rating, 75, potential level, B potential levels, S, A, B, C, D, 10 levels total. System evaluation: a commendable offensive player with a strong attacking prowess but weaker defense, possessing notable developmental potential. With a chance to evolve into an NBA starter, advised to focus on offensive skills. Upon reviewing Stoudemire's statistics, Li Wenhan's resolve to pursue a fast-paced game solidified further, prompting him to explore the profiles of additional players. Eddie Gerald, height, 2.13 meters, position, PFSF, shooting, 59. Defense, 69, offense, 51, athleticism, 55, ability rating, 51, potential level, B system evaluation, a player with mediocre offensive and defensive capabilities, possessing some developmental potential. With a chance to evolve into a starter in the development league, advised to focus on defensive skills. Kyrie Douglas, height, 2.01 meters, shooting. Armed with this player interface, which clearly delineated the player's abilities and information, Li Wenhan felt a surge of excitement, especially regarding the novice gift pack that had become available to him. The Nelson and Amp. Oppos. S expectations card was perfectly suited to the current dynamics of the game. Realizing this, Li Wenhan immediately activated the card, applying the skill most applicable to a fast-paced team. The situation on the court, however, was far from promising. The Wildcats had managed only one successful field goal from Stoudemire across 3 consecutive possessions. In stark contrast, Princeton University capitalized on their opportunities, sinking 2 out of 3 shots along with a free throw, extending their lead to over 20 points for the first time. The Wildcats players exhibited signs of distress, and even Stoudemire felt an urge to take matters into his own hands. Nevertheless, he reminded himself of the intentions he had set forth with Li Wenhan. He couldn't dismiss those intentions based on just a few plays. As the activated card vanished, Li Wenhan was left uncertain of its effectiveness. Yet he could only hope that the team would indeed experience the promised 20% boost in attributes during this fast-paced segment of the game. On the court, Stoudemire executed a swift turn and penetrated the paint, intending to conclude the play with a floater, when he unexpectedly spotted Kyrie standing unguarded at the three-point line in the corner. Unsure whether to shoot again or to trust Kyrie's positioning, Stoudemire instinctively passed the ball. Yet, the moment the ball left his fingertips, regret washed over him. Given his own capabilities, the floater would have been a relatively easy basket. Why pass to Kyrie, who had missed his previous attempts? Kyrie, receiving the ball, was momentarily taken aback. Having missed 2 prior shots, he believed he would soon be substituted. Yet here he was, receiving another opportunity. Positioned in absolute space, with the team leader placing his faith in him, how could he not take the shot? After adjusting his dribble, Kyrie leaped high, releasing the ball with impeccable form. Swish. The delightful sound of the net brought a momentary pause not only to Kyrie but to all members of the Wildcats. Yet, Stoudemire quickly regained his composure, racing back to his half of the court while shouting, "Get back on defense." Chapter 10. We have no retreat in a seemingly trivial episode. Princeton University, from coaches to players, did not regard it as significant. After all, it was merely a three-pointer. What difference did it make? We still led by 18 points. With just over 2 minutes played in the second half, the score was even. It was hardly feasible to erase an 18-point deficit so easily. However, when Kyrie received another pass from Stoudemire and decisively sank a second three-pointer from the same position, the head coach of Princeton furrowed his brow, yet refrained from calling a timeout, merely gesturing for the players to keep an eye on Kyrie. After all, in the second half so far, Kyrie had only attempted 4 shots, making 2, which, while commendable, was achieved without any real defensive pressure. Surely, he couldn't hit more with a solid defense. It was only the omnipotent Jordan who could alter the outcome of a game, not the occasional three-point shooter Kerr. As long as they remained steadfast in their offensive strategy and ensured a high success rate, even if the Wildcats managed to score a few three-pointers, it would not change the inevitable outcome of this match. Did they truly believe that a nearly 20-point gap could be bridged so easily? Were we at Princeton made of paper? However, when Kyrie netted his 4th three-pointer, the situation became untenable for the coach. During that brief span of hesitation lasting just over 3 minutes, the Wildcats shot 4 out of 6 with an impressive 66% accuracy, including 2 three-pointers. Meanwhile, Princeton managed a mere 2 out of 5, along with 2 missed free throws, resulting in Girard snatching the rebound and executing a fast break. After all, the nickname Little Flying Mouse for Stoudemire was no mere figment. In this fast-paced game accentuated by card advantages, his speed and accuracy assured his shots. The referee's whistle pierced the air as Princeton's coach called the first timeout of the second half, with the deficit now reduced to 7 points. At that moment, the Wildcats gathered around Li Wenhan, their eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. What shall we do next? Should we change our strategy? The opposing team will surely devise a counter-strategy, Stoudemire inquired impatiently. They will adapt, but our approach must remain unchanged. We must continue with the fast-paced strategy to close the gap and only consider victory once we surpass them, Li Wenhan asserted resolutely. We must disrupt their defense to achieve our goal swiftly. When we return to the court, Kyrie will undoubtedly draw significant attention, and Damon, you will face increased defensive pressure as well. Therefore, we must implement some adjustments. Damon, you need to be more decisive with your shots and enhance your individual offensive play. Kyrie, continue your movement to draw the defense's focus onto you, creating a false impression that you are still the primary scorer. In reality, Damon will take the lead, while you merely feign an attack. Do not rush your shot, even if your shooting touch feels impeccable. Understood, coach, Kyrie replied, momentarily taken aback. Stoudemire shared a similar surprise, and soon everyone seemed to recognize Li Wenhan as their true coach. Yet, Li Wenhan remained oblivious to this shift and continued, Walter will reduce his defensive screens for you, as we need to incorporate another three-point shooter, Ramos. Ramos, sitting at the end of the bench, had not anticipated stepping onto the court during this frenetic march, especially at such a critical juncture. Observing Ramos's nervous yet excited demeanor, Li Wenhan earnestly said, "Ramos, we need your three-point prowess to open new avenues for our team. Your task is to utilize movement to break through the defense, creating space beyond the three-point line, ready to receive Damon's passes and sink that ball." "All right, coach." Ramos could only respond mechanically, unsure of how else to convey his readiness. Li Wenhan then turned to another player, "Gerard, we urgently need your defense and rebounding, particularly for second-chance opportunities. I urge you to go all out. Fear not the fouls. Securing our front court rebounds is paramount. If you can ensure our rebounding, we will have succeeded halfway. Your responsibility is immense. Give it your all." "Understood." Although Gerard harbored some disdain for Li Wenhan, he recognized that the latter's guidance had indeed helped the team regain some points, and even the team's leader, Stoudemire, agreed with him. Thus, Gerard refrained from expressing dissent. After all, withholding offensive arrangements could provoke his frustration. In truth, he had misjudged Li Wenhan. The fast-paced strategy had never excluded centers and power forwards from participating in the offense. They were merely tasked with a greater share of rebounding and defense. Otherwise, how could the former small forward have emerged as the brightest star on that Suns team, second only to Nash? Yet, at this moment, the Wildcats needed to score rapidly, which is why Li Wenhan focused on employing the relatively rare three-point strategy that could catch opponents off guard. Once the score gap narrowed, he would certainly arrange for Gerard to engage in a degree of inside offense, as diverse tactics were essential to prevent opponents from deciphering their plays. Naturally, all this hinged on improving the team and Oppo's shooting percentage by 20. "Excellent. We must all have faith in ourselves. Your training has not been lacking, so believe in your abilities." Li Wenhan encouraged as the timeout drew to a close, hastily outlining a strategy and offering a brief motivational speech. However, the impact of his encouragement was evidently muted. Aside from players like Ramos expressing gratitude, even Stoudemire wore a rather neutral expression. "Am I truly devoid of motivational prowess?" Li Wenhan silently lamented. As the players returned to the court, he abruptly rose, shouting, "We have no retreat." Chapter 11. Gerard and Oppo's debut. Perhaps Li Wenhan and Oppo's words resonated deeply within them. As both Stoudemire and Gerard turned to wave at him, their expressions still inscrutable. Seeing their response, Li Wenhan's heart finally eased a bit. For the forthcoming performance hinged on Stoudemire's execution on the court and the effectiveness of Nelson's expectation enhancement card. Upon re-entering the game, it was evident that Carey was receiving intense scrutiny from the opposition. As Stoudemire brought the ball up the court, he instinctively sought out Carey, only to find him unable to shake free from his tenacious defender, akin to a piece of chewing gum. This predicament was exacerbated by Walter's lack of genuine effort in setting screens. Stoudemire's mind remained sharp, unable to locate Carey immediately. He executed a handoff with Walter before cutting to the basket, finishing with a deft layup. The subsequent two possessions also ended with Stoudemire scoring, evoking memories of his extraordinary solo performance in the first half. However, a closer examination revealed that, while Stoudemire was still relying on his individual prowess to score, the dynamics had shifted significantly. On the defensive front, whenever the opposing tall guard attempted to overpower Stoudemire, Walter would promptly assist with a defensive rotation. Offensively, Stoudemire was increasingly leveraging Gerard and Oppo's screens to create mismatches, rather than engaging in the more aggressive one-on-one confrontations as he had in the first half. The opposing coach, having discerned this adjustment, gestured to his players, and in the ensuing possession, Stoudemire found himself double-teamed. Now, the effectiveness of that card was in question. With palms clammy from anticipation, Li Wenhan placed his hopes in the unassuming Ramos, the player boasting the highest three-point shooting percentage on the Wildcats. The opposing coach and Oppo's strategy had evidently been foreseen by Su Shaochuan, and now, whether they could execute it remained to be seen as Li Wenhan focused on the slender backup shooting guard. "Ramos, sink that damned shot," he urged silently, managing a smile as he nodded at Ramos, who was tirelessly sprinting back and forth on the court, signaling him to remain composed. Earlier, Stoudemire had released the ball just before the double team closed in, but it sadly rimmed out, a clear indication of the focused defense against him. Fortunately, Princeton's attempt on the other end also missed, allowing Gerard to secure the defensive rebound, returning possession to Stoudemire. "It's time to pass." Li Wenhan silently encouraged as he watched Stoudemire dribble up the court, directing Carey to run from the corners and beckoning Gerard to set a screen. Stoudemire adopted an aggressive posture as though he were about to penetrate the lane. With a crossover that eluded the defender, Stoudemire swiftly drove in from the left side. While Walter positioned himself at the right corner, ready for a catch. Yet, all attention was drawn away from Ramos, who was sprinting toward the right corner. As two defenders converged on Stoudemire, they were startled to see that he had relinquished the ball. For the first time, Ramos caught the ball. Glancing momentarily at Li Wenhan before adjusting his stance and leaping to shoot. Swish. The ball sailed through the net. Caught up in the exhilaration, Ramos suddenly realized his teammates were already retreating on defense and hurriedly followed suit. In truth, the Wildcats and Oppo's defense was commendable. Aside from Stoudemire and Oppo's glaring weakness, the rest of the team, including the slight Ramos, held their ground well. Coach Blake's philosophy emphasized the importance of defense, and with Stoudemire's vulnerability covered by Walter, Princeton's offensive opportunity faltered, leading to a jump ball during the rebounding scramble. Fast break. When the ball was tipped to Stoudemire by the airborne Gerard, Li Wenhan instinctively rose to shout. In reality, Stoudemire was already racing forward like the wind, poised for a layup, only to find a defender leaping in his wake. Suspended in midair, Stoudemire caught a glimpse of Walter trailing behind and deftly passed the ball. To everyone's astonishment, Walter opted not for a mid-range shot, but instead sent the ball soaring to the right corner beyond the arc, despite having ample shooting space. Ramos, arriving just in time, was momentarily taken aback upon receiving Walter's pass, yet with no defender in sight, he instinctively shot in the manner he had practiced. Swish. Another three-pointer. Now, the Princeton bench was restless. They had allowed the lead to dwindle to a mere 7 points. Who could remain composed under such circumstances? Princeton called for their second timeout of the half, and Li Wenhan stood to address the approaching players, brandishing the tactics board. The timeout concluded swiftly, and as players returned to the court, Princeton managed to score through Stoudemire, momentarily stanching the bleeding. When Stoudemire launched another offensive maneuver, passing to Ramos at the corner, the returning small forward recklessly charged at Ramos. Stoudemire quickly dished the ball to Carey, positioned at the left three-point line, then dashed to the top of the arc. Receiving the ball again, with a defender in front of him, he took a step forward and executed a jump shot. In the next possession, both Carey and Ramos faced considerable defensive pressure, including Stoudemire himself. Any attempt to penetrate could lead to a double team, even at the expense of loosening the defense on Walter. Receiving Stoudemire's pass, Walter did not rush to shoot, but recalled Li Wenhan's earlier words, raising his hand to take a shot. No one dared leave him open near the free throw line, despite Walter's limited shooting history. The opposing center rushed forward to contest, yet Walter merely faked a shot to deliver a lob pass, revealing Gerard hanging above the rim, swaying in anticipation. Boom. A powerful dunk. And Gerard marked his debut in the second half. Chapter 12. The comeback, however, Gerard and Oppo's debut did not capture the attention of the opposing team, especially since the other players were performing remarkably well at the start of the second half. To many, Gerard was merely seen as a rebounder, someone who occasionally benefited from a fortunate pass, not particularly noteworthy. Foolish one, Gerard is the cornerstone of our interior play. Walter scoffed at the opposing center. What kind of look is that? The insulted center, Carl, felt a surge of anger and was ready to hurl some trash talk, while Walter stood confidently at the three-point line, waiting for him. This is unacceptable. Before Carl could react, Walter seized the opportunity created by his screen, intercepting the ball and charging towards the basket. Carl puffed up his chest, determined to challenge him, but with a swift pivot, Walter passed the ball to the approaching Stoudemire. Carl, caught off guard, was suddenly knocked to the ground by an overwhelming force from behind. Foul. Free throw awarded, the referee declared decisively. The stark reality struck Carl as he watched Gerard once again hanging from the rim. Swish. Gerard made his free throw with ease. Just 2 minutes had passed since the last timeout, and the gap between the two teams had narrowed to 3 points. If they could defend this possession, they might have a chance to equalize. The excitement among the Wildcats was palpable, reflected in their vigorous defense, which unfortunately led to a foul. Fortunately, it was only a shooting foul, and the opponent only converted one of 2 free throws, leaving the score a mere 1 basket apart, albeit a three-pointer. At that moment, Li Wenhan suddenly called for a timeout. Under the curious gazes of his players, he swiftly drew up a strategy on the clipboard. As the whistle blew for play to resume, Carey and Ramos started towards the front court, executing a cross run to position themselves at the corners for three-point shots. Forming a triangle with Stoudemire advancing down the middle, all 3 spots brimming with three-point potential. Meanwhile, the head coach of Princeton wore a smile. Ha! I knew you would go for the 3. However, before the smile could fade, he was astonished to see Gerard soaring towards the basket. Ah! As Gerard descended from the rim, he pounded his chest with clenched fists, resembling an underdeveloped gorilla. Damn it, I fell for it. Unbeknownst to Kyrie and Ramos. Tightly marked by their defenders, Walter had dashed to the left 45-degree angle to set a perfect screen for Stoudemire. Caught out of the paint. Karl had no choice but to attempt to block against Stoudemire, leaving Gerard unguarded, who took flight once more with Stoudemire's assistance. Li Wenhan's design had not been a three-point play. Rather, it utilized Kyrie and Ramos to draw defenders away, allowing Stoudemire to create an outstanding opportunity for Gerard. The score had now shrunk to a mere point, placing all pressure squarely on Princeton. Conversely, the Wildcats were energized, especially Gerard, who had just descended from the rim. Perhaps we truly underestimated him. Only 11 seconds had elapsed since Li Wenhan's timeout, yet Princeton was compelled to call another timeout. We executed that play excellently. But we must now focus on our most crucial defense and the next offensive possession, Li Wenhan instructed. Gerard, I predict they will. After Ramos successfully capitalized on the opponent's impatience, resulting in an offensive foul against Princeton, all eyes turned to Li Wenhan, seated at the end of the coaching bench. The Wildcats attacked. Stoudemire swiftly dribbled to the front court, passing the ball to Walter, who then made a rightward cut to receive a return pass. This play appeared to be aimed at continuing the focus on Gerard, as Kyrie and Ramos again drew their defenders beyond the three-point line, while Walter initiated a reverse run. This play was undoubtedly pivotal. The psychological difference between leading by 1 point and trailing by 1 could not be overstated, especially after being down by nearly 20 points in the first half. The exhilaration and sense of accomplishment were beyond words. As Gerard pulled his defender out of the paint and swiftly cut downwards, Princeton's two interior players followed him into the lane, failing to notice Stoudemire accelerating from beyond the three-point line. With no ball in hand, Stoudemire's speed was unmatched by the opposing tall guard, especially with Kyrie providing a simple screen. Upon receiving Ramos and Apos' pass, Stoudemire leaped into the air without hesitation. Bang! Before Karl could react, he once again found himself as mere background, this time to Stoudemire. Don and Amp, Apos, T underestimate the underdog. Never assume the flying squirrel ISN and Amp, Apos, TA star. As Stoudemire executed a powerful dunk to complete the comeback, all members of the Wildcats were left speechless, their eyes brimming with excitement, as if they were living a dream. Although during halftime, they had all rallied to recover points, few had held any real confidence. Now, the mountain had shifted. It was hard to believe. Quick, push. Princeton and Apos' coach shouted anxiously, standing up. Yet the Wildcats responded swiftly in defense, even though their fast-paced play had drained their stamina. The thrill of the moment surpassed any physical fatigue. In their excitement, Kyrie lost control and committed a foul, fortunately avoiding a potential three-point play. The opponent converted one of two free throws, bringing the score to 71. 71 with just over 3 minutes remaining, putting Li Wenhan to the test once again. Without hesitation, he called a timeout, substituting Ramos for an interior player, Lawrence, seemingly aiming for higher efficiency. However, Stoudemire, with the ball, swiftly maneuvered past his defender, using Ramos's screen to effortlessly score a jump shot near the free throw line. The score stood at 73-71, officially signaling the Wildcats' triumphant comeback. Chapter 13. Victory. The effortlessly scored goal undoubtedly served to stabilize the team and Apos' morale, which was largely attributed to the opponent and Apos' defensive blunders. When Li Wenhan replaced the highly threatening Ramos with an interior player, everyone assumed that the Wildcats would adopt a cautious approach, focusing on success from the paint. Little did they know, Li Wenhan would take an entirely different route. What took the opponent by surprise, however, was yet to come. As Princeton University, now unbalanced in their mindset, failed to capitalize on their next offensive attempt, the Wildcats, led by Stoudemire, surged forward with remarkable speed. Based on the earlier lineup, Kelly had essentially assumed the role of power forward. While his height posed challenges defensively, he managed to hold his ground with Gerald and Apos' assistants, as the opponent's power forward lacked offensive prowess. Nonetheless, facing the agile defensive movements of the opponent made his task arduous. Otherwise, he would not have drawn their attention. Now returning to the small forward position, Kelly's activity level surged. Against an opponent standing merely 2.01 meters tall, his height became an asset, significantly increasing his shooting space. When Kelly received Walter's pass beyond the three-point line, raising his hands and leaping into the air, the heart of Princeton's head coach raced. He quickly signaled the power forward to prepare for a rebound. Yet, the next moment, his mouth fell agape in disbelief. Lawrence, positioned at the free throw line. Not only neglected to position himself for a rebound, but instead sprinted toward the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. In a deceptive feint, Kelly passed the ball midair, albeit slightly overshooting, causing Lawrence to awkwardly receive it. Nevertheless, he found himself unguarded. Even when the defender assigned to Walter realized the situation and abandoned his post to rush over, Lawrence maintained composure, dribbled to adjust, and took the shot. As Lawrence and Oppo's basketball swished through the net, the Princeton player rushing to defend him arrived just in time. No one could have predicted that such an obscure power forward would possess such a remarkable three-point shooting ability. In reality, only Li Wenhan understood that Lawrence's three-point shooting percentage was not particularly high, hovering just above 30%. However, with the boost from Nelson's card granting an additional 20% to his three-point shooting percentage, Lawrence, in absolute isolation, was unlikely to miss. This crucial three-pointer not only allowed the Wildcats to reclaim the lead, shifting the score to 74-71, but more importantly, it shattered Princeton University and Oppo's confidence. Princeton was known for their balanced offensive and defensive play, lacking any distinctive defensive features, and arguably, their defense was inferior to that of the Wildcats. Had they followed their pregame strategy of merely containing the inside-outside duo of Stoudemire and Gerald, they would have felt more confident. However, with a three-point sharpshooter emerging one moment and Gerald exploding from the paint the next, alongside Stoudemire's contributions, they could hardly maintain control. The nearly 20-point lead they once held was swiftly erased by the Wildcats and Oppo's sharpshooters, and now, with the addition of a power forward who could also shoot threes, who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? Not only were Princeton's players demoralized, but even their head and assistant coaches were left bewildered, questioning how they had allowed such a comeback. They even struggled to recall how the Wildcats had turned a 20-point deficit into a three-point lead. Their frantic pace of play was something they had rarely encountered. If Li Wenhan could have glimpsed into the thoughts of Princeton's head coach, he would have scoffed at the notion of the Wildcats employing a true fast-paced offense. What they executed barely resembled a proper run-and-gun strategy. True fast-paced play is characterized by extreme speed, relentless offense and defense, and the creation of open shot opportunities through rapid rotations and movements. Every player involved in the offense should possess commendable shooting skills, ready to unleash their shots at any promising opportunity. The Wildcats' execution, even at its best, barely scratched the surface of a streamlined fast-paced offense, falling drastically short of the future standards set by teams like the Suns. The distinction between Stoudemire as the point guard and Nash was worlds apart. Regardless, armed with the card enhancing shooting accuracy and pass success rates, the Wildcats achieved remarkable success against a collegiate team, capitalizing on surprise. No matter the head coach and Oppo's fury, Princeton and Oppo's morale visibly plummeted, leading to yet another fruitless offensive attempt. Meanwhile, the Wildcats and Oppo's confidence soared, with their bench erupting in cheers as the players on the court grew increasingly self-assured. Witness Stoudemire driving the ball forward, quickly passing to Kelly, who, with a moment's adjustment, disregarded the defender trailing him and decisively sank another three-pointer. The lead widened to 6 points. Ding! Princeton's final time out of the game was reluctantly called by their head coach. Upon returning to the court after the break, Princeton's players exhibited a glimmer of determination, finally executing their offensive strategies. With a strong inside play, Princeton managed to score 2 points. Yet, before they could fully regain their composure, the Wildcats quickly inbound the ball, with Stoudemire charging ahead, faking out the defense and finishing with a layup. With less than 3 minutes remaining, Princeton, eager to push the pace, faltered in their execution. Under the pressure of Gerald's defense, Walter swiftly executed a steal. In an instant, the Wildcats surged forward, while Princeton's players scrambled to defend their half. Unexpectedly, Lawrence, who had previously lagged behind due to his slow foot speed, evaded his defender and positioned himself at the top of the arc, beyond the three-point line. Alas, no matter how furious Princeton's head coach became on the sidelines, he could not alter the fact that Lawrence effortlessly scored his second three-pointer of the match. This shot extinguished the flicker of hope that had briefly ignited within Princeton's players, setting the tone for the rest of the game. We have triumphed. Chapter 14. Let and Oppo's just forget it. The jubilant Wildcats, having come from an 18-point deficit in the first half to ultimately win by 9, were utterly disoriented. Anyone in their position would find it impossible to remain composed, except for Li Wenhan, who sat on the bench with an inscrutable expression. On the day following the match, As Li Wenhan entered the gym, he encountered not only the exuberant Wildcats players but also the sullen Frank. "Come to my office," Frank commanded. "What for? Is there something that can and Oppos to be discussed here?" Li Wenhan instinctively resisted Frank and Oppos' order. "What and Oppos' the matter? Now that I am the head coach, I wish to arrange the upcoming match details. Do you have any objections?" Frank and Oppos' cold gaze bore into him. Though Li Wenhan was also the team and Oppos' physical coach. During Coach Steve's hospitalization, Frank had indeed assumed the role of interim head coach, despite the fact that few players respected him. "Fine." As he followed Frank to the office that belonged to Coach Steve, before he could even sit down, Frank disdainfully waved his hand and said, "You won and Oppos to be traveling with the team tomorrow." "Why?" Li Wenhan asked, suppressing his anger. "There's no reason. We achieved an excellent outcome in this match. And Coach Blake is quite pleased, feeling better physically. After discussions between Coach Blake and me, I will lead the team tomorrow, while Coach Blake will provide us with suggestions from afar. Your task is to act as a liaison between Coach Blake and me," Frank replied coolly. "Exploiting me." The phrase echoed in Li Wenhan's mind. "What are you still doing here?" Frank sneered. "Are you dissatisfied with Coach Blake's decision?" "I accept the arrangement." Li Wenhan forced the words out through clenched teeth. Watching the Wildcats board the bus for the game without him, Li Wenhan sighed and shook his head. Boarding the bus to the hospital alone. Though some players, like Stoudemire, who had previously harbored a modicum of goodwill towards him, inquired about his absence. When Frank explained that it was Coach Blake's directive, indicating that Blake wished to communicate through Li Wenhan, everyone fell silent. Despite Li Wenhan's commendable performance in the last game, arguably one of the key figures in the team's turnaround, his stature paled in comparison to that of Coach Blake, who had guided them thus far. With Frank using Blake as a shield, no one dared voice their dissent. "Coach Blake, are you feeling any better today? Do you need some water?" Li Wenhan asked with a smile as he entered the hospital room. Seeing Li Wenhan, Blake, reclining on the hospital bed, smiled and sat up. "Oh, Bruce, thank you, but I don't need water. I feel much better." "That's wonderful. We were all quite worried about you yesterday." Su Xiaochuan chimed in as he approached with a smile. "Please, no need to apologize. Come, sit down," Blake said kindly, gesturing for Li Wenhan to take a seat next to him. "I heard about the last game. Thankfully, with your on-the-spot guidance, the team managed to overcome a significant deficit and win. You did exceptionally well," Blake praised. "That was merely my duty," Li Wenhan replied with a humble smile. "I came here to learn from you, Coach Blake. I trust that with your guidance in today's game, they will perform even better. Any insights you have, I will relay to Frank immediately." Blake chuckled wryly. "Bruce, the reason for your visit at this moment is something you can surely guess. The notion of remote guidance and communication is merely an excuse. I know you feel quite uncomfortable about this situation, but I ask for your understanding. Coach Blake, you're jesting. I am merely a physical coach. Frank is the interim head coach of the team now," Li Wenhan replied calmly. To claim Li Wenhan harbored no resentment would be a falsehood, yet his ire was directed solely at Frank. There was no point in venting frustration at Coach Steve. "I am aware that Frank's abilities do not match yours, but he is the son of Trustee Thompson and the lead assistant coach, so I must sometimes lean toward him. The opponent we face today is not particularly strong. Even a standard performance should secure us a win. I trust Frank will not repeat the same mistakes as before. Some things I need not articulate. Frank requires this experience, and I must also consider Trustee Thompson and Oppos' reputation," Blake sincerely explained. "Coach Blake, you need not justify yourself. I understand completely, and I am grateful for the opportunity to serve as the team and Oppos' physical coach," Li Wenhan stated earnestly. Seeing Blake remain silent, Li Wenhan paused before continuing. "Though I recognize this may be a temporary arrangement, your kindness has afforded me a job. This opportunity to earn a living was precisely what I needed at the time, and I have always been grateful for your assistance." Regarding matters between him and Frank, Li Wenhan felt no need to dwell on them, acknowledging that he had overstepped his bounds. After a moment of silence, Blake finally spoke. "Bruce, I appreciate your understanding. My health may not allow me to return to my coaching position for the time being, so I wish to offer you a piece of advice. Would you be willing to hear it?" "Of course. The new coach for the Wildcats may not necessarily be Frank. The team might choose to hire a seasoned coach to replace me. Thus, remaining with the Wildcats may not serve your interests. It might be more beneficial for you to seek opportunities elsewhere," Blake advised thoughtfully. "Thank you, Coach Blake. I will leave after the season concludes," Li Wenhan nodded in agreement. The atmosphere in the hospital room grew heavy with silence, as both men were unsure of what to say next. until Blake broke the tension. Bruce, Coach Nelson once spoke highly of you. Perhaps you should give him a call. Well, let us just leave it at that. Chapter 15. The Devils' butler team. Although a flicker of temptation crossed his mind, Li Wenhan ultimately chose to forego the opportunity. He had not yet reached a point of desperation, and the remnants of his pride forbade him from such actions. It's quite all right. Coach Nelson is very accommodating. If you feel uncomfortable, I can make the call on your behalf, Black suggested with a knowing smile, picking up the antique mobile phone beside the bed to dial Nelson. After a brief exchange, he hung up. Despite his absurd pride preventing him from reaching out to Nelson, deep down, Li Wenhan yearned for Black's call to resolve his predicament. As Black conversed with Coach Nelson, Li Wenhan's gaze remained fixed upon him, his anticipation palpable. Perhaps sensing the hope in Li Wenhan's eyes, Black, without hesitation, set down the phone and remarked with a smile, "Bruce, my call was indeed timely. Mr. Nelson informed me that Coach Dave from the Wake Forest Devil and Amp, Oppos, butler team is also in need of an able assistant due to health concerns. After learning about your situation, Coach Nelson is prepared to recommend you to him. This is an excellent opportunity, and I hope you seize it." Wake Forest Devils butler team? Li Wenhan felt a sense of familiarity with the name, as if he had encountered it before. The Devil and Amp, Oppos, butler team? The Devil? The Flying Devil? Tim Duncan. As he scoured his memory for this oddly familiar name, suddenly, a realization struck him, igniting a wave of excitement. Yes, indeed, it was him. The power forward he had adored in his past life. Without question, the greatest power forward in NBA history, the master of fundamental skills, Tim Duncan, whom domestic fans affectionately referred to as the Stone Buddha. No, rather the dumb dreadlock. The infuriating fellow who once sported dreadlocks after shaving his teammates' heads. Now in 1995. Duncan would enter the draft in 1997, having promised his late mother to complete his education and not abandon his studies. This meant that Duncan was still with the Wake Forest Devil and Amp, Oppos, butler team. If Li Wenhan were to join Wake Forest, it would mean he had the chance to coach Tim Duncan. He must seize this opportunity. After all, he was the greatest power forward in history, a 5-time champion. Li Wenhan concealed his exhilaration and feigned calmness as he turned to Black, saying, "Thank you, Coach Black. I am equally grateful for Coach Nelson and Oppos' kindness and assistance. Once this event concludes, I will head over immediately. There's no rush. Let us wait for Coach Nelson's call," Black replied with a smile. Li Wenhan, striving to maintain his composure, felt himself falter, realizing how transparent his emotions had become. It was not entirely Li Wenhan and Oppos' fault, having lived 2 lives. He typically wouldn't be so superficial. However, the mere thought of potentially coaching Duncan stirred his excitement. The moment he let a hint of it slip, it was instantly detected by Black, the wily old fox, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. In Li Wenhan's view, Coach Black's coaching skills were merely average. Yet he had to admit that his interpersonal skills were commendable. Even someone like Li Wenhan found him willing to lend a helping hand, fostering goodwill, something he could easily have chosen to ignore, as the circumstances were not of his making. Filled with gratitude, Li Wenhan initiated a conversation with Black. Discovering that although Black's on-the-spot style was rather conservative, his thoughts were quite expansive, which explained his camaraderie with the seasoned Nelson. Nelson did not keep Li Wenhan and the others waiting long. Half an hour later, the call came through. With a positive response received, Li Wenhan was on the verge of embarking on his new journey as an assistant coach. "Coach Black, the game must have commenced by now. Do you need to get in touch with Frank?" Li Wenhan suddenly remembered his responsibilities. "No need, let him handle it himself," Black replied, shaking his head with a smile. I'm no longer young, and my health has been deteriorating. I want to be returning to the Wildcats as head coach next season. If the school's higher-ups wish to cultivate Frank, then let them. Whether he succeeds or fails is no longer my concern," Black stated with a smile. What a wise old man. This was Li Wenhan's final assessment of Black. Understanding Black's perspective, Li Wenhan naturally would not foolishly linger in the hospital room for the entire morning. After all, Black was still a patient, and he needed rest more than conversation, especially since he may not even wish to chat extensively. Today's game proceeded without any surprises. The Wildcats secured a steady victory, thanks to their sheer strength. Upon returning to campus, Frank was beaming, his pride evident as if the Wildcats had already clinched the championship of March Madness. Upon seeing Li Wenhan enter the gym, Frank involuntarily raised an eyebrow, snorted disdainfully, and strode into the head coach's office. In contrast to Frank's arrogance, Stoudemire and Gerard nodded in acknowledgement. Ramos, who had been benched, respectfully addressed him as coach. Don't be disheartened. Not playing in this match is no matter. Perhaps the strategy simply suited others better. The key is to enhance your skills. When the team requires you, you must be courageous enough to step up, just as you did in the last game. Li Wenhan reassured him, already aware of his situation. I understand, coach. They truly performed exceptionally well in this game, Ramos replied with a smile. Yet the disappointment lurking in his eyes was evident to anyone. After today's conditioning training, how about I assist you with defense and three-point shooting? Li Wenhan suggested, patting his shoulder with a smile. All right, thank you, coach, Ramos exclaimed with delight. Without Li Wenhan, he was merely a bench warmer. A question mark on whether he would ever play in a game. The brilliance he displayed on the court was unmatched, which deepened his gratitude and respect for Li Wenhan. Now that Li Wenhan had voluntarily offered to help him train, as a fringe player, he had no reason to refuse. Chapter 16. Confrontation. It was now the fervid season of March Madness, a time when players needed little in the way of physical conditioning, focusing instead on restorative practices and tactical drills. As the athletes engaged in recovery exercises under Frank's guidance, Li Wenhan, the strength coach, found himself with little to occupy his time, particularly as Frank had taken to targeting him. However, he paid it no mind. His departure was imminent, and he had no qualms about leaving on his own terms. When Ramos was jogging alone, Li Wenhan signaled for him to come over, having promised to assist him with his training. Yet, scarcely had they begun practicing three-point shots when Frank approached with a grim expression. What are you two doing? He demanded. Coach Frank, Coach Bruce is helping me with my three-point shots, Ramos quickly replied. Training three-point shots? Frank scoffed. Haven't you heard that the closer you are to the basket, the easier it is to score? You think you can treat three-pointers as the cornerstone of your training? You are merely a second-rate college graduate, a strength coach at best. Do not mislead my players. His derision was palpable, branding Li Wenhan as an uneducated pretender. Li Wenhan remained unfazed by Frank and Oppo's scornful assertions, recognizing that they mirrored the sentiments of the majority, including many esteemed coaches in the NBA and NCAA. Nevertheless, as someone from a future era, he understood the significance of three-point shooting more profoundly. Offense demands versatility. Possessing a solid three-point ability can, at the right moment, alter the course of a game. Li Wenhan replied calmly. Stop preaching your fallacies. Jordan and Oppo's three-point shooting was never exceptional, yet he remains the king. Frank retorted dismissively. Just because three-point shooting is not his strength does not mean he lacks the skill. Anyone can. Silence. You are merely the team's strength coach. I will manage the players and Oppo's training as I see fit. It is not your place to dictate. Frank interrupted sharply. Even if you are helping, it should involve all players, preparing them for the upcoming game. What does it mean for you two to be here training in private, disregarding the team? Frank and Oppo's face was cold, his eyes gleaming with an inscrutable light. It means nothing. Ramos needed assistance, and I merely offered some guidance. Don and Oppo's team make a mountain out of a molehill. Li Wenhan replied nonchalantly. What can a strength coach teach him? Stop misleading my players with your shallow knowledge and stick to your job, Frank sneered. The coach just adjusted my shooting form, which has been quite beneficial. Ramos attempted to interject. Shut up. I wasn't finished addressing you. Frank cut him off. He gestured toward the other players engaged in tactical drills. The rest are preparing for the next game. What about you two? Not to mention that your disregard for the team warrants punishment. Li Wenhan noticed the disapproving looks from the other players, particularly the starters. It appeared that his private coaching of Ramos had drawn ire. Although they might think he had little to impart to Ramos, his focused attention on a nearly bench-warming player was likely a source of their annoyance. Ramos, you will run 2 sets of sprints, 50%. And you, Frank continued. Since you wish to assist him, you will join him in the sprints. Frank stroked his chin thoughtfully. Coach Frank, Bruce is just. Enough chatter. I am ordering you to run sprints. Now go. All right, Coach Frank. Ramos resignedly conceded and began to run. Meanwhile, Li Wenhan remained rooted in place, a sardonic expression on his face, further inciting Frank and Oppo's ire. What is this? Is it a crime for me to discipline you as the head coach? Frank mocked. Quite the contrary, Li Wenhan replied coolly. Then why are you still standing there? I'm afraid I submitted my resignation to Coach Blake yesterday. I believe I can leave early now, Li Wenhan said, regarding him with indifference. You are still in this venue, so you must adhere to my orders. I have yet to sign your resignation. Frank and Oppo's face darkened. I work for Coach Blake, not for you, whom I disdain. Stop trying to assert your authority over me. I am no longer the team's strength coach. Then get as far away as you can. You really think you're something special? Frank retorted, his face hardening. What do you intend to do, you fool? Quiet. Li Wenhan suddenly shot back, his voice firm. You would do well to heed my warning and not provoke me further. I am no longer part of your team. Spare me your posturing. Do you wish to forfeit your salary? Frank threatened, his bravado faltering. That meager salary is hardly worth keeping. Good dogs don't obstruct the way, so get lost. Li Wenhan dismissed him with a derisive glance. As Li Wenhan turned to leave, Ramos called out urgently, Coach. Li Wenhan halted mid-stride, turning back with a smile. Ramos, you are a talented young man. I believe that with diligence, you will forge a bright future. Regrettably, I can no longer assist you. I will be leaving the day after tomorrow, if you wish. After tomorrow's game, you can find me, and I can offer you some personal advice. I would like that, Ramos exclaimed, but quickly glanced at Frank and the other starters, lowering his head in embarrassment. Coach, we have a game tomorrow afternoon. I might not be able to make it. Oh, I understand. Perhaps our paths will cross again, Li Wenhan replied with a wistful smile as he exited. As Li Wenhan walked through the verdant campus of the University of Arizona, he felt a sudden lightness in his heart. Having been here for some time, it was clear that a change was in order. Thus, he resolved to embark on his next journey. Wake Forest Demon Deacons, here I come. Chapter 17 earlier. He genuinely intended to assist Ramos in formulating a growth plan tailored to his needs. However, it was evident that he relinquished this aspiration due to certain pressures. Although Ramos's recent performance caused him some discomfort, Li Wenhan understood that it was a natural occurrence. After all, he had departed without any burdens. While Ramos had to continue enduring with the Wildcats, unable to offend either Frank or the core players. In Li Wenhan's perspective, Ramos possessed a modicum of talent. Yet his shortcomings were glaringly apparent. His archetype should resemble that of a spatial three-point shooter akin to Lowry of the future Rockets, one who does not monopolize the ball. Adeptly navigates the court and delivers judicious three-point shots from appropriate positions. Defensively, he was equally unremarkable, lacking in speed and strength, barely managing to keep pace with his defenders. Overall, he fell below the acceptable threshold. Moreover, Ramos exhibited a commendable trait, his psychological resilience. This was evident in the last match, where a player who had scarcely seen the court managed to make an impact upon entry, a quality that is indeed rare. This was one of the aspects Li Wenhan admired most about him, although his shooting percentage during that game benefited from Nelson's endorsement. The mere daring to take shots distinguished him from many others. Players of this microwave caliber were precisely the type that Li Wenhan favored, those who train diligently off the court and possess a clear understanding of their roles during gameplay. Willing to step up courageously when the team requires it, playing with intellect rather than instinct. Such players, if they can intelligently identify their positions and persistently hone their skills, can achieve remarkable feats. Yet, most individuals lack this self-awareness, unwilling to concede that they might be born as supporting characters. Li Wenhan was no exception. 2 days later, on a bright morning, Li Wenhan arrived punctually at the entrance of the Wake Forest University basketball arena. Having made his decision, he felt no need for further indecision, for he had never been one to dawdle. Hello, I am looking for Coach Dave, he addressed a player who was stretching on the gym floor. Upon turning, the player revealed a familiar poker face that Li Wenhan recognized instantly, despite the youthful visage that differed from his memories. Duncan? The sight of his former idol elicited an involuntary expression of surprise from Li Wenhan. Duncan, however, merely regarded him with an impassive gaze and calmly responded. Coach Dave is in his office. Would you like me to escort you there? Yes, thank you. By now, Li Wenhan had regained his composure, while Duncan maintained his usual stoic demeanor as they proceeded forward. As a star player at Wake Forest University, it was hardly unusual for someone to call out his name. Although Duncan had his suspicions regarding Li Wenhan's background, he did not display any outward signs, understanding that performing well in the game was of utmost importance. Knock, knock. Knock. Come in. Coach, someone is here for you. I've brought him over, Duncan announced as he stepped aside to reveal Li Wenhan. Hello, Coach Dave. I am Li Wenhan. Referred by Mr. Nelson for an assistant coach interview, Li Wenhan said, bowing politely. Oh, I know. Coach Nelson called me. Please, come in. Coach Dave, whose hair was nearly gray, greeted him warmly. Thank you. Li Wenhan calmly took a seat opposite the desk, fully aware that he might be at a pivotal moment in his destiny. Tim, wait a moment. This is Mr. Li Wenhan, recommended by Coach Nelson. He might become our assistant coach. You should join us for a discussion, Coach Dave suggested with a smile. Is that all right? Duncan inquired, not directing his question at Coach Dave, but rather at Li Wenhan, showcasing his impressive emotional intelligence beneath his impassive exterior. Of course, I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to converse with both Coach Dave and you, Li Wenhan replied with a smile. Naturally, he would not decline Coach Dave's proposal. If he could persuade Coach Dave during this interview and also win over Tim Duncan, it would be a remarkable achievement. All right, Duncan assented, pulling over a nearby chair to sit down. Now, Bruce, if you are prepared, we can proceed to the main topic, Coach Dave said with a smile. Absolutely, Li Wenhan replied, sitting up straight. Li, I would like to inquire your thoughts on the Bulls' triangle offense. Coach Dave posed the question. In that instant, Li Wenhan recognized the underlying challenge of Coach Dave and Amp Oppo's question, or rather, the critical evaluation of his capabilities it entailed. Coach Dave and Amp Oppo's assistant, too, regarded Li Wenhan with keen interest, curious about this young man whom Coach Nelson had highly recommended. Under their watchful gazes, Li Wenhan remained silent for about a minute before responding. I believe the Bulls execute the triangle offense exceptionally well, and it aligns beautifully with Jordan and Amp Oppo's abilities. As soon as he uttered these words, Li Wenhan keenly sensed a waning of amusement in Coach Dave and Oppo's eyes. Clearly, this answer did not satisfy him. After all, such a statement was merely a repetition of common knowledge. If the Bulls' triangle offense were ineffective, how could they have secured the NBA championship? If it did not cater to Jordan and Amp Oppo's strengths, how could he have achieved the finals MVP with such divine prowess? This response was utterly uninspired, devoid of any notable insight or persuasive power. Yet, if Li Wenhan had chosen to be contrarian and claimed that the Bulls and Oppo's triangle offense was ineffective, it would have been an egregious attempt to seek attention. This was the trap of Coach Dave's question. Those who had not delved deeply into the triangle offense or lacked thorough analysis would find it nearly impossible to respond adequately. Undoubtedly, Li Wenhan had stumbled. However, in the face of their scrutiny, Li Wenhan remained unperturbed. With a calm smile, he continued, every team has its unique style of play, primarily dictated by the capabilities of its players. Among the myriad teams in the NBA, only the Bulls have successfully implemented the triangle offense, largely due to the presence of Jordan and Pippen, along with a cadre of intelligent role players who understand their positions. This is the essence of their success. Still lacking substance. Duncan subtly shook his head. Yet, Coach Dave's gaze shifted, narrowing as he looked at Li Wenhan. Oh, please elaborate further. Chapter 18. Have you watched my game? In my perspective, both Princeton and the triangle offense fundamentally revolve around continuous movement and ball circulation, creating space to generate mismatches. This enables players with superior individual skills within the team to easily exploit these mismatches and secure scoring opportunities, thus ensuring a higher offensive success rate. Although these two approaches share certain similarities, the triangle offense imposes greater demands on players compared to Princeton, while also proving to be more efficient. Conversely, Princeton's requirements for players are relatively simpler, yet its movement patterns are more intricate, leading to a naturally longer offensive duration. Therefore, in the shorter possession times typical of the NBA, the triangle offense is more effectively executed. In contrast, the longer possession times in the NCAA may align better with Princeton and Amp Oppo's style, making it more marketable. At this point, Li Wenhan paused, lifting his gaze to meet Coach Dave and Duncan, who were attentively listening to his explanation. Duncan maintained his usual stoic demeanor, while Coach Dave smiled encouragingly for him to continue. With a slight smile playing on his lips, Li Wenhan resumed, stating, the triangle offense can be considered an inherently structured offensive strategy. Its primary aim is to create space for core players, allowing for seamless ball movement and side transitions, thereby complicating the opponent and Oppo's ability to execute effective traps instantly. The team's core players must possess well-rounded skills and be willing to make sacrifices in certain areas to ensure a fluid offensive execution, rather than merely relying on individual one-on-one matchups. It should facilitate rapid ball movement, enabling more confident players to take the shot. While the current Chicago Bulls are often celebrated for Jordan's ball-dominant plays, showcasing his unparalleled scoring prowess, the essence of the triangle offense actually discourages prolonged ball dominance by any single player, even if that player is Jordan. A thorough data analysis would reveal that since the Bulls' last three-peat, they have not had a true core point guard. The triangle offense lacks a definitive organizing core, and Jordan does not fit the mold of a ball-dominant nucleus either. He often engaged in creating space alongside teammates, facilitating strong and weak side transitions, ultimately assuming a finishing role. That was the most brilliant exposition of the triangle offense I have ever heard, exclaimed Coach Dave. unable to contain his excitement as he slapped the table, only to be followed by a fit of coughing. Cough, cough. Coach, are you all right? Both Duncan and Li Wenhan queried simultaneously, momentarily taken aback and sharing a brief smile. Cough, cough. I just choked a little. I'm fine. No need to worry. Coach Dave waved his hand dismissively. Coach, you really should take better care of yourself, Duncan remarked, his typically impassive face betraying a hint of concern. It's nothing. Coach Dave replied with a smile, gesturing for Li Wenhan. It seems I no longer need to evaluate you. Tim has already vouched for you. Li Wenhan noted the shared smile between him and Duncan, recognizing that it was no small feat to elicit a smile from the usually stoic Duncan. I am equally pleased to gain your approval, Li Wenhan responded modestly, though internally he was elated, a smile barely contained at the corners of his mouth. Then, welcome to the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, Coach Dave said, rising to extend his hand. Li Wenhan promptly shook his hand, sincerely expressing, thank you for this opportunity, Coach. I will certainly do my utmost to assist you. And Tim, I will do my best to support him as well. Excellent, splendid. As you know, my health isn't the best, so I will need you to take on many of the coaching responsibilities, including regular training sessions and some games. I hope you will shoulder this burden swiftly, Coach Dave said earnestly. Absolutely, Coach Dave. If possible, I would like to join the team training tomorrow, Li Wenhan affirmed resolutely. Oh, look at me, getting forgetful in my old age. I will arrange for someone to assist you in applying for a faculty dormitory shortly. You have brought your luggage, right? Today is mainly for settling in. If you wish, you can come to the gym at 9 tomorrow morning, Coach Dave instructed with a smile. Understood, Coach Dave. I will be there on time, Li Wenhan replied, unable to suppress his smile. Tim, please take Li to find Pret, so he can assist with the accommodation arrangements. I will call him shortly, Coach Dave instructed cheerfully. Sure thing. Thank you, Coach Dave. See you tomorrow morning, Li Wenhan smiled and followed Duncan out. Tim, do you think your team is suited for the triangle offense? Li Wenhan inquired as they walked towards the office. I believe we can manage. This season we primarily focus on the triangle offense and pick-and-roll strategies, Duncan responded, becoming more conversational once he warmed up to the topic. With you on the team. The pick-and-roll is indeed a fitting approach, Li Wenhan nodded. Are you suggesting that we aren't ideally suited for the triangle offense? Duncan perceptively detected the underlying implication in Li Wenhan's words. Well, it's not that you're unsuited. Rather, relative to the triangle offense, the pick and roll may serve you better. The triangle offense might not fully exploit your capabilities, Li Wenhan clarified. Could you elaborate further? Of course, no problem. As I mentioned when addressing Coach Dave and Appos' question, any strategy must consider the suitability of the players involved. The Chicago Bulls' triangle offense thrived due to having Jordan, a player with exceptional individual offensive abilities, along with teammates who were not only skilled but also willing to defer. The key is that he could dominate the game. And while you can undoubtedly achieve that as well, your skill sets differ significantly from his. Although both of you excel at both offense and defense, there is no doubt that Jordan and Appos' offensive prowess surpasses his defensive skills, while I perceive your defensive capabilities to be superior to your offensive ones. The triangle offense is not merely a single sharp blade. Finding perimeter players who complement your style may prove challenging, which could render it less effective than the pick and roll. Have you watched my game? Chapter 19 Enlightenment from Duncan and Appos' words. Li Wenhan could detect a hint of defiance, which momentarily left him astonished. Is this still the stone Buddha? Duncan, who remains unfazed by any situation in my memory. However, he quickly realized that the Duncan before him was not the psychology master and Appos' five-time champion of the future, but merely a junior student who hasn't been youthful. Which young prodigy is devoid of pride? The taciturn genius often possesses an even greater sense of arrogance, especially when history has proven that this young man before him is indeed not much inferior to Jordan. In that moment, Li Wenhan attained enlightenment. Although he possessed memories from his past life, many were merely ingrained impressions from the future at this present moment. They were ultimately somewhat different from the figures in his memories of the future. In response to Duncan and Appos' inquiry, Li Wenhan did not provide a direct answer, but instead offered a gentle smile. If I were to tell you that I conducted an in-depth study of you before arriving here, would you believe me? Not only have I watched your game footage, but I have also devised an effective plan aimed at maximizing your potential. Duncan and Appos' expression changed as he raised his head to meet the smiling Li Wenhan and Appos' gaze. I suppose I should believe you. In light of Duncan and Appos' reaction, Li Wenhan merely smiled non-committally and chose not to elaborate further. Is it convenient for you to show me the plan now? Li Wenhan chuckled, patting Duncan's shoulder. Perhaps you should first take me to the dormitory. Otherwise, I might find myself sleeping on the streets tonight. Duncan appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. The administration will be here shortly. After locating Pratt to arrange accommodation for Li Wenhan, Duncan did not depart immediately. Instead, he assisted him with his luggage, which prompted Pratt to cast a few surprised glances in his direction. Thanks to Coach Dave's support, Pratt arranged a rather decent dormitory for Li Wenhan, specifically a faculty apartment at Wake Forest University. The apartment comprised a modest one-bedroom, one living room, one kitchen, and one bathroom layout. While the space was not expansive, it was well-planned and suited for a bachelor like Li Wenhan. The bedroom was small, containing only a simple single bed and a bare desk opposite, devoid of any items. The living room, however, was reasonably furnished with a nearly new sofa set and a small coffee table, alongside a television cabinet that was equally bare. To the left of the bedroom door lay a small bathroom, while the right housed a rudimentary kitchen. Upon entering, one would find a small cabinet in the corner, which, as expected, was empty. By the window, there was a long table with an uncertainly functioning induction cooker, and that was the entirety of the kitchen and Appos' contents. Li Wenhan couldn't and Appos' help but stifle a remark, thinking, at least provide me with a sink for washing vegetables. I can and Appos' possibly avoid washing them. It seemed he would have to eat out for the next few days. The prospect of cooking for himself was a distant dream. During his time at the University of Arizona, Li Wenhan had already navigated the intricacies of life in America. The idea of going out for Chinese food was practically impossible. Given the scarcity of Chinese restaurants, far removed from the global culinary portrayal often seen in future media, even attempting to procure basic ingredients for cooking was a challenge, as many of the vegetables he desired were simply unavailable. Not to mention, even the most common spices eluded him. After spending considerable time at the University of Arizona, he had yet to find them all. If there are no issues, you can move in today, Pratt stated. Generally, there are no problems. But I might need to trouble you with two things, Li Wenhan replied thoughtfully. What are they? Speak up, Pratt responded with a hint of impatience. Originally, it had been a casual inquiry, but he hadn't and Appos' anticipated that this yellow-skinned Chinese man would indeed have requests. As he was waiting to take his girlfriend out for dinner that evening, Li Wenhan was unfazed by Pratt's tone. After all, he was a guest in this new environment. Having just arrived and serving as an assistant coach, it's only natural for others to be indifferent to him. There's only a faucet in the kitchen. Could you find someone to install a vegetable washing basin? I'm new here and unsure of whom to ask for installation. All right. I'll have someone come by tomorrow to install it. Pratt didn't make a fuss over this reasonable request. The second matter was, as an assistant coach for the basketball team, I require a television and a video recorder from a professional standpoint. I believe the school should provide these essentials, as they are standard equipment. Pratt hesitated, recalling that during his time at the University of Arizona, they had such items readily available, even for strength coaches. Our school should continue to supply these basic necessities. If not, I could ask Coach Dave for assistance later, he said, feigning ignorance. Li Wenhan recognized that Pratt was reluctant to provide these items, merely wanting to brush him off. He had deliberately brought up his experience at the University of Arizona to caution Li Wenhan. However, he was not overly concerned about Pratt and Appos' resistance, as Duncan stood nearby, and he had just made a point of mentioning Coach Dave. Nevertheless, he was not fabricating tales. Many university coaching staff members indeed had such equipment in their apartments, though not universally. After all, modern tactical studies heavily rely on video analysis, making these items essential. All right, you needn't trouble Coach Dave. I'll arrange for a television and a video recorder to be delivered later. However, please understand that while I will provide these, it is best not to discuss it with others, you understand. Pratt shrugged. I comprehend. Thank you, Li Wenhan replied politely, turning to see Duncan, who appeared unfazed, slightly raising an eyebrow in acknowledgement of the amusement in his eyes. Tim, do you still need to return for practice? Li Wenhan inquired immediately after Pratt departed. No. Practice is complete for today, Duncan replied. Okay, are you interested in discussing your plans with me now? Chapter 20. Training attitude in response to Li Wenhan's invitation. Duncan was naturally willing. Thus, the two engaged in a prolonged exchange until nightfall, only roused from their discourse when their stomachs began to rumble. Oh, it's nearly 7 o'clock. Shall we go out for dinner? Li Wenhan said, glancing at the time with a hint of embarrassment. Thank you, Coach, Duncan replied earnestly, his gaze fixed on Li Wenhan. Though his eyes brimmed with sincerity, his expression remained largely unchanged, even as he expressed his gratitude. You needn't, and Oppos, to be so formal, as your coach. Facilitating your improvement is my foremost duty, Li Wenhan replied with a smile. With memories from his past life, he was acutely aware of Duncan's future career trajectory and recognized that even someone renowned for their fundamental skills had areas for enhancement. While these might not strictly be termed shortcomings, Li Wenhan believed that Duncan certainly had room for growth in these aspects, and the enhanced version of him would undoubtedly surpass his future self. For Duncan, Li Wenhan's insights often struck a chord, addressing matters he needed to heed. He was greatly satisfied with Li Wenhan's vision for his future. It seemed true, as Li Wenhan had claimed, that prior to joining the Devil's Forest team, he had conducted a thorough analysis of himself. Otherwise, he would not have articulated such observations. Remarkably, even Coach Dave had never provided such detailed feedback, which explained Duncan's heartfelt gratitude towards Li Wenhan. In truth, had it not been for fulfilling his mother's wishes, a prodigy like him would have already entered the NBA draft by now. Yet, as a young man, he was inevitably filled with aspirations for the future while also harboring some trepidation about the unknown. Engaging in such meticulous discussions about his career path with Li Wenhan was undeniably a source of great joy for Duncan. Coach, I eagerly anticipate every game we will share together, Duncan said, a rare smile gracing his face. Who said Duncan was expressionless, always maintaining the same demeanor? That was quite a lovely sentiment. Li Wenhan responded, equally pleased. I too am looking forward to it. You are the finest interior player I have encountered. Now that darkness has descended, let's grab a bite, Li Wenhan added, his smile unwavering. The school cafeteria is probably closed, Duncan remarked, lacking in social finesse. I don't and Oppos, to even have a meal card. Even if the cafeteria were open, I doubt they would serve me, Li Wenhan said playfully, raising his hands in mock surrender. It seems we must venture outside to eat. It's my treat. That may not be appropriate. You just joined our team and have yet to earn a salary, Duncan replied. Really? Do you all speak so bluntly? Li Wenhan thought, feeling a pang of frustration. Rest assured, I still have some funds, at the very least. I can afford this meal. Recommend a place, preferably your favorite, Li Wenhan said with a grin. All right, let us go to the fast food joint at the school entrance. Sounds good. Just as they prepared to leave for dinner, personnel arranged by Pret arrived, delivering a large television and a classic VCR from the last century. However, these items were evidently secondhand, barely in fair condition, likely acquired from someone else. Li Wenhan felt there was little to comment on. Their request had been fulfilled, and one could hardly expect a brand new set for someone who was not a prominent figure at the school. It was commendable enough that they managed to provide an antiquated relic from the warehouse, considering he was not exactly a celebrity. After a simple meal at the school entrance that was rather unpalatable, Li Wenhan strolled through the campus, reminiscing about his university days in his previous life. Alone, he felt the absence of a beautiful companion by his side, though even that lovely figure had departed from him in his past. Reflecting on his previous life, Li Wenhan pressed his fingers to his temples, shaking his head with a wry smile as he meandered back to his new dormitory. The following morning, Li Wenhan arrived at the basketball court half an hour early. As he approached the entrance, he heard the sounds of practice within. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of none other than Tim Duncan practicing. In a world filled with prodigies, those who truly achieve success are invariably those who are diligent. Talent alone, without effort, often fades like a fleeting flower. Even the legendary Jordan, revered as the god of basketball, was known for his relentless training, while Kobe, slightly less gifted, was famously recognized for his hard work, ultimately surpassing others in his field. Though Li Wenhan had not heard of Duncan's rigorous training regimen in his previous life, he had also never heard claims of him being lax. Tim, have you finished warming up? Li Wenhan inquired with a smile as he approached. Yes, we can proceed to the next phase of training, Duncan replied, his expression as impassive as ever while practicing basic ball handling. All right, let us start with shooting. I'll help retrieve the balls. After they had completed 3 sets of drills, other team members began to trickle in. Seeing Duncan engaged in practice appeared to be a common sight, as players gathered in groups, chatting and laughing. With not a single one warming up, Li Wenhan frowned subtly, addressing Duncan. If I recall correctly, practice is scheduled to start at 10. Yes, that's how it's always been, Duncan replied, understanding the nature of Li Wenhan's inquiry. Does Coach Dave not oversee this? The madness of March has concluded for us. A third of the team consists of seniors graduating this year, and in a month, they will leave this school entirely, Duncan stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing Duncan and Oppos' words, Li Wenhan immediately understood but pressed further. What was their training attitude like previously? Certainly better than now. It was standard practice. Arrive on time and leave on time. Duncan's response was succinct and to the point. He knew that Li Wenhan's question was not aimed at the soon-to-be graduates, but rather at those who would continue to share the court with him in the future. If you can instigate change in them, that would be most beneficial. Chapter 21. The friendly match. Upon hearing Duncan and Apos' words, Li Wenhan couldn't help but chuckle. He mused about how such a dedicated and earnest individual could possibly tolerate a teammate with such a carefree attitude. Rest assured, I shall take care of this, Li Wenhan exclaimed with a smile. The presence of this unfamiliar figure, Li Wenhan, on the court inevitably made him the center of attention, especially since he was training alongside Duncan, offering guidance at every turn. However, neither Duncan nor Li Wenhan introduced themselves until Coach Dave arrived. Gather around. With the sound of a whistle, all members of the Devil's Forest team lined up in front of Coach Dave and Li Wenhan. I trust you have noticed a new face in our midst. This is our new assistant coach, Bruce Lee. Li, please introduce yourself, Coach Dave said with a warm smile. Certainly, Li Wenhan responded, stepping forward. My name is Li Wenhan, and I previously served with the Arizona Wildcats. I am thrilled to join the Devil's Forest team as Coach Dave and Apos' assistant, and I look forward to collaborating with all of you. I hope we can work together to achieve greatness in the days to come. Li Wenhan's brief speech was rather unremarkable, merely conventional, failing to capture the players' attention. The team had long been in need of an assistant coach, and given Coach Dave and Apos' well-known health issues, the hiring of an assistant was hardly surprising. All right. Let us proceed to training, Coach Dave stated, clapping his hands. Once the players dispersed, Coach Dave pointed to a young African-American man in his late 20s. This is Carlos. He is also an assistant coach, primarily responsible for strength training and scouting. You've met Lee. Hello, and Apos. It's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to working together, Carlos said politely, extending his hand. Likewise, we will learn from one another, Li Wenhan replied, shaking his hand with a smile. He appreciated the goodwill, sensing no resentment from Carlos regarding his new position. Now that everyone is acquainted, Carlos, please take Lee to familiarize him with the team. Coach Dave instructed with a grin. Certainly, please follow me. In the blink of an eye. It had already been 5 days since Li Wenhan joined the Devil's Forest team. During this time, Coach Dave had only visited the gym twice, spending most of his time recuperating at home. Thus, Li Wenhan had taken the reins of the training sessions, adhering closely to the plans Coach Dave had previously established, making adjustments only as necessary for Duncan. The team harbored no objections. Many soon-to-graduate players had already begun to leave. And with the star player Duncan training diligently under Li Wenhan's direction, there was little room for dissent. Today, Coach Dave returned to the gym to find the team performing admirably under Li Wenhan and Apos' guidance, prompting a satisfied nod from him. After observing for a while, he beckoned Li Wenhan and Carlos to his office. Take a seat. The reason I called you here is twofold. Firstly, we have a warm-up match against the University of Virginia in 2 days, and Lee, you will be in charge. Secondly, recruitment is about to commence. We have lost many veteran players this year, so our task is quite heavy. I'll leave this matter in Carlos and Apos' capable hands, Coach Dave outlined. Understood, Coach Dave. Carlos nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing Li Wenhan's hesitance to speak, Coach Dave smiled and said, Lee, do you have something to say? Well, Li Wenhan began, Coach Dave. May I participate in the recruitment process? Of course, Coach Dave replied with a smile. In all fairness, Carlos is more familiar with this aspect. But you are certainly welcome to be involved. Thank you, Coach Dave. I have conducted similar research with the Wildcats and have observed a few promising candidates that I would like to engage with, Li Wenhan said cautiously. I am delighted to see your proactive approach. As you all know, my health is quite fragile. I cannot predict whether I will be able to endure the next season. So I hope you will bear the burden for me. I wish for you all to mature swiftly and take this responsibility from my shoulders so that I may retire sooner. Especially you, Lee. I can see the admiration Tim has for you, and I hold great hopes for your future. Coach Dave spoke earnestly. Coach Dave, your health will be fine. Li Wenhan began, but Coach Dave raised his hand to silence him. I am well aware of my condition, and I appreciate your concern. My greatest desire is for our team to win the Madness Championship. Regrettably, despite having Duncan, we have yet to advance further. Lee, I admire your talents, and I hope you can help lighten my load so I can achieve my dreams sooner. I believe Carlos feels the same, Coach Dave continued. I concur with Coach Dave. Carlos added, Coach, I will not let you down, Li Wenhan declared, confidence radiating from his eyes. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the day of the warm-up match against the University of Virginia. This game would undoubtedly serve as an assessment for Li Wenhan. His ability to deliver a satisfactory performance hinged on his coaching skills today. Although he was most familiar with Duncan, he recognized the potential in the other players as well. After days of familiarization, he had devised what he believed to be the most suitable lineup, as the whistle blew to signal the start of the match. The friendly contest between Wake Forest University and the University of Virginia commenced. Chapter 22, Tactical Shift as both teams have withdrawn from the fierce March Madness competition. A certain degree of attrition has occurred among the players. However, the Devil and Appos Butler team has suffered a notably more severe depletion. They can scarcely be considered a full team, with only Duncan and a diminutive guard, Brad, remaining among the core players. The rest are mere substitutes, or rather, a majority of them are players who would not even see the court. Once a starting lineup is cobbled together, the remaining players are simply the backups of the backups, leaving the entire team short of even 10 players. Undoubtedly, Coach Dave and Appos' remarks are not mere hyperbole. This year and Appos' team must infuse new and superior talent, or else. Relying solely on Duncan, the performance next year may not surpass that of this year. It would be a disservice not only to Duncan, a player destined for the pantheon of the greatest in history, but also to Coach Dave's aspirations of winning an NCAA championship, which now seem indefinitely postponed. In light of this situation, Li Wenhan has formulated a contingency plan, which explains his proactive involvement in recruitment. However, upon arriving here, his recollections from a past life have become somewhat muddled. He remains uncertain whether the individuals from his memories are still willing to forego the NBA draft stage. Nevertheless, such concerns are secondary. The foremost priority is the impending warm-up match. Coach Dave is indeed present, seated in the audience behind, though Li Wenhan is unaware of this. As the undisputed height of the court, Li Wenhan has chosen to position Duncan at the center position for this game, a shift that has caused some disorientation among both opponents and teammates. Yet, Li Wenhan is confident in this adjustment and believes that Duncan will manage everything seamlessly without further elaboration. In the annals of history, Duncan is universally acknowledged as the preeminent power forward, a status that remains largely uncontested, save for the legendary Coach Mars. In fact, throughout Duncan and Appos' illustrious career, he has spent a significant portion playing the center position, often outperforming traditional centers. As anticipated, the initial jump ball was effortlessly directed by Duncan. He is still the soaring demon, not merely a relic of the past. Before the basketball even touches the ground, the Devil and Appos' Butler team and Appos' shooting guard, Perky, deftly seizes control of the ball. However, instead of attacking immediately, he opts to pass to Brad, allowing him to bring the ball steadily into the front court, awaiting the positioning of all players, especially Duncan. Once Duncan has established his position near the left free throw line, Brad, using Perky's screen, delivers the ball into Duncan's awaiting hands. Duncan's opponent is a prototypical rough-and-tumble inside player, not significantly shorter than Duncan, yet possessing a robust physique, pressing against Duncan from behind. With a subtle shoulder shimmy, Duncan shifts the opponent and Appos' center of gravity, creating a sliver of space, before leaping to execute a signature bank shot at a 45-degree angle, setting the tone for the match. Upon resuming play, the head coach of the University of Virginia is acutely aware that his team cannot rival the Devil and Appos' Forest Butler team in the paint. Consequently, their guards advance the ball to the front court without waiting for their forwards to position themselves, promptly passing to the small forward in the corner. They then initiate a pick and roll, allowing their shooting guard to receive the ball just inside the three-point line. Facing the poorly positioned defender from the Devil and Appos' Forest Butler team, Dan Mayer, he rises for a mid-range jumper, concluding the first exchange. The initial exchange of tentative maneuvers has drawn to a close. Li Wenhan nods slightly, surmising the opponent's strategy. In the subsequent plays, Li Wenhan refrains from making any distinct arrangements as the Devil and Appos' Forest continues to employ their customary approach of external ball movement leading to interior plays. This involves waiting for Duncan to establish his position before feeding him the ball, allowing Duncan to initiate the offense. If he encounters resistance, the ball is then passed back out to Brad for reorganization. At this juncture, Duncan typically positions himself at the 45-degree angle beyond the free throw line to set screens for the ball handlers. However, their offensive tactics are rather simplistic. Most often, They opt for penetrating the paint for layups or jump shots, or simply return the ball to Duncan, resulting in an overly straightforward strategy that leaves Li Wenhan shaking his head in disapproval. This team and Oppo's overwhelming reliance on Duncan is evident. Many of the original starters have graduated, and these former substitutes inevitably play tentatively. The strategies devised by Coach Dave have not been executed effectively. In several consecutive exchanges, Duncan engages in a physical battle with the opponent's brutish center, while their power forward occasionally joins in to apply pressure. Though Duncan's effectiveness remains largely intact, the opponent's intent is clear: to wear him down defensively. Li Wenhan raises his hand to call a timeout. At this point, only 7 minutes into the first half, both teams have played reasonably well, with neither gaining a significant advantage. Strictly speaking, they hold a slight edge due to Duncan and Oppo's presence. Yet, Li Wenhan is far from satisfied. Having Duncan as a formidable asset should afford them a clear advantage over a group of players whose futures remain uncertain. What a joke. In fact, when he observes the team struggling to find their rhythm, Li Wenhan's mind immediately drifts to Nelson's expectations. However, he quickly dismisses this thought, recognizing that such a precious card should not be squandered in a mere exhibition match. Moreover, Duncan is not ideally suited for a fast-paced game. Teams with a superstar in the paint rarely thrive in such a style. Why exhaust players with exceptional scoring capabilities and robust defense in a fast break? To expect legends like O and Oppo's, Neil, Duncan, and Elijah to engage in a frantic pace is absurd. If they cannot prevail against this unremarkable team, how can he justify his position as a coach, claiming to have Duncan under his tutelage? Once the players return to the bench, Li Wenhan seizes a tactical board and begins to diagram. Tim, you are the cornerstone of our offense and defense, but I do not wish to see you engage in isolation plays any longer. While your efficiency in this regard has been commendable, it should not be our primary means of victory, nor is it sustainable for your energy levels. I need you to focus on defense moving forward. Refrain from demanding the ball deep in the paint. Instead, elevate your position and process the ball as we practiced. All of you must remember that every offensive possession should be directed through Tim, while you execute the movements we rehearsed before the game. Do you understand? Understood. The response, however, lacks conviction. Chapter 23. Let us do it. Li Wenhan's eyes flickered momentarily before he continued. Damar, I recall your shooting skills are commendable. Why did you hesitate to attempt a three-pointer when you found yourself open just now? Brad, Tim had already cleared the lane. Why did you opt to pass instead of taking it to the basket? If you cannot seize the opportunity when you are unguarded, perhaps it is time for someone else to take your place. Coach, why enough with the excuses? I am the coach of this team, and you all better listen closely. Whenever the opportunity arises, I expect you to shoot decisively. You are the future of this team. Do you truly want our future to consist of players who are too timid to take open shots? Missing is acceptable. But if you cannot muster the courage to shoot when the chance presents itself, then step aside. My team does not require cowards. Upon hearing these words, many players felt their faces flush with embarrassment, their gazes towards Li Wenhan filled with defiance, perhaps even tinged with resentment. Yet, he remained unfazed. What he sought was cohesion within the team, the maximization of Duncan's abilities, and ultimately, a resounding victory. Achieving this solely through Duncan was undoubtedly unfeasible. He needed to galvanize all the players, even if it meant employing such humiliating rhetoric. Now, it is time for you to prove whether you are cowards or warriors on the court. I hope to be proven wrong. Tim, focus on your defensive rotations and control the boards. Li Wenhan commanded sternly with a wave of his hand. Understood, Duncan replied succinctly, while there were indeed some headstrong players. Upon observing Duncan and Oppo's response, they filed onto the court without a backward glance, silently resolving to show their mettle. The moment Li Wenhan and Oppo's words spurred them on, their morale visibly shifted. When Damar brought the ball up the court, he instinctively sought out Duncan in the paint, only to discover that Duncan had already moved to set a screen for Alexander. The interior was relatively open, and the other players effectively executed Li Wenhan's strategy, with Virginia's perimeter players largely drawn out. Recalling Li Wenhan and Oppo's earlier remarks, Damar, confronted by a closely guarding defender, dribbled left and then quickly pulled back, successfully penetrating through the defense with the aid of an opponent and Oppo's screen, scoring with a rapid layup. Damar appeared to be fueled by a surge of determination, prompting a light chuckle from Li Wenhan. Although Damar did not adhere strictly to Li Wenhan's game plan, his decisiveness and shooting had markedly improved, leading Li Wenhan to decide to observe a bit longer. Virginia continued with their customary pick-and-roll, scoring with a mid-range shot. However, on the next possession, DeMar again utilized Duncan's south screen to drive into the paint, only to have his shot swatted away, altering Li Wenhan and Oppo's expression, as anticipated on the following play. When Duncan set another screen, DeMar again used it to attack the basket, but this time he opted to pass to Alexander on the opposite side. Alexander, having barely settled the ball, was quickly met by a defender. However, he adeptly passed it to Duncan, who, upon receiving the ball for the first time since the timeout, did not force the issue. Instead, he drove to the basket, drawing two defenders before dishing it to the wide-open Katas. As a brawny force in the paint, Katas had no difficulty completing a powerful dunk on an empty net. Yet, after Virginia scored again in a similar manner, Li Wenhan could no longer remain seated. He rose decisively to call another timeout, while the Virginia head coach still wore a smug smile. I will reiterate, we will play according to my strategy from here on out, with Tim as the focal point for distributing the ball. The others must move actively, drawing their defenders, while Alexander and Perky weave through the corners. When you receive an open pass, shoot without hesitation. We will also adjust our defensive strategy. After Li Wenhan's revisions, DeMar hesitated to drive into the paint once more. Instead, he passed to Duncan, who received the ball high and distributed it to Perky, who had moved to the right side. Though Perky had space to shoot, perhaps lacking confidence, he hesitated slightly, allowing the defense to recover. However, just before the opposing power forward could close in, he returned the ball to Duncan and took a step left, attempting a less-than-ideal shot. Yet, that brief delay was sufficient for Duncan. Upon receiving the ball, he took a step right and raised his hand to shoot, drawing the opposing small forward for a double team. His eyes remained fixed on the basket, but his deft movement allowed him to pass to Alexander, who comfortably finished with a layup despite the returning center and Oppo's defense. Beautiful. Just like that. Li Wenhan internally applauded both Duncan and Alexander. Duncan and Oppo's vision during the pass was exceptional, and Alexander displayed great intelligence. This classic small-to-large play was executed exquisitely, taking merely 7 seconds. And it was precisely this type of offensive play that Li Wenhan yearned to witness. On the ensuing defensive possession, Duncan showcased his elite defensive prowess, dominating the paint and transforming the key into a no-fly zone. The other players adhered resolutely to Li Wenhan's man-to-man, non-double-teaming defensive strategy, no longer affording their opponents the luxury of comfortable shooting opportunities. Instead, they deliberately left an opening, allowing the opponents to penetrate based on their so-called individual skills, all the while knowing it was a trap set by Li Wenhan. When Virginia and Oppo's players successfully broke through, they would be met unexpectedly by Katas, the imposing power forward of the Devil's Servants. With such a towering figure obstructing their path, quality shooting space was inevitably lost. And when they instinctively sought to pass to the interior, they would find Duncan lurking just outside the paint, making passing under Katas's control far from effortless. This was a trap Li Wenhan had meticulously crafted, leveraging Duncan and Oppo's formidable control in the paint, based on their previous play styles. You wish to penetrate? Very well. I shall allow you to do so. Katas, a versatile player, is perfectly positioned to assist you. Given his height, he will not significantly aid Duncan on defense. So it is preferable to let them penetrate and then close the door. Chapter 24, is it not appealing? As Alexander arrived to encircle, the opposing players found themselves bereft of shooting opportunities and were compelled to pass the ball under duress, only to have it swiftly intercepted by Danmeyer. He adeptly maintained possession and advanced the ball to the front court. When Duncan returned to set a screen, Alexander seized the moment to initiate another drive. However, this time he refrained from attempting a shot himself or passing to Duncan, who had just provided the screen. Instead, he delivered the ball to Alexander stationed at the right corner beyond the three-point line, while Duncan stealthily positioned himself at his familiar 45-degree angle. Confronted by a defense that was a step behind, Alexander raised his hand to shoot but, in midair, feigned the shot and passed the ball directly to Duncan at the 45-degree angle. Duncan, with a deft flick of his wrist, maneuvered past the defender and, facing the hurried approach of the opposing power forward, leapt unreservedly to score. In the subsequent possession, Duncan again drew defensive attention as he descended into the paint. The ball, having been relayed by Alexander, was lobbed by Danmeyer to Duncan beneath the basket, where two opposing big men rushed to defend. Duncan elevated the ball, using his shoulder to nudge past the rival center, creating a sliver of shooting space. Just as he was about to execute a hook shot, the opposing power forward sprang up in anticipation. Yet, Duncan, with a flick of his wrist, withdrew the ball and passed it through the defender's arms to the awaiting Katas, who effortlessly finished with a powerful dunk. The demonic Steward team's offense flowed seamlessly through several successive possessions, causing the head coach of the University of Virginia to become visibly anxious, gesturing fervently from the sidelines for his players to intensify their offense. However, contrary to his desires, after several passes, the ball found its way to their most adept small forward. Faced with Alexander's defense, he executed a feint before swiftly penetrating the paint. Alas, he soon encountered Katas, who had abandoned his defensive assignment to assist, and with Alexander nearing his position, he was obliged to pass the ball once more. After navigating a screen, the ball returned to his hands, and he attempted another drive, leveraging the power forward's screen to cut into the lane. Regrettably, he now faced Duncan and was forced to endure a crushing rejection. In this exchange, Alexander displayed remarkable acumen. Upon noticing Katas being impeded, he promptly abandoned his defensive assignment and sidled into position to support Katas, successfully delaying the opponent and allowing Duncan's emphatic block to materialize. As the next round commenced, the University of Virginia's small forward once more ventured into the fray, only to find himself confronted with a familiar predicament, leading to a sense of despair. Nevertheless, he quickly adapted, maneuvering back out and, utilizing a teammate and Oppo's screen, found shooting space just within the left corner, executing a mid-range jumper. After these three exchanges, the opposing coach could no longer ignore the trap Li Wenhan had set for them. Regrettably, their interior lacked a Duncan of their own. Moreover, Li Wenhan's ultimate intention was not merely to entice them into a drive, but to disrupt their offensive rhythm, compelling them to shoot from uncomfortable positions beyond the arc. It was evident that Li Wenhan's strategy bore fruit, prompting the opposing coach to call a timeout and, after a hasty reconfiguration, reinsert a forward into the lineup. With the opponent having called a timeout, Li Wenhan was also diligently recalibrating his tactics. We executed splendidly earlier, and I expect you to carry that momentum into our offensive play. Be decisive when opportunities arise. After shooting, immediately transition to defense. We must prevent them from executing fast breaks. The rebounding duties fall to Duncan and Katas. On defense, be aware that the opponent will likely make adjustments in the paint, substituting in players with greater offensive prowess. Therefore, we must adapt our defensive strategy. Tim, maintain your position in the paint, but Katas, be vigilant. When their players drive in, you too must engage defensively, but do not overcommit. Once the defender arrives, retreat to the paint. They are currently struggling to penetrate from the perimeter, so they will inevitably seek to exploit the interior. We must constrain them and force them into uncomfortable outside shooting situations. Do not fear fouling. Be bold in your approach, disrupting their rhythm between inside and outside play. I refuse to believe they can defeat us solely through perimeter shooting. We all recognize that Tim is a formidable presence in the paint, yet I desire for each of you to assert your own dominance. I have faith in your abilities. Do you believe in yourselves? Now, let me hear you proclaim it. Believe. Who says these remnants of soldiers possess no morale? Li Wenhan has orchestrated their roles splendidly. As the players of the demonic Steward team took the court, they found, as Li Wenhan had predicted, that the opponents had indeed made substitutions in the paint, further solidifying their respect for him. As the game commenced, when the University of Virginia's shooting guard broke into the paint on his coach's instruction, he discovered Katas firmly stationed in front, and elation surged within him. Positioning himself to receive the ball, he drew back, crafting a shooting posture to lure Katas forward before swiftly passing into the paint. However, just as he released the ball, he realized that Katas had retreated, and Pirki had seamlessly rotated into position. The receiving power forward hesitated, missing the optimal shooting opportunity, and under Duncan and Oppo's pressure, he was compelled to pass back. At that moment, a large hand reached out, swiftly swatting the ball away. The owner of that hand was none other than the ever-watchful Alexander. After Damar secured the ball, he opted against a fast break. Instead, he safeguarded the ball and, once assured of safety, calmly initiated the offense anew. He contemplated a quick transition, but, upon seeing Duncan approach with his impassive demeanor, he recalled Li Wenhan and Oppo's strategy, tightened his grip on the basketball, and steadied himself. After all, with a player like Duncan on their side, was there truly a need for a fast break? A methodical and steady offensive approach in the paint was indeed more appealing. Chapter 25, Tailoring Instruction to Suit Individuals and Conditions in this round of offense. Duncan executed his signature 45-degree bank shot, securing 2 points. At this moment, the Devil S. Butler team had established a 7-point lead over their opponents, and the situation appeared to be quite favorable. In the subsequent plays, the University of Virginia struggled to mount an effective offense, while the Devil S. Butler team benefited from Duncan's presence in the paint, gradually opening up their perimeter game. Although the shooting percentage of the outside players was not particularly high due to individual limitations, it was evident that all the players on the court exhibited a noticeable increase in confidence, daring to take shots when good opportunities arose. This delighted Li Wenhan, for he felt no anxiety regarding the match. With Duncan as the cornerstone, the team was bound to perform well. While Li Wenhan believed that the team's future hinged on recruiting new talent, he recognized that these players on the court would become crucial substitutes moving forward. Providing them with opportunities for development was undoubtedly beneficial. In his previous life, Li Wenhan held a deep admiration for the Spurs of 2013 and 2014, where every player had a chance to shine whenever given the opportunity. Now, he found a parallel between his current team and the future Spurs. They both shared a core player, Tim Duncan. Though Duncan in the present was not as seasoned as he would later become and lacked the excellent support of Jin, Billy, and Parker, his adversaries were not the formidable trio they would face in their prime. Moreover, Li Wenhan had already identified potential replacements for Jin, Billy, and Parker. He just needed to ascertain whether he could successfully persuade them to join. As the halftime whistle blew, the Devil S. Butler team concluded the first half with a 9-point advantage, invigorating all the players, unless the opposing team unveiled some extraordinary play. The second half promised to unfold without surprises. During the intermission, Li Wenhan stood by the sidelines, embracing each departing player in a ceremonial manner, ultimately saving the warmest embrace for Duncan. "Tim, you played exceptionally well," Li Wenhan expressed sincerely, to which Duncan, maintaining his stoic demeanor, replied, "I merely fulfilled my responsibilities." What a testament to awareness. To coach such a player is a tremendous relief. Li Wenhan mused silently before picking up the tactical board to devise a strategy for the second half, which undoubtedly required some adjustments. At the very least, the grim expression on the opposing coach and Oppo's face indicated that they would surely make changes, if not in personnel, then in tactics. However, Li Wenhan remained unconcerned, for through this match, he had uncovered many hidden gems among his players. It was not his intention to undermine Coach Dave, but having a player like Duncan yet failing to achieve better results in March Madness was difficult to comprehend. Could it be that the previous key players were simply lacking? Nonetheless, he had never heard of any of those graduated players in his previous life, making their average abilities somewhat forgivable. Yet, this season marked the conclusion of Duncan and Oppo's collegiate career, and he was determined not to squander the opportunity to seize a championship. Finding capable allies was of paramount importance. As the second half commenced, the University of Virginia indeed made the adjustments Li Wenhan had anticipated, with their coach opting for a dual guard arrangement in an attempt to invigorate their perimeter offense. This alteration initially improved their outside shooting, but only for the first 5 or 6 minutes. Li Wenhan, ever the strategist, set traps once more, adopting a defense that prioritized disrupting their perimeter shooting rather than guarding against drives. Whenever a player began to find their rhythm, the Devil S. Butler team would swarm them, disrupting their shooting streak. While this strategy increased the burden on Duncan and Katas in the paint, it successfully interrupted the continuity of the opposing team's outside game, even if it resulted in Katas accumulating 2 quick fouls. At this moment, the defensive pressure, apart from Duncan, fell heavily upon Alexander, who was tasked with not only tracking his assigned opponent but also assisting teammates in double-teaming Virginia and Oppo's perimeter players. This arrangement capitalized on Alexander and Oppo's speed and strong help defense. Li Wenhan's confidence in Alexander stemmed from the system's statistics, which indicated that, aside from Duncan, no other player on the Devil S. Butler team boasted superior defensive metrics. With the system's endorsement, Li Wenhan boldly deployed Alexander, and the results validated his decision. By the 13th minute of the second half, he substituted Duncan, allowing the seldom used reserves to take the court in a practice mode. Once Li Wenhan had articulated his strategy, he shifted his focus away from the game, opting instead to jot down observations in his notebook. His primary takeaway from this match was the early success of his efforts to refine Duncan's gameplay, along with a deeper understanding of the Devil S. Butler players. After all, the numerical data on the player roster felt somewhat sterile. Only through first-hand observation could he truly grasp their capabilities. However, he also recognized some shortcomings in his coaching during this game. While not exactly errors, His on-the-fly decisions lacked the decisiveness and timeliness required, particularly in a friendly match against a less formidable opponent. How would he fare against the formidable adversaries of March Madness? As he analyzed the game while distractedly noting his thoughts, Duncan curiously observed him writing. Able to comprehend the diagrams but utterly lost on the square characters that filled the page. Little did they know. Coach Dave in the stands looked on with a sense of satisfaction, his mind swirling with ideas. "Coach, are you writing in Chinese?" Duncan suddenly inquired. Yes," Li Wenhan replied. "Could you explain what these characters mean?" Duncan asked, pointing to the characters in the notebook. "Oh, these characters convey the idea that instruction should be tailored to each individual's unique characteristics. The same tactics may yield different results under varying circumstances, necessitating adjustments based on the situation at hand," Li Wenhan explained with a smile. "How is it pronounced?" "Tailoring instruction to suit individuals and conditions." Chapter 26. Recruitment begins noticing Duncan and Appo's interest in the text regarding talent acquisition. Li Wenhan couldn't help but smile as he clearly and accurately read the words aloud. Teaching according to one's aptitude is essential, as is adapting to local conditions. Haha. Listening to Duncan's clumsy pronunciation of these phrases, Li Wenhan burst into laughter, while a rare blush crept onto Duncan's face. "Are you quite fascinated by our language?" Li Wenhan inquired. "I find it remarkable that such a few words can encompass so much meaning," Duncan replied earnestly. "In fact, to be precise, these 8 characters convey 2 distinct meanings. The first 4, teaching according to one's aptitude, signify the importance of tailoring education to individual characteristics. The latter 4, adapting to local conditions, indicate the necessity of making prompt adjustments when circumstances deviate from expectations." Li Wenhan smiled and elaborated on this. Delighted to see his country and Appo's culture being appreciated and understood. "This is the finest summary of words I have ever encountered," Duncan exclaimed in admiration. "There are many such phrases. If you are interested, I can teach you more in the future." "Absolutely." During their conversation, however, the performance of the Devil and Appo's butler team on the court took a turn for the worse. The substitutes were playing exceedingly poorly. Not only did their tactics fail to materialize, but their shooting accuracy was also dreadful, with a few players exhibiting signs of selfishness and becoming black holes on the court. Fortunately, these players were merely perennial substitutes, likely to remain so in the future. Li Wenhan mentally noted several names in his little black book. In just a few minutes, they allowed their opponents to score 11-3, shrinking the lead that the starters had worked hard to establish to a mere 7 points. Moreover, the opposing team was now in control of the ball, and it was possible they could narrow the gap further in this possession. How careless. In his little black book, Li Wenhan added another note under the mistakes column: "Beware of arrogance and impatience." What does that mean? One should not be overly proud when in the lead, nor excessively anxious when behind. It is crucial to manage one's emotions and maintain composure. Truly astonishing words, Duncan remarked, then looked up and asked, "Do you need me to take the court?" "Not necessary." Li Wenhan shook his head. "Unless we lose this match, Coach Dave will kick me off the team tomorrow." If he were aware that Coach Dave was actually sitting in the stands, he might not be so composed. People often exhibit greater courage when oblivious to the imminent dangers. "You seem to have embodied the essence of those words," Duncan observed. "Not merely words, they represent a state of being. I am unsure if you can grasp this, but I know I have yet to reach it," Li Wenhan replied, shaking his head. "I believe I can understand a bit." "Such phrases are undeniably captivating," Duncan shrugged. "Blast it. I forgot that this fellow would eventually become a master's student in psychology. His comprehension is indeed remarkable. However, let us save the discussion of such enchanting words for after the game. I need to call a timeout now," Li Wenhan joked, mimicking Duncan's earlier gesture. After calling the timeout, Li Wenhan did not substitute any players but quickly outlined the tactical adjustments needed, as there was just over a minute left in the game. If they could defend the next 2 possessions, victory was assured, considering they still held a 5-point lead, especially since the opponents had just scored. "Everyone, listen closely. From now on, you must control the tempo. No more chaotic play as before. Once we settle into our formation, ensure that we do not shoot within 20 seconds. Manage the ball carefully and guard against their steals. Our offense must focus on high success rates, starting from the perimeter, and then, after laying out the strategy." Li Wenhan waved his hand lightly, signaling his players to return to the court. The opportunity had been afforded to them. If they could not seize it, he would have to confine them longer in the metaphorical black room. Fortunately, the players did not squander the time Li Wenhan granted them. though their offense remained somewhat clumsy. Managing to score only once in 2 attempts, they successfully controlled the clock. Additionally, they defended well, even when the opposing coach brought in his starters at the last moment. Li Wenhan had seen through the coach's tactics. No, to be precise, as an ordinary chef. The players under his command could only produce dishes typical of a modest eatery. In the final moments, the opponents resorted to a foul strategy. Although the Devil and Oppo's Butler team only converted 3 out of 6 free throws, the gap still widened by a point. This was largely due to the absence of a standout player capable of turning the tide in critical moments. Li Wenhan managed to hold firm in this warm-up match, ensuring that victory did not slip away. Even though he did not achieve the decisive win he had envisioned, the tactical objectives were met, albeit with a few players noted for their shortcomings in the Black Book. After the game, the players of the Devils' Butler team were elated. While only Li Wenhan and Duncan maintained their composure, Li Wenhan approached the opposing coach and Oppo's bench with a smile. "Lose the game, but not the spirit," he remarked. As the opposing coach returned the gesture with a faint smile and a handshake before parting ways. "Today, we have the afternoon off." When Li Wenhan announced this news, the players of the Devil and Oppo's Butler team erupted in joy, eager to leave immediately. However, Li Wenhan seemed to have more to say. "We have less than a week before our break, but I urge you not to become overly relaxed during this time. Prepare yourselves for the madness of March next year. I hope to stand beside you on the highest podium." After reiterating his points, he dismissed the team. The opposing players scattered like birds, while Duncan leisurely packed his shoes. Upon noticing Li Wenhan and Oppo's glance, he nodded subtly in acknowledgement. Originally, this address was to be delivered by Coach Dave. Yet that old fellow claimed to be unwell and needed to recuperate, thus leaving Li Wenhan to step in. However, he was quite willing to take on this role, especially after leading the team to victory, which made his words carry more weight. Next up, recruitment. Chapter 27. Divided paths. Although the recruitment task was initially assigned to Carlos by Dave, Li Wenhan was determined to involve himself, which Dave consented to during a phone call after the game today. There are indeed several promising players to scout this year. However, few of them are destined to become influential figures in the NBA, with most being key rotation players or starters. Nevertheless, with the formidable Duncan anchoring the team, Li Wenhan was confident in their prospects. For Duncan and Oppo's versatility was undeniable. This year Oppo's recruitment posed considerable challenges for Li Wenhan, as they could only boast the presence of Duncan. With other aspects lacking sufficient allure, it appeared that he would have to rely solely on his persuasive skills. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was time for the Devil and Oppo's assistant team and Oppo's final training session of the season. Today, Coach Dave made a rare appearance. He exchanged a few words with the players and then instructed them to perform their recovery training as planned, while he took Li Wenhan and Carlos to his office. "Coach Dave, are you feeling better?" Li Wenhan inquired with genuine concern. He held great respect for Dave, as not every head coach places such trust in a novice assistant, even if compelled by health issues. "It's nothing serious, thank you for your concern," Coach Dave replied with a smile. "I called you here to discuss this year's recruitment strategy for the team. Carlos, please present the list you've compiled. Li, let's discuss it together." "Sure, Coach." Carlos nodded as he retrieved a sheet of paper from his pocket. "Li, take a look as well." After reviewing it, he handed the list to Li Wenhan. Li Wenhan accepted the list and was struck by the densely packed details, indicating Carlos had truly put in the effort. Each player's basic information and attributes were meticulously outlined, showcasing a list of over a dozen names. However, Li Wenhan recognized only 2 familiar names: Mike Bibby, later known as the White Devil, and Richard Hamilton. Despite the thoroughness of the list and Carlos and Oppo's evident dedication, Li Wenhan felt it fell short. After all, he had traversed time and was acutely aware of these players and Oppo's future trajectories, while Carlos was relying solely on his own judgment. "Li, is there something wrong with the list?" Carlos asked cautiously, well aware of Dave and Oppo's high regard for Li Wenhan. He had arrived over a year before Li, yet the position of chief assistant had ultimately been bestowed upon him. If he claimed to harbor no envy, it would be a blatant falsehood, one he wouldn't and Oppo's even believe himself. However, in recent days, Li Wenhan had efficiently organized the team and Oppo's training, and his commendable command during a recent exhibition match had earned him the players' respect. With that said, it was impressive that he could engage in meaningful dialogue with Duncan, something Carlos himself had struggled with during his nearly 2 years in the team. Thus, seeing Li Wenhan furrowed in thought, clutching the list without speaking. Carlos felt a twinge of anxiety. No, it's just that I've also compiled a list, and while there are some overlaps, most of the names differ. Therefore, I was contemplating whether we could pursue recruitment separately, Li Wenhan proposed after a moment of hesitation. That sounds feasible. Coach Dave interjected promptly. Given my health, I won't be joining this year's recruitment efforts. You two should proceed with your respective lists. Feel free to collaborate. I have no qualms about having more players on the team. Exchanging glances filled with mutual understanding, Li Wenhan and Carlos nodded in agreement. Could I take a look at your list? Carlos inquired hesitantly. Of course, Li Wenhan replied with a smile, retrieving a folded piece of paper from his pocket and handing it over. Upon examining the sheet, Carlos noted that it contained a sparse list of around a dozen names, with only their positions indicated. After reading through it, he frowned but promptly returned the list to Coach Dave. Dave glanced at the paper, and his brow furrowed slightly. Compared to Carlos and Appo's comprehensive list, this one seemed quite rudimentary. It contained only the names Mike Bibby, LeBron Davis, Sean Marion, Steve Francis, Kenyon Martin, Eddie House, Richard Hamilton, James Posey, Mike Miller, Kenyon Dooling, and Tyronn Lue, along with brief annotations. However, when he looked up to see Li Wenhan sitting calmly across from him, his expression softened. He trusted that Li Wenhan had his reasons for presenting this list so candidly. All he needed to do was offer his support. Since conversing with Duncan, Dave had realized that despite Li Wenhan's youth, his abilities were exceptional, allowing him to perceive insights others might overlook. Notably, Li Wenhan had successfully identified and expanded upon certain traits of Duncan that even Dave, who had coached him for 3 years, had missed. I have reviewed both your lists. Starting tomorrow, you will each pursue recruitment based on your respective lists. Carlos, please hand over the names that overlap to Li, as this will lighten your workload. Coach Dave instructed with a smile. All right, Carlos acquiesced after a moment's hesitation. Thank you for your efforts, Dave said as he stood, patting both of them on the shoulder. Li Wenhan's list contained only 11 players, while Carlos's boasted nearly 20, although at least half of those players might not join the Devil and Appo's assistant team. The task of reaching out to each one was inevitable. Thus, the following morning, Li Wenhan boarded a bus, embarking on his recruitment journey. Chapter 28. The final hope for recruitment with a list of prioritized players from Li Wenhan. He energetically made his way to meet a pivotal player in his plan. In a quaint CAF, Li Wenhan passionately gestured to the youthful figure across from him. Yet the young man's expression remained largely stoic. I and Appo's. I'm sorry, Coach Li, but I cannot join you at Wake Forest University. I have decided to attend the University of Arizona instead. They are offering me a full scholarship and a promised core position, which seems unattainable with your program. The young man replied, shrugging his shoulders. Michael, could you not reconsider? Li Wenhan implored. While I cannot guarantee you an absolute core role, you would undoubtedly be the most vital engine of our backcourt. A proficient backcourt player requires a solid frontcourt to truly excel, something not all teams can provide. We have Duncan, a future Hall of Famer in the making, who would surely create a remarkable synergy with you. Thus, I hope you will reflect more seriously on my proposal. This decision impacts your career, and I urge you to think it through. Apologies, Coach Li, but I believe I have made my decision, the young man responded politely, offering a smile before gracefully exiting. Watching his figure fade away, Li Wenhan slumped in his chair, disheartened that his first choice for recruitment had so decisively turned him down, especially after arriving with such confidence. Michael Bibby, nicknamed White Devil, was a backcourt player in the NBA whose talent surpassed his notoriety. He became a crucial engine for the Peak Kings team of the future. His rise to fame was fueled by the dynamic and flamboyant Princeton offense under Coach Adelman, a style unique to the Kings. As a primary guard for that team, Bibby was one of the key drivers, nearly leading them to the finals. In truth, it was more appropriate to consider DeMarcus or later Brad Miller as the central axis rather than the engine. The true engine of the team should be the point guard, Bibby and White Chocolate Williams. Compared to the triangle offense, which lacked a genuine core playmaker, the Princeton offense required a more sophisticated and skilled orchestrator. While Williams displayed a more flamboyant style, Bibby's straightforward and practical approach suited the Kings of that era. His addition propelled the dazzling Kings towards success, bringing them tantalizingly close to the highest accolades, though the outcome was ultimately bittersweet. Despite his unpretentious style, Bibby was the most fitting guard for Duncan, a conclusion Li Wenhan arrived at after meticulously reviewing all the players in his memory. However, reality delivered a harsh rebuke. No amount of persuasion could sway the young talent. It must be noted that the current Michael Bibby was not the NBA player with a less-than-stellar career history, but rather a coveted prodigy being courted by numerous prestigious basketball programs. As a mere assistant coach from Wake Forest, Li Wenhan's inability to offer even a secondary role made it utterly improbable for Bibby to consider joining his team. Though his initial attempt had faltered, Li Wenhan reminded himself that this was only the first player. He still had 10 more to approach. If he could secure even half of them, assembling a starting lineup would signify success in his recruitment mission. Reinvigorated, Li Wenhan set forth on his journey once more. Only to face yet another disappointment. I don't think your team is a good fit for me. Despite Li Wenhan's earnest entreaties, Kenyon Martin simply stood up and walked away. Good grief. If you didn't Oppos, do you want to join us? You could have said so earlier. To indulge in all this food and drink. Then leave without a word. What kind of behavior is that? Li Wenhan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He began to wonder if he had neglected to pay respects to the deities before leaving home, as it seemed every player was rejecting him. However, this momentary pessimism quickly dissipated, and he set his sights on his next target. After several days of relentless pursuit, Li Wenhan found himself disheveled and weary in a small CAF. He sipped his bitter coffee, occasionally gazing out the window as if awaiting something significant. Historically, he had not been fond of such bitter brews, but on this dreary, rain-soaked day, it seemed to suit his melancholy mood. Today, he was to meet the final player on his list, the one he valued most. If he could not secure this player, his recruitment efforts would be deemed only half successful. To be candid, Li Wenhan's confidence had waned considerably. The recent rejections had been quite disheartening. These so-called talented players, yet to step onto an NBA court, already carried an air of superiority, seemingly looking down on everyone. Even Tyronn Lue had turned him down. With a reason that was quite pretentious. Coach Lee, I prefer the atmosphere of the University of Nebraska over Wake Forest. Really? You couldn't come up with a better excuse? Li Wenhan thought, feeling exasperated with Lue's haughty demeanor. Despite Li Wenhan's initial outreach not being driven by the player's significance on the list, but rather their shared city, it still felt disrespectful. Lue, just wait. Once I make it to the NBA, you'll see which atmosphere is truly preferable, regardless of his grievances. The reality remained that over a third of the players he visited had turned him down, and now he was faced with a critical moment. Suddenly, the CAF door swung open, and a gust of wind, accompanied by raindrops, swept inside, causing the temperature to drop slightly. Yet within Li Wenhan's heart, a flicker of warmth ignited. Is this Coach Lee from Wake Forest University? Chapter 29. I cannot afford the tuition fees. Faced with the youthful countenance before him, which appeared even more naive in comparison to his memories, Li Wenhan maintained a smile as he extended his hand. Hello, Steve. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Li Wenhan, the chief assistant coach of the Wake Forest University Demon Deacons. Due to Coach Dave's physical difficulties, I have come as his full representative to discuss the possibility of you playing for our school. The individual before him was none other than Steve Francis, later dubbed by certain fans as Big Boss, though at this moment, he was merely a recent high school graduate. Francis bore a youthful visage, his physique slightly more slender than the robust form he would later embody. Coach Lee, are you inviting me to play at Wake Forest University? Francis inquired. Indeed. I did not come merely to share a cup of coffee, Li Wenhan replied with a smile. Steve, I sincerely invite you to join our team. Thank you, Coach. But I fear I must disappoint you, Francis said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Li Wenhan and Oppos, as heart sank, it seemed Francis was poised to reject him. Was this an omen of relentless denial? Thus, Li Wenhan straightened his expression and earnestly implored, Steve, I genuinely extend this invitation to you. I am well aware of your capabilities. Prior to my visit, I conducted extensive research on you. You possess the potential to become the absolute cornerstone of our perimeter game. Furthermore, we have a future Hall of Famer in the post, Tim Duncan, and I believe the two of you would form a remarkable duo. The combination of your skills is destined to achieve great things, so I hope you will reconsider joining us. Li Wenhan and Oppos' face radiated sincerity, his gaze fixed intently on Francis, causing the latter, still dampened by the rain, to fidget slightly. Coach, I genuinely appreciate your regard for me, but for certain reasons, I may not be able to attend Wake Forest University, Francis explained quietly. Is there something concerning you? If possible, I would like to hear about it. Perhaps I could offer some advice, Li Wenhan said earnestly. From Francis's hesitance, Li Wenhan sensed an underlying issue, realizing that his previous assumptions may have been somewhat hasty. Noticing Francis sitting there in silence, Li Wenhan continued with a gentle smile. It is currently pouring outside. Why not take a moment to sit here? You are soaked. So let me get you a hot cup of coffee to warm you up. I will ask the waiter for a dry towel for your hair. No, coach. Francis began to protest. But before he could finish, Li Wenhan swiftly rose to speak with the waiter. Francis observed Li Wenhan conversing with the waiter, noting the disdainful expressions from the staff and other patrons, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to lift his head. Li Wenhan continued to speak animatedly to the waiter, who, though visibly reluctant, eventually returned with a dry towel, albeit without handing it directly to Francis, instead passing it to Li Wenhan before turning to leave. Wait, Li Wenhan called out to the waiter. Is there anything else, sir? The waiter replied with a detached demeanor. Li Wenhan, however, did not answer the waiter directly but turned to Francis. Steve, do you prefer coffee or another hot beverage? Huh? Francis was momentarily taken aback. I noticed you had to wait a while. The coffee you ordered must be nearly cold. I thought to get you a fresh hot cup to warm you up and prevent you from catching a cold. Li Wenhan smiled. Coach, coffee or something else? Li Wenhan interjected with a cheerful tone, allowing Francis and Apos' words to hang in the air, feeling only gratitude and no resentment. Coffee will be fine. Francis managed to utter after a moment. Excellent, 2 cups of hot coffee, and please include 2 packets of sugar, Li Wenhan politely instructed the waiter. Though the sight of the two, a man of Asian descent and a black man, was uncomfortably unusual for the waiter, he acknowledged their status as customers. Especially since Li Wenhan had tipped him, and thus he complied with the request. Please dry off. Your hot coffee will arrive shortly. This weather is indeed rather peculiar. Li Wenhan said with a smile. Thank you. Francis responded, feeling at a loss for words to express his emotions, settling for that simple acknowledgement. Having grown up in the harsh realities of a ghetto, Francis was accustomed to witnessing the darker aspects of life and enduring the disdain and contempt of many. He had seldom encountered someone who showed him such genuine concern without a trace of discrimination. As he awkwardly dried his drenched hair and the rainwater still trickling down his neck, he could feel Li Wenhan and Apos' unwavering gaze upon him. Here comes the hot coffee. Have a sip to warm yourself. Would you like sugar? Li Wenhan said, pushing a cup of coffee toward him, his eyes reflecting a hint of compassion. Oh, thank you. Coach, Francis exclaimed, hurriedly taking a sip, only to scald his tongue. He contemplated sticking out his tongue to cool it, but thought better of it, given Li Wenhan's presence, and instead endured the discomfort with a peculiar expression. No rush, take your time, Li Wenhan chuckled. If you're willing. I would love to discuss why you are hesitant about attending Wake Forest University. I do not wish to pry into your privacy, I am merely curious to understand. Have you committed to another university? No, coach, Francis replied hastily. Yet, he soon lowered his gaze, nervously fiddling with the hem of his shirt, his demeanor betraying his unease. Can you share what the reason might be? Li Wenhan pressed gently. Though he felt sympathy for Francis, he had faced numerous rejections since the recruitment began, and now Francis, too, was declining him. However, the reason seemed markedly different, thus he genuinely sought to understand. Coach, I will be honest with you. Other universities have recruited me before, but I have declined their offers. Why? Li Wenhan inquired. Because I cannot afford the tuition fees, Francis confessed. Chapter 30. Time to return. Li Wenhan contemplated countless reasons for Francis's absence, yet he never imagined that Francis would decline his recruitment for such a reason, leaving him momentarily stunned. Coach, I am truly sorry. Witnessing Li Wenhan's silence, Francis felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. He stood up, bowed deeply, and turned to leave. Are you not afraid of catching a cold in this downpour? Suddenly, Li Wenhan's warm voice reached him, halting his steps. He turned back in astonishment. I apologize. I did not realize this was the reason for your refusal. However, if that is the case, I would like to invite you to sit down and discuss it further. Li Wenhan smiled as he spoke. I believe I can persuade the school authorities to provide you with a full scholarship. If that is not feasible, I think we can at least apply for some financial aid. You could stay with me, and I would be your guarantor. As for your tuition, I am afraid I cannot cover that, but your living expenses should not be too burdensome. You can share my meals, and I believe my modest salary will suffice. A wave of immense surprise washed over Francis. He had never anticipated someone would speak such words to him, having endured disdain and humiliation throughout his life. He was taken aback that someone he had just met was willing to offer financial support for his education. Coach, tears brimmed in Francis's eyes, and his usually steady hands trembled slightly. He had to shove them into his pockets, but it seemed futile as his entire body shook with emotion. Well, I cannot afford to feed you meat daily, but bread will certainly suffice, and I can guarantee you will not go hungry, Li Wenhan chuckled. Thank you, coach. Francis was at a loss for words. Then it's settled. Please prepare yourself, and we shall meet at Wake Forest University in a month. I have other players to meet these days, but feel free to contact me with any questions. Here is my number. One thing is assured. You are my sole core perimeter player, Li Wenhan declared firmly, placing his hand on Francis's shoulder, ignoring the dampness there. Francis felt an undeniable warmth emanating from that contact. All right, coach, I look forward to seeing you at Wake Forest University. I will be waiting for you. Let us grab some coffee. It will get cold soon. Would you care for a hamburger? Li Wenhan inquired with a smile. No, thank you. Francis flustered. But his embarrassment seemed to betray him. Waiter, 3 hamburgers, 2 to go, Li Wenhan ordered with a beaming smile, feeling a sense of relief for finally securing an important player. However, he still needed to advocate for Francis to receive a full scholarship. Otherwise, his finances would suffer. He quickly dialed Coach Dave. Upon receiving the call, Coach Dave expressed his concerns, noting Francis's academic performance was rather poor. While he could apply for some scholarships, a full one might be challenging. Coach Dave, I understand this is a difficult situation for you, but please believe me and do your utmost to secure that full scholarship. Steve is a player of great potential. Though his future achievements may not surpass Tim's, I am confident he will not fall short of Scottie Pippen. Li Wenhan earnestly pleaded. Really? You are not joking? Coach Dave inquired. I would never jest about such matters. Please trust me. Li Wenhan replied emphatically. Very well, I will do my best. Please send me his information. Coach Dave's voice on the other end conceded. Thank you, Coach Dave. When Li Wenhan hung up, he found Francis gazing at him with excitement. His hamburger forgotten. What's the matter? Coach, are you serious? Do you truly believe I am better than Pippen? Francis asked, trembling with anticipation. I have faith in my judgment. You are one of the finest perimeter players in my eyes. Surpassing Pippen is no small feat, Li Wenhan chuckled. Before Francis could respond, Li Wenhan continued, however. You must adhere strictly to the training regimen I set for you. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your future, for it lies in your own hands. And I can only guide you correctly. Coach, I will follow your guidance wholeheartedly. You are the person I trust most. Francis vowed earnestly. Likewise. You are the individual I admire most. Enough flattery. Our coffee is getting cold. Would you like a refill? Li Wenhan jested. No. This hamburger is the best I have ever tasted. Francis laughed. Yet, Li Wenhan winked mysteriously. I assure you, once you arrive at Wake Forest University, you will savor even more delectable dishes. Thus, Li Wenhan welcomed his first significant recruit since taking on the role, and he now turned his attention to the remaining players. Uncertain how many would accept or decline his offer. I and Oppos. Am sorry, Coach Li. I truly admire you, but I have already committed to another university. My apologies. Regrettably, I am not interested in Wake Forest University. Kentucky has also extended an invitation. Thank you, Coach Li. I am thrilled to join your Wake Forest Devil and Oppos' advocate team. And I look forward to working together. As Li Wenhan concluded his recruitment efforts, he had met with the remaining players. While some rejected him politely, a few were successfully persuaded. Given his limited experience as a new assistant coach, nearly half of the talented players declined his offer, with some even refusing to meet him out of pride. Fortunately, he ultimately recruited 5 players, along with Duncan, which should allow them to form a starting lineup for the upcoming season and still have a player for the 6th-man position. Gazing at the rainbow following the rain, Li Wenhan exhaled deeply. It was indeed time to return. Chapter 31, The Civil War, 1. As the holiday approached, Li Wenhan gradually welcomed the newly recruited players to Wake Forest University. Although there was still more than a month until the start of the school year, Li Wenhan insisted that they arrive early to train and acclimate with the team. Without a doubt, this demand was somewhat excessive, yet all the players complied, albeit some with a hint of reluctance. During the summer break, the school team was naturally on holiday, and while Li Wenhan wished they could all stay, the new recruits arrived at different times, forcing him to let them go. However, Duncan chose to remain, returning early after spending more than half a month at home, his expressionless face concealing a measure of anticipation. He was eager to witness the true capabilities of the players Li Wenhan had recruited, particularly the one whom Li Wenhan claimed possessed skills rivaling those of Scottie Pippen. The newly recruited players, along with Duncan, totaled 6 individuals. Li Wenhan wasted no time. After a brief introduction, he swiftly organized a half-court 3v3 game. Words were futile. Only by showcasing their abilities could they truly bond. especially allowing them to witness Duncan's prowess. The new recruits included Sean Marion, Steve Francis, Eddie House, James Posey, and Mike Miller. Aside from Marion, the others were predominantly backcourt players, necessitating that Marion and Duncan be placed on opposing teams. On Duncan and Oppo's side were James Posey and Eddie House. Posey was a versatile forward while House a natural point guard, suited the half-court style. Conversely, Marion's team comprised Francis and Mike Miller, both standing at 2.03 meters, making them formidable forwards. Li Wenhan endeavored to achieve a balance and strength between the two sides. After all, one side had a strong interior presence while the other boasted significant perimeter talent. However, strictly speaking, Duncan's side was slightly more reasonable and stronger overall, as it was indeed a tall order for Marion to contend with Duncan. Although Francis was undoubtedly a strong asset, House would find it challenging to match him, and the matchup between Miller and Posey could be considered evenly matched. This arrangement was the most equitable Li Wenhan could devise, given that players like Kenyon Martin and Mike Bibby were unwilling to join. Even legends like Uncle Lou and the Fake Emperor looked down upon him. What more could he say? As the visiting team, Duncan opted to let the opposing side initiate the offense. Francis, unyielding, quickly retrieved the ball and passed it to Mike Miller, signaling him to set up a high position. Miller glanced at him but remained silent, standing at the free throw line before returning the ball, initiating a cross run with Marion, while Posey diligently tracked him. Francis dribbled slowly from the high post, and upon seeing Miller emerge from the paint, promptly passed the ball. However, Posey's quick defense caused Miller to hesitate, missing a fleeting opportunity for an attack. After testing Posey's tight defense, Francis had no choice but to pass the ball out again. Upon receiving it, Francis, without glancing at the heavily guarded Marion, faced House's defense, swiftly stepping forward with his right foot, transferring the ball to his left hand and feigning a leftward drive. House was indeed fooled, hurriedly shifting his body to defend. However, at that moment, Francis executed a behind-the-back dribble, switching the ball back to his right hand, using his strong physique to push past House and charge towards the basket. At this point, Posey had drawn Miller beyond the free throw line, and Duncan was similarly lured to the left, attempting to shield himself behind Marion. Francis felt a surge of excitement as he leaped within a step of the free throw line, raising the ball overhead, preparing to conclude this play with an elegant slam dunk. Yet, just as he was about to finish, a large hand unexpectedly appeared, blocking the basketball destined for the hoop. With a resounding thud, not only was the basketball swatted out of bounds, but Francis also fell heavily beneath the basket, lying on the floor in disbelief as he stared at the empty hoop. "Are you all right?" Marion hurried over to help Francis up. "I'm fine. How did he get there?" "I thought he was behind you," Francis exclaimed after bouncing up. "I couldn't and amp, Oppos, to keep up with him. The moment you jumped, he left me and rushed over. His speed was beyond my expectations." Marion replied with a wry smile. "Well, I understand now." Francis and amp, Oppos, eyes flickered before resolutely returning to the defensive line. Since the ball had ultimately hit Francis's leg and gone out of bounds, the temporary referee Li Wenhan awarded possession to Duncan's team. After Posey passed the ball to House, he dashed towards the right corner, clearly intending to create space by drawing Miller away. However, faced with Francis's tenacious defense, the shorter House was not significantly more agile, especially under the pressure of Francis's robust physique. Seeing this, Posey had no choice but to move up for support. However, the moment he received the pass, without confirming whether House had successfully maneuvered, he noticed Duncan had already established himself deep in the paint. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to Duncan. Compared to House, the towering Duncan was undoubtedly the more reliable option, especially after witnessing the impressive block he had just delivered against Francis. Furthermore, according to Li Wenhan, Duncan was projected to evolve into a historically significant player and was already the undeniable leader of the team. Who else could he pass to? Upon receiving the ball, Duncan slightly crouched, leaning into Marion with his shoulders, testing with a modest amount of force. Yet even then, Marion could not withstand the pressure and took a step back. Duncan was not one to squander such an opportunity. He swiftly pivoted and banked in a two-point shot. As Duncan expressionlessly exited the 3-second area, Marion shook his head with a wry smile, while Francis approached and patted him on the shoulder, offering some consolation. This is a formidable opponent. This was the shared thought among all present. No one now doubted Duncan's exceptional abilities. Chapter 32. Intra-Team Match 2. Upon resuming play, Francis did not opt for a direct drive into the paint as he had previously. Instead, seizing the opportunity while Duncan was drawn out towards the free throw line by Marion. He swiftly passed the ball to Mike Miller. Utilizing his physicality to overpower Eddie House, he maneuvered past his defense and cut into the lane, receiving a return pass from Miller. Just before Duncan could intervene, Francis released a shot that gracefully found its way into the basket. In the subsequent possession, Duncan continued to demand the ball in the paint. Ignoring Marion and Oppos's defense, he elevated for a signature bank shot from a 45-degree angle to conclude the play. As Francis called for Miller to set a pick, Duncan instinctively took a step closer to the paint. True to form, Francis once again breached Eddie House's defense, charging into the lane. As Duncan advanced into the paint, Francis, instead of taking a layup, executed an audacious behind-the-back pass to Marion outside the paint. Upon receiving the ball, Marion gleefully noticed that Duncan had his back turned to him, presenting an excellent opportunity. In his excitement, he seemed to forget his proficient mid-range shooting. Instead, he dribbled once, took a powerful step, and launched himself for a dunk over the towering Duncan, which appeared to be a splendid idea. However, to everyone else's astonishment, as Marion soared through the air, clutching the basketball, Duncan swiftly pivoted and unleashed a phenomenal rejection. The ball was mercilessly swatted out of bounds, leaving Marion, who had intended to secure a dunk and draw a foul, with nothing but disappointment. What was meant to be an assured 2-1 turned into a thwarted attempt, as even the seemingly foolproof dunk was denied by Duncan's remarkable defensive prowess. If the previous block on Francis was attributed to Duncan's height and exceptional anticipation, this rejection compelled everyone to acknowledge that this stoic-faced player possessed an extraordinary innate talent. Francis continued to control the ball, opting to drive past Eddie House once more. Yet, when confronted with Duncan's defense, he chose not to pass. Instead, leveraging his remarkable vertical leap, he switched hands mid-air to complete a layup. Although this was a visually stunning play, it elicited a subtle shake of the head from Li Wenhan, who observed the game from the sidelines. The basket was indeed impressive, but Francis had a superior option, passing to the now open Marion. As a well-known stretch four in the NBA, Marion was quite adept at mid-range shooting. Despite his unconventional shooting form often being criticized, his accuracy was undeniably high. Such players are not uncommon in the NBA, exemplified by the later well-regarded Marco Bellinelli. Nevertheless, Francis seemingly overlooked this fact, whether out of a desire to prove himself or disappointment from his previous attempt. In Li Wenhan's view, this was an immature display. When Duncan once again demanded position in the paint, Francis had no choice but to abandon his defensive assignment and assist Marion in double-teaming Duncan. Otherwise, the feeble interior defense manned by Marion would allow Duncan to exploit the situation at will. Meanwhile, Eddie House, now left unguarded, relished the opportunity, repeatedly receiving passes from Duncan. Displaying his basketball IQ, he wisely positioned himself beyond the three-point line, launching shots rather than venturing inside. Although his shooting percentage was inconsistent, having made 3 out of 6 attempts, Duncan secured 2 offensive rebounds and fed him again. Just as Eddie House was reveling in his scoring opportunities, an unexpected misfortune struck. Accustomed to receiving passes from Duncan, his confidence soared. After receiving the ball, he rose for a shot without needing to adjust, executing the motion fluidly. However, at the moment the ball left his hands, a large shadow suddenly loomed overhead, as Francis swiftly closed in from an angle and swatted the ball away. Only then did Eddie realize it was Francis, whose speed and leap were astonishing. A twinge of envy crept into Eddie House's heart. He recognized his limitations, relying on Duncan to regain his dignity. Indeed, Eddie House had come to admire Duncan, willingly accepting the role of his subordinate, with Duncan and Oppos's central role facilitating excellent teamwork. The interior and perimeter players consistently scored. Eddie House and Oppos's keen awareness drew Francis beyond the three-point line, allowing Duncan to dominate the paint, leaving Marion in a challenging position. Fortunately for Francis, he found his rhythm, repeatedly penetrating Eddie House's defense, either with jump shots near the free throw line or utilizing Marion's distraction for layups, managing to keep the score competitive. In the ensuing minutes, the match unfolded with this dynamic, transforming what should have been a team competition into a duel between Duncan and Francis. Although Marion and Eddie House exhibited glimpses of their capabilities, they were significantly overshadowed by their formidable opponents, barely managing to exert 70% of their potential. Meanwhile, Mike Miller and James Posey, who had been matched against each other as per Li Wenhan's strategy, found themselves rendered nearly invisible throughout the game. After several minutes of play, they had scarcely made an impact, contributing little beyond setting screens and engaging defensively, with almost no opportunities to showcase their skills. Thus far, there have been only 2 one-on-one instances, neither of which had resulted in a score, leaving them largely spectators. Given the limited touches on the ball, how could they possibly shine? This concern had been considered by Li Wenhan during the team arrangement, yet there was little that could be done. The characteristics of the players on the court dictated the matchups. It would be unwise to pair them with Marion, as the duo would undoubtedly be outclassed by Duncan and Francis and Amp, Oppo's formidable inside-outside combination. These two had been preordained as the absolute cores of the team, their capabilities far exceeding those of their counterparts, and they were now demonstrating their prowess. Beep. All right, let us conclude this practice match here. I have gathered sufficient insight into your performances. Chapter 33. Evaluation. The match was abruptly halted by Li Wenhan, who summoned everyone once again. Gazing at the imposing figures lined up before him, Li Wenhan smiled with satisfaction. He picked up the tactical board and remarked, "You performed admirably today. Although it was merely a brief encounter lasting just a few minutes, you managed to showcase your individual strengths. I believe you now have a better understanding of your teammates. However, to be candid, I am somewhat dissatisfied with your performance, not due to your abilities, but because of your choices." At this juncture, Li Wenhan paused, noticing the silence that enveloped the room. With a smile, he continued, "Some may dismiss my observations, but that is of little consequence. I shall now share what I have noted. Reflect upon whether you possess these flaws." "Understood, coach," Francis promptly replied. The others, seeing Francis respond, nodded in agreement, echoing, "Understood, coach." "Let me be direct," he began. "In today's scrimmage, Tim performed commendably. However, your footwork in the paint requires improvement. Your true adversaries are not merely those opposing you today. Your aspirations must extend beyond this." Though Duncan's performance was nearly flawless, Li Wenhan chose to critique him first, thereby affirming his leadership position among the group. "Understood, coach," Duncan nodded gently. Next, he turned to Francis. "Given your physical attributes, you should not confine yourself to the role of a scoring guard. Your optimal developmental direction lies in becoming a dual-threat player. Thus, I implore you to focus not solely on scoring, but also on honing your playmaking skills. From the recent scrimmage, I observed your excellent court vision. Your passes to Marion were quite commendable. Yet, why not distribute the ball more frequently? Is Marion's positioning insufficient? Or do you lack confidence in yourself or trust in your teammates?" Li Wenhan articulated without reservation. "Coach, Francis began, but Li Wenhan interjected. "There is no need for explanations. This minor intra-squad game does not define you. I am merely highlighting your deficiencies, and I hope you confront them with sincerity." "Understood, coach." Francis lowered his gaze, revealing a hint of defiance despite his respect for Li Wenhan. A player who solely relies on physical prowess and personal skill is destined for a brief career, even if they are one of the rare prolific scorers. Hence, each aspiring athlete must learn to play with their intellect, not merely instinctively, Li Wenhan emphasized, tapping his own head. Noting that Francis had lifted his head again, he continued. "Before Jordan, there were numerous outstanding offensive perimeter players, yet how many reached his zenith? Was it that others lacked his physical attributes? Or that he alone could sink the ball? The answer is unequivocally no. Therefore, Steve, I urge you to focus on 2 key areas in your training. First, refine your mid-range shooting and ensure its consistency. Second, enhance your playmaking abilities to expand your skill set. Otherwise, you will encounter many who possess superior physical attributes on the court in the future, when you find that scoring alone cannot vanquish your opponents. Facilitation will become your most potent weapon, leaving adversaries unable to defend against you." "Understood, coach. I will do so." Next, he addressed Marion and Eddie House. "You two, one inside and one outside, indeed face opponents who exert physical and other advantages over you. However, I must inquire, what are your defining characteristics? Are you even aware of them? Did you exhibit these traits in the scrimmage?" Li Wenhan posed a series of pointed questions. This undoubtedly left Marion and Eddie House momentarily perplexed, standing dumbfounded, unsure whether to nod or not. "Let us begin with you, Marion. What are your strengths?" "You excel at creating space, executing diagonal cuts to receive passes and scoring with precision from mid-range. Given this, why did you not increase your movement during the recent offensive play, create space, and utilize your jump shot to score? Instead, you entangled yourself in the paint with Tim, neglecting to enhance your defensive positioning. Were you hoping to allow Tim the experience of feeling like a superstar?" "I apologize, coach," Marion stammered. "There is no need for apologies. I simply wish for you to remember your strengths and to emphasize them in your future training and games. Do not aspire to be a jack of all trades. He advised before shifting his focus to Eddie House. As Li Wenhan directed his attention toward him, Eddie House promptly stood straight and gazed at him. You are a commendable offensive point guard. However, I did not witness sufficient playmaking during this scrimmage. While having Tim as a central figure may have diminished the necessity for your facilitation, it remains imperative for you to cultivate this skill, just as Francis must. Furthermore, you must bolster your defensive capabilities. I do not wish for my players to be traversed with ease, even when facing someone like Jordan, Li Wenhan asserted firmly. Understood, coach. Finally, he turned to James Posey and Mike Miller. This scrimmage did not afford you much opportunity to shine, yet I observed a lack of enthusiasm from both of you. You merely guarded each other and relied on your teammates to create space during transitions. Where were your movements? Where were your screens for your teammates? Perhaps you might argue that your teammates failed to pass the ball or that they had better offensive positioning. But have you considered why they do not pass to you? Li Wenhan queried. I believe it is because we did not create better shooting opportunities, coach, James Posey boldly responded. You are correct. But why did you fail to create those opportunities? Was it due to your opponent and Oppos' superior defense, or did you not exert enough effort to create space? Li Wenhan countered. At this, James Posey fell silent, recognizing his earlier lack of diligence, especially when he struggled to shake off Mike Miller. Every tactic on the court is executed through movement. If you find yourself without a favorable opportunity, call upon your teammates for assistance. Employ more vigorous movements to draw the defense and create better chances for yourself and your teammates. Have you accomplished this? Chapter 34. Do leaders not care about their image? Faced with Li Wenhan's profound inquiry, James Posey and Mike Miller fell into silence, their initial indifference gradually transforming into earnestness. Although they had not showcased much in this confrontation, it was indisputable that Li Wenhan was correct in asserting that their attitudes were flawed. After offering individual critiques, Li Wenhan delivered his concluding remarks. You are all players I have recruited, and I am well aware of your capabilities. I intend to entrust you with significant responsibilities in the upcoming season. However, whether your talents can be realized depends on your training habits and your attitudes during practice. I have an unerring eye for talent, and I believe each of you has the potential to thrive in the NBA. While not everyone may ascend to the status of a superstar, I can assure you that if you diligently follow the training regimen I outline, not only will you enter the NBA, but each one of you is destined to be a first-round draft pick. At least half of you will make it to the green room. At least one-third will be selected among the top picks, and at least one of you will become the #1 overall pick. This is my promise to you, and I am immensely confident in it. Do you share this confidence? Li Wenhan proclaimed loudly. Yes. A resounding chorus echoed throughout the gymnasium. Well then, I will prepare individualized training plans for each of you, which you must strictly adhere to. Otherwise, even the greatest talent will amount to nothing. Li Wenhan stated solemnly. Yes, coach. Now, for the time being, engage in some recovery training. I will consult with each of you regarding your training plans in due course, Li Wenhan gestured. He then began consultations with Francis, presenting a pre-prepared special training plan. Thus, on this sweltering summer day, a remarkable partnership that would later shine on the basketball court commenced their journey towards their dreams. The month-long break swiftly passed, and Francis and his companions successfully enrolled. Assigned to 2 dormitories, Li Wenhan was particularly pleased that several of them, including Francis, received full scholarships to Wake Forest University, which greatly relieved him. When the Demon Deacon team gathered for their first complete training session, 10 unfamiliar faces appeared, 5 players recruited by Li Wenhan and 5 by Carlos. Following Coach Dave and Oppos' customary introductory remarks, all players began a warm-up jog around the gym until Li Wenhan whispered something into Coach Dave and Oppos' ear. With a whistle, all players were gathered and arranged into 2 lines in front of the 3 coaches of the Demon Deacon team. Coach Dave nodded at Li Wenhan, stepping forward to announce, "We have 10 new recruits joining our team. To facilitate a better understanding of each other and Oppos' strengths and characteristics, Coach Dave has decided to split you into 2 teams for a 20-minute scrimmage. Coach Carlos and I will serve as your temporary coaches, while Duncan, Alexander, and Darnell will act as referees." Without further ado, Li Wenhan and Carlos divided their newly recruited players into teams. However, as the game commenced, a confident Carlos was utterly bewildered. Was this not the intended approach? His 5 recruits, when united, formed a notably balanced team, 1 center, 1 power forward, and 3 backcourt players. In contrast, Li Wenhan's recruits consisted of merely one power forward, one point guard, and one shooting guard. With the remaining two being swing players, where was the balance in that? Yet, the situation had inverted unexpectedly. Carlos and Oppo's center was effectively neutralized by the opposing power forward. While Li Wenhan and Oppo's two swing players darted around the court with fervor, tearing apart the defensive structure. The player named Francis was particularly formidable, relentlessly driving to the basket or executing quick jump shots after evading defenders, achieving an astonishing shooting percentage. In fact, every member of Li Wenhan and Oppo's team exhibited remarkable accuracy, including the point guard, who occasionally unleashed surprise three-point attempts, sinking 2 out of 3. How could they possibly compete? While Carlos's side struggled to mount an offense, the opposing team consistently hit their shots and displayed remarkable agility. At the halftime mark, the score stood at 36-21, with the opposing team nearly leading by half. What was left to play for? Where could Carlos possibly save face? His expression darkened as he glanced at Coach Dave, his embarrassment and plea for assistance unmistakable. Although Coach Dave observed with keen interest, eager to see if the opposing team could sustain their performance, he could not ignore his own players' distress. He called for a timeout, whimsically substituting the team and Oppo's starters, allowing Duncan to lead the established players against Li Wenhan and Oppo's newcomers in the second half. However, it soon became apparent that even the mightiest champion could not elevate a group of underperformers. While Duncan maintained a dominant presence in the paint, steadily racking up points on the offensive end, he was utterly powerless on defense. The cunning Marion exploited Duncan and Oppo's speed, repeatedly drawing him out and allowing Francis and his teammates to storm the paint. Moreover, Duncan himself was repeatedly toyed with by Marion's precise shooting. Though he managed to block a few shots, it hardly altered the overall dynamic. The players he had trained with for over a month grew increasingly emboldened. Whenever he was pulled away from the paint, Francis and James Posey attacked relentlessly, and when he remained, he could only watch helplessly as Marion showcased his sharpshooting prowess, teaching his teammates a lesson. In the second half, Francis and his team continued to maintain a lead of nearly 10 points, fully demonstrating their capabilities. Meanwhile, sweat began to beat on Li Wenhan's forehead. You truly have no regard for the situation. I understand your desire to impress. But now you are facing a team coached by Dave. You are showing no respect. You are putting me in a difficult position. How can I maintain my dignity in front of my superiors? Does Coach Dave not value his reputation? Chapter 35. Duke University. Haha. Coach Dave. These guys seem to have lost their sense of reality. They're in good form today, with a notably higher shooting percentage. Li Wenhan chuckled. Li, there's no need for such modesty. The players you've recruited have truly impressed me. Each one possesses remarkable talent and has performed exceptionally well. Coach Dave said, patting Li Wenhan's shoulder with evident delight. It's all thanks to your support, Coach Dave, Li Wenhan replied humbly. Coach Dave chuckled. You needn't worry about my thoughts. The more victories your players secure, the happier I should be. He continued, the strategy you implemented earlier was quite innovative, differing from the conventional inside play currently in vogue. It is commendable to see your adept adjustments during the game. I admire your adaptability. However, such a strategy may not carry far in March Madness due to vulnerabilities in interior defense. In response to Coach Dave's critique, Li Wenhan smiled slightly and quipped, Coach Dave, have you forgotten that we still have Duncan? You clever little rascal, Coach Dave exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, pointing a finger at him. I am increasingly grateful for following Coach Nelson's advice to invite you to our team. I also feel fortunate to have encountered you and the other coaches. I am genuinely thankful for your guidance, Li Wenhan said earnestly, looking at him. All right, let Oppo's conclude today and Oppo's training here. Let everyone do some adaptive stretching before dispersing. Coach Dave instructed with a smile. Li, please organize that, and then you both come to my office. I have some matters to discuss with you. Understood, Coach, Li Wenhan replied. He gathered all the players, made a brief announcement, and then proceeded to Coach Dave's office with Carlos. Welcome, take a seat, Coach Dave said cheerfully, pouring them both a glass of water. The reason I called you two here is regarding our upcoming friendly matches against other schools. I'm considering having you lead the team for these friendlies, with Carlos assisting you. I have only one request, secure victories in these 2 matches. Li Wenhan glanced at Carlos and, seeing no signs of discontent, asserted confidently, rest assured, Coach, I will bring you back this grand gift. The trio engaged in a lively discussion about the forthcoming friendly matches and subsequent training until they stepped outside. only to be astonished to find that nearly half the players had not left. They had spontaneously divided into two teams for a scrimmage, with those not playing taking on the role of referees. The team formations mirrored those from their previous internal scrimmage, with Duncan and Francis leading their respective squads, engaging in a spirited contest. Upon inquiring with the observing players, they learned that Duncan and Francis had remained for additional 3-on-3 drills, which inspired others to join in. Coach Dave beamed with satisfaction as he watched Li Wenhan stride toward the sidelines, frowning while observing the game. Coach Dave's decision became increasingly clear. The next two friendly matches would be entirely orchestrated by Li Wenhan, and the combination of Duncan and Francis, one inside and one outside, would finally showcase their prowess on the court. Both matches concluded with victories of over 30 points, and in the second friendly, they had already established a nearly 30-point lead by halftime. The opposing coach was left dumbfounded, questioning whether they were truly competing against an NBA team. The player named Tim Duncan was someone he recognized. While undeniably talented, he had never witnessed such ferocity from him. And what about that fellow named Francis? Where did Wake Forest University find such a powerhouse? The displays in both matches were nothing short of explosive, leaving Coach Dave, who had merely spectated, with a grin so wide it felt painful to clap. As time progressed, the Demon Deacons began their new season and Apple's journey in the NCAA competitions. The Demon Deacons are part of the Atlantic Coast Conference, ACC, established in 1953, comprising 12 universities, with men's basketball being the most prominent event. In their inaugural match, they faced Boston College. Within the ACC, Wake Forest University's two principal rivals are Duke University and the University of Maryland, College Park. Both are formidable opponents. Duke University is a perennial contender for the NCAA championship, while the University of Maryland, College Park, is the institution that Anthony attended in later years. According to the selection criteria for March Madness, the NCAA Division I features over 300 teams divided into 32 conferences. Each year, a total of 68 teams qualify for the March Madness tournament, comprising 32 conference champions and 36 at-large teams. Before March Madness commences, each conference conducts regular season competitions and championships, with the championship-winning team automatically qualifying for the tournament. Subsequently, the NCAA Selection Committee chooses 36 at-large teams based on the remaining teams' records, geographical locations, and a series of intricate factors through multiple rounds of voting. Thus, theoretically, even if Wake Forest University did not clinch the ACC championship, they could still qualify for March Madness as an at-large team, as was the case last year. However, this year, Li Wenhan was resolutely determined to enter March Madness as the top seed from the ACC. Today, he faced his most significant opponent yet, the Duke Blue Devils. The starting lineup for Wake Forest, apart from Duncan, consisted entirely of newcomers, Francis, Mike Miller, Marion, and Eddie House, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. This should be their primary lineup for the season, with James Posey potentially substituting for one of them. After recent matches, these players had firmly established themselves as the core of the Demon Deacons, while the super sixth man James Posey now held a significantly higher standing than other players. Despite the notable drop in status from starter to benchwarmer, no one exhibited any signs of discontent. This was not solely due to Li Wenhan and Apple's influence, but was also a testament to Francis and the others and Apple's undeniable talent, which had earned them respect. At any moment, it is always ability that holds sway. As the referee and Apple's whistle blew, the basketball was tossed high into the air, marking the official start of the match. Chapter 36. Respect the coach and Apple's decision. The current Duncan is far removed from the elder statesman of the future during the jump ball. His toes barely touch the ground as he leaps high, effortlessly directing the basketball towards his team and Apple's position. Eddie House swiftly gains control of the ball, maintaining his composure as he advances steadily into the front court, while Francis and his teammates instinctively begin their intricate runs. The players from Duke University do not relent in their defensive efforts, employing a man-to-man strategy. Nevertheless, aided by Mike Miller and Apple's screen, Francis adeptly finds his way into position, receiving a timely pass. However, to everyone and Apple's surprise, Francis opts not to shoot but instead drives straight into the paint, threading the ball to Duncan just before the opposing power forward and Apple's defense arrives. Although the pass catches Duncan off guard, his quick reflexes allow him to shoulder past Duke and Apple's center, scoring effortlessly off the backboard. Grateful for Francis's goodwill, Duncan reciprocates by setting a solid screen for him in the next offensive sequence, enabling Francis to slice through the defense and execute a breathtaking two-handed dunk. Duke and Oppos' head coach quickly rises to signal for intensified interior defense, prompting a slight contraction of their defensive depth, with their small forward noticeably heightening his focus on Francis. Despite Francis and Oppos' prowess, which could easily breach the opponent and Oppos' defense, he recalls Li Wenhan's teachings and performs a swift retreat dribble, charging toward the paint, only to find himself without the ball as the opposing small forward closes in. Receiving the ball is Mike Miller, who feigns a move that lures the opposing power forward a step forward before deftly passing to Marion, who stealthily cuts toward the basket. With a simple yet effective bank shot, the offensive sequence concludes. In the subsequent offensive play, Duncan again draws the defense in the paint, allowing Francis to utilize Mike Miller's screen for a seamless jump shot from the free throw line, completely unchallenged. Yet, as Duke and Oppos' head coach gestures for a relaxation of their defensive pressure on Marion, the latter seizes the opportunity to showcase his unusual shooting style, proving that appearances can be deceiving. Having undergone several games of synchronization, the team exhibits a multifaceted offensive approach, effectively suppressing Duke University at every position. After all, since Grant Hill's departure to the NBA, their reputation has somewhat outstripped their actual performance. On the defensive end, Duncan becomes a nightmare for Duke's interior players, decisively stifling their offensive efforts and delivering several emphatic blocks. Under Duncan and Oppos' leadership, the Devils' Butler team flourishes, executing intricate plays that leave Duke with bitter disappointment. As the core players of the Devils' Butler team continue to harmonize, they sweep through their entire league in the upcoming regional championship, entering the madness of March as the unequivocal top seed. However, just as they are about to face their first opponent in this thrilling journey, Coach Dave summons him and Carlos for an important discussion. I have something significant to communicate with you both. Due to health reasons, I will not be accompanying you on this madness of March journey. I have formally resigned from my position and persuaded the school to appoint Li as the interim head coach. Coach Dave and Oppos' announcement is shocking. None could have anticipated his resignation at this pivotal moment. Coach Dave, our team is at a critical juncture, and we need your leadership to guide us forward. Li Wenhan urges breathlessly. Indeed, Coach Dave, you are the backbone of our team, Carlos adds hastily. With a gentle smile, Dave responds. You have both noticed that in recent games, I have rarely taken to the court, often allowing you to make decisions in my stead. I am well aware of your capabilities. You possess the potential to lead Tim and the others further in the forthcoming matches. But Coach, Li begins, only to be silenced by Dave and Oppos' raised hand. The thought of retirement has been with me since last season and Oppos' end. Since your arrival, I have observed you closely. Frankly, your talent far surpasses your years. You are an exceptionally gifted young coach. I believe your future holds boundless potential, perhaps even to become a figure akin to Mr. Nelson. Thus, I have always supported you, for you have shown me a hope that I could not see for the Devils' Butler team. Coach, Li Wenhan finds himself at a loss for words. He longs to express his commitment to not disappoint Dave's expectations. Yet he feels it unnecessary for his mentor to resign in order to pave the way for him. Ultimately, all his thoughts remain unspoken. Turning his gaze towards Carlos, Dave continues, you arrived before Li, yet I know you well. Compared to Li, you are more suited to player development rather than in-game coaching. Therefore, I hope you will assist Li in the time ahead, helping our Devils' Butler team reach new heights. I will coach, Carlos affirms, nodding gravely, devoid of any further comments. Very well, this news may be announced on the school website in the coming days. You both should prepare yourselves. I look forward to you returning with the most splendid trophy, Coach Dave remarks with a smile, although a fleeting shadow of melancholy crosses his eyes. In regard to Coach Dave and Oppos' resignation, Li Wenhan and the others refrain from publicizing the matter within the team, only gathering the key players to inform them in advance. Francis and James Posey, being players personally groomed by Li Wenhan, remain relatively unfazed. However, Duncan and Alexander, particularly Alexander and Darnell, find it emotionally challenging to accept. I need to speak with Coach Dave, Darnell exclaims, rising to rush towards Dave's office. I'll go with you. Alexander, recovering from his initial shock, prepares to follow, only to be restrained by Duncan. Wait a moment. The two turn back to their leader, confusion evident in their eyes. Since Coach Dave has made his decision, what purpose would your visit serve? Duncan states calmly, let us respect the coach's decision. But, I believe you should speak with Coach Dave, Tim. Chapter 37. Eastern Cuisine. The speaker was none other than Li Wenhan, whose remarks instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Coach, do you mean for Tim to persuade Coach Dave to stay? Daniel inquired, his face lighting up with hope. No, Li Wenhan replied, casting a glance at them. Coach Dave has already submitted his resignation, and the school should announce it by the day after tomorrow at the latest. I don't and Oppos. T believe Duncan can change his mind. But as the core of the team who has spent 3 years with him, it is only right to see him. I understand, Duncan responded calmly. Li Wenhan addressed the still agitated players, saying, in fact, Coach Dave has discussed many aspects of your situations with me and has offered numerous suggestions for your futures. Not just him, but all of you have been a topic of conversation. He wishes for you all to have bright futures. We are about to embark on our March Madness journey tomorrow, and I believe Coach Dave is concerned about your emotions, which is why he has Nadopos. He shared this with everyone. I feel the same, so I only kept you here. I wholeheartedly support you all speaking with Coach Dave, but it's best to do so in groups. I understand. Thank you, Coach, Daniel said, regaining his composure. All right, Tim, you go first. The rest of you should wait for Tim to come out before going in. Li Wenhan instructed before turning to walk towards the door. As he casually turned back, he noticed Francis and the others standing there awkwardly, quickly realizing the reason behind it. He turned back and said, Steve, you guys come help me move some things. Oh, sure, Coach, Francis and the others responded promptly, following Li Wenhan out. Coach, where are we moving things to? Eddie House asked, a bit clueless. Move what? The coach is helping us out, can't you see? Francis quipped, giving Eddie a playful nudge. Oh, could you be gentler? Eddie yelped, rubbing his head. Seeing Eddie and Oppos' silly demeanor, Li Wenhan couldn't and Oppos' help but chuckle. Actually, I intended to buy some items, and since no one usually helps me, if you all want to lend a hand, then come along. Where to? Eddie asked, still holding his head. To buy some things, where do you think? Francis said, raising his hand again. Let's go to the supermarket nearby. I've been here for over half a year and have hardly been there, Li Wenhan said with a smile. Tonight, I'll treat you all to dinner as a token of appreciation for your help. No need, Coach, Francis quickly replied. Li Wenhan waved his hand and laughed. I previously mentioned covering your living expenses, yet I haven't treated you to a meal. Tonight seems like the perfect occasion. If fortune smiles upon us, we might procure some ingredients for a mysterious Eastern feast, which I shall prepare myself. A mysterious Eastern feast? That sounds amazing, Eddie exclaimed joyfully. You only perk up at the mention of food, don't you? Mike Miller rolled his eyes. Who doesn't he know this guy is mediocre at basketball but excels at eating? Marion chimed in, teasing him. You better not say that. When have you eaten less than I do? Eddie retorted, slightly annoyed. Regarding Marion's jibe about his basketball skills, he wished to retaliate. But his abilities left him no room for rebuttal. I eat more than you because I'm taller. Just look at the height difference between us. Marion shot back mercilessly. Keep your comments to yourself. Don't make it personal. After being outmatched by Francis repeatedly during practice, he often found himself the target of Marion's ridicule regarding his height. All right, enough of the banter. Look at how calm James is. You all are the ones causing a ruckus, Li Wenhan praised James Posey with a smile. Coach, I'm curious about what your mysterious Eastern feast entails. I've had Eastern cuisine before, and to be honest, it wasn't very good, James Posey admitted candidly. Indeed, I have misjudged. You and Oppos, were even worse than Eddie House. Criticizing the culinary delights of our mysterious ancient nation? You better watch out. If I don't make you drool over our Eastern delicacies today, I shall change my name to yours. Let us not even mention the countless dishes from my great China. Li Wenhan was confident that even if he prepared simple home-cooked meals, they would surely tantalize the taste buds of these sheltered individuals. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Li Wenhan noticed that the place had likely been renovated recently, as the shopping space had significantly expanded. After browsing around, he discovered an array of items he wished to purchase, including the usual pork and beef, and to his surprise, he even found some Chinese spices he had been desperately seeking. After a thorough search, he managed to gather the essential ingredients he needed. Although his favorite doubanjiang and the indispensable scallions for cooking were nowhere to be found, nevertheless, he stumbled upon soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and aromatic vinegar, among other condiments. While some items were unavailable, he believed he could substitute them with alternatives. For instance, he could replace dried chili and red peppers with local varieties, which should suffice. Finding no pre-made noodles, buying a bag of flour wasn't difficult. He could always make some hand-pulled noodles at home. For those items he simply couldn't and appos, tea procure. He would have to make do, adjusting the recipes as needed. After all, one must not let life's challenges stifle their creativity. In summary, after searching the supermarket multiple times, Li Wenhan finally managed to gather everything he required. In fact, he didn't spend much on the meat and vegetables at the supermarket, as prices were considerably lower than what he was accustomed to, though the spices were rather pricey. However, it was of little consequence, as spices could last a long time, especially for someone like him who seldom cooked. With several robust individuals trailing behind him, Li Wenhan was relieved to entrust the carrying of his items to those who resembled bodyguards. "Coach, are you planning to make steak and pork chops for us?" Francis asked curiously. "Certainly not. What I bought isn't steak. I'm going to prepare a dish called curry beef, an Eastern delicacy," James Posey responded, appearing rather knowledgeable. "Is it the same Eastern dish you had before? Was it good?" Eddie House inquired. James Posey hesitated, torn between honesty and the fear of displeasing Li Wenhan, unable to articulate his reservations. Just then, a voice chimed in. "James, there and appos. There's no need to be so conflicted." Chapter 38. What an aroma. The speaker was naturally Li Wenhan, who had just entered the small apartment. He fully understood James Posey's dilemma. It was merely that he had once dined on Indian cuisine somewhere and found it unsatisfactory. Now, however, he was preparing the homely delicacies of our great China, which were incomparable to those trivial dishes from the subcontinent. After having his 5 assistants thoroughly clean the pork and beef he had purchased, Li Wenhan sent them away. For the unique techniques he was about to employ were not for their eyes to see. They should focus on their basketball instead. He blanched the meat, cutting the pork into large chunks and the beef into smaller pieces set aside. Heating oil in a pan, he seared the beef for a while before adding soy sauce, oyster sauce, and other seasonings, then introducing the diced potatoes, allowing them to simmer in water. At this point, he finally had the leisure to tackle the large pieces of pork belly. With the frying pan occupied by the beef, he had no choice but to make do with the newly purchased pressure cooker. Both pots were brimming, as he added ample seasonings. The emphasis here was on quantity. Not only did these fellows appear to be voracious eaters, but after spending all this time together, it would be disingenuous to claim they did not yearn for a taste of their hometown's cuisine. As the dishes simmered on the stove, Li Wenhan wandered into the living room, observing his companions lounging on the small sofa and chairs, engaged in lively banter. "What are you all discussing?" Li Wenhan approached with a smile. "Coach, it and appos. Nothing much, just passing the time." "Is dinner ready?" Francis immediately stood up to inquire. "There and appos. No need to be so formal." Li Wenhan chuckled, waving his hand. "It'll take a bit longer. A grand feast cannot be rushed. I'm not serving that unappetizing curry beef James mentioned." "James, you must eat heartily today." All right, Coach," James Posey replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. I was just teasing you. Are you all feeling a bit bored?" Li Wenhan said with a grin. It's all right. Shall we play a game?" Li Wenhan suggested playfully. "What kind of game?" Eddie House perked up, and the other's eyes brightened. After all, playing a game was far more engaging than sitting idly. "I have some tapes. Choose one to watch, and then we can discuss your insights on the game together. I'll serve as the judge. Let us go with the finals tape from this year." Li Wenhan proposed with a smile. Coach, it's almost time to eat, and you want us to watch a tape?" Eddie House slumped onto the sofa like a deflated balloon. "What's wrong? Do you have an issue with the coach's arrangement?" Francis immediately shot back with a playful reprimand. Whoever analyzes best will receive a special gift from me later. One that cannot be bought." Li Wenhan added with a cheerful demeanor. "Really? What's the gift? Is it a pair of basketball shoes?" Eddie House instantly perked up again. "Get lost." Francis promptly delivered a light smack to his head. "The coach said it's something you can't buy." "Oh, that hurt. Can you be gentler?" Eddie House complained, cradling his head. "All right. Each of you take a sheet of paper to jot down your observations. I'll check them before dinner," Li Wenhan said with a carefree laugh as he walked away. Although these 2 large pots of food required considerable time to prepare, indeed, they might not be ready even after watching the entire game tape, there were still other side dishes that needed to be prepared. Surely, a feast could not conclude with just beef and braised pork. A few stir-fried vegetables were necessary to complement the meal. Outside, the sounds of the game tape soon filled the air, accompanied by the lively discussions of the group, with Eddie House and Marion being the most vocal. Meanwhile, Li Wenhan was too engrossed in his cooking to pay attention to the commotion outside. After all, he needed to occasionally stir the simmering beef and potatoes while prepping the ingredients for the vegetables. As time passed, the enticing aroma began to permeate the air. Li Wenhan observed, much like he did while watching the game tape, until a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. "Coach, what are you cooking? It smells wonderful." "Huh?" Li Wenhan turned in surprise. "Tim, what brings you here? Have you spoken with Coach Dave?" "Yes," Duncan nodded. "Emotionally, I find it hard to part with Coach Dave. But I believe his decision might not be a mistake." "Oh, so you, with those expressive eyebrows and bright eyes, have begun to flatter him as well. Have the others joined you?" Li Wenhan shrugged, ending that line of conversation. "Yes, they've all come, including Coach Dave," Duncan confirmed with a nod. "Coach Dave is here too?" Li Wenhan exclaimed, quickly setting down his spatula and adjusting the flame lower before rushing outside. Upon stepping out, he saw Dave critiquing the notes held by Francis and the others while watching the tape. "Coach Dave, you've arrived." Li Wenhan greeted him warmly. "What an appos est this? Am I not welcome?" Dave turned with a teasing smile. "I heard you're treating them to a grand feast. I wonder if I have a share?" "Coach Dave, please don and amp. Amp, appos, joke with me," Li Wenhan replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Huh, it seems you've never invited me to a meal." Dave continued to jest. "Well, it's not that I'm short on cash. I bought some ingredients and prepared a few dishes from my hometown. I just hope they suit your tastes." Li Wenhan admitted sheepishly. "Oriental cuisine? I once had a delightful meal at a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown. It seems I am in for a treat today." Dave's eyes lit up. "It and amp, appos, I'll be ready soon. Who would like to lend a hand?" Li Wenhan promptly asked. "I will." Eddie House immediately raised his hand. "I and amp, appos, I'll help." "You wrote the least earlier, so keep watching the tape." Mike Miller countered instantly. Clearly, it was Posey who wrote the least. Eddie House protested. "I'll assist." "You all continue watching the tape," Francis declared, standing up resolutely. "Coach, is one person enough?" Duncan inquired from the side. Just you and Steve come help?" Li Wenhan assigned, a bit exasperated. As they prepared to plate the beef and potatoes, no, it should be a basin. They used a bowl comparable in size to a small wash basin, for otherwise, it would surely not suffice for these hungry fellows. What an aroma! Chapter 39. You were in charge as the sumptuous platter of braised beef with potatoes was presented. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, captivating everyone outside. Eddie House, unable to contain his excitement, felt a strong urge to taste it. Had it not been for Coach Dave's presence, he would have risked a beating from Francis and the others to snatch a piece. When the red braised pork was brought out as well, Eddie was even more drawn to the delightful scents, eager to indulge himself, and hastily made his way to the kitchen. Upon spotting Li Wenhan, he inquired, "Coach, have all the dishes been prepared? Do you need assistance in serving them?" You and Marion should head to the store to fetch some utensils." "I didn't and appos, anticipate Coach Dave and the others joining us." "You can eat once you return," Li Wenhan replied thoughtfully. "What?" Eddie was taken aback but nodded. "All right." He called for Marion to accompany him to buy the utensils, glancing back longingly at the enticing Eastern delicacies before stepping outside. As they hurried to the store, Eddie urged Marion to quicken his pace. "Can you move a bit faster?" "What an appos est the rush?" Marion asked, perplexed. "Honestly, if we don't hurry, there might not be much of Coach's incredible Eastern cuisine left." "Don't tell me you're not eager to taste it," Eddie retorted, slightly irritated. "Well, I am curious to try it. It looks like Coach has some skill, but there is no need to be frantic," Marion responded, unsure of how to address Eddie's impatience. "Enough chatter, let us go." By the time they returned, Li Wenhan had already prepared the remaining dishes, awaiting their utensils. Initially planning only to stir-fry broccoli and shredded celery with meat, he added a dish of potato and meat strips along with scrambled eggs with tomatoes, accommodating Coach Dave and Duncan's presence. All dishes were served in large bowls, emphasizing a sense of abundance. Concerned that the rice might be insufficient, Li Wenhan decided to cook some pasta, allowing everyone the freedom to choose. "Li, your dishes look incredibly appetizing. Let us eat," Coach Dave said with a smile. "Tim, Steve, please help serve everyone," Li Wenhan instructed cheerfully, emphasizing the importance of teamwork. Adhering to local customs, they distributed the dishes, and soon, praises filled the air. Even Coach Dave couldn't and amp, appos, resist indulging in a couple of pieces of pork belly. As anticipated, 3 dishes proved to be the favorites, the beef and potatoes, which had a Western flair, and the sweet-tasting red braised pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which delighted their palates completely. Eddie even mixed the last remnants of the tomato dish with his rice. This was not a lesson from Li Wenhan, but rather Eddie and Appos' own culinary intuition. It must be said, the world of gastronomy is indeed a realm where China excels. Li Wenhan initially thought they would all opt for pasta, yet surprisingly, more than half chose rice, including Duncan and Francis. Ugh, I'm stuffed. Coach, your Eastern cuisine is too delicious. I'm completely full, Eddie lamented, sprawled out on the couch. Well, no wonder. You've devoured 3 servings. How could you not be full? Marian replied, exasperated. You ate just as much as I did. Eddie quickly countered, and you said you just wanted a taste. You snatched the last few pieces of beef and potatoes. Well, I didn't eat more than you. Marian's face turned slightly red. Li, I think even if you weren't coaching, opening a Chinese restaurant would surely thrive, Coach Dave praised. Coach, you flatter me. With such basic skills, I wouldn't dare open a restaurant. Nearly everyone in the distant East can prepare these dishes, Li Wenhan humbly responded. Is that true? Eddie exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Oh my goodness, how fortunate the Eastern people must be. Eddie exclaimed dramatically. Fool. Mike Miller scoffed. Coach, when will you cook for us again? Your dishes are too delectable. Absolutely. Eddie's eyes lit up. Coach, how about preparing another meal for us tomorrow? Li Wenhan replied, you all focus on your upcoming matches. Once you reach the top 8, I will treat you to another grand feast. He felt it prudent to offer them a small incentive. What about the final 4? Eddie immediately inquired. In terms of meals, for every round you progress, I shall treat you, Li Wenhan chuckled. Once you win the championship, I will prepare a truly grand feast, unlike today's. Truly grand? This is not grand enough? Francis exclaimed, equally enchanted by the meal. Indeed. The culinary treasures of China encompass 8 major cuisines, totaling thousands of dishes. While I may only know a handful, preparing dozens is certainly within my capabilities. Li Wenhan stated with a hint of pride. That is fantastic, Coach. Rest assured, we will secure the championship of March Madness, Eddie declared, thumping his chest confidently. See, Li knows how to boost morale better than I do. A single meal accomplishes it, Coach Dave joked. All right, Coach Dave, and I will eagerly await your performance. I've noted everything you said today, Li Wenhan replied with a smile. Fear not, Coach. We shall prevail. The group began to express their enthusiasm, with Eddie and his companions particularly animated, while Alexander and a few others seemed less engaged. Li, do you have any thoughts on tomorrow's match? Coach Dave suddenly asked. What do you mean, Coach? Li Wenhan inquired, surprised. I believe given our current strength, we could allow Tim to take on more responsibility early in the game. Coach Dave suggested. Posey, you all tidy up here, Li Wenhan instructed before turning back to Coach Dave. No, my intention is to play normally without any adjustments. Our strength is equal to that of any team, and I have confidence in leading them to victory. I am unafraid of their strategies. Moreover, to realize our goal for March Madness, we must proceed with caution, so my perspective may differ from yours. Your reasoning is valid, Coach Dave nodded. You are the coach now. These decisions are yours to make. Chapter 40, The Madness of March begins. Li Wenhan initially anticipated a more extensive discussion with Coach Dave. However, to his surprise, Coach Dave opened the conversation only to swiftly withdraw, leaving Li Wenhan momentarily perplexed. Nevertheless, he endeavored to elucidate a few points to Coach Dave and his beloved disciples. In China, there is an ancient proverb, even a lion, when hunting a rabbit, must exert all its strength. Li Wenhan remarked with a smile, explaining that this implies that regardless of one's stature, be it that of a mighty lion, one must approach every endeavor with utmost vigor. Hence, irrespective of who our adversaries may be, we must commit ourselves wholly to each match, harboring no contempt for any opponent. Indeed, that is quite sagacious, Coach Dave nodded in agreement. Your words are truly exquisite, Coach. Duncan expressed his genuine admiration. When time permits, I shall recommend a few books for your perusal, Li Wenhan replied with a smile. I would love to take a look as well, if that's all right. Francis interjected eagerly. Yes, count me in. Eddie House chimed in immediately. Very well. As long as you all are interested, Li Wenhan responded noncommittally, shrugging his shoulders. And please recommend one for me when you have the time. Coach Dave added with a smile. Of course, Li Wenhan replied cheerfully. Such requests were trivial to him. Despite being in America in 1995, books like the Tao Te Ching and The Art of War, translated into English, were still accessible. Tomorrow and Oppo's strategy will remain unchanged. There is no need for alterations. Your focus during the game is paramount, he continued. As for the starting lineup, I will make a few adjustments. Marian will transition to the bench, and Kato will take his place as a starter. I have analyzed our opponents and Oppo's play style, and it bears resemblance to our own from last year, with their primary strength lying in the paint. Thus, we must impose our will in the interior from the outset, compelling them to pass to the perimeter, thereby securing an early advantage. Consequently, the pressure will rest on you, Steve and Miller. You must maintain your concentration and play decisively, Li Wenhan instructed. Understood, Duncan nodded. Okay. Coach, Francis quickly agreed. Now, let me elaborate further on what you need to pay attention to. After a thorough discussion, the group dispersed. On their way back, Duncan and the others felt a twinge of reluctance while walking with Coach Dave. Yet, Coach Dave seemed unfazed, remarking, Li is truly an exceptional coach. Entrusting you and the team to him may very well be the wisest decision of my life. Indeed, he is quite remarkable, Duncan affirmed with a nod. The two influential figures fell silent, and naturally, Alexander and the others would not oppose them, especially as they harbored a deep respect for Li Wenhan. The following morning, Li Wenhan arrived at the gymnasium as his team, the Devil and Appos, disciples, held the top seed in the league championship and enjoyed the advantage of playing at home, awaiting the arrival of the Purdue Boilermakers. As Li Wenhan strolled around the court, players began to arrive in small groups, and upon seeing him, they hurriedly commenced their warm-up exercises. As game time approached, the stands filled with spectators, and the Purdue Boilermakers had also arrived. Hello, I am Li Wenhan, the coach of the Devil and Appos, disciples. It and Appos, a pleasure to meet you. Greetings, I am Pris from the Boilermakers. After exchanging friendly handshakes, both head coaches led their players in warm-ups, while the Devil and Appos, disciples engaged in some pre-game entertainment. Under Li Wenhan and Appos' direction, Francis and James Posey showcased several dunks, with Francis's spectacular 360-degree slam eliciting cheers from the crowd. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the basketball was tossed into the air, and Duncan deftly redirected it to his team and Appos' backcourt. Eddie House seized control of the ball and, utilizing his speed, surged toward the front court. Before the defending players could react, Eddie House stepped just inside the three-point line and prepared to shoot, finding ample space. However, as he feigned a shot, he swiftly passed the ball toward the basket when two defenders closed in. Bang! The defenders turned back, intent on preventing the shot, but their bodies betrayed them, leaving them helpless as a towering hand effortlessly caught the ball beneath the unguarded hoop, completing a stunning alley-oop. Marvelous! That was breathtaking. Oh my God, it's utterly insane. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, yet it failed to rattle their opponents. Under Coach Pris and Appos' fervent gestures, the Purdue Boilermakers quickly inbound the ball. Francis, after executing that dazzling alley-oop, did not pause to celebrate. He immediately sprinted back to defense. The Boilermakers commenced their attack from the interior, with their power forward, Khaled, being a prototypical offensive player, adept at executing precise floaters in the paint. After receiving the ball in the post, he instinctively dribbled with his back to the basket, preparing to challenge Cato and Appos' defensive prowess. However, as he exerted force, he suddenly felt as though he had collided with a wall, nearly losing his grip on the ball due to the overwhelming resistance. Turning to assess the situation, he was astonished to find that Cato had seamlessly swapped positions with Duncan in that fleeting moment. Undeterred, he attempted to back his way against Duncan, yet found himself unable to budge. Although Duncan's physique may not appear overly imposing, it was merely a fade. In truth, he possessed remarkable strength, surpassing that of the typical NBA center, having once held his ground against Shaquille O and Appos' Neal. After several futile attempts, Khaled realized he could not afford to wait any longer and needed to make a decisive choice. Naturally, his first instinct was to pass the ball to his reliable partner, Dima. Yet, with Duncan, a towering figure, standing in the way, and Cato tightly guarding him from behind, the pass proved challenging. Left with no other option, Khaled resolved to take the shot himself, confident in his backward step jumper. However, as the basketball left his fingertips, a large hand suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than Duncan, who had leaped alongside him. Bang! Chapter 41. Timeout. That merciless hand not only swatted the basketball away but also sent Khaled sprawling to the ground. Mike Miller, quick on his feet, retrieved the ball before it went out of bounds, executing a single-arm throw with little control, propelling it forward. A fast break. Before Mike Miller could finish his sentence, Francis and Eddie House surged forward like two fierce tigers, darting left and right with incredible speed. Eddie House, the first to receive the ball, charged towards the basket, completely disregarding the defender trailing behind him. He leapt high, seemingly intent on showcasing a dunk. The defender, unwilling to allow such audacity, leapt up in an attempt to deliver a resounding rejection. However, Midway through his jump, Eddie House executed a cunning bounce pass to Francis. The defender, now airborne, could only watch helplessly as Francis soared from behind him, crashing down with a powerful slam to conclude the offensive display. The arena erupted in cheers. No one anticipated such a thrilling start to the match. The Devil Stewards opened with 2 spectacular dunks, igniting the home crowd's enthusiasm. Even Li Wenhan nodded approvingly from the coach's seat, recognizing the brilliance of the Devil Stewards' offense and defense, highlighted by the timely defensive switches between Duncan and Katas, as well as Mike Miller's excellent fast break awareness, culminating in Eddie House's calm assist at the last moment. After the ball was exchanged, the Boilermakers appeared more cautious. Despite Eddie House and Oppo's relentless harassment attempting to stall their offense, they successfully brought the ball to the front court. Following a screen and roll, they passed the ball to Khaled, who had established position in the paint. Upon receiving the ball, Khaled pivoted to face the basket, now guarded by Katas. He tentatively stepped forward with his left foot, simulating a jump shot. Yet Katas remained unfazed, raising both hands and taking a small step forward, encroaching upon Khaled's space. As a proficient interior scorer, Khaled quickly gathered the ball and, using his body to create separation, drove past Katas on his right, executing a delicate floater under the basket. The Boilermakers finally scored, and their coach, Pris, let out a sigh of relief. If their team's interior offense had faltered, it would have spelled immense trouble for them. Li Wenhan also stood, applauding his players. Although Katas failed to block that shot, he had maintained his defensive position throughout, closely trailing his opponent, only falling short on the final attempt. Encouragement was certainly warranted. The reason Li Wenhan substituted Katas for Marion was precisely this. While Marion could launch an offensive assault from afar, he struggled defensively against a player with significant physicality and offensive prowess, making Katas the better choice. Furthermore, Li Wenhan had other plans for Marion, harboring no intentions of sidelining him. Whether Marion minded this role as a substitute, Li Wenhan felt confident in managing the situation. Eddie House skillfully brought the ball to the front court. Faced with the opposing defense, he opted not to pass but signaled for Mike Miller to set a screen. Utilizing the screen, he charged into the paint. Confronted by a closing small forward, Eddie House executed a spin move to evade his defender, directly challenging Khaled's defense. Just as everyone anticipated Eddie House to display his skill in overcoming larger opponents, Khaled, who should have been positioned elsewhere, unexpectedly found himself under the basket. Receiving a pass and effortlessly laying it in, his foot barely lifting off the ground, showcasing a straightforward yet effective approach. As the steadfast guardian of the point guard position, Eddie House did not forget his primary responsibility to support his teammates. In this lineup, his sacrifices were significant, as his offensive capabilities were commendable among guards, complemented by solid defensive skills. Joining a less prominent team offered him the chance to become a core player, having previously enjoyed a stellar NCAA career at the University of Arizona. However, now with the Devil Stewards, Li Wenhan believed that Eddie House's achievements in the NCAA might not shine as brightly, but his NBA journey would surely not be as arduous as in his past life. When the Boilermakers advanced the ball to the front court again, intending to pass to Khaled, they found that the defensive alignment had shifted. Duncan and Katas had preemptively switched positions, with Duncan now firmly positioned behind Khaled, while Katas stationed himself near the free throw line, forming a 60-degree angle in their defense. Despite being shorter by half a head, Katas pressed against Khaled, one hand gesturing to disrupt his reception. Should Khaled receive the ball, Katas could easily switch back with Duncan or choose to defend independently, for his powerful legs provided ample support. As Khaled leaned back, attempting to create space, he realized Duncan was like an immovable boulder, offering no room to maneuver. Had he faced a different opponent, he might have executed a step-back jumper. But the memory of the previous block loomed large, prompting him to instinctively pass the ball. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Duncan subtly nudged him, compromising the quality of the pass, which was intercepted by the swiftly approaching Francis. With the ball in Francis's possession, a fast break ensued. As Francis barreled towards the front court, executing a layup, Pris's expression darkened. Oh, his face was already dark. The ball found its way back into Khaled's hands in the paint. Facing Katas's defense, Khaled faked to evade Katas and took a decisive step forward, opting for a jumper. The release was swift, and the shot was well executed, but he was met by an unexpected obstacle. Just as the basketball grazed the rim, an enormous hand, which should not have been there, forcefully blocked the orange sphere. Where did this player come from? This was Khaled's singular thought. He had never witnessed such a seemingly assured shot being denied. as a core player for the Boilermakers, despite having played 2 years of college basketball. This was his first encounter with the Devil Stewards. Although he recognized Duncan as their cornerstone, he never anticipated this level of intimidation. After securing the rejection, Duncan swiftly passed the ball to Mike Miller on his right and dashed forward. He first positioned himself in the paint, attracting the defense from Khaled and others, before quickly sprinting out to set a screen for Francis, successfully obstructing the defender and aiding him in an effortless jump shot. Timeout. Timeout. Chapter 42. Are you foolish? The Boiler Manufacturing team was compelled to call a timeout as the game had barely commenced, yet the score had already escalated to 8-2. The initial round showcased the Devils' attendant team's offense executing their plays with remarkable ease, while the Boiler Manufacturing team struggled to establish any momentum, completely overshadowed by their opponents. At this juncture, if Pris did not call a timeout, the Devils' attendant team could swiftly take control of the match, possibly turning the second half into a mere formality. Excellent work. Li Wenhan praised the players as he held the tactical board. After this timeout, we should implement more movements on the perimeter. Steve, you and Eddie House must defend your positions diligently. Posey, you will substitute for Mike. Ensure you assist with their defense. You need not worry about the interior. Leave that to Tim and the others. Maintain our offensive approach, but be vigilant in your defensive attentiveness. Now, prepare to return to the court. Upon resuming play, as anticipated by Li Wenhan, the Boiler Manufacturing team attempted to initiate an outside attack, but their first effort ended in failure. Nevertheless, their intentions were clear, seeking breakthroughs from the perimeter due to the inability to penetrate inside. What they did not realize was that the Devil and Amp, Oppos, as attendant team, bolstered by recent recruitment, possessed an exterior defense nearly as formidable as their interior. If the interior defense relied on Duncan and Amp, Oppos, S inherent system, the exterior defense was a collective stronghold forged by teamwork. Particularly, Mike Miller and James Posey, who roamed the front lines, were critical components of the exterior defense Li Wenhan had constructed. Although Francis and Eddie House exhibited acceptable defensive skills, they inherently leaned more toward offense, especially Francis. Now, with the assistance of Mike Miller and James Posey, they compensated for the duo's shortcomings, collaboratively forming a robust exterior defense for Wake Forest through their dynamic movements. The offense continued to be initiated by Eddie House and concluded by Francis, yet unfortunately, Francis and Amp, Oppos, S jump shot near the free throw line did not find its mark, though Duncan secured the rebound. Initially, Duncan intended to pass the ball out to Francis, but Francis showed no inclination to receive it. Instead, he and Posey engaged in a series of intricate movements, effectively opening up space in the interior. Observing this, Katas instinctively pulled his defensive assignment out of the paint, leaving Duncan to face Colette one-on-one. The roles had merely reversed, yet Colette was undeniably outmatched in height and strength. As Duncan leaned back into Colette, the latter felt an uncomfortable pressure in his chest, prompting him to retreat slightly. Duncan, however, was relentless, with a subtle dip of his left shoulder. He exerted force to create space and executed a signature 45-degree bank shot, effortlessly adding 2 points to the scoreboard. After another outside attempt by the Boiler Manufacturing team clanged off the rim under Francis's defense, Pris's expression faltered, foreboding ominous predictions. In the ensuing plays, the combination of Duncan and Francis maintained an exceptionally high offensive efficiency, while the Boiler Manufacturing team could only scrape together points through isolated plays and sporadic fast breaks. The tone of the match had been firmly established. Despite Pris's adjustments, the Boiler Manufacturing team, continually pressured by the Devils' attendant team, failed to achieve significant results, leaving them with a lingering frustration. This pent-up frustration erupted as the first half neared its conclusion, when Posey received a pass from Francis beyond the arc and easily sank a three-pointer in wide-open space. In a moment of folly, he gestured at the approaching defender, igniting fury among the opposition. Provoked, Posey retaliated, and soon a scuffle ensued, drawing in nearby players before the referee could intervene. Just as the referee managed to separate Posey and the others, he turned to find Francis and Colette nearly exchanging blows, prompting him to rush in once more. The referee's whistle sounded sharply, resulting in the ejection of 5 players, including Posey and Francis. As the coach, Li Wenhan refrained from voicing his displeasure, his expression dark as he observed the unfolding chaos. He did not await the arrival of his players after halftime, instead opting to head directly to the locker room. Coach, we are sorry. Upon entering, Posey and Francis immediately apologized, understanding their impulsive actions might affect the remainder of the game. Let us not discuss this now. We will address it once everyone arrives. Are you both uninjured? Li Wenhan inquired. We and Amp. Oppos. Refine, Francis replied, shaking his head. Good. Li Wenhan nodded, choosing silence thereafter. Soon, the players congregated in the locker room, the atmosphere palpably tense, everyone standing in silence awaiting Li Wenhan and Oppos' guidance. The prior altercation was unfortunate and might result in suspensions for Francis and Posey in the upcoming games. I am unaware of your thoughts regarding this incident. Clearly, it should not have occurred. However, I would like to convey a message specifically to you, Posey. Li Wenhan and Oppos' gaze bore into Posey intensely. Are you truly foolish? Chapter 43. We are a team. As soon as the words left his mouth, James Posey immediately lowered his head and murmured, I'm sorry, coach. Francis quickly followed suit. Acknowledging his mistake, I apologize, coach. I acted impulsively. No, Steve, you need not apologize. I believe you acted rightly. Li Wenhan's words left everyone wide-eyed, astonished at his statement. Even Duncan, who majored in psychology, was taken aback. However, Li Wenhan calmly continued. Did you think I called him foolish because he shouldn't have retaliated against the provocation? Shouldn't you have intervened? Isn't that so? Francis asked, perplexed. I know I shouldn't have made that gesture. It's entirely my fault. James Posey quickly admitted sincerely. No, I do not think there is anything wrong with you aiding your teammate. You simply need to manage your emotions more appropriately, Li Wenhan coldly stated. Your provocation towards others is undoubtedly incorrect. Even if the league does not penalize you, I will. He added, however, I see no issue with your response to their provocations. Would you rather not retaliate and allow yourself to be bullied? This is precisely why I said that Francis' assistance was not misplaced. But why did you not come to his aid when he was provoked? Huh? Not only was James Posey bewildered, but the entire team was left in a state of confusion. Remember, we are a team. When a teammate is bullied, I expect you to come to their aid without hesitation, even at the risk of punishment. If you can stand by and watch your teammates suffer, then I must ask you, do you truly consider him a teammate? Do you believe you are a closely knit team? The answer is no. Otherwise, how could you remain indifferent? I urge you to reflect on this. When the time comes and you too are bullied, what if your teammates choose to be mere spectators? If you were to consider this from their perspective, would you still believe you ought to maintain this absurd calmness? Li Wenhan declared, his face filled with fury. None anticipated that Li Wenhan would deliver such a scolding, leading all the players to lower their heads in shame. Thank you, coach, James Posey expressed. Gratitude etched on his face. While the other players had varied thoughts regarding Li Wenhan and Amp. Oppos' reprimand, they unanimously recognized the importance of team spirit. He emphasized. The coach is right. We are a team, and we should support one another. This time, it was our fault, Duncan stated, unusually stepping forward to voice his agreement. Francis glanced at the still poker-faced Duncan, thinking to himself how foolish he was to let this brooding individual beat him to the punch. Coach, I understand now. We are forever a team, and I am willing to stand up for any teammate. Francis quickly asserted. Yes, we are a team. Indeed, the coach is right. A chorus of agreement echoed, yet Li Wenhan merely cast a discerning gaze over them, many unable to meet his eyes, lowering their heads instead. I cannot clearly discern all your thoughts at this moment, but I only hope you remember that you are a team. Always bear in mind that even if certain actions may not seem correct, we must still act. You can entrust your backs to your teammates, Li Wenhan articulated sharply. Yes, coach. This time, their response was synchronized and resounding, prompting a slight nod of approval from Li Wenhan, as his objective was nearly achieved. Very well. Regarding whether the league will impose any penalties, I will follow up on that. For now, focus on preparing for the second half of the game. Please follow Coach Carlos to get ready. The tactics will remain unchanged for the moment. I need to speak with James and Steve, Li Wenhan instructed. Yes, coach. Once the others departed, Li Wenhan turned to the two and said, You need to brace yourselves. The league may impose a suspension on you. For now, I will refrain from penalizing you, but I will keep a record of this, and once the madness of March concludes, I will address your punishment. Thank you, coach. Will I really be suspended? Francis inquired. You may not be, but Posey, I suspect he might face a suspension, considering this incident originated with him. Why did you feel the need to make that ridiculous gesture? Li Wenhan replied, his tone irritable. I'm sorry, coach. Do not utter apologies to me again. The one you owe an apology to is yourself. The deed has been done, and saying sorry serves no purpose now. You may rest here, and once the game concludes, we will hold a meeting where you will present your self-reflection, Li Wenhan concluded, casting a fierce glare before leaving the room. When James Posey instigated the conflict, Li Wenhan's initial thought was to impose a severe penalty upon him. However, upon witnessing only Francis and Eddie House rushing to intervene, he promptly changed his mind. He would rather have one or two players face punishment than to witness a lack of cohesion within the team, even if their roster was already formidable. In truth, Li Wenhan had long recognized this issue. Although Duncan was publicly regarded as the core member of the team, the rise of Francis had subtly divided the team into two factions. One group was led by the veteran Duncan, while the other was spearheaded by the newcomer Francis. With players like Mike Miller and Marion remaining indifferent, this division primarily stemmed from Duncan's taciturn nature, which limited his interaction with the newer teammates. Especially considering that this year brought in 10 new recruits, surpassing the number of veteran players. Consequently, compared to Duncan, Francis's charismatic and loyal demeanor endeared him to the newcomers, naturally drawing them closer to him. Nonetheless, Duncan and Oppos's formidable prowess commanded respect, and while everyone admired him, they simply preferred to socialize with Francis, preventing any internal strife from erupting. Yet, this budding division was fundamentally concerning. The incident that transpired on the court today served as a clear indication. Thus, Li Wenhan felt it imperative to nip this issue in the bud. Even if such actions might slightly skew the team's atmosphere, fostering cohesion within the team was undoubtedly a more advantageous outcome. Steve, do you think the coach truly want to penalize us? Chapter 44. Standing firm in justice after Li Wenhan departed, James Posey turned to Francis, his demeanor noticeably cautious. Do you think it's possible? He inquired. Francis replied with irritation. Regardless, what you did on the court was undoubtedly wrong. It's entirely reasonable for the coach to be upset. Just wait for your punishment. However, he added, since the coach has stated that there will be no immediate repercussions, we should take him at his word. We ought to heed his advice more and assist our teammates regularly. Absolutely, James Posey affirmed, raising his thumb. I believe that's precisely the coach's intent. We must support one another and listen to his guidance. As for the coach's mention of future penalties, I'm sure that was merely a way to intimidate us. You must remind me to stay vigilant. That is a given. I shall certainly convey the coach and Oppos's thoughts. Francis vowed emphatically. Indeed. James Posey nodded vigorously, though Francis failed to notice the sly smile that flickered at the corner of his mouth. The second half of the game concluded more swiftly than anticipated, primarily due to both head coaches deliberately managing their players and Oppos's emotions to prevent a repeat of the first half and Oppos's incidents. Additionally, both core players from the Boilermakers were ejected, leaving their already weak perimeter defense utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught from the Devils stewards. Even though Francis had been sent off, the Devils stewards still had Eddie House on the perimeter, who was unrestrained by Francis's absence and fully unleashed his offensive prowess. Exploiting the Boilermakers and Oppos's feeble interior defense, he frequently utilized Marion and Oppos's screens to penetrate and score, resembling a diminutive version of Francis, with Duncan's formidable presence anchoring the defense. Both Marion and Mike Miller, who had taken the court, showcased their remarkable offensive capabilities, collectively dismantling the Boilermakers' perimeter defense. After trailing by only 11 points at halftime, the Boilermakers found themselves over 20 points behind just 6 minutes into the second half, rendering any further competition futile. Well done, Eddie House exclaimed, beaming as he congratulated Mike Miller after a spectacular dunk. Just a warm-up. Let us see more of those plays. Mike Miller responded, shaking his head. Following Li Wenhan's motivational speech during halftime, the players exhibited markedly more interaction on the court, fueled by a collective desire to teach their opponents a stern lesson. In the ensuing offensive sequence, Duncan delivered a stunning block, and when the Boilermakers finally secured possession, they fumbled the ball, only to have it snatched away by the ramped-up Eddie House. After Marion effortlessly sank a mid-range jumper with his peculiar shooting form, he had scarcely begun to celebrate with Eddie House before the referee's whistle pierced the air. Both teams have committed fouls. Each team receives a technical foul. It turned out that Eddie House and his defender had collided while maneuvering, prompting the referee, mindful of the earlier incidents, to issue technical fouls to both players. Eddie House raised an eyebrow and strode towards the referee, intent on contesting the call, as it was the opponent who had initiated the contact. What are you doing? Duncan firmly grasped his arm, urging him to remain composed. We are in an undeniable lead. It's just a technical foul. The game is paramount. Eddie House instinctively wished to retort, but, upon observing Duncan's calm demeanor, he hesitated and ultimately turned away. After both teams executed their technical free throws, the Boilermakers finally managed to score from the perimeter, only for Mike Miller to respond immediately. In the subsequent exchanges, scoring became increasingly challenging. While the Devils' stewards maintained pressure, the Boilermakers' defense grew noticeably more aggressive. With tensions rising, the Devils' stewards intensified their defensive efforts. Even Marion, typically less engaged defensively, delivered a formidable block. Beep. The Devil and Amp. Oppos. Stewards request a substitution. At the referee's signal, Marion, who had been flaunting his skills to Eddie House, was bewilderingly replaced by Li Wenhan. What is going on? Does the coach want me to be more aggressive? Marion mused, perplexed, as he approached the bench. Yet, Li Wenhan offered no explanation, merely gesturing for Alexander to relay tactical instructions to the players on the court. However, merely 2 minutes after Marion's departure, Li Wenhan called for yet another substitution, deepening the confusion among the players, particularly after observing the 2 players he pulled from the game. Only a handful understood Li Wenhan's intentions. During that interval, both teams had escalated their defensive actions, and despite the referee and Amp, Oppos, continuous whistles, the charged atmosphere remained palpable. There were indeed players on the Boilermakers contemplating instigating further disputes, even as they faced a significant deficit. Even Prize, witnessing the mounting score, might have felt a twinge of temptation. However, Li Wenhan was vigilant, and upon sensing the brewing tension, promptly substituted Marion. Noticing the situation had not significantly changed, he swiftly replaced Duncan and Eddie House, positioning Cados at center and substituting in Darnell as the point guard. In response to Li Wenhan's overture for restraint, Prize reciprocated by moderating his team and Oppos' conduct. Given that the game was all but lost, and the opposing team had begun to ease off, there was no need for him to assume the role of the antagonist, especially with the potential repercussions from the league looming for the next season. Thanks to the efforts of both head coaches, the situation on the court was ultimately brought under control, serving as a wake-up call for Li Wenhan. The professional demeanor of these non-professional players was undoubtedly inferior to that of NBA athletes, particularly when the disparity in skill levels was so pronounced. Thus, it was crucial to avert such situations and maintain decorum. Although only Cados and Mike Miller remained on the court, the score inevitably widened. As Mike Miller and Oppos' unleashed offensive talent proved to be astonishingly efficient. Reluctantly, with 5 minutes remaining in the second half, Li Wenhan also substituted Mike Miller, allowing Alexander and Darnell to play alongside Carlos and a few newcomers. Chapter 45. You must be responsible for your words. Despite Li Wenhan and Amp, Oppos' deliberate leniency, the substitutes from the Devil Steward team performed remarkably well, even outshining the main players of the Boiler Manufacturing team. By the end of the match, they had secured a lead of nearly 30 points, resulting in a resounding victory. The atmosphere in the stands was electric, brimming with the fervor of home support. Yet the faces of the Boiler Manufacturing team members were clouded with disappointment as they departed. Even when Pris and Li Wenhan shook hands to bid farewell, their expressions were grim, lacking the grace they had exhibited before the match. It was unclear whether they regretted not managing the altercation with the Devils Steward team in the first half. This match was merely the first opponent encountered by the Devils Steward team in the whirlwind of March Madness. Their strength was not particularly formidable. Yet numerous issues were revealed through the game. Thus, Li Wenhan and Amp, Oppos' notebook was filled with observations, a habit he had carried from his past life, though no one but him could decipher the notes. Upon returning to the locker room, before Li Wenhan could convene a brief meeting with the players, several individuals entered. Led by Coach Dave. Li, allow me to introduce these esteemed guests. This is Director Demas, and this is Director Blair. They have come to congratulate you on your victory, Coach Dave announced with a smile. Director Demas, Director Blair, Li Wenhan greeted them warmly. Your performance was quite impressive. Initially, I thought Coach Dave's praise was excessive. But after witnessing this match, I am filled with confidence in you, Director Blair remarked with a smile. With such a splendid opening victory, Coach Dave and the school officials were brimming with joy, even amidst minor unsavory incidents during the game. Indeed, your performance has truly impressed us. Do you have any thoughts on the upcoming matches? Principal Lewis queried. Upon hearing this, Li Wenhan immediately understood their purpose. They merely wished for him to articulate a season goal. Given the opponent and Oppos' lack of resistance and Coach Dave and Oppos' continuous accolades, they had begun to harbor unwarranted expectations. Aware of their aspirations, Li Wenhan was not averse to bolstering their confidence. Principal, directors, our team has undergone significant recruitment and strengthening this year. While we cannot claim a complete transformation, we undoubtedly possess the capacity to contend for the championship. Thus, our sole objective this season is to secure the NCAA championship during this March Madness. Li Wenhan declared with unwavering determination. Really? You are truly so confident? Principal Lewis and the two directors were taken aback by Li Wenhan's assertion, their excitement palpable. It was understandable. Such a resolute statement would ignite their hopes, and their visit would have been in vain otherwise. Of course I am confident. I believe you are all well aware of Duncan's abilities, and we have also welcomed several new players this year. In particular, Francis has gradually evolved into the core of our perimeter play, coupled with other players. Our strength is markedly superior to last year. Moreover, after months of cohesion, our team's strategy has nearly reached maturity. We are united in purpose, and I firmly believe this is our best opportunity to claim the championship. Not only this season, but in the forthcoming years, we shall strive for the title. Li Wenhan proclaimed with assuredness. I believe this achievement primarily stems from your and Coach Dave and AMP, Oppo's guidance, which has significantly elevated our team and AMP, Oppo's overall prowess, Principal Lewis complimented. Principal, your praise is unwarranted. The credit belongs to Coach Dave, Li Wenhan humbly replied. Li, I cannot take credit for this. The team has been crafted entirely by you. I merely provided you with Duncan. Coach Dave interjected quickly, casting a knowing glance at Li Wenhan. Internally, he criticized Li Wenhan for being overly modest at such a crucial time. With his departure confirmed, this was the moment to showcase his capabilities before the school officials. Realizing the need to abandon his customary modesty, Li Wenhan responded, Haha, I must extend my gratitude to Coach Dave for his unwavering support. After our extensive efforts, this team has nearly reached maturity, and the players are brimming with confidence, fully equipped to contend for the championship. Our coaching staff has conducted thorough research on our opponents for March Madness, and I am entirely confident in our ability to triumph over all forthcoming challenges. Coach Li, I hope you can speak candidly with us. While we are eager for you to lead the team to victory, I do not wish for you to merely placate us. Director Blair stated earnestly. Though initially surprised by Li Wenhan's bold pronouncement, he eventually voiced his concerns, wary that Li Wenhan might be overreaching given the opponent's relative weakness. Director Blair, I understand your apprehension, Li Wenhan replied calmly. Last year, we reached the Sweet 16, meaning that winning our next match would merely equal last year's record. However, I want to emphasize that from myself to all the players in the team, none of us will settle for anything less than the championship. To be blunt, if we do not reach the finals in this March Madness, it will be deemed a failure for us. Li Wenhan's words resonated with unwavering confidence, captivating the attention of the school officials, while Coach Dave discreetly cast him a warning glance. Acknowledging Coach Dave and Oppo's goodwill, Li Wenhan chose to remain resolute. He understood the importance of demonstrating his capabilities as an interim coach without credentials, as failure to do so could lead to his replacement at any moment. Although Coach Dave supported him, the reality of the situation remained. When someone departs, the warmth of their presence fades swiftly. Consequently, when Principal Lewis and the others presented this opportunity, Li Wenhan felt compelled to seize the moment, to showcase his abilities and solidify their impression of him, even if it meant risking everything. Principal Lewis gazed at him meaningfully and stated, You must be responsible for your words. Chapter 46. You will regret this. Now that the opponent has made their move, Li Wenhan must respond. Otherwise, his previous remarks would appear utterly arrogant. President Lewis, esteemed board members, I am unequivocally accountable for my statements. Li Wenhan declared resolutely. My ambition extends beyond merely securing a championship. I aspire to establish a dynasty for our Wake Forest University Demon Deacons. Excellent. President Lewis commended. Should you indeed secure the NCAA championship this year, I will personally assure a contract renewal on behalf of our institution. Furthermore, you will be the sole candidate for the head coach position, with a salary commensurate to that of Coach Dave, and the contract will not be less than 2 years. Hearing the anticipated promise from President Lewis filled Li Wenhan with joy, prompting him to reaffirm, President, esteemed board members, I shall devote myself entirely to this endeavor. I ask for your patience as I strive for success. I appreciate your confidence. President Lewis praised. Coach Li, I admire your self-assurance as well. But I hope you can transform your words into action, Board Member Blair cautioned. I will, Board Member Blair. I shall give it my all, Li Wenhan asserted confidently. President Lewis, esteemed board members, I believe it would be prudent not to place excessive pressure on Li, even if he does not clinch the championship. Reaching the finals would still be historic, Coach Dave interjected. Concerned about Li Wenhan and Oppo's reluctance to engage, he ultimately put aside his pride to speak on Li and Apos' behalf. Indeed, Coach Dave raises a valid point. If you can lead the team to the finals, my earlier promise still stands. President Lewis nodded in agreement. It is essential to extend some courtesy to a coach with such a commendable record, even if he is on the verge of departure. Thank you, President. I will not disappoint you all. Li Wenhan responded with a serious demeanor. Very well, we look forward to your response. President, esteemed board members. There is one more matter I wish to discuss with you, Li Wenhan suddenly recalled. Please, go ahead. It concerns the conflict that occurred during the match. I fear the league may impose suspensions on our players, which would significantly impact our forthcoming games. Therefore, I kindly request your assistance in mitigating this situation. Ensuring it does not affect our future matches, Li Wenhan elaborated. I will address this matter. Focus on preparing for the upcoming games, President Lewis assured. As he departed with the board members, followed closely by Coach Dave, who soon returned. Li, you acted impulsively today, Coach Dave lamented with a shake of his head. I understand that my conduct may have seemed overconfident. I had great faith in our team, and I believe you did as well, Li Wenhan replied noncommittally. Indeed, I did. But unexpected occurrences are inevitable in competitions, particularly in the NCAA, where seeds often face unforeseen challenges each year. I do not wish for you to be overly confident. Risking an unforeseen event during the match, you are placing yourself in a precarious situation, Coach Dave expressed. Sometimes, one must push oneself to discover their true potential. I wish to explore that, Li Wenhan responded, subtly evading the gravity of the situation. Very well, you must have your own considerations. I shall not worry excessively. But do not take this lightly, Coach Dave conceded. Rest assured, Coach, I would never gamble with the future of this team, Li Wenhan nodded. Have you studied our next opponent? Yes. Please share your insights. Perhaps I can offer some suggestions, Coach Dave encouraged. Our next opponent is, with President Lewis and Apos' affirmation. Li Wenhan anticipated a swift resolution to the matter. However, the following afternoon, President Lewis had his secretary deliver 2 newspapers to him. One was from USA Today, and the other was the local Winston Sports Journal, both covering the conflict from the previous day, and the articles were rather extensive. Notably, the Winston Sports Journal dedicated half a page detailing the incident, prominently featuring photos of James Posey and Li Wenhan at its center. The report harshly criticized Posey and Apos' insulting gesture and, like USA Today, emphasized the significance of maintaining discipline in competition. Given that this was the first ejection in the NCAA this year, such coverage was hardly surprising, and Li Wenhan had prepared for media scrutiny. What caught him off guard, however, was that the Winston Sports Journal devoted less than a third of its coverage to the incident itself. While the majority of the article was an outright attack on him, the article not only cataloged Li Wenhan and Apos' alleged failures during the game, suggesting he lacked control over the team, but it also emphasized that the players involved in the altercation were recruited by him. Furthermore, Coach Dave's voluntary resignation due to health reasons was portrayed as a deliberate suppression of Li Wenhan, branding him a mere pawn under external manipulation. The conclusion drawn was stark. The Demon Deacons must reinstate Coach Dave, or the team would descend into irreparable turmoil, squandering Duncan's final moments. What is President Lewis's stance? After reading the report, Li Wenhan inquired solemnly. This situation is escalating and may become challenging to manage. Both individuals could face suspension. President Lewis hopes you will be mentally prepared for this eventuality, the secretary explained. Understood. Thank you. Please convey to President Lewis that I shall not let him down. Li Wenhan replied calmly. Yet, as he turned away, a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes, for according to the secretary's explanation, the roots of this escalating issue lay within the Winston Sports Journal. In truth, the Winston Sports Journal is merely a local publication with limited influence. Although it holds some local sway, it was unexpected that several other newspapers would choose to reprint the story, amplifying its impact. The NCAA also faced mounting pressure, especially since this was the first disciplinary action following the onset of March Madness. It appeared that trivializing the matter was no longer an option. Winston Sports Journal. You shall pay for this, Li Wenhan vowed silently. Chapter 47. Suspension. As a columnist for the Winston Sports Journal, Theodore White has been experiencing quite a challenging time lately. The poor performance of the local teams in the 4 major league sports has rendered his reports increasingly unappealing. Just yesterday, he faced the editor's ire for the 5th time this year, leaving him in a state of despondency. With scant material to report on, what could he possibly do? It was hardly his fault that these teams were underperforming. Praising them was a futile endeavor. and it was exasperating to think of how to engage the readers. If this continued, the dwindling newspaper sales could soon lead him to unemployment. However, after attending the game at Wake Forest University, a surge of excitement washed over him, momentarily overshadowing the editor and Oppos' scathing remarks from the previous day. Look at what you and Oppos' VE written. Utter nonsense. Analyzing the team is pointless when they keep losing. Not only do the readers find it dull, but even I want to tear up your dreary drafts. Do you know what news needs? A sensational angle. If you lack material, you must seek it out or fabricate something. Perhaps you could learn from the entertainment section. If you bring me this rubbish again, you'll be out of here by next week. Initially, he had prepared a draft for today's game, but in a moment of clarity, he tore it to shreds. Picking up his pen, he began to write fervently, and to his astonishment, the words flowed seamlessly, filling 3 pages in one go. When he cautiously entered the editor's office, he noticed the editor and Oppos' furrowed brow gradually relax into a smile. How about this? White inquired tentatively. Of course. This is excellent. It will be tomorrow and Oppos' front page headline. The editor replied, clearly pleased. Really? White exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Absolutely. You know I have always appreciated your work. Keep it up. And I shall consider a raise for you next year. Thank you, editor. I will certainly strive to excel. Surprise illuminated White's face. Now go. And ensure you provide more of these sensational stories in the future. The editor waved him out with a smile. Upon leaving the editor and Oppos' office, White spat disdainfully on the ground. That scoundrel. How dare he pretend to support me after berating me so harshly yesterday? He thought bitterly. Yet, as he reflected on today's article, his spirits lifted. It seemed he should craft more of these engaging pieces to captivate the audience. Coach, did you see the newspaper today? Francis and James Posey rushed into the office, breathless. I did, and I was just about to discuss it with you. The principal has notified me that both of you may be suspended for tomorrow's game. Li Wenhan stated matter-of-factly. What? Francis and James Posey were taken aback. Their expressions mirrored in the astonished faces of Mike Miller and others who had just entered. This incident had escalated due to the Winston Sports Journal, and the league's penalties were potentially harsher than anticipated. However, it was essential to remember that even if they could not play, the rest of the team must remain committed. I expect you all to give your utmost effort in the upcoming games. Is that clear? Li Wenhan's tone turned icy. Yes. Mike Miller and Marion responded promptly. I'm sorry. Coach, this is my fault for being impulsive. James Posey lowered his head, sincerely apologizing. I have said before, what is done is done. We must focus on resolving the present situation. As for your punishment, I will address it during the off-season. For now, you need to continue training with Steve. Maintain your form, and be ready to perform at your best when called upon. Li Wenhan gazed at him calmly. Understood, coach. Now, you may go train. And bring Tim over. Li Wenhan gestured for them to leave. Once everyone had exited, he leaned back wearily in his chair, pinching the bridge of his nose, contemplating various thoughts. Coach, you called for me? A voice interrupted Li Wenhan's reverie. He sat up and said gently, you're here. Please, take a seat. I'd like to discuss tomorrow and Oppos' game. I need. When the Devil and Oppos' servants faced off against their opponents in the top 32, their starting lineup underwent some changes. Duncan, Marion, Mike Miller, Alexander, and Eddie House comprised the starting 5 for today and Oppos' match. Just last night, he received notification of the league's disciplinary action. Francis was suspended for 1 game, while James Posey faced a 3-game suspension. This was a significant blow for the Devil's servants, and even the mentally prepared Li Wenhan could not help but mutter a few curses. This punishment is excessive, but since the notice has been issued, there is little to be done. We must simply be more vigilant moving forward. The impact of this news was evident as the game commenced. The players appeared lackluster. Not only did Duncan fail to win the tip-off, but even Eddie House was caught off guard, allowing the opponent an easy layup. The subsequent plays mirrored this disarray, with the defense failing to contain the adversaries and the offense lacking precision, as Marion missed even an open mid-range shot, with a decisive call for a timeout. Li Wenhan did not bother with the tactical board, instead glaring at the players on the bench, who, apart from Duncan, all hung their heads in shame. What are you doing? What kind of game is this? Li Wenhan erupted. Francis is suspended, and you don't know how to play? If you think you lack the ability, then step aside. Spare us the embarrassment. I need players who will give their all, not a bunch of mentally fragile weaklings. With your current performance, you think you can make it to the NBA? If you're lucky, you might get picked in the 2nd round. I once believed I had good judgment. Now I feel blind. I and Oppos, am sorry, coach. Do not apologize to me. I am giving you one last chance. Return to the court and take down those opponents. Anyone who plays like a coward will be benched immediately. Li Wenhan and Oppos' expression darkened. Yes, coach. Came a resounding chorus of agreement, even from Duncan. Tim. Focus on playing inside more. Chapter 48. The match is secured. As the game approached, Li Wenhan swiftly instructed Duncan once more. If anyone had played the game with the utmost normalcy during those fleeting minutes, it was undoubtedly Duncan. Apart from a couple of hesitant moments at the onset, his performance had been commendable, which was the reason their opponents had not managed to widen the score gap. The returning players, filled with a sense of renewed determination, executed both offense and defense with remarkable efficiency. Marion consistently transformed Duncan's assists into points. During this period, the Devil Butler team primarily focused their offense from inside, with Eddie House frequently delivering the ball into the paint for Duncan to orchestrate. The principal beneficiary of this strategy was Marion, who adeptly maneuvered beneath the basket to receive passes and score, or capitalized on Duncan's drawn defenses to make unconventional shots, resulting in a soaring shooting percentage. The opposing coach had contemplated intensifying their defensive efforts against him, but the moment they refrained from double-teaming Duncan in the paint, their players found themselves utterly unable to contain him in one-on-one situations. Reluctantly, they allowed Marion to roam freely inside, hoping to force him into mid-range shots while simultaneously increasing their offensive pressure from the perimeter. To be frank, Eddie House and Mike Miller and Oppos' defense was commendable, and Alexander's market value was largely attributed to his defensive prowess. However, perhaps due to the ease with which they initially played, the perimeter players repeatedly exploited screens to execute their shots with an astonishing accuracy exceeding 60%. By the time the first half concluded, the Devil Butler team had only managed to maintain a slim 2-point lead. During the regular halftime, Li Wenhan made no extraordinary adjustments, merely altering the lineup slightly by substituting Katas for Duncan and Darnell for Mike Miller. This resulted in a dual point guard setup with Eddie House and Darnell. While Alexander was elevated to the small forward position, the opponents were a quintessential perimeter-oriented team with a decent interior presence and a balanced offense and defense, leaving little advantage for the combination of Marion and Katas. This new arrangement served not only to grant Duncan a well-deserved respite but also to experiment with the lineup. At the outset of the second half, when Darnell brought the ball up court, he did not immediately take a shot, but instead passed to Eddie House and proactively set a screen for him. Upon receiving the ball, Eddie House promptly executed a rightward drive, utilizing Darnell's screen to glide effortlessly past the free throw line. Faced with an incoming defender, he executed a spin move to attract another defender's attention and deftly passed the ball to the awaiting Marion on the opposite side. Marion, seizing the opportunity, dribbled decisively towards the basket. As the defending player leapt the contest, he elevated and skillfully slipped the ball under the outstretched arms of the defending center, right into the hands of the unguarded Katas. With a resounding slam dunk, Katas effortlessly capitalized on the open opportunity, transitioning to the opponent's offense. As their small forward employed a teammate's screen to instinctively position himself near the left side of the free throw line for a jump shot, a hand unexpectedly obscured his vision. The sharp sound of iron reverberated through the arena, and the descending small forward, Bearden, was taken aback to find Alexander, who had shadowed him throughout the match, standing directly in front of him. What was going on? How had this player eluded his screen? This time, his previously reliable shooting was significantly disrupted, resulting in a distorted shooting form. Missing was one thing, but how had Alexander appeared beside him? Observing this from the sidelines, Li Wenhan smiled, as no one knew that Alexander's sudden transformation was orchestrated by him. At the onset of the second half, Li Wenhan activated his makeshift system and equipped Alexander with the coveted Peyton's glove from the rookie gift pack. Peyton's glove, counterfeit as one of the best defenders against Jordan, Gary Payton possessed exceptional perimeter defensive skills in addition to his three-point shooting. With the glove on, no one could contest him. Once utilized, the designated player, limited to perimeter players, could randomly acquire Payton's exclusive defensive skill set, effective for 1 quarter, and consumed in a single use. After testing the results, the effect was indeed evident. Previously, Mike Miller had struggled to adequately defend due to his foot speed. With the faster Alexander now equipped with Payton's glove, they had effectively secured that position. Meanwhile, Eddie House already possessed both speed and physicality, albeit slightly lacking in height. However, the opposing shooting guard was not significantly taller. Making defense a manageable task, he leveraged his robust physique to relentlessly pressure the opponent, compensating for Alexander's defensive challenges and forcing his match player to miss 2 consecutive shots. The only point of concern remained Darnell, who found it somewhat challenging to contain his opponent. However, Li Wenhan was unperturbed by this singular issue, especially since Darnell's foot speed was sufficient to keep pace. Although the opponents began intensifying their interior offense, the diminished height of the Devil Butler team resulted in a 3-point deficit, yet Li Wenhan wore a satisfied smile. Shooting rhythm is an enigmatic phenomenon. Once a player finds their groove, every shot seems destined for the net, whereas, as their touch wanes, even the easiest shots become elusive. Li Wenhan had been biding his time for this moment. When the opponents hit 3 of their 8 perimeter attempts, he immediately called for a timeout. Reintroducing Duncan and Mike Miller into the fray, ready to seize control of the match, Eddie House brought the ball up court without hesitation, executing a left-hand pullback to effortlessly evade his defender and advance into the paint. As he faced the oncoming small forward and Oppo's defense, he executed a behind-the-back pass to the perimeter while darting left beneath the basket. Mike Miller, stationed beyond the 3-point arc in the corner, adjusted and released a shot. Alas, fresh into the game, his touch was not yet warm, resulting in a clang off the rim, which was swiftly followed by Duncan, who assertively slammed the ball back down with one hand. The ensuing offensive possession mirrored the previous, with Mike Miller successfully sinking his shot this time. As the opponents intensified their defensive efforts against Mike Miller, Marion and Duncan began to assert their dominance in the paint, complemented by Eddie House's relentless drives and Mike Miller's occasional surprise shots, thus completely altering the dynamics of the game. In the ensuing 10 minutes of gameplay, the Devil Butler team decisively outscored their opponents 15-5, deflating their spirits entirely. This match was settled. Chapter 49. Team bonding. Witnessing their opponents being thoroughly outmatched, the Devil and Oppo's Butler team refrained from exhibiting any further ruthlessness. With merely 3 minutes remaining in the game, Li Wenhan called for a timeout, substituting the main players on the court and retaining only Katas and Mike Miller alongside a cadre of substitutes. Nevertheless, the Devils Butler team triumphed with a commanding score of 87-72 in their round of 32 match. Upon returning to school, the team members were enveloped in joy, even though they had merely advanced from the round of 32 to the round of 16, with many formidable adversaries awaiting them. As a reward for their efforts, Li Wenhan promised to prepare a sumptuous Eastern feast for them following their next victory, which elicited a cheer from the crowd. This match, though one without much turbulence, ignited new thoughts in Li Wenhan regarding the upcoming games. He recognized that while the current starting 5 displayed explosive prowess when deployed together, it was evident that some players' abilities had not been fully utilized. After all, at times, 1-1 does not necessarily equal 2. It may even yield less. For instance, Eddie House and Steve Francis, the 2 pivotal backcourt players for the Devils Butler team, had demonstrated commendable synergy. However, through this match, Li Wenhan discerned that when both were on the court, their differing roles led Eddie House to suppress his offensive instincts. Consequently, in this game, although Eddie achieved a notable number of assists, his scoring was meager, largely due to Francis and Oppo's dominance in offensive play, which monopolized a significant portion of the ball. While pondering Eddie House and Oppo's situation, Li Wenhan began jotting down notes when a sudden epiphany struck him, prompting him to hastily access the long-forgotten pirated basketball coaching system. As he gazed at the suddenly manifested retro interface, he found himself less inclined to criticize it, as familiarity breeds acceptance. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the team section was no longer barren, but now bore the title of the Devil and Oppo's Butler team. Earlier during the match, he had activated the system and utilized the novice gift pack and Oppo's item, Peyton and Oppo's glove, on Alexander, which had felt somewhat amiss. Now, contemplating Eddie House and Oppo's situation, he realized that changes had indeed transpired within the team. Finally, the team had been bound. Li Wenhan had long anticipated this feature, and he eagerly clicked on the team information for Wake Forest and Oppo's Devil and Oppo's Butler team. Upon opening it, 3 parallel subheadings appeared: Team, Coach, Player. When Li Wenhan clicked on the Team button, a single line of text emerged below: Host bound to Team, Wake Forest Devils Butler. How redundant. Li Wenhan grumbled with a huff before promptly clicking on the Coach section. Head Coach, Li Wenhan. Interim, Coach level. See potential level. A. Assistant coach, Carlos coach level. D. Potential level. C. Strength coach, Nick Floyd coach level. F. Potential level. B. Nick Floyd was the nephew of Coach Dave and had just begun his internship this year. Though still quite inexperienced, he was learning and growing rapidly. Thus, Li Wenhan had always believed his potential surpassed that of Carlos, and the system had confirmed this judgment. However, Li Wenhan was taken aback by the system's low evaluation of his current coaching level and its high appraisal of his potential. It seemed to stem from the system itself. Since his level was rated so low by the system, he resolved to gradually improve and elevate his skills. The fervor to compete in the NBA had begun to wane as well. He quickly clicked on the players section, and a list of names materialized before him. Instead of immediately checking Eddie House's information, he opted to explore Duncan's profile first. Player: Tim Duncan. Height: 2. 11 meters. Position: PFC. Shooting: 75 defense, 90 offense, 85 physical attributes, 96 overall rating, 89 potential level, S. System evaluation. An exceptionally talented player with a balanced attack and defense. Possessing immense developmental value, with a likelihood of evolving into an NBA superstar. Recommendation: pursue comprehensive development. Gazing at Duncan's statistics, Li Wenhan felt a profound sense of reliability. Stability was the hallmark of his game, with no discernible weaknesses. It was no wonder he had remained a cornerstone for the Spurs for 2 decades. The world jested that Duncan had not improved since entering the NBA as a rookie, but that was merely a jest. Duncan's capacity for learning was formidable. At this juncture, Duncan was far from the composed big fundamental of later years. His game-reading abilities had yet to reach that level of ease, and he occasionally relied on his physicality to dominate. Even in his past life, Duncan had made significant strides in his first few years in the NBA, albeit less visibly than other players, as he had entered the league with near-maxed capabilities. Subsequently, Li Wenhan clicked to view the personal information of the team's second cornerstone, Francis. Player: Steve Francis. Height: 1. 91 meters. Position: PGSG. Shooting: 81 defense, 71 offense, 89 physical attributes, 90 overall rating, 83 potential level. A. System evaluation. A player with commendable offensive capabilities and average defensive skills. Possessing strong developmental value, with a possibility of becoming an all-star. Recommendation: focus on enhancing offensive skills. After contemplating Francis's information for a considerable time, Li Wenhan finally clicked on Eddie House's name. Player: Eddie House. Height: 1. 85 meters. Position: PGSG. Shooting: 79 defense, 75 offense, 81 physical attributes, 80 overall rating, 77 potential level. B. System evaluation. A balanced backcourt player with solid offensive and defensive abilities. Possessing strong developmental value, with a likelihood of evolving into an NBA starter. Recommendation: focus on improving playmaking skills. Indeed, my judgment was not amiss. Chapter 50. The organizing forward Li Wenhan had long anticipated this player function within the system, not merely for the numerical data it presented. Although he believed that Francis and his peers had already proven themselves in their previous lives, rendering the player panel unnecessary for validation, he still yearned for a more intuitive and profound understanding of his athletes. The system's player information confirmed his suspicions. Eddie House's offensive capabilities were indeed restrained, specifically when playing alongside Francis. However, within his current roster, there was no more suitable starting point guard than Eddie House. Should he consider replacing him with that Danish player? Yet, upon seeing the player option indicating a skill level below 50, Li Wenhan promptly dismissed the thought. If only he had managed to recruit Mike Bibby earlier, or even Prince, or at the very least, brought in Tyronn Lue. Then he wouldn't be burdened with such worries now. Alas, the cards in his hand were insufficient, or rather, his lack of notoriety on the NCAA stage hindered him. He believed that once he secured the championship this year, the recruitment process would yield a different treatment. This matter lingered in his mind, and during the following day's training, he continued to ponder it until he witnessed Francis break through Alexander and Apos' defense and deliver a pass to James Posey. Yes, hadn't he initially sought to cultivate Francis and Apos' organizational skills? Why not experiment with him as a point guard? With this realization, Li Wenhan immediately initiated an experiment. He halted the game and promptly restructured the teams. Francis and Eddie House were separated into 2 squads, each becoming the external core of their respective temporary teams. After 15 minutes of play, Li Wenhan recognized that he had been overly idealistic. Although Francis complied with his directives and practiced his passing, The instinctual drive to score was glaringly apparent in his gameplay. His ingrained ability to score through personal prowess was deeply rooted, requiring considerable time to correct. In the moment, Francis and Oppos' first reaction upon receiving the ball remained focused on scoring, rendering his organizational efforts particularly ineffective. If he partnered with Duncan, his offensive capabilities were suppressed. If paired with Marion, his scoring attributes overshadowed his organizational skills. In contrast, Eddie House excelled in this regard, adeptly managing his offensive plays while also embracing his organizational responsibilities. Should Li Wenhan merely treat Francis as a singular offensive player? He hesitated. No. The Francis of his previous life had collaborated effectively with Yao Ming. There was no reason he should struggle alongside Duncan. He must be trained. Resolute in his decision, Li Wenhan determined to intensify this aspect of training in subsequent sessions, allowing for appropriate experimentation during games. After granting the players a brief respite, he resumed internal scrimmages, continuously adjusting the rosters. While some players were perplexed, they generally completed the tasks with earnestness until a particular sequence caught his eye. At that moment, Francis controlled the ball, advancing it to the front court, where he swiftly broke through Eddie House's defense. However, Eddie House's footwork was swift, preventing a complete lapse in defense. Approaching the free throw line, Francis faced two options: either pass the ball out for a reorganization of the offense or disregard everything and attempt a layup or shot. Even with Duncan looming as a formidable presence in the paint, in the past, Francis would have opted for the latter, perhaps passing to Marion or Katas only if he faced difficulty shooting. However, under Li Wenhan's guidance, he now understood the trajectory Li had envisioned for him, and thus could not act impulsively. Li Wenhan had designated him as the external core of the first team, constantly rotating players to assess their progress. As Francis reached the free throw line, he executed a step-back maneuver that caused Eddie House to lose his footing entirely. With his arms raised, he feigned a shot, drawing Mike Miller to provide assistance. In that moment, he promptly passed the ball to James Posey, who had positioned himself just beyond the three-point arc in the right corner. Without hesitation, Posey passed it to Marion, who emerged from the paint, using his body to obstruct Alexander and Oppos' attempt to help defend. Marion, facing a tardy Mike Miller, effortlessly launched a shot, securing a basket. In the next sequence, Francis again initiated a drive, encountering a double team from Eddie House and Alexander. Under pressure, he managed to pass to James Posey. Posey advanced a step inward, misleading Mike Miller, and delivered the ball to Katas. Faced with Duncan and Oppos' defense, Katas wisely refrained from a reckless layup, returning the ball to Posey, who, after a swift pivot that appeared to be a shot, instead passed to Marion behind him, culminating in another classic chest shot reminiscent of women and Oppos' basketball. Li Wenhan had always regarded James Posey as a sixth man due to his versatility. However, with Posey and Mike Miller and Oppos' roles overlapping, and given Miller and Oppos' superior shooting abilities, Li Wenhan had perhaps favored Miller too heavily. Yet, after witnessing those two sequences, he realized he might have erred in his deployment of Posey. The organizational deficiencies of the team led by Francis stemmed from Li Wenhan's focus solely on Francis's still maturing organizational abilities, completely overlooking Posey's all-around skill set. As this realization struck him, Li Wenhan smacked his forehead in frustration. How could he have forgotten one of the NBA's current superstars, Scottie Pippen, a crucial member of the Bulls and Oppos' trio? As a prominent figure in the realm of organizing forwards and heralded as one of Jordan and Oppos' finest teammates, Pippen and Oppos' strengths lay in his ability to score and facilitate, coupled with commendable shooting skills. His three-point shooting was commendable within the league, and his transition game was remarkably potent. Although his ball handling wasn't particularly exceptional, his straightforward style of play, combined with a sharp ability to cut and penetrate, showcased his impressive leaping and running capabilities. Despite his average change of direction, his quick acceleration, long arms, large hands, and rare stride length made his drives to the basket exceedingly threatening. And he possessed a commendable finishing ability. Perhaps guiding James Posey to develop in the vein of Pippen would yield splendid results. Chapter 51. Completely unable to endure with thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Wenhan ceased any further adjustments to the lineup, allowing the team to continue their scrimmage for an additional 10 minutes before dispersing. It became evident that when Francis partnered with James Posey, their synergy was considerably more fluid compared to his collaboration with Mike Miller. This was not to say that Miller was inadequate. Rather, their coordination was somewhat disjointed, particularly with Francis assuming the primary ball-handling duties. However, in scenarios where both Eddie House and Francis were on the court, Miller proved to be a more effective asset due to his remarkable proficiency in outside shooting. During this phase of the game, whether maneuvering to draw defenders away and create ample offensive space for Francis or sprinting to an open position for a quick catch-and-shoot, he emerged as the team and Oppos as prime option. If one were to draw a parallel for the current Devil Stewards team, it would resemble the Celtics of 2010, not the championship-winning squad of 2008, but rather the classic team that engaged in a thrilling 7-game series. Yet, it must be noted that their offensive style bore similarity to that of the legendary Celtics quintet of that year, while their defensive prowess still left much to be desired. Duncan stood shoulder to shoulder with Garnett, anchoring the interior defense, with both players excelling on both ends of the court. Francis mirrored Pierce as a formidable scorer, while Eddie House played the role of facilitator akin to Rondo. Marion was reminiscent of Rasheed Wallace, a proficient inside scorer, albeit with some reticence on the defensive end. As for Mike Miller, he naturally aligned with the historically significant sharpshooter, Ray Allen, tasked with the critical job of spacing the floor while undertaking the formidable challenge of being the team and Oppos' assassin from the perimeter. After jotting down some notes, Li Wenhan conducted a brief practice of the standard formations before concluding the session. With the forthcoming match on the horizon, Francis was set to return to the court, and it would be illogical to withhold the contributions of this pivotal second option. Even if his pairing with Eddie House did not yield a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts, adjustments could be made later. Securing victory in the upcoming game was of paramount importance. In the round of 16, they faced their longtime adversary, the Duke Blue Devils, who had previously fallen to the Devil Stewards in the league championship. Despite their prior defeat, the Blue Devils had managed to secure a wildcard entry into March Madness, performing admirably to reach the round of 16, only to encounter the Devil Stewards once more. Familiarity prevailed, and Li Wenhan refrained from indulging in lengthy pleasantries with the renowned Coach K, as this contest was a ruthless elimination battle. At the outset, a pent-up Francis unleashed his offensive arsenal, showcasing an array of skills including driving layups, fast break dunks, and quick jump shots. In the first 5 minutes of play, all offensive opportunities for the Devil Stewards were monopolized by Francis, save for a basket by Marion off a rebound from Duncan and Francis and Oppos' own putback. Li Wenhan did not call for a timeout despite Francis's seemingly selfish play. With his current rhythm, it was permissible for him to take charge. Concerns about disrupting team chemistry dissipated as teammates actively created opportunities for Francis, with even Duncan stepping up to set screens, indicating that all was well. However, Coach K grew anxious as the score tipped to 15-7 in favor of the Devil Stewards, prompting him to consider a timeout. Unfortunately, before he could rise to call for one, his own players faltered, having just secured a defensive rebound from Duncan. A careless pass to the guards resulted in Francis intercepting the ball and racing toward the basket. The Blue Devils, despite their efforts, could not keep pace. Although they managed to follow him, Francis found Eddie House wide open, leaving Mike Miller alone at the three-point line. With an abundance of space, Miller skillfully dribbled, ensured his position beyond the arc, and effortlessly launched a shot. The pleasing swish of the net echoed, shattering whatever remnants of hope remained for Coach K. The score climbed to 18-7, with the Devil Stewards establishing a commanding lead of over 10 points within just 5 minutes, an outcome that took everyone by surprise. Reluctantly, Coach K was compelled to call a timeout, regretting that he had delayed this decision. Following the break, he substituted the starting power forward with a slightly shorter bench player. Observing this move, Li Wenhan could not suppress a faint smile. Was Coach K attempting to hasten the pace of the game with such an unconventional choice? While this substitution might enhance the team's transition speed and somewhat mitigate Francis and Oppos' impact, the oversight was glaring. Had Coach K forgotten that the Devil Stewards boasted not only Francis but also the formidable Tim Duncan? This lack of foresight seemed to tarnish Coach K's esteemed reputation. Li Wenhan shook his head gently. Had Coach K been privy to his thoughts, he would undoubtedly have entered a tirade. You, who have never known hunger, cannot fathom the plight of the starving. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without ingredients. If I had players like Duncan, Francis, and Miller, I could orchestrate a better game than you. While Coach K's coaching acumen was certainly commendable, perhaps a B at worst, it was Li Wenhan who possessed the golden touch. After signaling a few adjustments, the dynamics on the court began to unfold as he had anticipated. Francis, though slightly subdued on the perimeter, allowed Duncan and Marion to assert their dominance within the paint. After the introduction of the unconventional forward, the Blue Devils did show some improvement in perimeter defense, yet their offensive efforts remained largely ineffective. Under the relentless defense of the starting five from the Wake Forest Devil Stewards, each basket for the Blue Devils seemed a Herculean task, with their shooting efficiency plummeting below 35. This inefficiency stemmed not from a lack of desire to score in the paint, but rather from Duncan's intimidating presence and Marion's exceptional defensive performance, amplified by Miller's timely assistance. The most critical issue was not only their inability to penetrate the Devil Stewards' interior defense, but also their utter helplessness against the onslaught from the opposing team's inside game. It was not for lack of effort. Rather, the enemy's firepower was simply too formidable to withstand. Chapter 52. Quenching thirst with poison. Before the first half of the game had concluded, Coach K's countenance had darkened considerably. It was swiftly turning into a massacre, rendering any talk of inside and outside strategies utterly futile. In truth, when Coach K introduced that rather mediocre forward onto the court, Li Wenhan had already anticipated such an outcome. It was not that Coach K and Apos' tactics were flawed, but rather that no one understood Duncan and Apos' capabilities better than Li Wenhan. In the common perception, a large player is presumed to be slow, yet there are always exceptions in this world. Take Shaquille O and Apos, Neil before he became the Diesel, or Kevin Garnett, who claimed to defend all five positions, and of course, the unassuming yet fundamentally sound Duncan. None of these players could be characterized by sluggishness. To underestimate them based on conventional notions of interior players would be a lifelong regret. Thus, with an already disadvantaged interior, lowering one's height and intensity was akin to quenching thirst with poison when facing the formidable Devil Servants team. Even though the new player brought slightly better athleticism, the existing interior players struggled to effectively double-team and defend Duncan, yielding little result. Duncan was inherently a player with a robust self-sufficiency. He could either attack upon receiving the ball or choose to distribute it. His passing ability was commendable, and let us not forget that the Devil and Apos' servants also boasted Marion, who was perpetually on the move, ready to receive and strike. Unless the Blue Devils possessed an exceptionally potent outside shooting ability, they would be compelled to relinquish their interior game for a barrage of long-range attempts. Alternatively, they might adopt the infamous mosaic strategy, relying entirely on their players' shooting touch. However, it was evident that the Blue Devils' shooting accuracy today was far from impressive. Numerous opportunities arose, with players executing screens effectively, yet the shot simply would not fall. What could be done? Consequently, both the interior and exterior offensive efforts of the Blue Devils had been thoroughly outmatched from the outset, leaving them nearly defenseless. Particularly disheartening was their inability to secure rebounds against the Devil and Apos' servants, exacerbated by the cacophony of clangs from missed shots, each reverberation signaling an impending fast break from the opponents, who sprinted with remarkable speed. Even Duncan, despite his size, was not sluggish. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half, Coach K led his team into the locker room, his dark expression foretelling a stormy atmosphere within. In stark contrast, the Devil's servants' locker room was filled with jubilance. The players had performed admirably, with even Alexander, who had been on the court for a mere 2 minutes, managing to sink 2 shots. The team's morale soared, and Li Wenhan refrained from dousing their spirits, offering them a few words of praise before addressing Duncan. Tim, take a breather in the second half. Darnell, you'll substitute for Eddie House. Alexander, remember to keep moving to create space, and when opportunities arise, shoot decisively as you did in the first half. Understood, Coach, Francis responded eagerly, appreciating the autonomy Li Wenhan's arrangement afforded him. Be vigilant against your defensive assignments. I suspect they will intensify their drives in the second half, so avoid the risky steals we saw earlier. All right, it's nearly time. Prepare yourselves to re-enter the court, and ensure the other players are ready at a moment's notice, Li Wenhan advised, stepping out first. The substituted players seemed unfazed, though Eddie House appeared somewhat disheartened, as it was rare for him to be benched at the start of the second half. Since the last game, he had sensed that Li Wenhan was contemplating something, and increasing signs indicated that Li Wenhan might intend for him to assume the role of sixth man. After all, why else would Li Wenhan urge Francis to take on a greater organizational role during yesterday's practice, as he was doing now? He regretted playing so aggressively in the last match, inadvertently prompting Li Wenhan to rethink his position. Deep down, he had no desire to be a sixth man, after all. Who would willingly relinquish their status as a starting point guard? Of course, the Spurs ball player was an exception, acting under the shadow of Coach Popovich's authority. Yet Li Wenhan had already orchestrated the plan, and Eddie knew better than to express his dissatisfaction now. After all, he could not dare to consider himself superior to James Posey, who had been relegated to the sixth-man role. As the second half commenced, Francis, now endowed with full offensive freedom, began with an awe-inspiring windmill dunk. The Blue Devils, upon noticing Duncan's absence, sought to exploit the interior. But their center found himself outmatched between Catos and Marion, ultimately having to pass the ball. Unbeknownst to them, the player receiving the pass fumbled due to nerves, allowing Mike Miller to snatch it away, thus recording a turnover for the Blue Devils center. As Alexander seized the ball, he glanced up to see a white figure sprinting towards the front court. Reacting swiftly, he tossed the ball ahead. Francis, having anticipated Miller and Oppos's steal and already on his way back, effortlessly caught Alexander and Oppos's pass, with the nearest defender still a step away. Without a moment and Oppos's hesitation, he lunged forward, executing a classic windmill dunk. The atmosphere in the arena erupted with excitement, while Coach K's previously softened expression darkened once more as he gazed sternly at the unfolding action. After 8 minutes of play with Francis leading the charge, Li Wenhan substituted him for Eddie House, while Duncan remained seated on the sidelines. Li Wenhan's decision sparked discussion among the players, even catching Coach K's attention, who looked at him with mild surprise. Li Wenhan smiled in acknowledgement, and Coach K responded with a nod, signaling for an intensified outside offensive strategy. Chapter 53. The journey ahead upon receiving Coach K's signal. The perimeter players of the Blue Devils decisively increased their frequency of breakthroughs and became more resolute in their shooting attempts. Although they were not at a disadvantage in rebounding due to Duncan's absence, their shooting percentage remained dismal, echoing the sound of missed shots incessantly. An unexpected development that Coach K had not anticipated was that the perimeter performance of the Devils' servants, under Eddie House's leadership, was not significantly inferior to that of Francis. In fact, compared to Francis, Eddie House exhibited a greater willingness to defend, resulting in an improved defensive efficiency for the Devil and Oppos's servants, which contributed to the Blue Devils and Oppos's ongoing struggles with their shooting. Coach K found himself increasingly perplexed, questioning where this Li Wenhan had sourced such formidable players. If only he had a couple of such athletes on his team, the match would not have been so arduous, facing relentless onslaughts. Consequently, in an effort to inject new life into the game, Coach K resorted to substitutions, hoping to leverage short bursts of energy for a glimmer of hope. However, with the starters performing poorly, relying on substitutes to turn the tide proved to be a futile aspiration. Not every team possesses exceptional depth, and even Duke and Oppos's bench players could not be deemed lacking in skill. With 3 minutes left in the match, Li Wenhan withdrew most of the starters, retaining only Francis, who led a group of substitutes on the court. Although it was evident that the game had entered its final minutes, Li Wenhan dared not relax against Coach K, knowing that a slip could lead to embarrassment. Keeping Francis on the court ensured a degree of offensive pressure, preventing the substitutes from failing to generate effective attacks. Despite the drop in defensive pressure from the Devil and Oppos's servants, the Blue Devils managed to execute a series of inside-outside offensive plays. However, with only 3 minutes remaining, no amount of scoring would suffice to bridge the gap. Moreover, a decline in defensive efficiency did not imply a lack of scoring capability for the Devil and Oppos's servants, especially with Francis wielding an unrestricted offensive authority. While aware that Li Wenhan intended for him to facilitate playmaking, Francis often succumbed to the urge to take matters into his own hands when his teammates faltered. He not only entertained this thought but acted on it as well. After witnessing his teammates miss 3 consecutive shots, he seized control of the game. Thus, in the final 3 minutes, the Duke Blue Devils managed to narrow the score to just 5 points, with Francis alone accumulating 8 points. With the referee's whistle signaling the conclusion of the match, the Blue Devils faced the Devils' servants in a decisive 16-8 showdown, culminating in a resounding victory for the latter at 91-76. Coach, greetings. As soon as the game concluded, Li Wenhan approached Coach K with a humble demeanor, bowing slightly and extending his hand. You are Bruce, correct? Coach K reflected. I actually prefer my Chinese name, Li Wenhan. You may call me Li or Bruce, whichever you prefer, Li Wenhan replied with a smile. Very well, Li. I admire your skills and your ability to recruit players, Coach K stated, shaking his hand. Oh, so you think my coaching abilities are lacking? Li Wenhan jested lightly. To be frank, I cannot rate your coaching highly, as it was not particularly evident in this match. However, I am genuinely impressed with your eye for talent. Those players you recruited have promising futures, Coach K remarked, gesturing towards Francis and the others. How could you tell they were like this from the start? Li Wenhan queried, a hint of defiance in his tone. It seems your ability to develop players is commendable as well. In any case, you can be considered a remarkable talent. Coach K offered his assessment. Perhaps, Li Wenhan responded non-committally, shrugging. I truly envy that you have so many exceptional players. Thus, we do not feel defeated in this match. Our inherent strength is far inferior to yours, and your players exhibit no selfishness in their play, despite some tactical shortcomings. However, I believe you should consider reinstating him into the starting lineup, just as you did initially, Coach K suggested, pointing at Eddie House. Thank you, Coach. I will certainly deliberate on that, Li Wenhan replied, refraining from revealing his own thoughts on lineup adjustments. On one hand, this was their first encounter with Coach K, and divulging all details about his team felt somewhat presumptuous. On the other hand, this match served as a trial for the Blue Devils lineup, and such remarks could easily be perceived as presumptuous, even towards someone of Coach K and Apos' esteemed reputation. Noticing Li Wenhan and Apos' indifferent demeanor, Coach K opted not to press further. Recognizing that if Li was reluctant to accept his advice, there was no need for him to impose his thoughts. Although the team triumphed in the match, Li Wenhan's expression bore little joy, despite advancing to the top 8, which was an improvement over last year. He remained mindful of the promises made by President Lewis and others. He knew he needed to lead the team to the NCAA finals to secure a contract extension. During the following day and Apos' practice, Li Wenhan continued to separate Francis and Eddie House into opposing teams and specifically tailored drills involving James Posey and Mike Miller in conjunction with Francis. While Mike Miller demonstrated a degree of ball control, he was more suited to a purely offensive role than as a facilitator. In contrast, James Posey, although not as precise in shooting as Miller, excelled in defense and playmaking. This further solidified Li Wenhan and Apos' resolve to make such adjustments, not merely for the present contest, but with an eye toward the future. Regrettably, James Posey would have to wait until the next game to take the court, as adjustments in the game must be postponed. Ultimately, nothing could replicate the authenticity of actual competition, and if all went smoothly, by the time James Posey was ready to play, the Devil's servants would have already reached the semifinals. That match would be pivotal for Li Wenhan's next opportunity, and even though he had confidence in his approach, he was not bold enough to rely on the semifinals to validate his envisioned lineup. The frenetic pace of March Madness was relentless. After merely a day of rest, they were once again set to embark on their forward journey. Chapter 54. Have you comprehended it? The most captivating aspect of March Madness lies in the fact that each match is an elimination round, leaving no room for even the slightest error, which often gives rise to unexpected dark horses in the tournament. This time, the formidable Duke Blue Devils faced a surprising contender from the Big 12 Conference, the University of Kentucky Wildcats. The quarterfinals commenced at Wake Forest University's home ground. At the outset, the Duke team did not exhibit the explosive performance seen in their previous match. Instead, they engaged in a fierce back-and-forth with their opponents. Francis initially displayed little desire to attack, frequently passing the ball to Duncan in the paint. This strategy aligned with Coach Li Wenhan's initial game plan, as the opponent and Apos' vulnerability lay in their interior defense, which coincidentally matched the strengths of the Blue Devils. However, Duke's lack of offensive pressure allowed their adversaries to launch aggressive outside shots. Their key player, Nicholas II, repeatedly penetrated Duke's defense, tearing through with relentless vigor. Even after being blocked by Duncan. After 5 minutes of play, the score stood at a mere 17-16, with Duke leading by a single point. And Francis had only made one attempt. Li Wenhan promptly called a timeout, hastily drawing up strategies on his clipboard. Steve, you must enhance your drive. Seize every opportunity to attack, and if none arise, create space. Mike, increase your movement. Be ready to receive the ball at all times. And Marion, you. Following Li Wenhan's directives, the players returned to the court. To his surprise, Francis began to assert himself offensively, scoring 2 baskets. Yet, abruptly, he faded from the game, seemingly devoid of any attacking ambition, leaving the pressure solely on the interior players. Substitution. Li Wenhan gestured to the referee. When Francis exited the game, he found Li Wenhan standing with a grim expression, notably without his clipboard. Before he could speak, Li Wenhan declared, Eddie House, you replace Francis. Increase defensive pressure on them. Everyone, hustle. Shoot decisively. If I see anyone lacking in effort, you'll remain on the bench for the rest of the game. Do you understand? Understood, coach. They replied in unison. Get out there and show me your intensity. Seated on the bench, Francis felt the weight of Li Wenhan and Apos' disregard, stirring anxiety within him as he opened his mouth to speak, hesitant to voice his thoughts. After a prolonged internal struggle, he stood up, approached Li Wenhan, and softly confessed. Coach, I was wrong. You were wrong. In what way? Li Wenhan retorted, still focused on the game. I wasn't active enough, Francis stammered. Not active enough. From my perspective, you were more active than Marion at least, Li Wenhan replied, his expression unchanged. Francis realized he needed to articulate his thoughts. I thought you wanted me to focus on passing, based on the training these past 2 days and your previous guidance. You thought. Li Wenhan and Apos' voice turned icy. You assumed I intended to convert you into a point guard? I called a timeout for you to attack, yet you persist in your own ways. I require players who can effectively execute my strategies on the court, like the ones currently playing. Now sit there and observe Eddie House intently. When you comprehend, you may return to the game. Francis nodded, directing his gaze towards the court, though a flicker of defiance remained in his eyes. Meanwhile, Eddie House, freshly on the court, exuded vitality. Clearly, Coach Li and Apos' dissatisfaction with Francis meant that he must seize this opportunity to showcase his worth. Upon entering, Eddie House advanced the ball to the front court, opting not to attack immediately. Instead, he signaled Marion to set a screen, then broke to the right and leaped near the free throw line. As the defenders rushed to contest, Eddie House faked a shot and delivered a precise pass to a retreating Duncan, who swiftly converted with a bank shot. Witnessing this, Francis smirked. He believed Eddie House's pass was hardly superior to his own. Was this what Li Wenhan wished him to observe? Yet, when he glanced at Li Wenhan, he found him intently focused on the game, his expression inscrutable. On defense, Nicholas II continued to maneuver, effortlessly sinking a mid-range shot from the 45-degree angle, while Alexander struggled to keep pace. Once again with possession, Eddie House beckoned Marion for another screen, driving into the paint and passing to Duncan, who instead of shooting, relayed the ball back to Eddie House, who had just circled out from the baseline. With an emphatic dunk, Eddie House showcased surprising agility for a guard of his stature. Just as the audience anticipated a mere fluke, Eddie House demonstrated that this was only the beginning. In the subsequent plays, he orchestrated a series of successful drives and assists, leading Duke on a relentless offensive surge. In a matter of minutes, Eddie House transformed into an unstoppable force on the NCAA stage, not only propelling the Blue Devils into a frenzy of scoring, but also effectively limiting the opposition's performance. Have you comprehended it? Chapter 55. Thank you. Brother, in response to Li Wenhan's post, Francis seemed to awaken from a dream, mumbling, I understand. It appeared he had not grasped the concept. As Li Wenhan shook his head and replied, continue to watch. Come to me once you truly comprehend. During Eddie House's time on the court, the Wildcats not only struggled defensively, but also found their offensive efforts hampered. Aside from a few sporadic shots made by Nicholas II, the center managed to secure a rebound and convert it into a second-chance point, leading the Devils' Butler team to a brief surge of 15-6. Even the Wildcats and Apos' coach signaling for increased defensive pressure on Eddie House proved futile, ultimately necessitating a timeout. During the break, Li Wenhan utilized the tactical board to communicate with the players who were hydrating before signaling for their return to the game. Upon re-entering the court, Eddie House remained highly active, showcasing his unique abilities and orchestrating the Devils' Butler team's offense with finesse, while the Wildcats' offensive efficiency noticeably declined. By halftime, the Devils' Butler team led by 13 points, with Eddie House contributing exactly 13 points. Do you understand now? Li Wenhan inquired of Francis, who was trailing behind the team. I and Apos. VE grasped some of it. Francis hesitated to respond. Then continued to observe in the second half, Li Wenhan said, turning without a backward glance as he headed to the locker room, leaving Francis in a state of confusion, gazing back at the still boisterous arena, deep in thought. During the intermission, Eddie House undoubtedly received Li Wenhan's praise, and his continued play in the second half was the highest form of recognition. As the second half commenced, Li Wenhan opted not to substitute any players, seemingly intent on maintaining the momentum established in the first half to secure a decisive victory. A 13-point lead, while not entirely secure, often leads some players to lower their guard, as evidenced by Marion's recent missed shot. Marion's earlier attempt was not inherently flawed. Rather, it was poorly executed. He should have either shot immediately upon receiving the ball, given the absence of defenders, or attracted the defense and passed to Duncan, who had positioned himself behind his opponent instead of dribbling before shooting, which allowed a defender to slightly deflect the ball, resulting in a miss. "Get your head in the game, Marion," Eddie House admonished, frowning as he passed by. "Mind your own business," Marion retorted dismissively. "Do you think I want to manage you? Look who's sitting on the bench. It's Steve," Eddie House snapped back. That troublesome Marion, a quintessential case of biting the hand that feeds. "Steve? What do you mean?" Marion involuntarily glanced toward Francis, who sat on the bench, only to meet Li Wenhan and Appos' impassive gaze, sending a shiver down his spine. "Oh no. I'm not about to get called out by the coach, am I?" In the next play, when Marion desperately maneuvered to defend against his opponent, he quickly secured a rebound after Duncan disrupted the opponent's layup. Cautiously, he passed the ball to the approaching Eddie House, before discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. On the offensive end, without waiting for Eddie House to signal, Marion rushed to set a screen, subsequently drawing his defender away. After Duncan received the ball, Marion swiftly relocated to the left of the free throw line, receiving Duncan's pass and scoring with a reverse layup. "Thanks for that." Marion expressed his gratitude to Eddie House during their retreat, oblivious to Duncan and Appos' watchful gaze upon them. "Just a small favor, we and Appos, real brothers here. Who else would I help?" Eddie House replied cheerfully, patting Marion's arm. "Keep an eye on your defender. He's about to break through from the left." A voice suddenly called from behind. It was Duncan, who had been keeping a close watch on them. As Nicholas II utilized his teammate and Appos' screen, dribbling in from the left, Eddie House rushed to provide help, but found himself a step behind as Nicholas glided past him, heading straight for the paint. Fortunately, Duncan had already positioned himself, pushing through the defense to confront Nicholas II with determination. Nicholas II, well aware of Duncan and Appos' formidable presence, executed a leftward step, escaping Duncan and Appos' reach before leaping to shoot. The moment the ball left his hands, he felt confident. Despite Duncan and Appos' extraordinary skills, there was no way he could block this shot, especially since Duncan remained stationary. "Humph. What does it matter if you can block shots?" Nicholas II scoffed. Thud. "What?" Nicholas II turned in shock, witnessing a massive hand completely enveloping the ball that was soaring through the air. Marion had made the block. How did he get there? Before Nicholas II could recover from his astonishment, Eddie House seized the ball and dashed towards his own basket. "Get back on defense, hurry," the Wildcats coach shouted anxiously. In response to the coach and Appos' pleading eyes, the Wildcats players scrambled to follow Eddie House, realizing that if he attempted a layup, they might still have a chance to interfere with it. However, they failed to notice Mike Miller, who had stealthily positioned himself beyond the three-point line. Upon receiving Eddie House's pass, he faked a shot, causing the approaching defender to bite, before effortlessly sinking the three-pointer. "Thanks, brother," Eddie House said, wiping the sweat from his brow, turning to express his gratitude to Marion. Marion merely smiled and waved him off, murmuring, "No problem. Just be more careful next time, and don't let them take advantage of you." "Understood," Eddie House nodded emphatically. Together, the duo effectively thwarted the Wildcats and Appos' next offensive attempt, as Eddie House leveraged his physicality to pressure the opponent into releasing the ball, while Marion promptly obstructed the path of any potential breakthroughs. When Eddie House executed a double team, the opponent was forced into a hurried shot, which predictably resulted in a miss. Duncan once again claimed the rebound, receiving an interior pass from Marion before executing a powerful dunk. As the score gap widened, the Wildcats coach was compelled to call another timeout, during which Li Wenhan refrained from providing any specific tactics, instead emphasizing a singular directive: heighten your defensive focus. When the players returned to the court, Li Wenhan glanced at Francis, prompting him to rise and approach. "Coach, I realized I had taken some things for granted during the last game," Francis admitted. "Seems you and Appos' grasped a few key insights. What did you overlook?" Li Wenhan inquired, nodding. "I kept opting to pass when the team struggled to find a rhythm," Francis began. "And? I should have heeded your advice and been more aggressive offensively." And? Chapter 56. Do not let them lie. It was evident that Francis was at a loss for words, yet this time, Li Wenhan did not show him any disdain but instead gestured for him to take a seat. Li Wenhan pointed at the court and declared, "What is a match? It is about utilizing my strengths to suppress the opponent and rendering their strengths ineffective." Observe how quickly the score widened after Eddie House entered the game. Why were you unable to achieve the same when you were on the court? Is it because your abilities are inferior to Eddie House's? Or has he merely reached an explosive peak today? I believe such comparisons are unnecessary. Francis nodded in agreement, For anyone who claimed he was less capable than Eddie House would surely face his wrath. But why then do you not perform as well as he does? The reason is quite simple. You have not thoroughly analyzed the game and fully utilized your abilities. Li Wenhan spoke earnestly. First and foremost, you must recognize your strengths, which lie in your scoring explosiveness. While I aspire for you to develop into a dual-threat guard and have been consciously working on your playmaking skills, it is evident that your organizational ability is still in need of refinement, or perhaps it has yet to meet the necessary standards. Therefore, it is imperative that you capitalize on your ball-handling skills on the court. Coach, I thought, Francis began, but Li Wenhan interrupted. During the final moments of the last game, I entrusted you with leading the team, yet your playmaking was minimal, and you became fixated on isolation plays. Did I reprimand you for that? No, Coach, I understand now, Francis replied, a look of realization dawning on his face. Not quite. You have yet to fully grasp it. Li Wenhan waved his hand. In fact, I intentionally encouraged you to pass more, as this will undoubtedly benefit you in the long run. I also hope you will take more risks. Yet, during the game, you must adjust according to the situation, transitioning to passing when necessary and switching to a scoring mindset when the moment calls for it. This is the way to better assist the team, rather than merely competing against yourself. For instance, in today's match, your performance was subpar. I understand, Coach, Francis said, bowing his head. At the start of today's game, your choice to play for the interior was acceptable, but when your passing failed to open up the game, you remained obstinate in that approach. This is detrimental to the team, especially when I emphasize the need to bolster our offensive efforts. This is what irked me the most today, Li Wenhan elucidated. I apologize, Coach. Steve, do you remember our first meeting? Li Wenhan inquired. I do. Without you, Coach, I would not be here. I will forever be grateful for your immense kindness. Francis exclaimed. That is not what I meant. Li Wenhan waved his hand dismissively. What I refer to is my assessment of you. I once told you that, given your talent, with diligent practice, you could secure a top 3 pick in the upcoming draft. I reiterate this, but with a crucial addition: talent alone, without earnest effort, will not materialize. I will remember, Coach, Francis responded earnestly. Steve, in my eyes, you are no less than anyone else. In fact, I believe you may become a superstar in the NBA. However, all of this hinges on your commitment to training and your serious attitude towards the game. Otherwise, it remains a mere fantasy. I hope you will learn to read the game more effectively, as that is what a team leader should do, much like Duncan. Li Wenhan stated earnestly. I will certainly do so, Coach. Francis affirmed vigorously, his eyes brimming with determination. Now, stop overthinking and prepare to take the court, Li Wenhan said calmly. Li Wenhan felt a sense of satisfaction seeing his protege gain clarity, a smile gracing his lips as he looked towards the court. However, that smile quickly faded as a foul was called, an intentional foul. Worse still, it was committed against Duncan, who lay on the ground clutching his leg. Marion, Mike Miller, and others quickly surrounded him, while Eddie House confronted the instigator directly. This is bad. Li Wenhan's expression shifted as he stood up, only to see Mike Miller step in to restrain the still squabbling Eddie House, positioning himself between the two before the referee could issue a penalty. The whistle blew. Although the players managed to separate, the referee nonetheless called a foul and penalized the opponent for the intentional foul, while Eddie House received a technical foul. Fortunately, the confrontation was not severe, and unlike Francis earlier, he was not ejected from the game, as Duncan was assisted off the court by team medical staff. Li Wenhan's face turned ashen, and the arena echoed with jeers. How is he? Li Wenhan asked anxiously. I feel all right, Duncan replied. Do not speak. Hurry to the medical room for a checkup. Li Wenhan retorted with unusual brusqueness. He turned to the medical staff, inquiring, is there an issue? Preliminary examination suggests a strain. It should not be serious. The physician hesitated. We must conduct a thorough examination. Li Wenhan insisted firmly. Rest assured. Our sports science department at Wake Forest is quite reputable. The physician nodded. Very well. I'll leave everything in your capable hands. After Duncan was taken to the campus hospital, Li Wenhan turned back, his face still a mask of fury. Coach, how is Tim? A group quickly gathered around Li Wenhan. Even the players on the court glanced his way. He should be fine, likely just a muscle strain. 2 days of rest should suffice, Li Wenhan replied, though his gaze turned seething with anger as he turned away. Although Duncan, the formidable interior defense, was absent, the combination of Katas and Marion had developed considerable chemistry through numerous plays, effectively neutralizing the already weak interior presence of the Wildcats. Despite the Devil S Steward's evident enhancement in perimeter offense, The team's operation lacked its previous fluidity. Katas did not possess Duncan's adept passing abilities. Timeout. Li Wenhan signaled to the referee, addressing the players poised to enter the game. Li Wenhan intently warned, "Remember this. Do not let them live." Chapter 57. Technical foul. Confronted with the rare display of anger from Li Wenhan, a flame ignited within everyone's hearts. Francis, who had just replaced Alexander on the court, felt a shadow cast over his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. The moment he stepped onto the court, Francis eagerly called for the ball, and Eddie House promptly obliged, passing it to him. As he faced the defending Nicholas II, Francis hesitated not for a moment. He surged forward, breaking through with his right hand. Even though Nicholas II maintained his position, Francis and Apos' robust physique overpowered him, allowing him to penetrate the paint and conclude the play with a delicate layup. In the next possession, it was again Francis with the ball. With Eddie House setting a screen, he dribbled to the vicinity of the free throw line, evading his opponent to execute a jump shot that found its mark. When Francis once more stormed into the paint, finishing a layup against the opposing center, Li Wenhan let out a deep sigh, even though the shot was successful. As Nicholas II claimed a shot under Francis and Apos' tight defense, Li Wenhan decisively called a timeout. "Steve, did you forget what I just told you?" "Huh?" Francis abruptly lifted his head and sincerely replied, "I'm sorry, coach. It's all right. I understand everyone has a surge of emotion. Your choices, while perhaps not the most rational, will not incur my wrath, for I do not deem you entirely at fault. However, your prolonged isolation will place us at a disadvantage. Do not forget you have teammates, and like you, they must always believe in one another." "I understand, coach." Francis nodded, and the others echoed his agreement. "From here on, we will initiate our offense from the perimeter. Katas, ensure solid defense and focus on rebounding. Marion, create more space for movement inside. Seize opportunities to attack. Francis, Eddie House, Mike Miller, whoever sees an opening, take it. Drive inside more. Inflict damage upon their interior defense. I want their paint to collapse first. On defense, do not fear fouls, avoid gambling on steals, and do not allow them to counterattack." Li Wenhan instructed. "Understood, coach." Just as the team prepared to return to the court, Li Wenhan added, "Everyone, give it your all on offense. Let me see your energy." "Yes, coach." As this group of players took the court once more, all opponents felt the fierce fire in their eyes, and the atmosphere grew tense. The ensuing moments transformed the court into a duet between Francis and Eddie House. They executed simple pick and rolls, relentlessly attacking the paint. One would penetrate while the other spaced out on the perimeter, with Katas and the others diligently fulfilling their roles and setting screens. They either drove for layups or pulled the defenders out of position, passing to Mike Miller, who was constantly moving on the perimeter, or to the opportunistic Marion. In a flash, their offensive efficiency soared, resulting in a swift 17-9 run. On the defensive end, they were merciless, applying full pressure on their opponents. With 7 of the Wildcats and Apos, 9 points coming from free throws due to fouls. Katas bore the brunt, racking up 4 fouls in just 5 minutes, prompting Li Wenhan to rise and caution him about his foul count. Under the relentless assault of the Devil and Apos' Butler team, with 3 minutes remaining in the game, the score reached an astonishing 98-71. The Devil and Apos' Butler team had a commanding lead of 26 points, yet Li Wenhan showed no intention of substituting any players. He was determined to drive his opponents to the brink of humiliation. The Wildcats head coach contemplated conceding, but upon witnessing the Devil's Butler team's unyielding pursuit, his expression darkened as he gestured to the court. In the next sequence, as Francis attempted a layup, an opponent violently pulled him down. The referee signaled, awarding a common foul to the Wildcats. This incited outrage from the Devil and Apos' Butler players, who immediately sought an explanation from the referee, and Li Wenhan rose as well. However, to everyone's astonishment, the referee issued a technical foul to the incessantly protesting Marion, igniting Li Wenhan's ire. He strode onto the court, first signaling for Mike Miller and the others to create space, then turning to the referee. "Your call is unjust. I require an explanation." But instead, he was met with another technical foul. Blood rushed to Li Wenhan's head as he clenched his fists, glaring intensely at the head referee, barely restraining the urge to strike him. However, when he caught a glimpse of the referee reaching into his pocket again, he swiftly regained his composure and stated, "I will file a complaint with the league." Now fully composed, Li Wenhan clearly perceived the disdain in the referee's eyes, yet he turned away without a glance back. He swallowed his anger for the time being, but this did not signify his willingness to submit. It merely indicated that now was not the time for impulsive actions. Should any player incur another technical foul from this wretched referee, it could lead to significant consequences, especially with the semifinals looming and Duncan's injury still in uncertainty. Although James Posey would return for the next match, losing any of his key players would be an exorbitant cost. After the teams executed their free throws, Li Wenhan promptly substituted all his main players, opting for a more cautious approach given the current circumstances. The earlier desire to humiliate the opponents had dissipated. The welfare of his players took precedence. As for the match, securing the win was of utmost importance. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to grant the Wildcats any opportunities. So he addressed the incoming substitutes with a stern expression. Listen carefully, everyone. Do not rush to shoot when you have the ball. We must exhaust the full 30 seconds before attacking. If an opportunity arises, shoot boldly. If you miss, that is acceptable. Furthermore, do not fear fouls when you take the court. Defend with all your might. Either do not foul at all, or commit hard fouls, ensuring they have no chance for 2-1 plays. We now lead our opponents by nearly 30 points with just over 2 minutes left. They will surely be unable to catch up. Do not rush to shoot. Do you all understand? Understood, Coach. Chapter 58. Will another penalty be imposed? The unfolding events on the court demonstrated that Li Wenhan had not lingered on his thoughts. The newly substituted player had not been on the field long before facing yet another malicious foul from the opposing team. The referee and Oppo's whistle, predictably, favored them once again. The players of the Devil and Oppo's Steward team seethed with indignation, yet they all understood that Li Wenhan intended to endure this affront, sitting silently on the sidelines, fixated on the game. As the atmosphere on the court grew increasingly tense, the substitute players, already agitated, responded to the opponent's aggressive tactics with a confrontation. Unsurprisingly, the referee blew his whistle, yet the penalties remained biased. A technical foul was assigned to the Devil Steward team, along with 2 free throws for the adversaries. Strangely, there was no commotion from the Devil and Oppo's Steward bench. Li Wenhan remained focused on his notes, not lifting his head. When the final whistle sounded, the score settled at 107-91. Although the Wildcats managed to close the gap slightly in the final moments, the deficit was insurmountable. The victory, however, was met with a cacophony of boos in the Wake Forest University arena, not directed at the Devil and Oppo's Steward team, but aimed at the referees and opponents. The players of the Devil Steward team received a hero's welcome as they exited the court, with cheers ringing out, though their responses were somewhat lackluster. Only Li Wenhan offered a few enthusiastic waves. In the audience, Principal Lewis and Coach Dave exited the arena with solemn expressions, heading to the Devil's Steward locker room. Li, congratulations on winning this match. We are getting closer to our goal, Coach Dave said as he pushed the door open. Thank you, Coach Dave, Principal Lewis. You came as well? Li Wenhan forced a smile in greeting. Li, you need not worry about today's incident. I will file a complaint with the league to ensure a fair outcome, Principal Lewis assured him. All right, thank you, Principal. Li Wenhan nodded lightly, though he was skeptical. After all, Principal Lewis had made similar promises before. What had come of it? Focus on preparing for the next game. It is crucial. Make sure to calm the players and Oppo's emotions. Principal Lewis advised with concern. Rest assured, Principal Lewis, the players are stable and will not be affected in the next match, Li Wenhan replied casually. Indeed, Principal Lewis was pleased with Li Wenhan's somewhat dismissive response, increasingly satisfied with him. As for Li Wenhan's assertion that he could help the team achieve a breakthrough, Principal Lewis felt more confident, especially since the Devil and Oppo's Steward team was just 2 games away from the pinnacle of victory. Given the current state of the team and the players and Oppo's capabilities, the probability of winning the upcoming semifinals and finals was considerably high. Only Coach Dave cast a subtle glance of concern, but upon receiving Li Wenhan and Oppo's response, his worry was quickly masked. Contemplating the team and Oppo's advancement to the semifinals brightened Principal Lewis and Oppo's mood, and he smiled at Li Wenhan, saying, Li, gather the players for a meeting, then let them go. Principal Lewis, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Li Wenhan inquired curiously. It's not that I have matters to discuss with you. Principal Lewis shook his head. Before today's game, the school received several interview requests from various publications, all wanting to feature your team. We have decided to hold a small press conference. I would like you to participate and answer the journalists and Oppo's questions, keeping in mind the nuances of your responses. A press conference? Li Wenhan exclaimed in surprise. However, he quickly composed himself, saying, "All right, Principal Lewis, give me 10 minutes to hold a brief meeting with the players before I join. No rush. The conference starts in half an hour, so you have ample time to prepare," Principal Lewis said lightly. Understood. Li Wenhan had not anticipated that Principal Lewis sought him for the press conference, but it was a welcome opportunity. He had intended to submit an article to the press anyway. Once Principal Lewis and the others departed, Li Wenhan gathered the players in the locker room, addressing them. "We won today in Oppo's game, so why do you look so dejected? Conflicts on the court are entirely normal, and facing unfair treatment is nothing out of the ordinary. You must learn to control your emotions. You may find yourselves on larger stages in the future, where such incidents will be commonplace. If you cannot withstand this minor setback, how will you become future basketball stars?" "But coach, those players were too." Eddie House began, but Li Wenhan interrupted him. "I understand. As your coach and leader, I assure you that no one is more outraged than I am. However, I want you all to remember that this is part of the game. And we will encounter such situations again. You must manage your emotions. As for seeking justice for this unfair treatment, leave that to me. Your focus should solely be on playing well," Li Wenhan stated calmly. "All right, coach." Their response lacked vigor, far from their usual assertive affirmations. "Everyone is tired. Go rest now and don't dwell on it. Just be on time for training at the arena tomorrow." Li Wenhan clapped his hands. Upon arriving at the press conference venue, he noticed several reporters already waiting. As soon as they spotted Li Wenhan, microphones were thrust toward him. "Coach Li, your team has made history by reaching the semifinals. What are your thoughts on this achievement?" "Coach Li, isn't the ultimate goal to win the championship?" "Coach Li, how do you assess your players and Oppo's performance tonight? Do you have confidence in winning the next semifinal?" "Coach Li, I've heard that if you win the next semifinal, you will receive a lucrative contract extension with the Devil's Steward team. Can you share the specifics of the contract amount?" A barrage of questions erupted from the eager journalists. Yet amidst them, an unpleasant voice interjected. "The first penalty of this year and Oppo's March Madness was imposed on the Devil and Oppo's Steward team. Do you believe another penalty will follow?" Chapter 59. The press conference. The source of that annoying voice belonged to Theodore White, a columnist from the Winston Sports Journal, who had previously escalated matters. "Everyone, please remain calm. You may ask your questions one at a time, and I will respond to each with utmost seriousness," Li Wenhan said, pressing down with his hand to regain order. "Coach Li, do you have any new strategies for the upcoming match? As one of the leading contenders for the championship this season, is your goal the title?" To this inquiry, Li Wenhan replied earnestly, "I can unequivocally state that our objective for this year's March Madness is singular: to secure the championship trophy." "Hello, Coach Li. May I ask about the status of your core player, Duncan? Will his injury affect his participation in the next match?" "I have just received the doctor's report on Duncan's condition. He is experiencing a minor strain due to muscle tension, which will not impede his ability to play in the next game," Li Wenhan answered with composure. He adeptly handled the barrage of questions from the reporters until that detestable voice of Theodore White pierced through the air once more. "Coach Li, several individuals, including yourself, received technical fouls during the last match. Do you believe your team will face penalties from the league again?" This uniquely angled question captured the attention of everyone present, prompting Li Wenhan to direct his gaze toward White. "My apologies for not introducing myself earlier," White said nonchalantly, adjusting his glasses. "I am Theodore White from the Winston Sports Journal, and I would like to know your perspective on this matter." "That is an excellent question," Li Wenhan responded, remaining unperturbed. "I cannot predict whether the league will impose penalties on us, but I firmly believe that the league should penalize the head referee and the players who committed malicious fouls." "So you're expressing dissatisfaction with the referee's decisions?" White inquired sharply. "Indeed, I have concerns. Several calls made by the head referee were evidently flawed, and we will lodge a formal complaint with the league regarding this matter. The Wildcats and Oppo's players repeatedly committed intentional fouls against our team, even to the extent of hindering our players' ability to compete. Yet, the referee only issued standard fouls against them, and even assigned a few technical fouls that should not have been given. Furthermore, I noticed a clear bias in subsequent calls, as the referee consistently overlooked the opposing team's malicious fouls while issuing unjust penalties against us. This match should have been an exhilarating scoring battle, but it was unduly controlled by the referee in the final moments. I was compelled to substitute my key players to protect them, especially with the semifinals ahead, correct? However, even my substitutes faced reckless fouls, and the referee continued to impose unfair calls. I must lodge a serious complaint with the league regarding this. Though Li Wenhan recognized that Theodore White and Oppo's motives were less than pure, he was nonetheless prepared for this confrontation. With pent-up frustration from the match, he seized the opportunity to voice his grievances against the referee, saving himself the trouble of writing a complaint. The influence of these journalists far surpassed his own. As for the potential repercussions of his statements and whether they might attract penalties from the league, he chose to set those concerns aside for the moment. Restoring the team's morale was paramount, and he felt it necessary to express dissatisfaction over such malicious officiating. Sometimes, enduring injustice without raising one and Oppo's voice can lead to the perpetuation of further injustices. As the head coach of a championship contender, Li Wenhan felt justified in speaking out, especially since he perceived a lack of support from President Lewis. Indeed, his response ignited a commotion throughout the press conference. Reporters buzzed with conversation, and even the president's secretary furrowed her brow in an attempt to halt Li Wenhan's tirade. Yet, undeterred by her presence, Li Wenhan continued, "I do not understand why such incompetent referees exist in the NCAA. Their biased and unjust calls can significantly affect the outcome of a match. I wonder how many such bad apples are present in the league. I implore the league to take this matter seriously and impose severe penalties to enhance the competence of our referees." "Oh no," thought the president's secretary, her first instinct to stop Li Wenhan from continuing. "Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, this press conference will conclude here. Coach Li has addressed the majority of your inquiries, and we must now prepare for the upcoming semifinals. Please proceed to the lounge for a break." "But we still have questions, Coach. Do you genuinely believe the referees in our league are incompetent? Coach Li, if you encounter further injustices in the semifinal, will you still bravely speak out? Goodness, please, just leave." The beautiful secretary felt tears welling as she witnessed Li Wenhan, unfazed, gesture for calmness. "Everyone, please don't rush. You may ask your questions one at a time. I will first respond to your inquiry. I do not believe all referees in the league are incompetent. Rather, there are a few bad apples whose abilities are lacking, and I hope the league conducts a thorough review. Furthermore, should we face further injustices in the next match, I will unflinchingly stand up for what is right, as I hope for our league to embody fairness, transparency, and integrity." However, White scoffed, "Coach Li, your words are eloquent. But why do the issues seem to repeatedly stem from your team? As of now, your team has accrued the most technical fouls of any participating squad. Shuden and Oppo's. Do you reflect on this? Blaming the referees for every issue is the hallmark of the weak. True strength does not dwell on such grievances. Are you not simply stirring up trouble? Are you suggesting that the unjust calls made against us were warranted? Do you possess a victim mentality? Anyone with a basic understanding of basketball can see how unjust those calls were. Are your eyes incapable of discerning this? If memory serves me correctly, you are a dedicated reporter for the Winston Sports Journal. Where is your professional integrity? Are you not as deficient in ability as the referees? Or do you share some connection with them? From the onset of this press conference, you have persistently targeted this issue, conducting malicious inquiries on their behalf. I would like to ask the editor of the Winston Sports Journal why they would assign someone so unprofessional to oversee serious reporting." Li Wenhan had no intention of indulging Theodore White's incessant provocations and retorted directly in front of everyone, "Do not slander without basis." Chapter 60. The North Carolina Flyers. The principal and Oppo's secretary was utterly bewildered. What had begun as a routine press conference had devolved into a fierce exchange of words, leaving her perplexed as to how such a transformation could occur. Why could they not simply ask questions and receive answers in a civil manner? Was it not sufficient that they had historically advanced to the semifinals of March Madness? Why not discuss their aspirations for the championship instead of delving into these contentious referee calls? With a sigh of frustration, she cast a wistful glance at Li Wenhan, who was vehemently admonishing the reporters. Was it appropriate for an interim coach to berate the press in such a manner? Yet, Li Wenhan remained oblivious to her beautiful gaze, his expression icy as he retorted, "Am I not speaking the truth? You know it well. Engaging in a debate with someone devoid of professional ethics diminishes my own integrity. This press conference is concluded. Farewell. Coach Li, please do not leave. I have another question for you," a reporter exclaimed. However, the crowd of journalists quickly pursued him, eager to continue the interview, but none could match Li Wenhan's swift departure, and soon he was lost from sight. Nonetheless, this press conference had indeed provided ample news material for Li Wenhan and Theodore White, ensuring that many would have much to write about that evening. When the principal's secretary relayed the events of the press conference to Principal Lewis, he was exceedingly irate. Yet, at this critical juncture, he was compelled to assist Li Wenhan in damage control. The following day's publications unsurprisingly focused on the topics discussed at the press conference, albeit from varied perspectives. Some aligned with Li Wenhan's principal arguments, questioning the refereeing decisions in the match, thereby exerting pressure on the league. This was predominantly covered by mainstream comprehensive publications. Others sensationalized Li Wenhan's criticisms of the league's referees, often highlighted in market-oriented magazines. Furthermore, some elaborated extensively on the conflict between Li Wenhan and Theodore White. Analyzing Li Wenhan and Oppos's allegations of improper relations between White and the referees, these were typical entertainment tabloids. Among all these publications, the Winston Sports News, which should have maintained a professional standard, featured a prominently displayed article titled, "Transforming Good Kids into Bad Kids," on the dangers of an unprincipled coach. In this article, Theodore White extensively criticized Li Wenhan, starting from the coaching days of Dave with the Demons, extending to the current team under Li Wenhan's guidance. He meticulously detailed the team's evolving style and the multiple technical fouls incurred, concluding that these infractions stemmed from Li Wenhan's malicious coaching. White even cited hearsay regarding Li Wenhan praising Francis as a rising star akin to James Posey, further asserting that Li was corrupting these talented college players. Thus, the article called for the league and Wake Forest University to impose strict sanctions on Li Wenhan to prevent him from ruining these exceptionally gifted athletes. This article ventured beyond mere sports reporting, igniting discussions of societal issues, prompting several publications to reprint it. Li Wenhan, aware of the impact of the press conference, purchased copies of the newspapers from the various outlets that had attended, even sharing them with Francis and others. They were all acutely aware of Li Wenhan and Oppos's outburst against the referees and his tirade against the league, their frustrations directed towards far-off lands. Under Li Wenhan and Oppos's influence, the Demons were fervently united, determined to secure victory in the upcoming semifinal match. The repercussions of the press coverage were evident. Indeed, as Theodore White had predicted, the team received a notification of disciplinary action from the league. However, the punishment was directed at none other than Li Wenhan himself, who faced a fine of $3,000 due to his inappropriate remarks during the press conference. This penalty was considerable, given that, as the interim head coach, he was still earning the modest salary of an assistant coach, just over $1,000 a month, leading to a significant dent in his finances. Nevertheless, Li Wenhan did not regret his actions. He believed some matters were essential to address and certain truths necessary to voice. The referee from that match also received punishment under the league and Oppos's mounting pressure, adding to the ranks of those who held disdain for Li Wenhan within the league. The opponent in the semifinals took Li Wenhan by surprise, for it was none other than the University of North Carolina, Michael Jordan and Oppos's alma mater. The North Carolina Tar Heels had long been a formidable force in college basketball, often referred to as the Tar Heels Blue Devils. They had reached the championship finals in 1977 and 1981, yet fell just short of the ultimate prize on both occasions. It seemed that luck eluded them in the NCAA tournament, even when Jordan emerged as a star player in the 1982 and 1983 seasons, unable to lead them further. The University of North Carolina has produced numerous NBA superstars, the most renowned being Michael Jordan. However, the current roster features another player whose reputation rivals that of Jordan, Vince Carter. Now in his junior season and already a prominent figure in the league. His goal in joining North Carolina was undoubtedly to follow in Jordan and Oppos's footsteps and achieve the coveted championship victory. And it was evident he was but a step away from success. Alas, fate had placed him in the path of Li Wenhan in the semifinals. Chapter 61. The Perils of Premature Advancement. In contrast to Michael Jordan, who experienced a late blooming in his career, Vince Carter's rise to prominence occurred much earlier. Even during his high school years, he had already made a name for himself, being honored as Florida's High School Player of the Year. However, this accolade did not prove beneficial once he entered the University of North Carolina. The then-coach Tim Smith discouraged him from emulating Jordan's display of individual talent, believing that the key to victory lay in cohesive teamwork. Consequently, Carter found himself constrained on the collegiate stage, averaging merely 13 points and 4.5 rebounds in his sophomore season, earning a spot on the NCAA All-Third team. Although his performance improved this year, it remained insufficiently dazzling. Despite leading his team to the NCAA Final Four, his average statistics still failed to secure him a place on the All-American roster. The limitations he faced in college obscured his remarkable talent from many, with the individual who understood him best seated on the opposing bench. As one of the premier shooting guards, he was indeed the one most akin to Jordan, both in terms of his developmental trajectory and physical attributes, rather than Kobe Bryant. Alas, while God bestowed upon him a physique reminiscent of Jordan, he did not grant him the heart of a champion. This extraordinary gift, which should have propelled him forward, ultimately caused him to fall behind the so-called successors to Jordan, a lamentable irony, for his talent was both his blessing and his curse. As the game commenced, the Devils advocates lost the tip-off, with Marion jumping against Duncan, who remained on the bench. Although the team physician indicated that Duncan could likely play and Duncan himself expressed a desire to compete, Coach Li Wenhan opted to keep him sidelined. Despite the game and Oppo's critical nature, he did not wish to risk exacerbating Duncan and Oppo's injury, especially considering he had other aces up his sleeve. The ball was not in the hands of Vince Carter, but rather in the control of the team and Oppo's point guard, Blair, while Carter positioned himself on the right side. Awaiting a pass, Blair, unfazed by Eddie House and Oppo's aggressive defense, adeptly pivoted to protect the ball, with small forward Truman promptly coming to set a screen. After successfully breaking through, he feigned another drive only to abruptly retreat, releasing the ball as it soared towards the rim. Oh no! From the vantage point of the stance, Li Wenhan clearly observed Carter eluding Alexander, successfully back-cutting to the basket, while the basketball arced gracefully over Cato's head before beginning its descent. Suddenly, a figure shot out from behind Cato, forcefully slamming the basketball into the hoop, sending Cato crashing to the floor. This was the aerial prowess that lingered in my memory. Watching Carter descend from the rim, Li Wenhan felt a surge of excitement. If only he were one of his own players, the team would have been flawless. Although Carter's explosive start sent a warning to the Devils advocates, it did not alter the fact that they faced a tangible disadvantage in terms of physicality. Conversely, Francis capitalized on Marion's screen, penetrating the lane to deliver a resounding answer ball, igniting another wave of applause from the crowd. For fans, the most exhilarating spectacle is the fierce exchange of offensive prowess, particularly when it kicks off with two spectacular dunks. Yet, the game seemed to peak right from the outset, as Vince Carter vanished into obscurity after his initial dunk, managing only 3 points and a rebound by the time of the first official timeout. Francis also had a mediocre showing, with 5 points and a rebound, while Eddie House shone with 7 points, 3 assists, and a steal. This disparity primarily stemmed from Duncan and Oppo's absence, since Li Wenhan had initially created a smokescreen at the press conference. Coach Smith of North Carolina had prepared for an interior assault. However, he was caught off guard when he discovered Duncan seated on the bench, prompting a tactical shift just 2 minutes into the game. Following a timeout, Smith replaced 2 players, 1 center and 1 shooting guard. Upon re-entering, North Carolina launched a relentless attack on the Devils advocates' interior defense. Despite Cato's valiant efforts, his physical disadvantage rendered his defensive endeavors futile. On the defensive end, having meticulously studied the formidable duo of Francis and Eddie House, Smith opted for a double-team strategy, relentlessly pressuring whoever had the ball. However, Mike Miller, left unchecked, struggled to find his rhythm today, squandering numerous opportunities, which kept the scoreline tight. Before the official timeout, the teams were locked at a meager 22-21, with the Devil and Oppo's advocates trailing by a single point. The initial offensive duel had devolved into a defensive stalemate, leaving the audience in a state of drowsiness, thankfully alleviated by the arrival of the timeout. "Coach, please let me play," Duncan said, his face expressionless. Yet Li Wenhan discerned a flicker of urgency in his eyes. "Not yet. For now, just sit back and observe the game," Li Wenhan replied, shaking his head. He then turned to the players returning from the sidelines, instructing them, "Listen closely, I need you to move the ball swiftly. Eddie, handle the ball and make sure the passes come quickly. If you face a double team and cannot pass out immediately, James, remember to provide support. Then, pass to Francis for isolation. Remember our training from yesterday, and aim for quick releases. Be bold with your shots. Do not worry about missing. I want to see your active movement on the court. Is that clear?" "Understood," they chorused. "All right, let us get back out there," Li Wenhan commanded with a wave of his hand. Upon re-entering the court, the North Carolina players noticed a subtle shift among the Devil and Oppo's advocates, particularly in Francis and Eddie House, who were no longer fixated solely on driving, but were increasingly focused on distributing the ball. Miller continued to receive ample opportunities from the perimeter, yet his shooting was unusually cold today. In contrast, another player began to shine, an agile forward known for his balanced offensive and defensive prowess, who demonstrated his skills by relentlessly attacking the basket with impressive accuracy. Eddie House willingly facilitated for him, leading to a fierce battle in the paint. However, Li Wenhan shook his head from the coaching bench. It wasn't merely because the Devils' advocates remained behind in the score. Rather, he sensed that he may have inadvertently hindered Francis's growth by pushing too hard. Chapter 62, I believe. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Francis, Li Wenhan contemplated nurturing his organizational skills, and he subsequently pursued this objective diligently. After all, his impressions of Francis from previous lives stemmed from the years spent with the Mavericks, particularly during the seasons when he battled alongside Yao Ming. The most frequent criticism levied against the Mavericks was not solely directed at Francis's individualistic play, but rather at the absence of a competent point guard capable of delivering the ball to Yao Ming. The backcourt configuration of the Mavericks during that time was undeniably inadequate, although Li Wenhan acknowledged that from Charlie Ward and Sura to the later arrivals of Alston and Brooks, none could be deemed a standard, qualified starting point guard. However, the Mavericks and Oppo's principal issue resided not with the point guard position but rather on the wings, which is why, after the arrival of Scola and Arteast, they swiftly advanced to the second round. Nevertheless, the weakness of the backcourt was an undeniable reality. Had Francis developed commendable organizational skills, perhaps they would have reached the playoffs without needing to acquire McGrady. With this thought in mind, Li Wenhan frequently imparted to him the examples of superstars like Jordan and Drexler, hoping to cultivate him into a similar player and facilitate a smoother journey in his future NBA career. Yet, he overlooked the fact that Francis was merely a freshman. Despite his undeveloped skills, his innate talent marked him as a natural shooting guard. His eagerness to hastily refine Francis's organizational abilities was, without a doubt, akin to forcing growth in a seedling, which would only lead to further confusion. Having clarified his thoughts, Li Wenhan decisively called a timeout. Even though less than 3 minutes had passed since the last one. Steve, remember this. From now on, I do not need you to orchestrate the play. That responsibility will rest with Eddie House. Your sole task is to run, much like James Posey, and when opportunities arise, seize them with full force. And Mike Miller. I cannot comprehend why your shooting touch is so poor today, but I need you to shoot fearlessly. Missing is inconsequential. What matters is that you do not hesitate to take the shot. Your mission is to sink the ball into that damned open space. As for Marion, you played exceptionally well just now. I hope after laying out a strategy, the team returned to the court, and this time, when Eddie House was double-teamed, Francis proactively moved to receive the ball. Before the opposing players could successfully converge, he penetrated the paint and executed a splendid reverse layup against the center's defense. Excellent. That is how we play. Freed from his constraints by Li Wenhan, Francis, on the next possession, drove into the lane, drew the defense, and passed to Mike Miller, who was once again left unguarded. Mike hesitated briefly before preparing to shoot, but his delay allowed the defenders to close in. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Francis moving from the paint to the 45-degree angle at the free throw line. He quickly gathered the ball and passed it to Francis, who, meeting expectations, caught it and immediately launched a shot, scoring once more. When it was North Carolina and Oppo's turn to attack, they managed to penetrate the paint, but substitute center Armstrong, who had replaced Katoth, successfully defended against this attempt. Compared to Katoth, Armstrong resembled a traditional blue-collar inside player, lacking offensive skills and exhibiting rough handling. However, he brought strength and wingspan to the defensive end, proving equally effective on the court. In fact, he might even be superior, especially since the current Devil Stewards team did not require much offensive output from their center, as possession often revolved around facilitating plays for Marion. In truth, Katoth's optimal partnership should have been alongside Duncan, as it would be no less effective than when Marion played with Duncan. After all, there is only one basketball. When Duncan is on the court, there is little need for Marion to shoulder excessive offensive responsibilities. During this period of the game, both teams struggled. Yet Li Wenhan remained unperturbed. His ace lay in the second half. What he required now was the players' adaptation. To this end, with 2 minutes remaining in the first half, he substituted James Posey and Alexander, allowing Francis and Mike Miller more time to recuperate. As a result of these substitutions, the team, which had been leading by 3 points, found themselves trailing by 1 at halftime. Coach, please let me play. During the halftime break, Duncan made his plea once more. Yet, Li Wenhan simply shook his head, saying, "It is not yet your time. Rest well. When the moment is right, I will call upon you." "All right. Duncan sat back down, his expression impassive. But a flicker of inscrutable emotion flashed in his eyes. Whether it was frustration at being sidelined or concern for Li Wenhan's obstinacy remained uncertain. All right, everyone, please take your seats. I would like to discuss the second half. Li Wenhan clapped his hands. Firstly, everyone performed admirably in the first half, although many shots did not find their mark. Opportunities were created. Sorry, coach, my shooting was terrible today. Mike Miller interrupted, his face a mask of regret. Mike, I do not hold you accountable. You are not alone in missing shots. While we may not have the lead on the scoreboard, your dedication to the game is commendable, and that is sufficient. Li Wenhan reassured him. Thank you, coach. Mike Miller nodded, though his demeanor still bore traces of disappointment. Now let us lift our spirits. I believe you played exceptionally well during the latter part of the first half, so we must maintain that momentum into the second half. Given our slight disadvantage in the paint, we will need to adjust our pace and amplify our outside shooting. Coach, my leg is truly fine now. Let me play. Duncan interjected once more, but this time he was met with a stern response from Li Wenhan. Tim, I have already stated that it is not your time yet. I do not wish to repeat myself. Li Wenhan and Oppos' expression turned cold as he regarded him. But there are no buts. I will not risk my players' health by allowing them to play while injured. Li Wenhan resolutely declared. However, he softened his tone afterward, saying, Tim, you must trust your teammates and have faith in me as your coach. Do you believe in us? Duncan opened his mouth, ultimately managing to utter 3 words. I believe. Excellent. Li Wenhan turned away, continuing. Now, let us discuss the strategies for the second half. Since we find ourselves at a disadvantage in the paint, we must Chapter 63, the second half's fast break strategy. As Li Wenhan elucidated the strategy for the second half, the players in the locker room gaped in astonishment. Indeed, it was the fast break. Li Wenhan nodded affirmatively, stating, what we practiced yesterday and the tactics we employed at the end of the first half were essentially the foundation of the fast break. We executed it admirably. So let us enhance it in the second half, leveraging your speed and scoring prowess to overwhelm them offensively. However, Duncan voiced his concerns. But this puts us at a disadvantage defensively. Li Wenhan replied, the fast break does not signify a relinquishment of defense. Rather, we will not rely on traditional post play. Instead, we will utilize our speed and agility to compel them to match our tempo. Our interior players, Marion and Katas, possess commendable speed and jumping ability. Their only limitations are height and weight. When we accelerate, their interior defense will falter, as they cannot keep pace with us. As for the perimeter, we shall maintain the rapid ball movement from the first half, seizing opportunities to attack, thus quickening our rotations and leaving them vulnerable. We aim not only to disrupt their offensive rhythm but also to pull them into our tempo. After Li Wenhan and Oppos' explanation, the group began to see the viability of the fast break strategy. Initially taken aback by the unfamiliarity of the approach, they realized it was not vastly different from their usual style. It merely required swifter ball movement. We must enhance our team's rotation, striking the opponent with our relentless speed and shooting. We need to establish offensive pressure to compensate for our defensive weaknesses. Engaging in a battle of attrition is misguided. Therefore, I urge you all to run relentlessly. Do not fear missed shots. Take your opportunities and return swiftly on defense. Is that clear? Li Wenhan declared loudly. Understood, came the unified response. All right, prepare to take the court. Once the other players had exited, Duncan lingered behind, turning to Li Wenhan with a concerned expression. Coach, ISN and Oppos, see this a bit risky? Li Wenhan smiled gently, patting his arm. Tim, I understand your concerns. This decision has been made after careful consideration. Once the game commences, you will witness the transformation of the team. For now, contemplate our strengths and weaknesses, then share your thoughts with me for analysis. I will explain why I chose the fast break for the second half. Duncan nodded gravely. The significance of this game was not lost on any team member, and they were all resolute in their determination to secure victory, prompting Duncan and Oppos' repeated requests to play. Their trust in Li Wenhan was profound. The prospect of a new coach was unwelcome, and it would be unjust to disregard Li Wenhan's contributions. The team knew well the depth of his commitment. Their success was inseparable from his guidance. As the second half commenced, the players and coaches from North Carolina were taken aback by the frenetic pace of the Devil and Oppos' servants team. Upon receiving the ball, they surged forward with remarkable speed. While their teammates sprinted ahead, the North Carolina players scrambled to return on defense, but before their center could position himself, Mike Miller received a pass from Eddie House and effortlessly sank a three-pointer. The moment they initiated their play, the devil and amp, Oppos, servants were already retreating to their half. A large question mark loomed over the North Carolina players' minds. What on earth was happening? After they executed a series of passes to score from the interior, Katas quickly inbound the ball. Eddie House seized it and dashed up the court, igniting a flurry of activity among his fellow players. Francis, positioned at a 45-degree angle, utilized Marion's screen to receive the ball, faked a move, and surged into the lane to score within 5 seconds. This execution was astoundingly simple, devoid of excessive coordination. It epitomized one word: speed. Francis capitalized on North Carolina's delayed positioning to exploit an opportunity with perfect timing. Just as North Carolina and Oppos' coach Smith marveled at Francis and Oppos' talent and game awareness, he observed that after a missed shot, Marion secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to Francis beyond the arc. The other players resumed their frantic pace. Carter and another North Carolina player desperately pursued Francis, finally matching his stride as he approached the free throw line, anticipating a layup or a dunk. Given Francis's usual style, it seemed likely he would attempt a spectacular dunk, and Carter was eager to remind him who the true airborne athlete was. However, to everyone and Oppos' astonishment, Francis pulled back, eschewing the dunk to pass the ball to the unguarded baseline. The pass was destined for success, as Mike Miller swiftly extended his hands to catch it. With a slight adjustment of his body, he lowered his gaze to his toes and effortlessly leaped, gracefully extending his movements as he sent the ball soaring toward the hoop. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed, rousing the attention of the North Carolina team, who then realized that the previously struggling Mike Miller had scored 6 points in the second half with 2 perfect shots. After North Carolina managed to score as well, the Devils' servants launched into another sprint. This time, however, the North Carolina players had caught on and kept pace, preventing the rapid scoring seen in previous plays. Nevertheless, Eddie House remained calm, directing Francis to maneuver right while Mike Miller continuously darted along the three-point line. Marion stepped up to set a screen, and Eddie House penetrated the lane, discreetly passing the ball to the awaiting Marion, who promptly shot and scored. Coach Smith and Oppos' expression darkened while Li Wenhan smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 64. They have been fooled. In the next round, a small jump shot from North Carolina and Oppos' interior missed the rim, and the rebound was once again claimed by Marion. He promptly passed the basketball to Eddie House, while Francis and Mike Miller darted to the sides like arrows. Eddie House, without even bringing the ball over half-court, successfully delivered a long pass to Francis, who had already sprinted to the right side beyond the three-point line. Upon receiving the ball, Francis immediately raised his hand for a shot. The defending players instinctively leaped, but at that moment, Francis, on his toes, deftly pulled the ball down, effortlessly evading the charging power forward, and swiftly penetrated to the basket for a score. Since the beginning of the second half, the Devils Stewards team had made all 5 of their attempts, including 2 three-pointers, showcasing an astonishing shooting percentage. Meanwhile, North Carolina, despite hitting 2 out of 4 attempts, an impressive rate, was inevitably falling behind in the score. Smith, intently watching the game, furrowed his brows in confusion. The style of play exhibited by the Devil and Oppos' stewards seemed familiar, but he could not pinpoint which NCAA team had employed such a tactic, until a moment of enlightenment struck him, recalling a strategy that had been mentioned in recent years but had not gained mainstream recognition: run and gun. The precise origin of the run and gun strategy remains uncertain, yet the most renowned proponent is undoubtedly the venerable Nelly, who had once showcased it on the NBA stage. This was a decade ago when he used this tactic with the Warriors, a time when the team was humorously dubbed an athletic squad. Furthermore, the earlier Denver Nuggets also experimented with a similar approach, albeit without the concept of run and gun as we understand it today. Unfortunately, both teams' endeavors ended in abject failure. Yet the conceptual strategy lingered on, garnering admiration from many, particularly from the staunch supporter Nelly. As a coach rooted in academia, Smith was naturally familiar with the run-and-gun philosophy. However, the Devil and Oppos' stewards had traditionally relied on a combination of inside and outside play, primarily focusing on half-court strategies. While dazzling fast breaks occasionally emerged, they were primarily defensive counters. Given Smith and Oppos' extensive study of their tactics, he could hardly conceive that they would adopt a run-and-gun style. Moreover, the execution of the Devils' stewards' playstyle was somewhat ambiguous. While their offensive efficiency had been remarkably high, the simplicity of their tactics seemed devoid of intricate collaboration. Relying heavily on individual player prowess, particularly that of Francis, If Li Wenhan were privy to Smith and Amp, Oppo's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff, disdainfully retorting, "You know nothing." In truth, grasping the run-and-gun strategy is not overly complex. Its essence lies in three key elements. Firstly, the emphasis is on running. Players must continuously move on the court while maintaining a high-frequency and efficient passing game, exploiting the opponent's defensive lapses through a rapid pace of play. Secondly, the essence of gun is to unleash aggressive offense. Players should take shots whenever opportunities arise, minimizing the time spent on offense and opting for fast breaks over half-court plays. Thirdly, rhythm is crucial, utilizing one and Oppo's fast tempo to disrupt the opponent and Oppo's game plan, particularly in slow-paced half-court scenarios, compelling the adversary to match their pace. Thus, the crux of the run-and-gun strategy lies in accelerating the movement of players and the ball, underscoring the speed of each possession within the game. Perhaps even the seasoned Nelly has yet to fully comprehend this principle. However, Li Wenhan stands on the shoulders of giants, possessing a clear understanding of why the run-and-gun would ultimately flourish in later years, if his memory serves him correctly. The recently appointed Nelly with the Mavericks would continue to experiment with the run-and-gun strategy in the forthcoming years, paving the way for the emergence of the Mavericks and Oppo's Big Three. As Smith recognized that the Devils' stewards were indeed employing a run-and-gun approach, a sense of urgency washed over him. He fixated on the unfolding game. For the run-and-gun strategy is widely associated with high scoring. This perception proved accurate, as merely 5 minutes into the second half, the Devils' stewards had amassed 28 points, while North Carolina trailed behind by 7. Once leading by a point in the first half, North Carolina now found themselves down by 6. And even with Smith urging his players to hasten their defensive efforts, the results were disheartening. Upon witnessing Francis receive another pass from Eddie House and charge into the paint, drawing defenders before dishing the ball to Mike Miller lurking beyond the arc for another three-pointer, Smith could no longer remain seated. He swiftly rose and called a timeout. Given the current predicament, an adjustment to the defense was imperative to stifle the opposing momentum. Otherwise, the situation could spiral out of control. With this in mind, Smith opted to replace North Carolina's power forward with a defender of superior capability, thereby accelerating the pace. Yet, he failed to realize that this defensive adjustment, while increasing speed, simultaneously diminished the team's height and would inevitably impact their offensive efficiency. Observing Smith's substitution, Li Wenhan's lips curved into a slight smile. The opposing team was gradually falling into the rhythm established by the Devils' stewards. They had been deceived. As the opponent began to rotate players, Li Wenhan also called upon James Posey, who had yet to step onto the court in the second half, allowing Francis a moment of respite. This game marked Posey's return. Yet he had not secured a starting position, having replaced Mike Miller during his underwhelming performance in the first half. Although Posey had performed better than Miller, he remained benched for the second half. Now, coming onto the court, he radiated energy, effectively compensating for Francis's absence. Despite playing the small forward position, with Miller at shooting guard, Posey's versatile skill set ensured his significance on the court was heightened. Whether it was driving after receiving a pass or distributing after drawing defenders, his contributions rivaled, if not surpassed, those of Francis. Meanwhile, Duncan had long since ceased to concern himself with his own playing time, contentedly seated on the bench, awaiting the final whistle. As he witnessed the Devil and Amp, Oppo's stewards excel and his own team teetering on the brink of collapse, Smith and Amp, Oppo's anxiety escalated. With a grim expression, he rose to signal for a timeout. Chapter 65. May I converse with him for a moment? After calling a timeout, Smith opted to substitute a faster guard. Yet the results remained unimpressive. The defense continued to falter. Notably, James Posey displayed exceptional versatility, capable of driving, shooting, and passing, effectively functioning as the second engine of the Devils' Butler team, aside from Eddie House. Reluctantly, Smith called another timeout and brought in a quicker forward to adjust the defensive strategy, yet it proved futile. The Devil and Amp, Oppo's Butler team maintained their rapid offensive pace, following Eddie House and Oppo's passes. Unless a prime opportunity arose, the players swiftly circulated the ball. At this juncture, James Posey began to shine, often receiving the ball and utilizing his physicality to penetrate at the arc, either shooting or passing thereafter. However, Posey was not the sole headache for Smith. Mike Miller, who incessantly darted around the perimeter, efficiently executing three-pointers, also posed a significant threat. Moreover, the Devils' Butler team featured their agile power forward, Marion, whose peculiar shooting form belied his high accuracy. While his presence on the court was not as pronounced as Miller's, his contributions were undeniably substantial, scoring nearly as much, albeit in a more unassuming manner, focusing on screens, movement, and creating space. Beyond these three, there was also Eddie House, who, although primarily facilitating for his teammates, had left a lasting impression with his explosive scoring performances in earlier games. Hence, Smith consistently assigned a player to shadow him, further loosening North Carolina's defensive line, allowing the Devils' Butler team to maintain their scoring efficiency. A pivotal shift occurred following one of Smith's timeouts, where he repositioned Carter, who had been defending Miller, to confront Posey. Unlike Miller, who thrived on movement and quick shots from beyond the arc, Posey preferred driving over shooting. Though Posey was indeed well-rounded, Carter possessed an even broader skill set, albeit currently underutilized. In terms of physicality, who could rival the historical Duncan legends? Even the formidable Mourning had been left questioning his life after facing Carter and Oppo's prowess. This strategic adjustment yielded immediate results. Carter effectively neutralized Posey, disrupting the fluidity of their offensive rotations. Furthermore, in one-on-one encounters with Posey, Carter showcased his remarkable scoring potential, delivering commendable offensive performances. However, Smith's North Carolina never embraced individualistic heroism, and thus, even in this opportune moment, Carter's scoring ability remained somewhat restrained. On the sidelines, Li Wenhan could clearly perceive a shadow of gloom in Carter and Oppo's demeanor, wishing he could recruit him for his own Devil and Oppo's Butler team. Alas, such aspirations were mere fantasies. Perhaps in the future, when he had the chance to coach in the NBA, destiny might align once more. Observing Posey's suppression, Li Wenhan swiftly substituted in Francis, unexpectedly replacing the interior presence of Kados. Consequently, the Devil and Oppo's Butler team found themselves devoid of a true traditional center in the closing moments, with Marion now their tallest player. However, not only had the Devils' Butler team's height diminished, but North Carolina also adjusted their lineup to match the pace, resulting in a decrease in their height as well. Though the interior defense remained intact, the introduction of Francis signaled the Devils' Butler team's complete abandonment of interior competition, unleashing their offensive potential, a bold gamble indeed. The audacity of Li Wenhan's decision astonished all, yet only Li Wenhan understood the formidable power that the small ball lineup would unleash in the future. Moreover, under Nelson's influence, their shooting accuracy and ball movement success rates surged, contributing to their remarkable 67 shooting performance since the second half commenced. Indeed, when the Devil and Oppo's Butler team struggled to find their rhythm in the first half, Li Wenhan resolved to implement Nelson and Oppo's expectation card during this fast-paced game. By halftime, he had already deployed this card, leaving only one opportunity remaining, while Smith's unexpected strategy allowed Carter to deliver his finest second half to date. The relentless offensive onslaught from the Devils' Butler team ultimately proved insurmountable. After all, the early deficits were too vast, and even after introducing Francis, the small ball strategy faced significant challenges. Ultimately, North Carolina succumbed to Li Wenhan and Oppo's sudden fast-paced tactics, losing the semifinal and missing their best chance at glory. After the game, Li Wenhan approached Smith, extending his hand from a distance, smiling as he greeted, "Coach Smith, hello. I am Li Wenhan, delighted to engage with you." Smith reciprocated the smile, acknowledging, "Coach Li, you are undoubtedly the most creative coach I have encountered. Clearly, your team outperformed us in this match." Li Wenhan humbly replied, "Your North Carolina team performed admirably, presenting us with considerable challenges in the first half. We merely took a gamble in the second half, and luck favored us." Smith, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Such a bold transformation is not something just anyone can achieve. Regardless, you ultimately triumphed, and decisively so." Li Wenhan felt a wave of shame wash over him, recognizing that without the expectation card from the system, he likely would not have dared to take such risks. However, recalling his purpose for approaching Smith, he smiled and inquired, "Coach Smith, I noticed a player on your team named Vince Carter. What are your thoughts on him?" Smith responded, "Oh, Coach Li, are you interested in him? He is a highly talented player, though he lacks focus on the defensive end." Li Wenhan hesitated before suggesting, "I believe you might consider developing some strategies around him. He possesses immense potential." Smith, somewhat dismissively, replied, I will consider it. May I have a word with him?" Chapter 66. A Gambler's Victory Once More. At the request of Li Wenhan, Smith hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I'll call him over." Although he was uncertain about Li Wenhan's sudden interest in Carter, the NCAA did not resemble the NBA. After all, Li Wenhan could not lure him away. Moreover, the two teams were not in the same major conference, and their next encounter would not occur until next year's March Madness. Thus, he was untroubled by the prospect of Li Wenhan saying anything untoward to Carter. "Hello, Coach Li, you called for me?" Carter approached, feeling slightly awkward, unsure of why Li Wenhan had summoned him, despite his deep admiration for Li Wenhan surpassing even that of Smith, who had coached him for several years. He understood the audacity it took to employ a fast-paced style in such a critical setting, allowing the Devil's Advocate team to shine impressively. It was essential to note that in Duncan's absence, Francis and Eddie House had become the unequivocal core of the game, and Carter believed he was equally capable. "Vince, I have no ulterior motives for seeking you out. You are a player I hold in high regard. I have watched numerous games of yours, and I wish to offer you some advice. Would you be willing to listen?" Li Wenhan said with a smile. "Oh, then Coach Li, please share your thoughts." "I will listen earnestly," Carter replied noncommittally. As for Li Wenhan's claim of having watched many of his games, Carter took it lightly, knowing he was still relatively unknown. After all, he had played a few years in college leagues, and such praise seemed merely courteous. Little did he realize that Li Wenhan referred not to current games, but to those from his previous life in the NBA. "Your physical prowess is unparalleled. I would even dare to say it rivals that of Michael Jordan. However, when it comes to technique, there are significant shortcomings in comparison. For instance, your ball handling skills lack variety during drives. You overly rely on your explosive first step or reverse step. Moreover, your finishing is often limited to floaters, and your footwork needs to be more agile. I recommend enhancing your footwork and post moves, especially in confined spaces, to ensure your talent does not go to waste," Li Wenhan sincerely advised. Initially buoyed by the compliments, Carter began to feel uncomfortable upon hearing the subsequent criticisms. "I understand. Thank you, Coach Li," he replied, preparing to depart. However, his remarks touched Smith, who looked at Li Wenhan with a glimmer of admiration and asked, "Coach Li, your insights are remarkably precise. Do you have any further suggestions?" You could focus on transition play, attempting quicker advances after securing rebounds. Additionally, enhancing your mid-range shooting could be beneficial, as your shooting ability is commendable. On defense, subtle adjustments to your footwork are crucial. When your positioning is overly expansive, it often necessitates retreating to prevent drives, which may reduce your pressure. As for other aspects, I believe I have said enough. Oh, and in terms of playmaking, I think you should experiment more. Playmaking forwards are highly valued nowadays. In summary, Vince, you are a remarkable raw talent with extraordinary physical gifts, destined for the NBA and sure to become a star player. Yet, to ascend to the level of a superstar akin to Michael, you must refine your skills further and strengthen yourself, Li Wenhan earnestly suggested. "All right, thank you." Carter nodded in acknowledgement. Carter, who had once admired Vince Carter as his favorite dunker in a past life, now found it regrettable that he was later deemed one of the lesser shooting guards. Thus, Li Wenhan's unexpected approach to offer sincere advice seemed to yield little appreciation from Carter, whose reaction hinted that his goodwill might go unrecognized. Little did Carter know, he would come to rue his nonchalance about this encounter countless times in the future, yet no one could bear the burden of his mistakes. This exchange with Carter was merely a small interlude following the game. Whether Carter appreciated it or not was beyond Li Wenhan and Appo's concern, as he soon set the matter aside. Today was undoubtedly a day of joy. Not only had the Devil's Advocate team successfully advanced to the NCAA finals, but Li Wenhan and Appo's position was also secure. The only task that lay ahead was to seize the ultimate championship. As he observed the jubilant players of the Devil's Advocate team on the court, Carter, alongside his teammates, cast a glance filled with envy. "Make sure to train diligently according to Coach Li's suggestions when you return," Smith turned to Carter and said. Carter was taken aback by Smith's sudden remark, surprised that he took Li Wenhan's words seriously. "Coach Li's advice is quite sound. You should exert more effort in your training," Smith replied earnestly. "Oh, I understand, Coach," Carter responded. "Yes, train hard. I am well aware of your capabilities." Smith nodded with satisfaction, though he remained oblivious to the slight reluctance in Carter's eyes as he turned away. Returning victorious, the Devil's Advocate team was greeted like heroes on campus. Even President Lewis's secretary led a welcoming party for them. At this rate, they might even see President Lewis himself welcoming them should they triumph in the next finals. The semifinal victory brought a collective sigh of relief to the entire Devil S Advocate team, and Li Wenhan felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Even though the final life-and-death match awaited just 2 days later, the discontent previously harbored by President Lewis due to Li Wenhan's inappropriate remarks had vanished in the wake of the semifinal victory. The entire Wake Forest University, indeed the whole state of Winston, was enveloped in jubilance. Many had already taken leave in anticipation of the finals. Yet, amidst this atmosphere of celebration, a dissenting voice emerged, none other than Theodore White, the columnist for the Winston Sports Journal. The following day and Oppo's front page of the Winston Sports Journal featured his article, once again targeting Li Wenhan, placing every game on the betting table, the pitiful gambler's victory once more. Chapter 67. Could it really be a gamble? In stark contrast to the abundant praise from most newspapers and magazines for Li Wenhan's unexpected strategy in the second half, White Theodore offered a contrasting perspective on the match. Sharply criticizing Li Wenhan and Oppo's coaching abilities, he conducted a thorough analysis by comparing the performance of the Devil and Oppo's steward team in both halves of the semifinals, asserting that their formidable strength was predominantly reliant on Duncan's personal defensive system in the paint, in addition to their perimeter offensive prowess. When Duncan was sidelined due to injury, the Devil and Oppo's steward team was essentially overwhelmed by North Carolina in the paint, with their defensive capabilities plummeting significantly compared to previous matches. This was merely concealed by their exceptional outside shooting. This explains why, at halftime, they trailed North Carolina by a single point and why they never truly gained an advantage throughout the first half. In fact, the Devil and Oppo's steward team struggled to contain their opponent and Oppo's interior offensive maneuvers, and the performances of notable perimeter players like Francis fell short of their previous advantages. The defensive decline rendered them somewhat restrained, and all of this stemmed from Duncan's absence, which disrupted their established inside-outside synergy. When their outside shooting faltered, they could not compensate for their defensive shortcomings with offense, revealing a critical vulnerability within the team. Nevertheless, the Devil and Oppo's steward team remained tightly matched with North Carolina in the first half. When their perimeter shooting accuracy returned in the second half, victory still seemed attainable. However, Li Wenhan, as the head coach, appeared visibly anxious, recklessly adopting a fast-paced style of play that they had never employed before. Although this strategy caught North Carolina off guard and led to a win, it relied heavily on the players regaining their shooting touch in the second half. For instance, White Theodore noted that Mike Miller shot 8 for 11 in the second half, including 6 of 8 from three-point range, while in the first half he had only managed 4 of 11, with 0 of 2 from beyond the arc, a stark contrast. Moreover, the shooting percentages of Marion, Francis, and even James Posey improved significantly in the second half compared to the first, underscoring the impact of their shooting performance. Everyone recognizes that a fast-paced strategy is a double-edged sword, emphasizing offense at the expense of defense, which not only yields impressive offensive displays but often exposes the team to counterattacks due to neglected interior defense. Had the players not achieved such high shooting percentages in the second half, victory would likely have eluded them, favoring the more balanced North Carolina team. Furthermore, Li Wenhan and Oppo's abrupt shift to a fast-paced style in the second half stifled the performance of Eddie House, a crucial star player, fundamentally suppressing his offensive capabilities despite his well-known explosiveness. A comparison of his first and second half performances reveals that while his assists increased, this was predicated on the teammates' elevated shooting percentages. What if they had maintained their first half accuracy? White Theodore also conducted a meticulous analysis of Li Wenhan and Oppo's game decisions during the first half, pointing out several tactical errors. His critique was not unfounded and bore a semblance of professionalism, though he remained unaware that Li Wenhan was merely adjusting the lineup. Even if he were privy to this context, he would likely have seized upon these points to further his criticism, given their apparent animosity. In conclusion, White Theodore summarized that the Devil and Oppo's steward team possesses substantial strength, and the exceptional abilities of players like Francis justified their victory. However, he deemed Li Wenhan and Oppo's coaching inadequate, asserting that victory could have been achieved more straightforwardly without resorting to a gamble-like approach. While fortunate to win this match, one must ponder the implications for future encounters. He strongly suggested inviting Coach Dave back and dismissing Li Wenhan, whom he considered a reckless coach potentially leading the team into oblivion. Upon publication, this audacious article gained traction due to its incisive language and bold analysis, quickly attracting a notable audience. Media outlets eager for sensationalism eagerly reprinted White Theodore's piece, sparking widespread debate over whether Li Wenhan's tactical decisions in the second half were grounded in confidence or driven by a gambler's mentality. Meanwhile, the subject of this discussion, Li Wenhan, sat on a training bench, disdainfully regarding Theodore and Amp. Oppos' acerbic report. Coach, that White Theodore has gone too far, constantly defaming you in the papers. Francis exclaimed, wiping sweat from his brow with evident frustration. Indeed, that damned reporter should reconsider the drivel he writes. If I see him, I'll certainly give him a few punches. James Posey added, equally indignant. Have you all read this article? Li Wenhan asked with a smile. Yes, Mike Miller brought a copy this morning, Duncan replied. Having been spared from rigorous practice that day, despite feeling that his legs had fully recovered, I picked one up while buying other newspapers. Curious to see how they would praise my performance after scoring the highest points yesterday, Mike Miller explained. Having initially intended to see his accolades but ultimately found himself incensed by the disparagement of his coach, prompting him to share the article with Francis and the others to unite against the critic. What are your thoughts? Li Wenhan inquired with a smile. That guy is clearly talking nonsense. How could the coach ever lead us into a gamble? Francis was the first to respond, his trust in Li Wenhan unwavering. I agree. He seems intent on tarnishing the coach's reputation with baseless accusations. He must still be holding a grudge from the last press conference. Right, coach? Eddie House chimed in. To be fair, some of his analysis is quite astute, Li Wenhan remarked with a chuckle. Coach, you're not truly considering a gamble, are you? James Posey asked cautiously. Oh. Chapter 68. The finals commence. As James Posey finished speaking, he was met with a resounding chestnut from Francis, clutching his head in feigned grievance as he looked towards Li Wenhan. What nonsense is this? Do you really need to gamble on the coach's abilities? Francis retorted, his irritation palpable, observing James Posey and Oppos' tearful expression and the expectant faces of the surrounding players. Li Wenhan offered a slight smile. Indeed, if one were to consider the switch to a fast-paced offensive strategy in the second half, there would be an element of risk involved. For altering a tactic within a game inherently carries a gamble. Yet, as a coach, it is imperative to assess the efficacy of such tactics, their success rates, and their compatibility with the players on the court, all while maintaining a clear understanding of the situation. From this perspective, I would argue that I am not gambling. Rather, my decision stems from a well-informed judgment of the game's dynamics and an unwavering confidence in your capabilities. I told you, our coach is always composed and confident. How could he possibly engage in such reckless gambling? Eddie House chimed in, a bit late to the party. But coach, we've never truly employed a fast-paced strategy. Are you certain we can execute it effectively? Marion inquired from the side. In this match, both Marion and Mike Miller had reaped the greatest benefits, delivering their most outstanding performances to date, being the top two scorers while also carrying the heaviest burdens on the court. After all, if they were to miss their shots, the Devil's servants could indeed find themselves in dire straits, as White Theodore had suggested. Of course, Li Wenhan replied with a calm smile. According to Mr. Nelson's fast-paced philosophy, the aim is to maintain a high frequency of effective passing through swift movement and rapid ball distribution. By disrupting the opponent's defensive rhythm with our quick tempo, we can exploit the defensive gaps that emerge during their movement to launch a full-scale offensive. This approach relies heavily on two factors. First, the players must be quick on their feet, demonstrating agility in their movements. Second, you must excel in your shooting, ensuring stability and accuracy from the perimeter. No wonder Mike Miller scored the most points in this match, as did Marion, James Posey realized. Indeed, these two aspects are not lacking in our team. Our speed in transitions has always been commendable, and each of you possesses shooting prowess. Thus, we have a solid foundation for this fast-paced strategy, but it is also contingent upon Eddie House's adept ball handling, which I must commend, Li Wenhan acknowledged. Hey coach, I'm merely doing my best, Eddie House replied cheerfully, oblivious to the disdainful looks from those around him. Among the group, only Duncan remained silent. Having already discussed matters with Li Wenhan during yesterday's bench session, and he now listened with admiration. Coach, should we employ the fast-paced strategy in our next game? Marion asked, clearly eager after experiencing its benefits. No need. Tomorrow is the final match. Tim has rested long enough, and it is time for him to take the court. Let us show them our strongest lineup, Li Wenhan declared with great enthusiasm. Regarding White Theodore and Oppos' characterization of him as a gambler in that article, it is impossible for Li Wenhan not to feel a twinge of indignation. After all, not everyone comprehends how resolute he was at that moment. Many might be inadvertently influenced by the article, leading to self-criticism. This is by no means paranoia. Have you not seen how some players on the Devil's Servants harbor doubts? Thus, after consulting Duncan about his leg's condition, Li Wenhan resolved to deploy their strongest lineup for the final, determined to secure a victory and silence the naysayers with sheer talent. Their opponents in the finals had already emerged yesterday, and in a dramatic twist, they held a significant connection to Li Wenhan, namely, the University of Arizona, where he had spent nearly a year last season, and where the clownish Frank still occupied the coaching seat. Interestingly, the University of Arizona, which had failed to reach the top 8 last year, had made it to the finals this year alongside Wake Forest, a twist of fate indeed. However, upon recognizing some familiar names in the Arizona roster, Li Wenhan felt a sense of relief. While luck played a role in their emergence as one of the tournament's formidable dark horses, it is undeniable that their strength is also noteworthy. The absence of Mike Bibby, who he could not recruit, and Jason Terry, who did not play last season for various reasons, still left them with players of considerable caliber. With Bibby's playmaking and Terry's exceptional outside shooting, coupled with Gerald and other competent players, their advancement to the finals was hardly astonishing. Moreover, the coach was not the inept Frank, but the renowned Lute Olson, a figure of great repute in collegiate basketball. As the final showdown approached, Li Wenhan opted not to overburden the team with excessive training, opting instead for a brief tactical run before sending them off to rest. However, this early respite led to a minor incident. Francis and James Posey, along with others, planned an outing, only to be betrayed by Eddie House, the ever-scheming informant. That infuriated Li Wenhan, who personally rounded up Duncan and Eddie House to bring them back, unleashing a torrent of reprimands without sparing anyone. With his face flushed with anger, he made them perform 50 shuttle runs and 3 sets of push-ups, 100%, to channel their unspent energy, leaving them in utter dismay. Fortunately, the finals were scheduled for the afternoon. Otherwise, it would have been questionable whether they could rise in the morning, as Li Wenhan had driven them hard until past 1 the previous night. Due to the superior record of the Devil's Servants in prior league matches, the final would take place at Wake Forest Basketball Arena. As Li Wenhan completed the warm-up with his players, he noticed the Arizona players entering, and his gaze immediately fell upon Frank, trailing behind coach Lute Olson. Despite the considerable distance across the court, their eyes locked instantly, igniting a spark of fervent excitement in the air. Chapter 69, The Finals, Part 1. The enmity between him and Frank traces back to the tumultuous March of the previous year, not due to their respective leaderships in competition, but rather because Li Wenhan faced ostracism from Frank during his time at the University of Arizona. In contrast to Frank and Oppo's established pedigree, Li Wenhan, an outsider who had inserted himself midway, seized a moment in a game to boldly confront Frank, striking a blow to his pride. From that moment onward, a grudge was firmly established. Compounding this rivalry, the team and Oppo's head coach, Blake, fell ill and could not fulfill his duties, leaving Frank, as the chief assistant coach, to assume the role of interim coach. Naturally, he would not allow Li Wenhan, who he viewed as a thorn in his side, to thrive, making conflict between the two inevitable. However, it was precisely this conflict that inadvertently allowed Li Wenhan to flourish. With the support of the soon-to-retire coach Blake, he found his way to Coach Nelson and successfully joined the Devil's Servants, thus embarking on a remarkable coaching career. Now, as their paths crossed once more, neither was inclined to offer the other any semblance of cordiality. Li Wenhan, harboring a fierce determination to prove himself, was eager to retaliate against Frank. Although Frank remained merely an assistant coach at the University of Arizona, Li Wenhan could not suppress a subtle desire for vengeance. As the game commenced, the fully engaged Devil's Servants began their offensive by attacking the interior. Duncan, who had missed a previous game, positioned himself against Gerald in the paint. Upon seeing this, Eddie House promptly passed the ball to Duncan, who, after a slight descent and a rhythmic sway of his shoulders, effortlessly shimmied past Gerald to execute a bank shot that swished through the net. Conversely, the University of Arizona initiated their offense from the perimeter. Mike Bibby skillfully dribbled across half-court, maintaining control against Eddie House and Oppo's defense, spotting Jason Terry darting into the paint, then swiftly retreating, and with Francis blocked by Walter. Bibby deftly delivered a pass to Terry. Upon receiving the ball, Terry, glancing at his feet, retreated a step before launching a precise three-pointer. Witnessing the shot, Li Wenhan's eyes flickered. The Jets lived up to their reputation, which elicited no surprise from him. In the ensuing possession, Eddie House once again passed the ball to Duncan, who faced minimal difficulty scoring against Gerald and Apos' defense. When Arizona took their turn on offense, their strategy remained fundamentally unchanged, with Terry receiving the ball yet again. This time, however, Francis was unimpeded by Walter. Thus, Li Wenhan observed the emergence of a familiar Trident offense, as Terry passed to the approaching Mike Bibby, who quickly transitioned the ball to Carlisle, leading to Walter taking a shot. Regrettably, despite the absence of a defender, Walter and Apos' attempt failed to find the mark. Yet the quality of their collaboration was undeniably high. As Eddie House accurately delivered the ball to Duncan once more, Li Wenhan's brow furrowed. Even though Duncan scored again, his expression remained tense. After Mike Bibby successfully executed a layup, Li Wenhan promptly rose and gestured towards the court. This time, Eddie House chose not to pass to Duncan in the paint, instead opting to penetrate Bibby and Apos' defense and pass to Francis on the opposite end. Francis, after receiving the ball, faked a shot before driving into the lane for a layup, followed by another drive into the paint for a score. In the opening minutes, both teams displayed high shooting percentages. Although the Devil and Apos' servants excelled both inside and outside, they led Arizona by a mere 3 points. Li Wenhan, however, felt discontent, as the competitive spirit he sought from his team had yet to manifest. While the Devil's servants showcased their prowess in both the interior and perimeter, their play was fragmented. Lacking the cohesive teamwork necessary for success, much of the scoring stemmed from individual capabilities. Nevertheless, relying on personal skill was not inherently flawed. After all, not every shot needed to be executed with precision. Some players were destined to take unreasonable shots, like Jason Terry, who had just drained a three-pointer. Yet, it could not be said that Terry and Apos' play was unjustifiable. It depended on the context. In this instance, Li Wenhan believed Terry and Apos' approach was quite reasonable, particularly under Bibby and Apos' orchestration. Terry's current role resembled that of a pitcher awaiting a signal, occasionally employing audacious shots to bolster the team's score. He could be considered Arizona's primary scoring option, with Walter as the secondary, while Mike Bibby ranked as the third. All three shared the commendable trait of possessing solid mid-range shooting skills, though Walter's consistency was somewhat erratic, yet improved since Li Wenhan's tenure last year. Their offensive positioning formed a triangular or inverted triangular shape, with Mike Bibby controlling the ball at the high post while Terry and Walter flanked him, utilizing screens from Arizona's interior players to navigate their movements. Whenever one of them created a favorable opportunity, Bibby would deliver the ball, promptly cutting through or moving along the baseline, always poised to receive or seize a chance to score. Jason, here, utilizing Gerald's screen, Bibby managed to shake off Eddie House and, as Terry prepared to take a contested shot against Francis, quickly passed the ball before Francis could react. Upon receiving the pass, Bibby executed a spin to evade the help defense from Marion, driving into the paint, where he elevated towards Duncan and Apos' outstretched hand, but discreetly passed the ball to Gerald, who had returned to the interior. Despite Marion's rapid return to defense, Gerald played fiercely, rising above Marion's challenge. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul by Marion. Yet the basketball continued to spin on the rim before gradually settling into the net. Marion incurred a foul, while Gerald capitalized with a 2-1 opportunity, leaving Li Wenhan's countenance shadowed with displeasure. Chapter 70, Finals, Part 2. Gerard's free throw sailed through the hoop with unerring precision. However, the subsequent offensive play faltered as Francis, overly eager to reclaim his pride, ventured into the paint with the ball. Under Walter and Apos' staunch defense, the basketball merely grazed the rim before tumbling down, with Walter securing the rebound, while others deemed Francis and Apos' attempt a matter of misfortune, considering the lane had been cleared by Duncan and Marion. Li Wenhan perceived a deeper issue. Francis's mindset was amiss. Perhaps it was the pressure of the grand stage, or simply his anxiety over the close score that triggered this urgency. Seizing a moment of stoppage, Li Wenhan decisively called a timeout, his expression grave as he picked up the tactical board. Steve, your primary task is to focus on offense. But while handling the ball, ensure your decisions are sound. Do not relentlessly chase the interior for fouls. Eddie House, your role extends beyond mere passing. You must also monitor your defensive assignment closely, particularly maintaining pressure on Mike Bibby. Advance your defense slightly. Do not fear his penetration, with Tim and Marion guarding the paint. He cannot overwhelm us. Now, let's adjust. Aside from Eddie House orchestrating the play, everyone else must move dynamically. Mike Miller and Francis drift towards the perimeter. If Eddie House finds no promising opportunity, pass to Duncan, the others should orbit around him, ready to receive and shoot. Tim, you must shoulder your responsibilities. Everyone needs to be in motion, understood? Acknowledged, coach, they replied in unison. As the brief timeout concluded, Marion inbounded the ball to Eddie House, who immediately positioned himself for a screen just beyond the three-point line. Eddie House deftly passed the ball to the rapidly moving Mike Miller. Upon receiving the ball, Mike Miller swiftly advanced beyond the arc, adjusting his footing for a shot. Jason Terry, trailing him, found his path obstructed by Marion, rendering effective defense impossible. With a resounding thud, the rim rejected Miller's shot, but Duncan, having established position under the basket, effortlessly secured the rebound. With no hesitation, he executed a delicate layup to finish the play. Although Li Wenhan had previously studied the tactics of the University of Arizona, he had not anticipated their exceptional form today, which explained his initial oversight regarding Jason Terry. White Theodore from the Winston Sports Report had criticized Li Wenhan for his lack of adaptability during games and failure to adjust player rotations promptly. Indeed, Li Wenhan faced such challenges, remnants of his previous experiences where frequent substitutions were rare, particularly when foreign players were involved. In those instances, the strategy often devolved into sheer aggression. Achieving even 3 successful plays out of 10 was considered commendable. Yet now, it was evident that allowing Jason Terry to continue his scoring spree was untenable. He relied heavily on his shooting rhythm if he found his groove. Securing 30 or 40 points was entirely within reach. While Francis and Oppos's defense against Terry had not been inadequate, he could keep pace with him. Yet Terry and Oppos's precision from mid-range made him a formidable adversary, especially after screens disrupted Francis and Oppos's timing. Several abrupt jump shots had unsettled Francis and Oppos's composure. Despite his many strengths, he occasionally let his emotions cloud his judgment. An impassioned Francis could be a double-edged sword, inflicting damage upon opponents while simultaneously disrupting his team's rhythm, often at the expense of his teammates. Li Wenhan sensed it was time to impose restraint upon Francis. He could not allow Terry to maintain his accuracy. Though this would not jeopardize their lead against the Devil and Oppos's advocate team, it was crucial for Francis to grasp the harsh realities of competition. When Terry again received the ball, utilizing a screen from his teammate, he was startled to see Mike Miller abandon his assignment to close in. In a moment of hesitation, Francis converged to trap him. Instinctively, Terry sought to pass the ball, but with Miller towering over him and Francis applying pressure, he found no viable option. Mike Bibby rushed to offer support, but it was too late. Francis intercepted the pass, and Miller seized the opportunity to sprint towards the front court. The players from the University of Arizona pursued him. Yet upon crossing the three-point line, Miller delivered the ball to Marion, positioned at the left wing. Ignoring Walter's defensive effort, Marion executed a leftward dribble before launching the shot over him, leveraging the height differential. As the basketball cascaded through the net, Marion Kuden and Oppos's suppressed a triumphant fist pump. This marked only his 3rd attempt of the game, a significant decline from his previous match. However, this was a necessary sacrifice, with Duncan dominating the paint. He could not forego offensive opportunities to cater to his own shot count. Regardless of whether Li Wenhan would admonish him, he lacked the audacity to defy the established order. As Terry once more eluded Francis's defense, Miller positioned himself strategically to the left, receiving a pass from Terry. While Terry's shooting prowess was formidable, his passing ability was commendable. However, with Mike Bibby on the court, the team did not require his playmaking. Yet, Walter failed to convert the shot, as Marion rotated back into position, using his lengthy arms to disrupt the attempt, forcing Walter to alter his trajectory, resulting in a miss. Duncan reclaimed the rebound and promptly advanced the ball to Eddie House, who methodically brought it up the court, with Duncan positioning himself outside the free throw line and Marion moving to the opposite side, ostensibly setting up for Eddie House to either drive to the basket or pass to Francis. Surprisingly, Eddie House passed to the approaching Mike Miller, who drove straight into the paint. Without pausing, Miller delivered the ball to Duncan, who had effectively shielded both Mike Bibby and Walter behind him. Chapter 71. The Finals, Part 3. With a swift motion, Eddie House dashed to the basket, receiving the basketball that Tim Duncan deftly tossed to him, effortlessly scoring over the returning Gerald. This play elicited satisfaction from Li Wenhan, yet sparked a flicker of concern in coach Luke Olson's eyes. Jason Terry, having turned back, continued to enjoy the adoration reserved for superstars. Francis and Mike Miller once again attempted to double-team him, but before they could close in, He passed the ball to the approaching Mike Bibby. Subsequently, utilizing a screen, he received the ball again, quickly raising his hand to feint a shot, deceiving Francis's defense, and delivering a precise pass to Gerald in the paint. Upon receiving the ball, Gerald leaned back to test Duncan and Oppos' defensive strength, realizing he could not push him back. In a rapid motion, he swayed left, then quickly returned, only to find that Duncan remained steadfast, unmoved. With no other option, he passed the ball out again. And Mike Bibby, dribbling as if to penetrate, created space with a step back from Eddie House, leaping to release a shot that spun gracefully into the net. As the play unfolded, Eddie House maintained possession at the high post, penetrating right before dishing out to Mike Miller on the perimeter. Mike, not rushing his shot, attracted Jason Terry and Oppos' defense before shifting the ball to Marion on the right side. Marion, without hesitation, lobbed it to Duncan, who, utilizing his height to read the game, feigned a shot against Gerald's defense. Suddenly, he tossed the basketball towards the hoop, and Francis, who had already anticipated the play, soared high to deliver a powerful dunk. Though slightly intricate, this sequence made Li Wenhan nod in approval, not for any other reason, but because it epitomized Duncan's pivotal role on the court. While Duncan could play both center and power forward, his optimal position in the paint required a robust center to withstand opposing forces, thus allowing his exceptional static talent to shine and enhancing his help defense's effectiveness. This was a sight often witnessed during the Spurs' past, whether with Admiral Robinson or the later Brazilian Splitter, who fulfilled this exact role. The two championships Duncan bore alone in the paint were indeed during the divine 2003 season and the prophetic 2007 campaign. However, as his physical condition began to wane in 2008, it became evident that Coach Popovich intentionally shifted him back to power forward, allowing his remarkable help defense and keen awareness to flourish, laying the groundwork for future glory a decade later. This also contributed to the Spurs dismantling a renowned trio, solidifying a legendary reputation for another player. Upon first sighting Duncan, Li Wenhan contemplated securing a formidable protector for him. Regrettably, the pool of quality interior players in this recruitment year was scarce, and the only suitable candidate, Kenyon Martin, promptly declined his offer. Had Duncan not been on the brink of graduation and played even one more year of collegiate basketball, Li Wenhan would have ensured the arrival of a premier guardian. Meanwhile, the University of Arizona's strategy revolved around Mike Bibby and Jason Terry, with coach Luke Olson fully aware that their strength lay in their perimeter play. Although Gerald and others exhibited decent defensive skills in the paint, their offensive capabilities were merely average. Faced with a dominant interior presence like Duncan, achieving success in the paint seemed a futile endeavor. "Steve, that was a splendid play." Eddie House, the primary lieutenant, immediately approached to offer congratulations, despite the fact that the play had little to do with him as the starting point guard. "Get back on defense, if we can, and Oppos, T contain the boss. We and Oppos, LL faces wrath," Francis remarked sternly before sprinting back to the defensive end. Well, he does have a point, Eddie thought, quickening his pace to follow. Yet, it seemed that coach Luke Olson had drawn inspiration from the Devil and Oppos' advocate team and Oppos' fast-paced style, as Arizona and Oppos' transition offense was remarkably swift this time. Mike Bibby, upon crossing midcourt, promptly passed the ball to Jason Terry, who had positioned himself beyond the three-point arc. Just as Francis closed in, Terry released a shot that sailed accurately through the hoop, prompting yet another signature jet engine celebration from the crowd. Players like Jason Terry often posed a significant headache for coaches, as their unpredictable yet high shooting percentage could lead to frustrating outcomes. After Terry drained another three-pointer, Li Wenhan decisively called a timeout, substituting in James Posey. Surprisingly, he replaced Eddie House instead of Mike Miller. This substitution left coach Luke Olson utterly perplexed, bringing in a forward while benching the starting point guard raised questions. Did he intend for Francis to take on ball-handling duties? Yet, having reviewed numerous game tapes of the Devil and Oppos' advocate team, Olson knew Francis and Oppos' organizational skills were merely average, lacking the efficiency that Eddie House brought to orchestrating the team and Oppos' offense. Furthermore, even if the aim were to bolster Arizona and Oppos' perimeter defense, Posey's foot speed could not match that of Terry. However, once the next possession concluded, the rationale behind Li Wenhan and Oppos' adjustments became crystal clear. As anticipated, Francis took control of the ball after the inbound pass. Yet, upon advancing the ball across half court, he did not immediately orchestrate the offense. Instead, leveraging Marion's screen, He penetrated Walter's defense, and, as Terry approached to provide help, he passed the ball to the right side, where James Posey awaited. Posey, after a brief pause, relayed the ball to Duncan near the free throw line, who expertly directed the play. Marion cut to the basket, receiving the ball effortlessly and scoring with ease. On the defensive end, Francis matched up against Terry, while Mike Miller took on Bibby, with Posey roaming the vicinity of the free throw line, ever ready to assist in double-teaming their adversaries. Goodness, you treat us as if we are mere scraps, Walter thought, feeling utterly exasperated as he found himself nearly unguarded. He could only sulk while moving to support Terry, who was now facing a double team. Receiving the ball, Walter noticed Posey looming just a step away, and the discomfort surged within him. They say don't hit the face, but this defense is excessive. Are you so certain I can't make the shot? Fueled by frustration, Walter launched into a quick jump shot from beyond the arc, only to find Posey's imposing figure encroaching, a hand swiftly reaching out to contest his attempt. Chapter 72, The Finals, Part 4. At this moment, James Posey's height advantage was strikingly evident. Although the distance prevented him from executing an effective block, his large hand was sufficient to obscure some of Walter's line of sight. Undoubtedly, the shot missed its target. But fortunately, the basketball rebounded off the rim and was retrieved by Jason Terry, who had no intention of passing it out. Instead, he dribbled fiercely towards the paint. In today's match, everyone witnessed Jason Terry's prowess in mid-range shooting. However, many overlooked his remarkable floaters beneath the basket, which boasted a commendably high success rate. Regrettably, this time he faced Duncan, and the moment the ball was released, as it ascended in a spinning motion, a large hand forcefully pinned it against the backboard. Fast break. After securing the emphatic block, Duncan swiftly turned and hurled the ball towards the front court, where Francis and Mike Miller darted forward like two arrows, one to the left and the other to the right. The first to receive the basketball was Mike Miller, who, after a brief hesitation, felt Jason Terry's defensive presence closing in. Yet, Miller remained unfazed, dribbling slightly while adjusting his stance. As he adopted a shooting posture, he drew Terry's defense and successfully left Mike Bibby trailing behind. However, the ball inexplicably vanished from his hands. It was now afloat in the hands of Francis, who unleashed a powerful dunk that sent the hoop shuddering and then swiftly bouncing back. By the time everyone regained their composure, Francis had nonchalantly released his grip from the rim and descended, returning to Arizona University and Oppos's offense. It was uncertain whether Jason Terry was affected by the recent block or simply rushed his shots, but he missed twice in succession. Coach Luke Olson was compelled to call a timeout once more. When the players returned to the court, Jason Terry, upon receiving the ball beyond the arc, refrained from hastily shooting. Instead, he began dribbling and initiated a drive, maneuvering past Walter's screen. As Francis closed in again, Terry quickly passed the ball back to Walter, who had stepped back significantly. Walter, after a slight adjustment, raised his hand and released the ball, while Francis could only reach out in vain, watching helplessly as the basketball swished through the net. This play was not complex, it was a classic pick-and-roll, often executed by the Utah Jazz, with Stockton and Oppos's screens leading to drives and Karl Malone and Oppos's shots following the pick. This tactic, simple yet effective, necessitated two core conditions: a player capable of drawing double teams with strong driving skills, and a forward with solid mid-range shooting abilities. However, Terry's dazzling shooting had overshadowed Walter, who was indeed playing the small forward position and had commendable shooting skills. The quality of this play was exceptional, yet Li Wenhan smiled, for as he had anticipated, 3 out of the next 5 offensive plays mirrored this collaboration. Beep. Li Wenhan called another timeout, smiling as he addressed the players returning from the court, expressing his satisfaction with their previous performance. However, he noted a lack of intensity on the defensive end, particularly regarding the double teams on Terry and Bibby, emphasizing the need for vigilance. He advised James Posey to apply more pressure on Walter while carefully managing his fouls. On offense, he suggested a slight adjustment to their strategy, substituting Eddie House for Mike Miller, and proposed a new plan. After conveying his instructions, the players returned to the court, now with Eddie House handling the ball, as he was the team and Oppos's primary point guard. Upon bringing the ball across half court, House immediately called for Marion to set a screen, initiating a drive from the left side. Eddie House had previously demonstrated his impressive offensive capabilities, making Arizona University wary of allowing him into the paint. Observing Mike Bibby blocked by the screen, Terry promptly abandoned his defense of Posey to assist. However, House deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for Bibby to navigate around Marion before delivering a bounce pass into Marion's hands. Without hesitation, Marion adjusted slightly and executed his signature shot with remarkable precision, overcoming the defensive challenge. Upon witnessing this play, Coach Luke Olson's demeanor shifted. He had studied numerous games involving the Devils' Butler team and held a deep appreciation for Marion's previous performance during the fast-paced game. He recognized that Marion not only possessed excellent athleticism and exceptional offensive movement around the basket, but his unorthodox shooting style was also highly accurate. Unfortunately, the abundance of offensive talent on the Devils' Butler team had prevented Marion's potential from being fully realized. Coach Olson even believed that had Marion been on his team, he could have cultivated him into an indispensable core player. Reflecting on this, Coach Olson cast a glance at the young man on the opposing bench, internally lamenting the squandered talent. Meanwhile, Arizona University and Oppo's latest offensive attempt was thwarted by Posey and Oppo's interference, resulting in Walter and Oppo's shot missing the mark. Marion seized the rebound, as Duncan effectively kept Arizona University and Oppo's two interior players at bay. The ball was swiftly passed to Eddie House, who once again called for Marion and Oppo's screen. Following the same drive-and pass play and another catch-and-shoot situation, the Devil and Oppo's Butler team secured another 2 points. At this juncture, the score had escalated to 81-72. With a nearly 10-point lead, Coach Luke Olson felt a twinge of urgency and gestured towards the court as only 5 minutes remained in the game. Arizona University and Oppo's offense was undeniably stifled, while the Devil and Oppo's Butler team grew increasingly at ease. Thus, someone needed to emerge, and for Arizona University, that individual was undoubtedly their ace shooter, Jason Terry. Chapter 73, The Finals v. This time, the ball-handling breakthrough for the University of Arizona was executed by Mike Bibby, while Walter continued to set screens, and Jason Terry began his rapid movements. However, Li Wenhan keenly observed that Jason Terry's positioning revolved entirely around Walter's screens. Indeed, after receiving the ball, Walter did not shoot immediately. Instead, he dribbled to the left, allowing Terry to swiftly circle past him, receiving the pass and leaping for a shot. Francis, however, was obstructed by the taller Walter, rendering him incapable of timely defense. As soon as the ball left Terry's hands, he knew it was going in. Watching the ball spin and sink into the net, he spread his arms wide and dashed back to the court, truly living up to the name Jet. Yet, with the lead firmly in his grasp, Li Wenhan remained unfazed by their efforts. Leveraging Francis and Oppo's formidable ability to attract double teams, House repeatedly passed the ball back to Marion or directly to Duncan, who was seeking advantageous positioning inside. This offensive strategy originating from the paint significantly boosted the shooting percentage for the Devil's Advocate team, while rendering their defense against Terry and others increasingly resolute, even to the extent of leaving the capable shooter Gerald wide open. After enduring frustration throughout the game, Gerald finally began to soar in the final moments, scoring with layups, mid-range shots, and powerful dunks. In that instant, he resembled an admiral in full flight. However, it was clear to all that relying solely on Gerald and Oppo's limited arsenal could not secure a promising future. Their most vital core remained the trio of Mike Bibby and Jason Terry. Yet, the current situation dictated that Mike Bibby and his companions could only rely on screens to shoot from the perimeter, as penetrating the paint had become increasingly arduous. When they finally managed to break through, they found Marion already stationed there, and even if they evaded him, they could not easily shoot, for Duncan, who had been lurking in the paint, was no slouch either, should one dare to attempt a shot in the paint. A fiery welcome awaited them, none other than the signature Stone Buddha hot pot. However, even shots from the perimeter suffered due to the relentless double-teaming from the Devil's Advocate team, causing the shooting percentages of their two mainstays, Mike Bibby and Jason Terry, to plummet. Walter, too, under the care of James Posey and Marion, saw his shooting touch diminish to frigid levels. 3 minutes passed, and the trio managed to score a mere 5 points together. As the match drew ever closer to its conclusion, despite Jason Terry and Oppo's commendable stats of 28 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists, and Mike Bibby and Oppo's impressive tally of 19 points, 2 rebounds, 11 assists, and 1 steal, these figures proved futile. With just over a minute remaining, the score between the Devil's Advocate team and their opponents stood at 96-83, leaving the University of Arizona with only a theoretical chance of victory. Even as coach Luke Otterson substituted the nearly exhausted Jason Terry, Li Wenhan chose to keep Duncan and Francis on the court. He merely replaced Katas with the equally fatigued Marion, which caused Katas, who had been nearly forgotten throughout the match, to be overwhelmed with emotion. "Oh, my dear coach, you finally remembered me." In the final minute, no earth-shattering turnaround occurred. Instead, the newly introduced Katas, eager to make an impression, delivered a resounding block on Gerald, nearly bewildering him. "Where did you come from?" If Gerald had inquired among his bench teammates, they might have informed him that the moment he prepared to make a move, Katas had sprinted back with reckless abandon, disregarding his defender entirely. Had he merely glanced back and made a pass, it would surely have resulted in a spectacular alley-oop. Regrettably, the most elusive remedy in life is often regret. Accustomed to the defensive partnership of Duncan and Marion, Gerald could hardly fathom that Katas was not adhering to the conventional tactics of the Devil's Advocate team. It wasn't until he saw Li Wenhan seated on the sidelines, giving Katas a thumbs up, that he realized he had been outmaneuvered. Gerald had a lasting impression of Li Wenhan, the former strength and conditioning coach. Had it not been for Li's proactive stance last year, they might have returned home prematurely after the first round of the madness in March. However, during his subsequent struggles with Frank, he had remained an observer, feeling somewhat disgruntled by Li and Oppo's preference for certain bench players. As the referee blew the whistle signaling the conclusion of this climactic game, the Devil's Advocate team officially became the champions of the 1997 NCAA tournament. The victorious players surged toward Li Wenhan, encircling him and lifting him high into the air. "What are you doing? Put me down. I'm terrified of heights. Please, don't let go." As he was hoisted aloft, Li Wenhan and Oppo's heart raced, adrenaline coursing through him, flailing his arms like a plump duck falling from the sky. Yet, regardless of his pleas, the joyous players continued to toss him into the air, and Li Wenhan worried that one time they might drop him, fearing a fall would leave him bloodied. Nevertheless, the Wake Forest University basketball arena had transformed into a sea of jubilation. Not only were the players ecstatic, but the crowd spontaneously began to celebrate with waves of enthusiasm. Li Wenhan also spotted numerous NBA players among the airborne spectators. Indeed, during the NCAA finals each year, the NBA refrains from holding games, allowing the thrilling NCAA championship to take center stage. Today's matchup between Wake Forest University and the University of Arizona certainly provided a spectacular display, particularly the impressive inside-outside combination from the Devil's Advocate team. Nevertheless, Mike Bibby and Jason Terry of the University of Arizona left a profound impact on many scouts, especially Terry's precision shooting and Bibby's solid playmaking, which were duly noted in their notebooks. Alas, both players faced uncertain futures, as one was a junior preparing to graduate and the other had just begun college, making their chances of entering the draft slim. Yet, all was not lost. Just look at how many players on the Devil's Advocate team met NBA draft eligibility. Our sights could be set on them, aside from Tim Duncan, who had already locked in the top pick. After all, we didn't possess the first overall selection. Chapter 74. Attend the award ceremony. It is important to note that since the beginning of this season, numerous teams have been frantically tanking in pursuit of this year and Oppo's coveted first overall pick. The singular aim of securing this prize selection is to draft Duncan at the upcoming draft event. From the moment Duncan commenced his freshman year, he has been on the radar of several NBA teams. However, Duncan remained steadfast in his commitment to his studies, intent on fulfilling his mother and Oppo's wishes, which led to a delay in his declaration for the draft until this year, when postponement was no longer an option. Presently, half of the teams in the NBA are engaged in tanking for him. After all, who would and Oppo's desire a polished superstar? Even last year and Oppo's illustrious and Oppo's 96 draft class, brimming with prodigious talent, required further exploration to unearth their potential. In contrast, Duncan represents a near-complete package. It is not that he lacks potential, but even if he were to have exhausted his potential, one can be assured he would emerge as a player on par with the likes of Admiral Robinson or the formidable Ewing. Rumors have circulated that Iverson's coach once remarked that had Iverson opted not to enter the draft last year, the first overall pick this year would have been unattainable for him. Yet, since 1994, Duncan has been a perennial favorite for the top pick, and this year, he is undeniably the frontrunner. Why should one not strive desperately to secure him? Would one rather wait for another to claim him, only to be left in their wake? Now that the Demon Butler team has clinched the NCAA championship they so ardently desired, it is likely that some players may contemplate entering the draft prematurely. It is widely understood that Duncan has already locked in the first overall pick. While half of the NBA teams are tanking for him, only one team will ultimately secure that coveted selection. What of those teams that end up with lesser picks? Who wouldn't wish to draft exceptional talent at the draft event? Particularly when the current Demon Butler roster boasts several promising prospects. It is only natural for them to feel envious. Thus, as the game concluded, scouts from various NBA teams eagerly awaited outside the Demon Butler locker room, ready to approach the players as they emerged. "Hello, Steve. I am Camille, a scout for the New Jersey Nets. Here is my business card. Do you intend to declare for the draft this year? Greetings, I am Lidham, a scout for the Los Angeles Lakers. Are you planning to enter the draft this year? Here is my card. If you are interested, please consider attending our tryouts." As the scene at the locker room door became chaotic, Li Wenhan, who had just concluded an interview and was accompanying Principal Lewis, quickly stepped forward and raised his voice. "What is going on here?" The scouts, eager to promote themselves, turned to Li Wenhan with bright smiles and rushed towards him. "Coach Li, congratulations on your victory in the finals. Could you share how many players from your team will declare for the draft this year?" "I am Lidham from the Los Angeles Lakers. I admire your players greatly, and if they decide to enter the draft, I would like to invite them for a tryout. And we from the Sacramento Kings would also like to extend an invitation for them to come for a tryout. I am the scout for the team." Li Wenhan felt overwhelmed by the swarm of scouts surrounding him and raised both hands, urging, "Everyone, please quiet down. I understand your enthusiasm and respect your dedication, but I kindly ask for your respect in return. At present, the only player from the Demon Butler team who has confirmed his intention to declare for the draft is Tim Duncan. The others have made no decisions as of yet, so please refrain from inquiring further. You may leave your cards, and should anyone wish to declare, I will contact you. Now, please, disperse." Li Wenhan suppressed his irritation as he spoke. "Coach Li, please listen to me. My players will not be attending tryouts with the New Jersey Nets." Li Wenhan abruptly interrupted the scout from the New Jersey Nets, causing his expression to darken considerably. "Now, everyone please exit. This is the entrance to our locker room. If anyone utters another word, rest assured my players will not be attending tryouts with you." Li Wenhan pointed coldly towards the door. Under Li Wenhan's imposing presence, the scouts left reluctantly, and the corridor fell silent. "Li, I believe you could have been a bit more diplomatic in your approach." Principal Lewis, who had been observing the scene, walked over. "My apologies, Principal Lewis. Today is a day of celebration for our championship win, and I do not wish for these individuals to dampen our players and Oppo's spirits. Furthermore, my players and I have discussed this, aside from Tim. No one else will be entering the NBA draft this year," Li Wenhan stated matter-of-factly. "Very well, you are the head coach, and your decisions are final." Principal Lewis replied with a resigned shrug. Just moments ago, Li Wenhan had re-signed a coaching contract with Principal Lewis for a duration of 2 years, with compensation aligned with Coach Dave and Oppo's salary standards, as previously discussed by Lewis. This contract had been prepared prior to the game. As long as Li Wenhan led the team to victory, the contract would be promptly presented. Although Principal Lewis had assured Li Wenhan that he would receive the contract upon reaching the finals, he had cleverly manipulated the contract's duration. Should Li Wenhan's team falter in the finals, the contract would only be for 1 year, rather than the 2 years now agreed upon. However, Li Wenhan remained oblivious to this detail, and even if he were aware, it likely would not concern him overly, as he had encountered such matters in his previous life. For Li Wenhan, this year's experience with the Demon Butler team serves as both an opportunity and a stepping stone. To put it bluntly, even without this contract from Principal Lewis, Li Wenhan would no longer be plagued by worries about his position, as he had led a team that had only reached the Sweet 16 the previous year to an overwhelming championship victory this year. It is certain that many collegiate programs would extend offers to him, albeit such opportunities may not be entirely perfect. Has everyone changed? Let us proceed to the championship award ceremony. Chapter 75. Is this your champion, Jordan? The members of the Demon Butler team joyfully made their way to the championship awards ceremony held on the court, filled with laughter and merriment. Duncan, having been named the most valuable player, proudly raised his trophy, beaming with delight, while Francis clutched the trophy tightly, leaving Eddie House in a state of anxious impatience. The awards ceremony concluded, yet the jubilant atmosphere lingered, with players from the Demon Butler team receiving thunderous cheers throughout the campus of Wake Forest University, akin to an NBA championship parade. Equally elated by their victory, Wake Forest University allocated additional funds for activities, and Li Wenhan arranged for Carlos to reserve a nearby restaurant for an evening of celebration. though the occasion was meant for revelry. Many team members were under the legal drinking age, so they ultimately settled for juice instead. However, even with each person holding a cup of juice, the celebratory spirit was palpable, allowing Li Wenhan to experience yet another contrast between life in China and the United States. With the championship secured, Li Wenhan announced a 3-day holiday for the entire team, granting them the freedom to enjoy themselves while he too took some much-needed rest. Unexpectedly, the following morning, a group of rugged players led by Francis arrived at his small apartment. "What brings you here?" Li Wenhan inquired with surprise as he opened the door. In his mind, these fellows should still be nestled in bed, sound asleep, as they typically were not known for their early rising. Boss, do you remember the promise you made us?" Francis asked somewhat sheepishly. "What promise?" Li Wenhan replied, bewildered. "Well, why am I beating around the bush? I'll just say it." James Posey interjected, pulling Francis aside. "Boss, you said that if we won the championship, you would treat us to another exquisite Eastern cuisine feast. And it should be different from the last one. You haven and Oppos, tea forgotten, have you?" Seeing the expectant faces of his teammates, Li Wenhan felt a rush of embarrassment. He had indeed forgotten, yet how could he possibly admit such a lapse? He quickly composed himself and replied, "Of course I haven and Oppos, tea forgotten. Since we have a holiday now, I was planning to treat you all when you returned. I knew it. The boss would never forget such a thing. After all, you are the boss. How could you forget a promise?" Eddie House chimed in, enthusiastically flattering him. "Nonsense. You're the one who said it, boo-hoo." James Posey was cut off by Eddie, who then turned back to Li Wenhan with a grin. "Boss, how about we eat today?" All right, come on in." Li Wenhan conceded, bemused by the relentless appetite of his teammates. It seemed absurd that they would rush over to his place instead of taking the opportunity to relax after such a grueling tournament. However, having made the promise, he couldn't go back on his word. Preparing a meal would be a minor inconvenience. "Are we eating here today, boss? Should we bring over a big table?" Mike Miller asked as they entered. Li Wenhan glanced around. His small apartment felt spacious for one, but with this many people, it was indeed cramped, especially with more expected to arrive shortly. It is a bit tight. Do you have any suggestions?" Li Wenhan inquired while heating water. "Boss, I think we should just reserve that restaurant from yesterday. It has ample space," James Posey proposed. "Get lost." Francis immediately countered. "Do you know how much it costs to reserve that restaurant for a day? Do you want to bankrupt the boss?" I was just suggesting." "Just forget what I said." James quickly backtracked. "How about we set up a table outside in the square?" Marion suggested. "You too, get lost." Eddie seized the opportunity to retaliate. "Haven and Oppos, do you seen the boss cook? How would he manage without electricity and gas outside? Would he cook with his hands?" Marion instinctively prepared to retort, but quickly realized he had misspoken and fell silent. "Everyone, calm down. Let me check with Carlos for a better option," Li Wenhan interjected. Waving his hand, he pulled out his phone and called Carlos. Discovering that there was a small restaurant next to the one they had visited yesterday that could be reserved at a reasonable price, he promptly asked Carlos to take care of the arrangements. "You all come with me to the supermarket. We need to buy a lot of supplies," Li Wenhan said resignedly to the group. "Absolutely, we are all strong enough," James Posey exclaimed, flexing his bicep proudly. "What are you so proud of? Let us hurry up," Francis urged, pushing him forward. Upon arriving at the supermarket, they were surprised to find Duncan waiting with a group of his own. "Tim, what brings you here?" Li Wenhan asked, astonished. "Steve called us, asking us to come to the supermarket to help carry things," Duncan replied. "All right, then follow me." Thus, Li Wenhan led the way, followed by a dozen muscular basketball players, resembling a gang leader accompanied by his crew, which caused the supermarket manager to discreetly pull out his phone, nervously observing them. Fortunately, the group merely purchased a vast array of items, and when it came time to pay, they did so with ease, alleviating the manager and Oppos' concerns. The amount of groceries they bought was substantial, with an entire rack of ribs alone, alongside large bags of beef and pork, and plenty of other vegetables. In addition to retaining the previous favorites of braised pork and potato beef, Li Wenhan planned to add braised ribs and lion's head meatballs this time, ensuring their beloved shredded potatoes and tomato egg dishes were also included. Thankfully, despite the large quantity of items, the collective effort of the group expedited the cooking process. And as they chatted idly, the conversation drifted to this year and Oppos' playoffs. "Boss, do you think Jordan can still secure the championship this year?" Chapter 76. Off to the lottery station. Upon suddenly hearing this question, Li Wenhan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Their match had concluded. Yet the contests among the NBA teams were just beginning. What are your thoughts? Li Wenhan inquired. A few of us believe that this year the Chicago Bulls will emerge victorious, while James Posey and others contend that the Houston Rockets will take the title. And Tim is backing the Utah Jazz, Francis replied. Oh, Tim, why have you chosen the Jazz over the Rockets, who have Olajuwon? Li Wenhan asked with genuine curiosity. After a season of refinement, the prowess of the Bulls is undeniable. The Rockets, having claimed 2 championships, now find their roster inadequate to challenge the Bulls. While the core of Olajuwon and Drexler remains unchanged, the team no longer possesses the caliber to contend for the title. Conversely, the Utah Jazz are in a different league. Karl Malone and John Stockton are harmonizing at their peak, and the team's overall composition is quite balanced, making them formidable contenders for the championship, Duncan elaborated. Excellent. Li Wenhan gently applauded, feeling immense satisfaction with Duncan's analysis. What defines a top-tier player? This is professionalism, boss. Do you also foresee the Jazz winning the championship this year? Francis asked, his expression revealing disbelief. No. Li Wenhan shook his head. While the Jazz may not be inferior to the Bulls in terms of overall strength, I believe they can secure the Western Conference title. However, I do not foresee them triumphing in the finals, for the Bulls have Jordan. Ah, so you too believe the Bulls can clinch the championship? Eddie House exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Li Wenhan affirmed. The Bulls with Jordan and without Jordan represent 2 entirely different teams. Even substituting Jordan with Drexler or any other player would not suffice. This is the unique characteristic of the Bulls' triangle offense. As the most potent point of this strategy, he excels at scoring while exploiting mismatches on the weak side. More importantly, he possesses exceptional capabilities on the strong side, ensuring that he can conclude the game when it matters most. But boss, the Rockets have also won 2 championships. I believe they have a chance this year, James Posey argued, somewhat unconvinced. True, theoretically they have a chance, but compared to previous seasons, their core players have experienced a decline in performance. However, that is not the primary concern. What the Rockets lack is the heart that once drove them to championship glory. Li Wenhan asserted. Never underestimate the heart of a champion? James Posey queried in surprise. Precisely, Li Wenhan nodded slightly. Teams that reach the later rounds of the playoffs often possess similar levels of talent. Frequently, the atmosphere within the team and the unwavering heart that drives them to victory play a crucial role in the final moments. Hence, one must never underestimate the heart of a champion. After a brief exchange with his prot-GS, Li Wenhan resumed his culinary endeavors. As preparing such a feast was indeed laborious. I'll say it's undoubtedly the Bulls this year, since the boss has said so. I'm off to buy a lottery ticket, Eddie House declared proudly. Well then, I shall also bet on the Bulls. Tim chimed in. And you, James Posey? I shall continue to support the Jazz, Duncan replied, his resolve firm. Hee, soon we shall feast on the boss's grand banquet, and afterward, we'll head out to buy lottery tickets, Eddie House exclaimed excitedly. Lottery tickets? Upon overhearing the conversation, Li Wenhan's heart stirred. Indeed. How had he not thought of purchasing lottery tickets himself? He had squandered a year of his time. Reflecting on the meager balance of under $10,000 in his bank account, Li Wenhan inwardly cursed himself for being such a fool. Having spent nearly 2 years in this place, he initially held a position as a temporary fitness coach for the Arizona University basketball team, a role that provided barely enough to sustain him. His initial compensation of over $20,000 had dwindled significantly. Fortunately, after joining the Devil and Opos S. Butler team, Coach Dave had appointed him as an assistant coach, alleviating some of his financial burdens. Otherwise, he might have found himself not just with a scant $10,000, but potentially in debt to the bank. With a resolute determination ignited within him, Li Wenhan infused more energy into his cooking, the enticing aromas stimulating the appetites of his companions. Boss, that big bone smells delightful, James Posey exclaimed, craning his neck towards the braised ribs simmering in the pot, only to receive a playful tap from Francis. Watch it, don't let your drool fall into the dish, Francis retorted. James Posey sheepishly scratched his head, grinning like an innocent child. All right, everyone disperse and prepare the table. Dinner is nearly ready, Li Wenhan cheerfully instructed. Can we eat already? James Posey's eyes lit up. Just a couple more dishes need a moment. You all prepare the dining area, Li Wenhan replied with a smile. When you're told to do something, just do it without all the chatter. Francis playfully swatted James Posey's head. If you hit me again, I'll retaliate. James Posey shouted, shielding his head. Enough of the shenanigans. Steve, come help me out, and James Posey, fetch a large bowl, Li Wenhan interjected, chuckling at their antics. Coach, Do you want us to help with anything? Marian inquired. No need. Just let them assist me. You all get ready for dinner. Li Wenhan waved his hand dismissively. Although this sumptuous feast was not meticulously prepared by Li Wenhan, his companions showered it with praise, devouring the meal with gusto, so much so that utensils were rendered unnecessary. And under James Posey's lead, they began to eat with their hands. Observing the camaraderie among his companions after the meal, Li Wenhan's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Off to the lottery station. Chapter 77. Betting. Originally, Duncan and Mike Miller intended to linger for a while, as they were not planning to place any bets. However, they were soon swept away by others. As Li Wenhan strolled towards the betting station, he endeavored to recall which teams competed in the Eastern and Western Conference playoffs at this particular time in his previous life, and how many games were played in each round. To his dismay, he found his recollection somewhat lacking. Concerning this year's playoffs, his memories were rather hazy. The finals featured the Bulls against the Jazz, a detail that required no further elaboration. He could even clearly remember the number of games played and the scores from each match. Yet, when it came to the other games, his recollections were far less precise. He struggled to recall the scores of each match, let alone how many games were played in each round of the playoffs, making it difficult to rely on this knowledge for a substantial profit. Nonetheless, he did remember the teams competing in each round of the Eastern and Western playoffs, as well as the victors. If he could correctly predict the outcomes of each round, right through to the finals, it would indeed yield a handsome reward. Although his bank account barely boasted close to $10,000, he resolved to wager all of it in pursuit of a second chance at a turnaround in his life. While this decision bore a hint of recklessness, Li Wenhan had mentally prepared himself for it, especially since he had recently signed a new coaching contract with Wake Forest University, which was set to take effect next month. Although this salary paled in comparison to some NBA coaches and fell short of the standards set by top collegiate coaches like Coach K, it was still a significant improvement over his previous assistant coach and Oppos's salary, nearly quintupled, allowing him to comfortably navigate life in this setting. He felt this modest sum should find a more promising outlet, such as the lottery betting station. Should Li Wenhan remain at Wake Forest University as Coach K did, his future prospects would undoubtedly be bright. However, it was evident that his ambitions extended beyond this. Life offers a rare opportunity to traverse dimensions. If he did not seize the benefits of this second chance, what would be the purpose of such a revival? Thus, as he ambled towards the betting station, Li Wenhan was undeniably exhilarated. With merely half a month remaining until the NBA playoffs commenced, his potential for a significant turnaround hinged on this moment. Upon arriving at the betting station, however, he realized his expectations were overly optimistic. Currently, the station only accepted bets on the finals and the champions of the Eastern and Western Conferences, along with some scores from upcoming games over the next 2 weeks. Although Li Wenhan understood that he could not place bets on the first and second rounds, he was surprised to discover that predictions for playoff rankings were also unavailable for wagering, and even which teams would qualify for the playoffs could not be bet on, leaving him somewhat speechless. This reality diverged significantly from his previous experience, as he recalled that such betting options were available in his former life in America. Was his memory failing him? Or was the betting industry in America not as advanced as he had thought? Regardless of the reason, there was no point in dwelling on it. He would focus on the available options instead. At this moment, the top 2 teams in each conference were relatively clear, but the remaining positions were fiercely contested by numerous teams. If he were to place a bet now, it seemed he could only wager on the championship, while the odds for betting on the overall champion were marginally higher than those for betting once the playoffs began. The sheer number of wagers on the Bulls made the odds nearly negligible. He would be better off betting on some teams advancing through the playoffs instead. If a dark horse team were to make it through, the odds would soar, reminiscent of those classic 8/1 and 7/2 upsets from the future. As for the teams with little hope of making the playoffs, they had long since surrendered. Especially in this peculiar year when nearly half the teams were deliberately tanking in pursuit of the coveted top draft pick to secure Duncan, there was little of interest to follow, with the competition merely reduced to who could be worse. The 3-day holiday soon passed, and Li Wenhan endeavored to provide some basic training to the players without disrupting their academic commitments. For him, 2 matters held paramount importance. The first was the impending NBA playoffs. He had initially brought his $10,000 to the betting station, only to leave empty-handed. The potential returns from merely betting on the champions of the Eastern and Western Conferences or the finals were substantial, but they paled in comparison to the profits that could be accrued through a series of strategic bets in subsequent rounds. As the playoffs drew nearer, He knew he must pay closer attention, ensuring he placed his meager $10,000 on the line at the lottery betting point. The second matter of import was the recruitment for the year, with the confirmation that players like Francis would not enter the draft. The pressure to recruit had lessened somewhat, at least from an outsider's perspective. Yet, in Li Wenhan's eyes, this year's recruitment was crucial, particularly in strengthening their interior presence. With Duncan preparing to enter the draft, the Demon Deacons faced considerable vulnerabilities in their front court, both offensively and defensively. The loss of a pivotal player like Duncan necessitated the acquisition of a defensively adept center, but a purely blue-collar, physical center did not align with Li Wenhan and Apos' vision. At times, Li Wenhan found himself daydreaming about how advantageous it would have been if he had traveled back 2 years earlier to coach the Demon Deacons during Duncan and Apos' freshman or sophomore year. The possibilities would have expanded considerably, rendering the team even more formidable. In truth, many promising interior players had emerged in the preceding years. However, during his tenure with the Demon Deacons, the collegiate league had not produced many exceptional talents, particularly in terms of interior players. Although some teams had extended tryout invitations to Duncan, he chose to remain in school, seeking Li Wenhan and Apos' assistance for specialized training, understanding that skill was the fundamental currency in any endeavor. Chapter 78. The most suitable team for Duncan at this juncture. The matter of whether to undergo training is of little consequence. Whichever team secures the first overall pick would undoubtedly choose him without hesitation as the cornerstone of their franchise. A player of unparalleled caliber. Though the NBA regular season has yet to conclude, and the lottery is still a month away, the outlook for Duncan and Apos' future has become quite clear. Presently, only 5 teams have exhibited a pronounced tendency to tank: the Boston Celtics, San Antonio Spurs, Philadelphia 76ers, Memphis Grizzlies, and the Denver Nuggets. At the season's outset, it was anticipated that numerous teams would vie for Duncan, but many have faltered in the latter half of the season. Only these 5 have remained steadfast in their pursuit, solely for the coveted first overall pick. Among them, the Celtics and Spurs have been particularly fervent, with the Celtics' esteemed coach, the Red Auerbach, singularly focused on tanking since the season's inception. They even traded for the Mavericks' first-round pick to ensure a backup plan to secure Duncan, the beacon of their future. As a result, each Celtics game lost has sparked more excitement than those won. The fans erupt in applause whenever the team falters, epitomizing the art of tanking. In pursuit of Duncan, Coach Popovich even dismissed their head coach, Hill, and sidelined their superstar, Admiral Robinson, transforming a championship contender into a mere shadow of its former self. It is worth noting that Wilkins, Jordan, and Apos' only rival in the dunk contest, joined the Spurs with championship aspirations, only to find Popovich and Apos' ruthless strategy of benching Robinson unfathomable. Ultimately, the Grizzlies epitomized the act of tanking, achieving a dismal record of 68 losses, while the Celtics closely followed with 67. The Spurs, who secured the first overall pick, finished with 62 losses, placing them third, with the Nuggets at 61 and the 76ers at 60, making the competition for the top pick exceedingly tight. The Mavericks, having traded their pick to the Celtics, also delivered a commendable record of 58 losses, yet securing the first overall pick remained a formidable challenge. No one could have anticipated that the Grizzlies and Celtics, the teams most likely to obtain the first pick, would be outmaneuvered, allowing the Spurs to seize it with a mere 22 chance, thus acquiring the rights to the eternal number 21 rookie for nearly 2 decades. Following the lottery results, the undeterred Red Auerbach attempted to package their third pick, along with the 6th obtained from the Mavericks, and their core player, Walker, in a bid to secure Duncan, but Popovich firmly declined. Auerbach even boldly proclaimed that if Popovich would part with Duncan, the entire Celtics team could be at his disposal. Yet the astute Popovich would never acquiesce to such a trade. Ultimately, Duncan and Apos' acquisition by the Spurs led to the poignant and sorrowful retirement of the legendary coach, Red Auerbach. Duncan undoubtedly discussed his future with Li Wenhan. Although any team would regard him as the foundational core among the 4 contenders, he seemed to favor the Celtics, followed by the 76ers. Consequently, Li Wenhan engaged in a thorough analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of each team. It was evident that if Duncan had the choice, he would pass on the Grizzlies, despite their likelihood of obtaining the first pick. As a newly minted team, their advantage lay in draft picks, ensuring Duncan and Apos' status as the unequivocal centerpiece, yet they lacked competitiveness. Even a seasoned star like Duncan would likely languish for 2 to 3 years before any semblance of progress emerged. This would require the Grizzlies and Oppos coaching staff to possess discernment, lest they emulate Jordan's missteps. Merely acquiring Duncan would not guarantee championship aspirations. The 76ers had already selected a diminutive first pick the previous year, establishing him as the team and Oppos' cornerstone. If Duncan were to join, the ideal scenario would be to forge a formidable inside-outside combination, with additional trades for competent allies. The team could swiftly transform into a competitive entity rather than the current bottom feeder. However, similar to the Grizzlies, the 76ers' core consists of rookies, necessitating time for growth. And their other cornerstone, Iverson, is renowned for his rebellious nature, which may not bode well for Duncan and Oppos' development. In contrast, the Celtics presented a more favorable environment. Not only did they boast the illustrious Red Auerbach as their coach, but Duncan's future trajectory would likely be better orchestrated given the team's rich interior tradition. The presence of an all-star forward like Walker, who, despite some defensive shortcomings, possesses commendable scoring ability and a reliable three-point shot, would complement Duncan splendidly. Should Duncan join the Celtics, it would undoubtedly elevate the entire team, enhancing both offense and defense. The Celtics could subsequently pursue trades to acquire all-star caliber perimeter players and bolster their roster with quality role players, paving the way for a rapid resurgence. The Spurs, without question, currently possess the most formidable roster, featuring Admiral David Robinson in the post and Wilkins on the perimeter, surrounded by a cadre of all-stars. With Duncan and Oppos' addition, the team would ascend to new heights. Moreover, as Robinson occupies the center position and Duncan is best suited for power forward, their roles would seamlessly complement one another. Upon meticulous examination, the Spurs exhibit an abundance of strengths with scarcely any weaknesses, save for the question of whether Robinson can accommodate Duncan. In summary, after thorough analysis and discussion, Li Wenhan concluded that the Spurs would be the most suitable team for Duncan, followed by the Celtics, with the 76ers trailing behind, and the Grizzlies deemed the least compatible. The Spurs? Chapter 79. The emphasis on a singular word. Duncan was somewhat taken aback by Li Wenhan's conclusion. Although he had considered the Spurs, the team currently boasted a definitive core in the form of Admiral David Robinson, with whom he felt a strong compatibility. Yet it might also place him in an awkward position. Indeed, the Spurs were the most suitable team for him at present. David Robinson should be quite easy to work with, and their positions did not entirely overlap. In today's NBA, dominance in the paint reigns supreme, and the chemistry between the two of them would undoubtedly elevate the team further. However, I implore you to remember this. At all times, strength is paramount. It is strength that guarantees the breaking of all shackles. No one understands your abilities better than I do. Unleash your potential boldly. And perhaps David Robinson may even willingly make way for you. Li Wenhan remarked with profound significance. I understand what you mean. Duncan nodded in acknowledgement. As for other teams, they were not mentioned by either of them. Setting aside their suitability for Duncan, the probability of those teams securing the first overall pick was exceedingly low, so it was best not to dwell on it. However, these were merely private analyses and discussions between the two, as Duncan himself was uncertain about who would secure the first pick. It was simply a casual conversation with Li Wenhan. What if, indeed, the Grizzlies were to obtain the first pick, and he then refused to report? Such a thing was beyond Duncan. Only someone like Francis, with his erratic mindset, would act on instinct alone. At that moment, Duncan could hardly fathom that the person before him, earnestly analyzing and discussing while holding a teacup, was fully aware that he would be reporting to the Spurs this year. The NBA regular season had finally concluded, and the playoff teams from both the Eastern and Western conferences were freshly determined. The first 4 games were set to commence on April 25th, yet the outcome seemed rather predictable. The matchups included the Rockets against the Timberwolves, the Jazz versus the Clippers, and the Knicks facing the Charlotte Hornets. There was little suspense regarding their results. Even the matchup between the Magic and the Heat, which initially held some intrigue, had lost its edge following Shaquille O'Neal's departure. Upon reviewing the odds for these games, Li Wenhan found them disappointingly low and opted not to place any bets, shifting his focus to April 26th. However, this led to further confusion. Aside from the Bulls versus the Bullets, which appeared straightforward, the other matches, Lakers against the Trailblazers, Sonics versus the Suns, Hawks against the Pistons, were filled with uncertainty. While individual match outcomes could be wagered upon, it was clear that not all stronger teams would sweep through to the next round with a 4-0 victory. Yet, he struggled to recall the specifics of who won or lost each game, which was rather frustrating. In resignation, Li Wenhan returned to reality, choosing to bet on which teams would advance to the next round. He mentally reviewed the teams he believed would progress and ultimately decided to place his wager on the Hawks, who had the highest odds. This year's playoff teams displayed a stark contrast in strength, with no underdogs emerging. Only the Pistons and Hawks could be considered evenly matched, with the odds slightly favoring the Hawks at 2-1 and the Pistons at 7-1. Other teams in the first round had notably high odds, yet none managed to advance, leaving no surprises at all. Li Wenhan was not about to gamble his hard-earned money lightly. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Li Wenhan returned from the betting station with his entire savings, only to find Duncan waiting for him at the entrance of his apartment. "Tim, did you need to see me? Come in, and we can talk," Li Wenhan asked while opening the door. I'm preparing to head back," Duncan replied, remaining at the threshold. "All right, safe travels. It's time for you to spend some time with your family." Li Wenhan paused briefly, then warmly extended his best wishes, recognizing that all gatherings must eventually come to an end. "Boss, I am truly grateful for your guidance over this past year. I will come back to visit when I have the time," Duncan said with a calm demeanor, though Li Wenhan discerned a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "Indeed. Your future will surely be bright and far-reaching, but I hope you remember that this place will always be your home." Li Wenhan smiled, his heart swelling with indescribable emotions. "Yes, I will remember." Duncan nodded, his eyes filled with longing. "Go on, and do call me when you have the time." Li Wenhan fought to suppress his own sorrow, striving to smile. "All right." Duncan nodded before turning to leave. Watching his figure recede, Li Wenhan silently vowed, "We shall meet again soon." Duncan returned home, while Francis and the others busied themselves with preparations for their exams. Li Wenhan, however, felt a sudden sense of idleness. In truth, he was far from idle. He was preoccupied with contemplating the roster changes for the upcoming season and strategizing for the new players he intended to recruit. After all, contingency plans were necessary, for not all target players would be eager to join the Devils' Butler team, despite their championship success this year facilitating recruitment. Yet another pressing matter awaited him: retrieving his winnings from the lottery betting shop, an amount totaling just under $30,000, including his initial stake. While $30,000 may not seem substantial, Li Wenhan was confident that, following this year's playoffs, this sum would undergo a remarkable transformation. Strolling into the lottery shop, he exchanged his winnings, yet he lingered, casting his gaze toward the next round, as the matchups for the upcoming round had largely been determined. With most games now available for betting, this year's playoff second round had seen little in the way of upsets, while the Lakers and Sonics were formidable. Boasting the newly formed duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Opos, Neil and Kobe Bryant, and a historical shooter in Reggie Miller, they faced the peak-performing Jazz duo and the Rockets, who were intent on claiming their third championship, fortified by Hakeem Olajuwon and Clyde Drexler. In contrast, the Eastern Conference competition appeared slightly more favorable. The Bulls stood out as the clear frontrunners, although the Hawks were not entirely lacking. A significant disparity in strength remained, making the outcome of this round the least contentious. With the Bulls and Opos odds pitifully low, the Hawks and Opos roster comprised primarily of Dikembe Mutombo, Christian Laettner, and B.J. Armstrong. While their defensive prowess was unquestionable, their offensive capabilities paled in comparison to the Bulls trio. Conversely, the other Eastern Conference matchup between the Heat and the Knicks seemed more evenly matched. As longtime rivals, they possessed an intimate understanding of each other's strengths and weaknesses, ensuring a fiercely competitive series. Li Wenhan vividly recalled this round of games, not only remembering that the Heat advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals, but also that the final score was a tight 4-3, with the Heat triumphing in a decisive seventh game. What are we waiting for? Let us stake everything once more, driven by a singular word: exhilaration. Chapter 80. Let us discuss coaching matters in this instance. Li Wenhan not only wagered all his available funds on the Miami Heat advancing, but also placed a bet on the specific score of 4-3 in their favor, thereby entrusting his aspirations for wealth entirely to the Heat. The odds for this score were notably high, while the odds for the Heat and Opos' advancement remained low at merely 1-9. The odds for a 4-3 victory soared to an impressive 7-3. It seemed that in just half a month, he would be on the verge of accruing nearly 200,000, and as this accumulation continued, by the conclusion of the finals, it would be an understatement to claim he was merely a millionaire. As the NBA playoffs raged on fervently, Li Wenhan embarked once more on a journey to scout for new talent, this time accompanied by Carlos in a modest second-hand car, which was certainly preferable to taking public transportation. As the team and Oppos, as assistant coach and scout, Carlos was diligent in his scouting endeavors and had promptly submitted a list of prospective players to Li Wenhan, only to have it rejected once again. Carlos, let us set this list aside for now. Could you possibly create a new one that includes some promising players from this year's high school league? Li Wenhan suggested with a smile. Li, do you find this list unsatisfactory? Could you share your own list with me? Carlos inquired. Given last year's experience, he naturally assumed that Li Wenhan had also compiled a list. Last year, Li Wenhan and Oppos' discerning eye had proven itself in the selection of talents like Francis, prompting Carlos to wish to compare their choices. No, I haven't prepared a list, Li Wenhan replied, shaking his head. Your list is already commendable, but I would appreciate it if you could expand it a bit. Then we can discuss which candidates might be suitable based on the revised list. Li Wenhan's eloquent words conveyed respect for Carlos, prompting an excited nod from him. Yet, the truth was that Li Wenhan was concerned about the comprehensiveness of Carlos's selections and was reluctant to undertake the laborious task of gathering information as he had done the previous year. After all, although in his previous life Li Wenhan served as an assistant coach in the CBA, he had not closely followed American college leagues, especially those so long ago. Carlos, displaying his usual diligence, returned with a new list within just over a day. After reviewing it, Li Wenhan quickly discovered a greater number of familiar names compared to the previous list. Carlos, please bring out your earlier list as well, Li Wenhan said while examining the new one. Certainly, Carlos nodded, retrieving the previous list for comparison. Li, what about your list? Carlos asked curiously. It's all in my mind, Li Wenhan responded, somewhat awkwardly tapping his chest. Well then, let us first take a look at my list, Carlos graciously suggested. All right. Li Wenhan nodded, concealing his embarrassment as he picked up a pen to circle names on the larger list, swiftly marking a dozen or so. These are the players I have chosen. What do you think of them? Li Wenhan inquired, pointing at the names he had circled. They all seem good, but the ones you've highlighted are all guards. Our team currently does not lack guards. What we need is inside strength, particularly centers. My list contains several highly promising centers you might want to consider, Carlos hesitantly remarked. I have perused your list before, but I do not believe those players suit our team. While they possess potential, their shortcomings are also quite evident. The players I selected have superior potential, many of whom are not inferior to Eddie House and his contemporaries. We should not overlook them, lest we regret it later, Li Wenhan explained. You make a valid point. After all, bolstering our roster with more talented players is indeed wise, Carlos conceded, albeit somewhat dismissively. Li Wenhan understood Carlos's lack of enthusiasm and simply smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Noticing Carlos and Oppos' subtle reluctance, Li Wenhan smiled and lifted his head, cheerfully suggesting, would you be interested in discussing coaching matters with me? Chapter 81. Recruitment confronted with Li Wenhan's unexpected question. Carlos appeared momentarily bewildered, but soon regained his composure, responding with enthusiasm. That sounds great. I've always wanted to learn from you. Learning is perhaps too grand a term. Let's engage in discussions together. I hope we can all grow from this experience. And in the future, you might even become the head coach of the Devil Steward team, Li Wenhan replied with a smile. The head coach of the Devil Steward team? Carlos asked in astonishment. With a champion coach like you around, when would it ever be my turn? Please, spare me the jest. In this world, anything is possible, Li Wenhan said cryptically with a faint smile. From your perspective, if our team intends to maintain this season and amp Oppos' playing style, we would need to add a strong interior player. One who can defend robustly while also posing a threat offensively, Wooden and Oppos. Do you agree? Indeed, Carlos nodded, albeit non-committally. Have you considered that the reason we adopted this playing style this season is due to having a player like Duncan, who possesses exceptional defensive capabilities? Even if we bring in a player who is inferior to Duncan in both defense and offense, wouldn't our current strategy, focusing on interior play while integrating outside shooting, be compromised? Li Wenhan probed further. Well, there would certainly be some impact, but we can shift our offensive focus to the perimeter. Francis and the others can handle that. And we still have Marion in the paint, whose defense is quite commendable, Carlos hesitated. Your points are valid. Yet doesn't and amp Oppos' this imply that our primary roster and amp Oppos' strength for next season might inherently be inferior to this season and amp Oppos' Li Wenhan continued his inquiry. Theoretically, yes. However, we have other players, and with the addition of those we've recruited, our bench will be a significant asset. I believe we won't be much weaker than this year. Carlos replied, somewhat flustered. Indeed, everyone felt a sense of regret about Duncan and Apos' departure, not just Carlos, but this is a painful transition that every college team must endure. After all, one can only spend 4 years at university, and players of Duncan and Apos' caliber who complete their college education are exceedingly rare, almost unattainable. Exactly. But even with the bench players taking the court, it won't fundamentally alter the quality of our team. We can only say that the bench will be stronger. There is no dispute there, right? Li Wenhan cleverly countered. None at all. Then why should we place all our hopes for victory on those players who, under normal circumstances, wouldn't he even make the starting lineup? Li Wenhan asked with a smile. Carlos sensed something amiss in Li Wenhan and Apos' words but found himself unable to pinpoint the inconsistency or formulate a rebuttal, so he could only nod silently. Observing Carlos and Apos' expression, Li Wenhan remarked, when Jordan retired, the Bulls continued to employ the triangle offense, yet they could not secure another championship. However, upon Jordan and Apos' return, the Bulls regained their strength, reminiscent of their championship-winning days. Why is that? It was with Jordan that the triangle offense could once again showcase its potency. Without him, the team was merely average. What does that signify? Can one individual, such as Jordan, truly equate to an entire team? If he were placed on another team, would he still be invincible? I contend that there is no universally effective tactic. Rather, there are only strategies that suit your team and its players. Carlos was taken aback. Although he had often participated in tactical discussions since Li Wenhan joined the Devil and Apos' steward team, he had never anticipated such a perspective from him. In today and Apos' NBA and NCAA landscape, coaches are typically devoted to establishing their own signature styles, such as Phil Jackson and Apos' triangle offense or Don Nelson and Apos' run and gun strategy. Rarely does one encounter a coach who emphasizes a player-centric approach rather than delving into already successful tactics, especially a relatively young college coach. Basketball tactics certainly warrant study, but a fixed strategy may not be suitable for all players. For instance, Duncan would not thrive in a run-and-gun system. Thus, during our recruitment phase, we must not solely focus on interior players, and we may even have to temper our expectations. I wish to recruit any talented player I can find, to unlock their potential and develop a style that fits them best. To summarize with a phrase from our great Hua, it is about teaching according to the student and Apos' capabilities and adapting to the local conditions, Li Wenhan said with a gentle smile as he patted Carlos on the shoulder. My mind is a bit jumbled. Let me digest this for a moment, Carlos replied, tapping his head. Not a problem. Would you like me to vacate the office for you? Li Wenhan joked. There's no need for that. Just treat me to that mysterious Eastern feast you once offered everyone. Carlos chuckled. Of course. Once we return from this recruitment trip, I'll prepare a special meal just for you, Li Wenhan responded cheerfully. After 10 days of exhaustive recruitment, Li Wenhan and Carlos returned home in the evening, fatigued yet fulfilled. The quality of this year's recruits was not particularly high. So Li Wenhan had reached out to several players he had some recollection of from his previous life, yielding decent results. Though a few players Li Wenhan had hoped to recruit did not join, the presence of a championship team made the overall recruitment process fairly smooth. Those who declined his offers were all well-known talents, particularly Jamal Crawford, Sean Battier, and Baron Davis. Baron Davis needs little introduction. He was once the star of the Hornets and later became a pivotal figure in the Mavericks and Apos' historic upset in the playoffs. Jamal Crawford, affectionately nicknamed K6, is renowned for his innate talent as a sixth man, a surefire all-star. As for Sean Battier, domestic fans are certainly familiar with him, having been one of the premier defenders during the Yao Ming and McGrady era, celebrated for his exceptional ability to provide help defense. Others such as Larry Hughes, Corey Maggette, and Loren Woods also declined, each for their own reasons. In fact, Larry Hughes later became renowned as a sharpshooter, securing a lucrative contract with the New York Knicks, though his performance did not quite live up to his pay. Ultimately, Li Wenhan and his team gained far more than they lost, reflecting on the impressive roster of names. A smile crept onto Li Wenhan and Apos' face. Chapter 82. A second bet, yet Carlos continued to drive ahead, and Li Wenhan refrained from laughing aloud, fearing that a sudden outburst might startle Carlos, who had been driving for several hours. The players they had recruited this time largely aligned with Li Wenhan and Apos' expectations. Elton Brand, the renowned captain, though he had not led his team to significant breakthroughs, was undeniably talented and could effectively fill the void left by Duncan. Securing Elton Brand had required considerable effort from Li Wenhan, as he was initially prepared to join Coach K at Duke University, only to be swayed by Li Wenhan's sincerity, making this acquisition the most rewarding outcome of their efforts. Lamar Odom, the core small forward during the Lakers' consecutive championships, had also been the Clippers' undeniable focal point. Though his abilities had often been criticized, particularly for his perceived laziness in later years, his skill set was indeed comprehensive, as he was reputed to be capable of playing all 5 positions. Unfortunately, his promising college career was marred by off-court issues, leading UNLV to abandon him. Now, Li Wenhan decisively extended a helping hand. Ron Artest, a player perhaps favored more by future Rockets fans, was known for his tenacity and was a key figure in the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills. With his assistance, the Rockets, having lost McGrady, finally broke through the first-round curse. Had Yao Ming not succumbed to injury, they might have triumphed over Kobe and Oppos' Lakers. After overcoming the Lakers, their opponents in the Western Conference Finals would have been the Nuggets, led by Anthony and Billups, a team they had bested several times during the regular season. Compared to the difficulties faced by the Nuggets against the Lakers, the Rockets had pushed the series to a decisive Game 7. As for the Magic, the consensus was that any of the Western teams that emerged victorious would serve as a stepping stone to championship glory. However, the injuries to the Yao-McGrady duo stripped the Rockets of their championship potential, leaving countless fans disheartened and altering Yao Ming's historical standing. Michael Redd, a notable second-round gem in NBA history, exemplified the inspirational journey of late-round picks before the emergence of Arenas and Jimmy Butler. Of course, the bald fellow from Argentina does not count, as he had yet to become a Pampas Eagle. His fall to the second round was merely a reflection of the biases held by American scouts. Otherwise, a player capable of leading his team to victory over the Dream Team would never have slipped to the end of the second round. Kenny Dooling. As Li Wenhan gazed at the fruitful recruitment list while contemplating the other players on the Devil Servants team, he fell into deep thought. With one hand scribbling in his notebook, he continued until the sounds of crickets chirping outside signaled the late hour. Finally, he set his pen down, weary as he pinched the bridge of his nose. This should suffice. It was the optimal arrangement, Li Wenhan murmured to himself, surveying the 2 rows of names in his notebook. Though he had stayed up late, Li Wenhan awoke early the next morning, roused by his internal clock. After a quick wash, he prepared a bowl of tomato and egg noodles before heading out. The urgency of his departure stemmed from the necessity to collect his lottery winnings. With the Eastern and Western Conference Finals set to commence in the next few days, he needed to cash in his ticket today or risk missing out on betting for the next round. This urgency was the reason he had hurried back the previous evening. In just 10 days, he and Carlos had met with nearly 20 players, traversing the country for face-to-face discussions, even interviewing 3 or 4 players in a single day, all to ensure he returned in time. In truth, Li Wenhan had wagered on the Heat to advance to the Eastern Conference Finals with a score of 4-3. While the profit was substantial, it was not the most lucrative matchup. The highest odds were for the Rockets versus the Supersonics, which also ended in a 4-3 victory for the Rockets. However, at the time, Li Wenhan only recalled the memory of the Rockets advancing and overlooked the fact that the score was 4-3, as well as the higher odds of 8-1. Nevertheless, the odds of over 7 for the Heat and Oppos' 4-3 advancement still brought a broad smile to Li Wenhan and Oppos' face as he pocketed a handsome sum of $210,000. The betting venue was bustling with patrons, yet few, like Li Wenhan, had placed direct bets on the Heat and Knicks advancing with a score of 4-3. A wager of $30,000 was not insignificant, attracting the attention of others as he went to claim his winnings. Thus, during the payout, Li Wenhan distinctly sensed a peculiar gaze from the betting shop owner, leaving him uncertain whether it stemmed from curiosity or ulterior motives, causing a ripple of unease within him. Why are they staring at me just because I had Oppos' VE won $210,000? Can't they take a loss? He thought. If I were to win another $1 million here, would they plan to devour me upon my next visit? This line of thought sent a shiver down his spine, conjuring up numerous unpleasant associations, prompting him to retract his previously intended full wager. Facing the owner's inquisitive gaze, Li Wenhan hesitated before, under the curious stares of onlookers, withdrawing $50,000 to bet on the Jazz versus the Rockets, opting for a 4-2 score in favor of the Jazz. He swiftly tucked the remaining cash into his pocket and exited the betting shop with a sense of nonchalance, reminiscent of a lone hero braving the frigid winds. Chapter 83. Will there be problems? Departing from the betting station that instilled a sense of unease in him did not imply that Li Wenhan intended to wager the $50,000 this time. After all, Winston, a sprawling metropolis, offered numerous opportunities for investment. Thus, Li Wenhan, undeterred by inconvenience, hailed a taxi to explore several other betting locations throughout the city. He deliberately chose stations scattered across the 4 cardinal directions and placed bets of $50,000 at each. This man, afflicted with paranoid delusions, after leaving the first lottery station, purchased a gray hoodie and a baseball cap from a nearby clothing store. He wrapped himself up tightly while heading to the subsequent betting stations, fearful of drawing attention to himself. The odds for the Western Conference Finals matchup between the Jazz and the Mavericks, with a scoreline of 4-2, were relatively modest. In contrast, the odds for 4-1 or 4-3 were considerably more favorable, indicating that bookmakers were not adjusting the odds whimsically. Given the comparative strengths and conditions of both teams, it was evident that the Jazz held a slight advantage. However, the Mavericks were not without their own capabilities. After an intense 6-game battle, the Jazz advancing with a 4-2 victory seemed reasonable. For instance, in the highly anticipated Eastern Conference Finals between the Bulls and the Heat, the odds for 4-1 and 4-2 were notably low, while those for 4-0 and 4-3 were significantly higher. Of course, the most staggering odds were for the Bulls losing to the Heat at 3-4, reaching nearly 1-20. However, only a handful of individuals would be foolish enough to place such a bet, save for a few reckless gamblers seeking a big win. Having finalized his bets for this round, Li Wenhan stealthily returned to his apartment. After enjoying a hearty lunch and taking a brief respite, he ventured to the supermarket, as he had promised to prepare a sumptuous Eastern feast for Carlos that evening. However, to his surprise, before he could complete the meal, Francis and his band of food enthusiasts were drawn in by the aroma. "Boss, should we help you pick up some more ingredients?" Eddie House grinned eagerly. "What do you think?" Li Wenhan retorted, slightly irritated. "Just buy some meat and vegetables like I did last time." "Sure thing, boss. We're on it," James Posey responded, already reaching for the door. "Wait a moment," Li Wenhan called out, halting him. "Never mind, I'll go myself. I can't trust you guys. You and Eddie House can accompany me." Had it been Duncan or Mike Miller volunteering, Li Wenhan might have let them go, but Posey's eagerness made him feel uneasy. Turning down the flame on the stove, Li Wenhan addressed Carlos. "Keep an eye on the pot. Don't let it boil dry. If it does, add a cup of water." "Understood," Carlos nodded with a smile. On their way to the supermarket, the trio inevitably discussed the upcoming Eastern and Western Conference Finals, expressing their astonishment at the Bulls and Oppo's dominance. "Boss, I'm glad I listened to you. I believe this year and Oppo's championship belongs to the Bulls. The Mavericks are truly underperforming," James Posey remarked. "Really? What nonsense are you spouting?" Eddie House rolled his eyes. "The Mavericks made it to the Western Finals, you know. Besides, weren't you a staunch supporter of the Mavericks? You always said never to underestimate a champion's heart. Now you're suddenly backing the Bulls? Has their champion spirit waned?" "Shut it," Posey retorted. "I was merely analyzing the situation. My analysis was not misplaced. The Mavericks are indeed heading to the Western Finals. Do you dare say they have no chance against the Bulls for the championship? Perhaps this year and Oppo's title will emerge from the clash between those two teams." "Well, you make a valid point, but I still think the Mavericks are in a precarious position. Did you not see how the betting stations are not optimistic about their advancement?" Eddie House countered. "I'm aware. After hearing your boss's analysis, I promptly changed my stance. I, like you, placed my bet on the Bulls to win." Posey snapped back. "How much did you wager?" Li Wenhan, driving, could not help but inquire. "I bet $100, Posey replied hastily. "Hee. I wagered $150. I put my entire fortune on the line." Eddie House boasted with pride. Li Wenhan sighed. "All right, you've got me. After all this debate over who will win the championship, and this is what you come up with. $100, barely enough to cover my taxi fare this morning. Yet, these two are merely students. How much could they afford?" Unlike Francis, who had grown up in poverty and struggled to pay for college, their financial situations were limited. Li Wenhan estimated that Francis might have only a few dozen dollars to gamble, if that. Unlike him, who, despite previously having little, now possessed over $200,000 and would soon have a fortune exceeding $1 million in his bank account. With this thought, Li Wenhan pressed the accelerator a bit harder. After a lavish dinner, the group was thoroughly satiated, lounging in the living room. while Li Wenhan and Carlos engaged in quiet discussion in another room. Li, are you certain about constructing two separate lineups? Have you thoroughly considered your decision? Carlos inquired. Indeed. We have sufficient talent at our disposal. Why not indulge ourselves? Li Wenhan replied with a grin. Fair enough. You are the head coach, so I trust your judgment. However, I never expected us to find someone as exceptional as Brand for the interior. He can perfectly fill Duncan's role. Carlos marveled. Yes, Li Wenhan nodded. Brand is indeed a pleasant surprise for us, as he has always aspired to join Duke University. However, we cannot utilize him in the same manner as Duncan. They are different players requiring distinct tactical frameworks. Are you suggesting we alter our current playstyle for him? Carlos asked hesitantly. Is there a problem with that? Li Wenhan chuckled. Brand possesses remarkable wingspan and physical strength, though he lacks in height. His static physical attributes are significantly inferior to Duncan's. While he may lack some agility, his mid-range shooting is precise, and his footwork in low-post situations is exceptional. Apart from three-point shooting, Brand has no offensive weaknesses. Thus, we cannot continue to approach our offense as we did with Duncan, but rather extend from the outside in, which should yield better results. But will removing Marion provoke any negative consequences? Chapter 84. I will take care of your meals. Carlos concurred with Li Wenhan's assessment of Brand. Yet he voiced his dissent regarding Li Wenhan's decision to elevate Brand while relegating Marion to a substitute role. You need not worry about that. I shall speak with Marion. And it should be fine, Li Wenhan replied with a light chuckle. Will Cato also require adjustments? Carlos inquired further. Indeed, Cato will need to be adjusted, but not immediately. In fact, he will form an excellent partnership in the paint with Brand, Li Wenhan responded, smiling. Ultimately, who do you intend to pair with Brand? Odom? Carlos nodded and asked. Of course, it will be Odom, Li Wenhan answered matter-of-factly. Arteas could also partner with Brand in the post, but that would compromise our height in the interior. Furthermore, Arteas is better suited for the small forward position, where he can serve as a formidable asset for our perimeter defense and seamlessly connect our inside and outside defensive strategies. However, we already have numerous players in the small forward position, James Posey, Mike Miller, and our recent recruit, Michael Redd, all capable of playing on the wings. Carlos hesitated. Not enough. Li Wenhan asserted earnestly. If possible, I would prefer to bring in Baron Davis and Sean Battier as they are more fitting for the small forward role. Carlos pondered for a moment before expressing his reservations. While we may have an abundance of backcourt players, our frontcourt players can still rotate effectively. Although they may appear less capable than those in the backcourt, their actual performance should not be underestimated. Thus, I still recommend starting Brand and Marion together. Let us not rush into this decision. During training, I will rotate all the players to determine what works best, Li Wenhan replied with a smile. All right, we can revisit this a month from now when the new recruits come for training, Carlos conceded, throwing up his hands in resignation. When inviting new players, Li Wenhan made it abundantly clear that everyone was required to arrive a month and a half early for training with the Devil and Appos S. Butler team. Some players inevitably resisted. But when Li Wenhan informed them that Francis, Marion, and others had arrived early the previous year, thus enabling their impressive performance as freshmen, they relented. This year, it won't just be these newcomers, Li Wenhan chuckled as he stepped outside. Upon entering the living room, he found the group lounging and chatting merrily. Standing beside the dining table, he clapped his hands, prompting Francis and the others to take their seats. Once everyone's attention was gathered, Li Wenhan announced, in a month's time. You will be on break, but I hope everyone refrains from becoming complacent. Like last year, we will commence training early, after a full month at home. I expect to see you back in the gym. What? Come on, boss. We have to train during our break this year? The group lamented, groaning in discontent. Other matters may be negotiable, but this is non-negotiable. Li Wenhan declared sternly, his expression unwavering. Boss, if we train early, the school cafeteria 1 and Appos, be open, right? Eddie House suddenly chimed in, his eyes glinting with mischief. Exactly, boss. Are we expected to eat at that burger joint again? James Posey added, voicing his dismay. I certainly do not wish to eat those burgers again. I nearly lost my lunch last year. Eddie House remarked, a hint of smugness in his tone. You need not worry about that. I will make the necessary arrangements, Li Wenhan reassured them with a wave of his hand. The group exchanged glances, wanting to protest. But under Li Wenhan and Appos, as piercing gaze, they ultimately fell silent. With his authority firmly established, Li Wenhan shot Carlos a knowing look, as if to say, take a lesson from me. What had initially been a delightful prospect of a grand feast for Francis and the others quickly dissipated as they exchanged glances. Realizing perhaps they should have stayed away today. Well then, once you're full, you may return. Carlos and I have some matters to discuss. Li Wenhan waved them off. However, after taking a couple of steps, Li Wenhan turned back and asked, "Was the food tonight satisfactory?" Huh? This unexpected twist caught Francis and the others off guard. As they heard Li Wenhan inquire once more, "Did you enjoy the meal? Which dish did you like best?" "It was delicious. I loved the braised ribs." One exclaimed. "No, the beef and potatoes were the best." Another countered. "Who said that? The braised lion's head was delectable, wasn't it?" This lively discussion rekindled their spirits, momentarily overshadowing their earlier discontent, for when it came to food, their enthusiasm knew no bounds. "That's wonderful. Since everyone relished today's meal, we shall have these dishes during our training," Li Wenhan said casually. "Really? Coach, you're the best. I adore you," exclaimed James Posey, who had previously been slumped on the couch, suddenly revitalized as he bounded over to give Li Wenhan a huge hug. "Whoa, let go of me," Li Wenhan exclaimed, struggling free. "Can you not embrace me like that? I have no interest in your antics. My orientation is quite normal." "Haha, boss, I'm joining in too," Eddie House quipped, dashing over to sandwich Li Wenhan between himself and Posey, their faces inches from his. "Whoa," Li Wenhan gasped, quickly pushing Eddie and Appos' head away. "Did you not just eat? Wipe your mouth. You and Appos, re-smearing grease all over me." "Haha, boss, we're here too." Francis and Marion joined in, grinning as they closed in, prompting a helpless Li Wenhan to shout, "Stay back. During training, I will take care of all your meals." Chapter 85. Fearing the burden of expectations upon uttering those words. Akin to a royal flush, the expressions of James Posey and his companions froze in astonishment. Their movements halted as they gazed wide-eyed at Li Wenhan. "Boss, are you serious?" Confronted by the astonished stares of the crowd, Li Wenhan, having extricated himself from their encirclement, calmly adjusted his attire, lifted his chin, and surveyed the room with a sidelong glance. "Do I appear to be jesting?" The shock now transformed into exhilaration for Francis and the others, their eager anticipation nearly spilling over, particularly in the case of James Posey. After confirming that Li Wenhan's promise was genuine, the group departed with exuberance, discarding the despondency they felt at the prospect of training, replaced instead by gleaming expectations. In fact, the ever-impudent James Posey audaciously inquired, "Boss, if I don't go home for the holidays, can I come back early? What do you think?" Li Wenhan replied, exasperated, "You can only come back a maximum of 2 weeks early." "Not a problem, thank you, coach," James Posey exclaimed cheerfully. However, as if struck by another thought, he cautiously asked, "Boss, if I come back early, will I still get to enjoy those delectable meals?" "Who knows?" Li Wenhan retorted irritably. "Whatever I eat, you shall eat." James Posey, scratching his head and grinning foolishly at Li Wenhan, remained uncertain whether this was an affirmation or a denial. Eventually, Eddie House, unable to bear the sight of Posey's foolishness, slapped him on the back of the head. "Why did you hit me?" James Posey protested, rubbing his head and staring wide-eyed at him. "Are you daft?" Eddie House rolled his eyes. "The boss has clearly stated that whatever he eats, you will eat too. Do you think he will be dining on hamburgers from the corner?" Seeing James Posey still in a daze, Francis delivered another playful slap to his head. "Seriously, have you all developed a habit of hitting me?" James Posey exclaimed. "Of course, the boss will be enjoying his own exquisite Eastern cuisine. When have you seen him devour a hamburger?" Francis said, exasperated but internally resolved to arrive early just like James Posey. Compared to James Posey and the others, Francis, hailing from a less affluent background, was naturally eager to arrive earlier, even willing to forego returning home for the holidays. For the prospect of not going hungry was already a significant improvement. The year spent at Wake Forest University had been the happiest time of his life. Not only could he eat his fill, but he also received a scholarship to attend university. Particularly, being able to play his beloved basketball under Li Wenhan's guidance was something he had never imagined possible. Every month, Li Wenhan discreetly provided him with $300 for living expenses, allowing him to eat well, and the thought brought a mist to his eyes. It was worth noting that Li Wenhan's own salary was modest, with his assistant coach earning just over $1,000 a month. Yet this man willingly set aside $300 each month to support his living, fulfilling the promise he had made, a gesture that rivaled the care of his own parents. "All right, everyone, no lingering about. Go on with your business and get some rest. Exams are in half a month. And anyone who fails will see how I will discipline you." Li Wenhan waved them off, but just as Francis was about to exit, Li Wenhan called him back. "Steve, Hold on a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Yes, boss, Francis replied obediently, while the others paid little heed, fully aware of Li Wenhan's concern for Francis, which only deepened their admiration for him given Francis's circumstances. Steve, how long do you plan to stay home for the holidays? Li Wenhan inquired. I'm not sure yet. But I promise I won't be late, Francis replied cautiously. That's not what I meant. If you have no obligations at home, you could come back early, Li Wenhan smiled. Is that possible? Francis and Appo's eyes brightened. Boss, I will definitely return half a month early, just like James Posey. Actually, if you wish, coming back even earlier would be acceptable. Li Wenhan continued with a smile. Can I choose not to go home for the holidays? Francis regretted the words as soon as they left his mouth. Feeling he had overstepped, he recognized that Li Wenhan's suggestion was made out of understanding his financial situation, yet he felt guilty for asking too much, considering the coach and Appo's limited salary. However, to his surprise, Li Wenhan continued to smile at him, saying, Of course, as long as you are willing to stay here. I have no objections. But, hearing Li Wenhan and Appo's response ignited a warmth within Francis, and he felt tears welling up. Just as he was about to speak, he hesitated. Don and Appo's, overthink it. Focus on preparing for your exams. Once they and Appo's refinished, come find me, Li Wenhan said, patting his shoulder with a smile. Francis nodded earnestly. When Li Wenhan visited various betting sites, exchanging over $20,000 at each, his wallet finally exceeded the million mark. However, savoring the sweet taste of victory, he was not inclined to relinquish his fortune so easily, especially with one of the most iconic finals awaiting him. He remembered each match of the finals vividly. He could even recall the scores approximately. Thus, he began placing bets on the outcomes of each game. Although the odds of betting on the Bulls to win 4-2 against the Jazz were significantly lower, there were 6 games to consider, which, when combined, promised greater rewards than betting directly on the championship score, had it not been for his inability to remember the precise scores of each match. Li Wenhan would undoubtedly have bet on every game's outcome. Regrettably, he could only recall the final match and Appo's score, and upon reflection, he decided against it. For each bet was a full stake, and any mistake in the score would render all prior efforts meaningless. Such a thrilling setback was something he feared he could not endure. Chapter 86. The training begins. He was uncertain whether this butterfly would ever flap its wings. Yet at present, he had not stirred any storms. Even though he had led the Devils Butler team to claim a championship title in the University League that was not rightfully theirs. As for the predictions of each round of the NBA playoffs, they remained consistent with his previous memories, indicating that his butterfly and Appo's wings had yet to influence the league in any significant manner. With substantial funds at his disposal, Li Wenhan once again found himself propelled by a sense of urgency. He donned his gray hoodie, a warrior's garb, and, sporting a baseball cap, traversed the city in various taxis, visiting every lottery betting point. At each location, he placed considerable bets. After all, fairness in life and work is essential. It is crucial that everyone benefits equally. While Francis and the others busied themselves with exams to earn credits, Li Wenhan wholeheartedly activated his capital appreciation strategy, gradually swelling his wallet to the point where he scarcely had time to focus on team planning. By the time the finals concluded, his bank balance had surged from over $100,000 to nearly $600,000. This sum became his foundation in this world. It was also the source of his confidence in boldly asserting that he would cover all the dining expenses for Francis and his team during their training. Boss, aren't you going out today? Francis inquired curiously. In the days following their exams, he had expected Li Wenhan to treat him to something special. Instead, he observed Li Wenhan leaving early each morning, sometimes returning only by evening, leaving him intrigued about what kept him so occupied. Notably, each time Li Wenhan returned, he appeared invigorated, often wearing an inexplicable smile that piqued Francis's curiosity, though he dared not ask. Over the past few days, Li Wenhan had instructed Francis to perform solo recovery exercises and to watch game footage that he had prepared in advance. One day, however, Francis arrived to find Li Wenhan sitting alone on the couch, engrossed in something that brought him joy, his face radiating happiness as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. I've wrapped up my tasks. Shall we commence training today? How did you find the footage? Li Wenhan inquired, quickly concealing what was before him, his demeanor so composed that Francis sensed nothing amiss. All right, Francis nodded and approached. Boss, Haven and Appo's. You had breakfast yet? Huh? Oh, Li Wenhan turned around to see the pot on the stove almost dried up, and he hurried over to extinguish the flame. I lost track of time thinking about things. Have you eaten breakfast? I and Amp, Oppos, V. eaten, Francis replied, his face betraying his discomfort. Li Wenhan, aware of the fib, chose not to confront him directly, merely smiling as he said, I and Oppos, am preparing to boil some beef noodles. Come share with me. He swiftly brought the water to a boil, added some pasta, and retrieved pre-marinated beef from the fridge, tossing it briefly with some sauce and onions before topping 2 generous bowls of pasta. Here, try my culinary skills, he said, cheerfully placing the dish on the coffee table. Thank you, boss, Francis replied gratefully, knowing his earlier poor acting had been seen through. Li Wenhan and Oppos' gesture was undoubtedly considerate of his feelings. Dining alone can be a bit lonely. It and Oppos' much livelier with you here. Is it tasty? Li Wenhan smiled. Delicious, Francis affirmed, nodding. I think it and Oppos' even better than the beef stew we had the other day. If it and Oppos' good, eat more, Li Wenhan said proudly, relishing the meal. This beef marinade was a recipe he had painstakingly crafted, as finding pre-made seasonings here was nearly impossible, and even assembling the necessary ingredients was a challenge. Drawing upon memories from his past life, he managed to recreate much of the key ingredients and combine them with some unique seasonings he had discovered, resulting in a dish that had become one of his signatures. During the waiting period for the players to arrive for training, Li Wenhan led a fulfilling life, dedicating half his day to train Francis and spending the remainder in self-improvement through reading. The collection of game footage in his room grew increasingly vast. While such an expense would have been substantial for his former self, he now paid it little mind, as he was financially secure. Traveling or sightseeing held little appeal for him. As a single man without companionship, he found little enjoyment in aimlessly wandering. Moreover, spending time in the gym training with Francis was quite exhausting. Instead, he preferred to take leisurely strolls around campus during breaks from studying, as he had yet to fully explore the area surrounding the school after more than a year. As the new and returning players arrived punctually, the new season was about to commence. Li Wenhan stood at the basketball court, addressing a line of players just as he had the previous year, but this time, he was undoubtedly the central figure. Everyone, last year we joyfully claimed the University League championship. This year, we have but one goal, to defend that title, he proclaimed. Those present for training today include our veteran champions and new members joining the Devil and Oppos' Butler team. I offer you but one piece of advice. Veterans, remain humble and diligent. Newcomers, work hard and earn your place. Only then can you achieve your aspirations. Do you wish to enter the NBA? Do you aspire to be selected in the first round? Do you dream of stepping into the green room at the draft? Do you desire to become future All-Stars? There is nothing you cannot achieve, only that which you dare not envision. If you train earnestly according to the personal plans I provide, none of this will remain a dream. This year, Duncan is poised to become the #1 pick, pursuing his NBA dreams. Do you wish to follow in his footsteps? Tell me, Li Wenhan shouted. We do. The resounding response echoed, vibrant and harmonious, not only from the veteran players like Francis but also from the newcomers, each pair of eyes gleaming with hope. Chapter 87, The Old Versus. New showdown. This admonition undoubtedly yielded the desired results for Li Wenhan, as a slight smile graced his lips, though his gaze remained sharp and discerning. All right, next, Coach Robbins will lead you in warm-up exercises, after which I will divide you into groups for a 4-round full-court scrimmage. Each round will last 15 minutes, divided into teams A and B. The personnel within each group will be flexible, and adjustments will be made for each round. Coach Carlos will lead Team A, while I will take charge of Team B. Robbins, please assist Bill as referees, Li Wenhan instructed. Understood, Coach Lee, replied Robbins, the newly appointed assistant coach, his nod revealing a hint of unease. As a newcomer recommended by Coach Dave, he was still acclimating to Li Wenhan and Oppos' managerial style, but he recognized that adhering to his superior's directives was a prudent course of action. In truth, Li Wenhan harbored a certain disdain for individuals like Robbins, who exhibited excessive deference. He believed that youth should be characterized by vigor. Lacking assertiveness at such a tender age boded ill for one's future prospects. However, given Robbins' rumored kinship with Coach Dave, Li Wenhan chose to remain diplomatic, acknowledging the debt he owed to Dave for his past support. The subsequent grouping was straightforward. Carlos' team comprised the core players from last year's formidable squad, while Li Wenhan's roster was primarily composed of newcomers, with the exception of James Posey. This arrangement was intentional on Li Wenhan's part, entrusting the seasoned core to Carlos, confident in his ability to lead them effectively due to their established rapport. Conversely, Li Wenhan sought to direct the newcomers, not only because he was more familiar with them than Carlos, but also to evaluate their potential through these matches. Observing the players on the court, both veterans and novices, Li Wenhan calmly announced, "Let the games begin." The tip-off was contested between Katas and Brand, with Brand, despite his height disadvantage, managing to touch the ball first. After regaining possession, Marlon Duhan swiftly brought the ball to the front court, earning a nod of approval from Li Wenhan. At this moment, Li Wenhan's B team consisted of center Brand, power forward Odom, small forward Arteist, shooting guard Michael Reed, and point guard Marlon Duhan, all of whom were fresh faces. Although James Posey was also assigned to Team B, Li Wenhan opted not to field him immediately, preferring to assess the newcomers' adaptability and current skill levels. He refrained from extensive instructions, opting instead for simple passing and screen plays to unveil their true capabilities. After all, these newcomers were not yet the celebrated NBA stars of the future, but rather fledgling talents just entering collegiate competition. Their abilities and mindsets were far from the caliber of their later counterparts. Viewing them through the lens of future expectations would be misguided. Not only would it set unattainable standards, but it could also prove detrimental to their development. Progress should be gradual, particularly in the realm of player cultivation. Li Wenhan had previously erred in this respect with Francis, and having learned from that experience, he was determined not to repeat it this year. Though he jested about his newfound maturity, he was increasingly attentive to the nuances of coaching, having immersed himself in systematic basketball knowledge to enhance his skills. Especially given the initial low evaluation of his coaching abilities by the pirated coaching system. Regardless, through the trials of the previous season, Li Wenhan's coaching acumen had seen considerable improvement, now surpassing the average level of collegiate basketball coaches. The reasons for his confidence lay in the feedback from the pirated coaching system, which rated his abilities at AC level. With continued learning and the collaboration of exceptional players, he aspired to elevate his rating to AB level by the end of the season. As Kenyon Dooling advanced the ball, he intended to orchestrate the team's inaugural offense, but Eddie Howe swiftly pressured him, forcing an errant pass. In contrast to Dooling's inexperience, House was seasoned, recognizing Dooling and Oppo's hesitation and seizing the opportunity to force an error. Although Dooling managed to pass the ball, it was to Michael Reed, who had moved to the three-point line under duress from Francis. Reed, facing a similar predicament, ultimately passed to Odom, who returned it to Reed and set a screen, allowing Reed to break through Francis' defense for a jump shot near the free throw line. With a resounding thud, the ball was swatted away by Marion, who had shadowed Odom closely. Quick to react, Francis snatched the ball and charged down the court, with Eddie House and Mike Miller sprinting back on defense. Dooling and Reed hastened their pursuit, but could only watch as Francis executed a decisive finish to conclude the first round. As the B team prepared for their inbound, Odom casually passed the ball to Dooling, who was met with an unexpected surge from House, forcing him to scramble for the ball. House, having anticipated the play, deftly poked the ball away, while Francis, having exchanged glances with House, capitalized on the moment. Before Odom could react, Francis intercepted the basketball, evading Odom with a swift spin and finishing effortlessly at the rim. Chapter 88, the same recipe as the scene unfolded. The opposing team swiftly executed a block followed by a steal, leaving the B team newcomers feeling utterly disheartened. The palpable anxiety began to manifest as they faltered, visibly shaken after conceding 2 consecutive points. Although the realization of their mistakes heightened their focus, it simultaneously intensified their tension, resulting in a distortion of fundamental movements and a chaotic display of play. The urgency of their mindset, compounded by the formidable pressure from their opponents, rendered even the simplest of collaborations clumsy and uncoordinated, with many shot selections appearing hasty and ill-conceived. The shooting accuracy plummeted, with only Brand and Odom managing to maintain a semblance of normalcy in their attempts. The others, unfortunately, were reduced to a cacophony of missed shots. Particularly disconcerting was Michael Reed, who, astonishingly, misfired even on a clear layup opportunity, his shooting percentage becoming an embarrassment. Timeout. Li Wenhan bellowed from the sidelines, gathering the B team players around him. How do you assess your performance? A heavy silence enveloped the group as they exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Even Brand, who had played decently, dared not respond. Since no one wishes to speak, allow me, Li Wenhan remarked coolly. What you displayed during those few minutes can only be described as an utter failure, devoid of any coherence or purpose. Your initial lack of concentration led to 2 easy scores for the opponents. Such blunders are inexcusable on the court. Following the setback, you became timid, neglecting to pass, cut, or shoot after effectively eluding your defenders. Instead, you resorted to rushed attempts, disjointed isolation plays, and inefficient outside shots lacking any semblance of strategy. Now tell me, aside from these shortcomings, what else did you exhibit on the court? Where was your teamwork? Where were the tactics I assigned you? As his frustration mounted, the anger etched on his face became unmistakable. He slammed his strategy board in exasperation, barely containing his fury. Faced with Li Wenhan and Apos' fierce demeanor, the rookies, acutely aware of their missteps, shrank back, none daring to utter a word, their heads bowed in shame. Have you seen your opponents? Li Wenhan pointed towards Francis and his team. Last year, right here, I warned them that at least one of their ranks would emerge as an NBA draft pick. A player among the top 3, with nearly half of them being invited to the draft green room, and over 80% entering the NBA. Conversely, I firmly believe that most of you whom I personally recruited possess the potential to join that green room as well. At the very least, you should have the capability to become a starter in the NBA, and I would not dismiss the possibility of another lottery pick emerging from your midst. Despite my momentary doubts during those few minutes of play, I still trust my judgment and believe in your potential to not disappoint me. However, your recent performance has clearly fallen short of that expectation. Therefore, I implore you to heed my every directive moving forward. Conduct yourselves diligently according to my instructions and reflect on how your upcoming game differs from what you just displayed. Understood, coach. The group, sensing a shift in Li Wenhan's demeanor, eagerly nodded in agreement. For the next appearance of the B team, Li Wenhan made a strategic adjustment, substituting James Posey for Kenyon Dooling and repositioning Michael Reed to the point guard role. Upon re-entering the game, per Li Wenhan's orders, Reed brought the ball up the court, passing it to Posey at the three-point line before utilizing the screen set by Brand and Odom to navigate the court. As Posey faced Francis's defensive advance, a knowing smile graced his lips. He was well acquainted with his former teammate and had already devised his approach. After pressing inward slightly, Posey leveraged his height and weight advantage to assertively challenge Francis. Unlike the leaner Reed, Posey's physical stature proved too much for Francis to handle alone, allowing Posey to effortlessly create space and score with a smooth shot. This offensive maneuver, while not particularly remarkable, showcased Posey's individual prowess, resembling more of a mismatch situation where he held the advantage. Reed and Arteist felt little impact from this play, save for a fleeting glimmer of realization in Brand's eyes, as if an idea had struck him. When it was once again the A team's turn to attack, Eddie House pushed the ball up the court, opting to drive past the taller Reed. Yet, the seemingly fragile Reed executed a commendable defensive effort, maintaining close proximity and thwarting House and Apos' penetration. Forced into a tough spot, House dished the ball to the awaiting Francis before darting back left. Upon receiving the pass, Francis faced Posey's defense and swiftly employed his speed and agility to gain a half-step advantage over his teammate. However, Posey, relentless in his pursuit, denied Francis any clear shooting opportunities, compelling him to return the ball to the assisting Marion. Marion, upon receiving the pass, faked a shot before attacking the paint, capitalizing on Brand and Apos' failure to rotate in time, resulting in a quick layup. Observing this play, Li Wenhan and Apos' gaze sharpened as he focused intently on Odom, who had just jumped to defend, jotting down notes. Returning to the B team's offensive possession, Reed once again brought the ball up, handing it off to Posey, who awaited at the three-point arc. Once again, Posey chose to back down Francis after taking a couple of dribbles forward, the play echoing the previous one. Same recipe, same flavor. Chapter 89, The New and Old Rivalry, Part 1. This play was undoubtedly a replica of the previous offensive attempt. It was predictable that James Posey would once again leverage his individual prowess to take on Francis. Within Team B, there were some who viewed this with disdain, particularly Arteist, who was currently near the free throw line, beckoning for the ball from Mike Miller. He believed that this was entirely a deliberate ploy by Li Wenhan to showcase Posey's abilities, aiming to demonstrate that even a bench player could surpass them, thus attempting to undermine their confidence. His resentment was palpable, especially after Li Wenhan's earlier impassioned speech. He felt that had he been in Posey's position, he would have performed equally well. Although slightly shorter, his back-to-the-basket skills were no less proficient, and he considered himself a superior defender, boasting greater physical strength. Therefore, he perceived Li Wenhan's actions as favoritism, intentionally orchestrating Posey's performance to belittle them. As he stood, frustrated, with Miller behind him pressing for the ball, He noted that Posey seemed entirely oblivious to him, focusing solely on backing down Francis. A wave of irritation coursed through him, rendering him immobile. Truth be told, he regretted succumbing to Li Wenhan's eloquent persuasion to join Wake Forest University. He was not without options. Several other universities had extended offers, promising him commendable positions. Why had he chosen this path? Yet, now it was too late for regrets. All he could do was train diligently and hope his university years would not be squandered. Just as he anticipated Posey would conclude the offensive with a turnaround jumper, Mike Miller unexpectedly rushed in to assist Francis in double-teaming Posey. Witnessing Posey hastily retracting his dribble as Francis reached for the ball, Posey suddenly raised his hand, swiftly dishing the ball toward Arteist's position. When the ball soared toward him, Arteist instinctively caught it, only to find himself utterly alone, the nearest Marion a couple of steps away. At that moment, confusion washed over him. Just moments ago, he had been lamenting Posey for not passing him the ball, and now, within a mere second, the ball was in his hands. What was happening? This brief moment of hesitation allowed Marion to close in rapidly, and Miller was already sprinting back, causing Arteist to squander this rare opportunity for an open shot. Moreover, under pressure from Marion, as he attempted to shift the ball left, it was intercepted by the returning Miller. Eddie House, quick on his feet, scooped up the ball and bolted toward the front court. Michael Redd, caught off guard, could only watch helplessly as House effortlessly made a layup, and in that instant, Arteist wished for a hole to swallow him whole. At that moment, Arteist acutely felt the scrutinizing gazes of his temporary teammates, filled with disapproval. He lowered his head in a defensive stance, his heart brimming with regret. Meanwhile, Posey approached him, gently patting his shoulder, saying, "Don't dwell on it. It's just one play. Let us make the next one count. Focus on your positioning, especially around the free throw line. You have the physicality to create space. If you lack confidence, let Odom set a screen for you. He is quite effective at that. Don't fear the boss. He is all talk but soft-hearted." Okay. Arteist nodded, his mind a blank slate. He unconsciously cast a glance toward Li Wenhan, and upon seeing no change in his expression, his earlier agitation began to dissipate. Once more, Michael Redd advanced the ball to Posey's hands. However, this time, as Posey backed down Francis, Miller refrained from double-teaming. The previous instance, where Posey had unexpectedly passed to the open Arteist, had startled Miller, who now realized his earlier oversight. As Posey turned to create space, he did not take the shot. Instead, he raised his hand to draw Marion closer before passing to Odom, who had been signaled by Arteist for a screen. Although surprised to receive the ball, Odom reacted far quicker than Arteist, promptly passing it back to Arteist, who seized the opportunity without hesitation. He charged toward the basket, colliding with the oncoming Cato after maneuvering past Brand, and forcefully dunked the ball into the hoop. Remarkably, the towering Cato was toppled by Arteist's force, nearly incurring a foul. Had this been a formal game, it would have certainly amounted to an and-one scenario. This incident underscored Arteist's impressive physicality, a trait that would later enable him to infamously fracture Jordan's rib. As Arteist landed, exhilaration surged through him, and he thumped his chest in triumph. With a bit more encouragement, Li Wenhan mused, he could have taken up the role of a movie star. Yet, in the midst of his jubilation, he realized that most of his teammates had already retreated to the backcourt, leaving only Cato, whom he had just knocked down. In a moment of distraction, even Cato scrambled to return. Time rewound a second earlier, where Arteist was lost in his celebration while Posey intended to join him for a high five. However, Marion, disregarding all decorum, swiftly retrieved the ball and initiated a fast break. The seasoned players, seasoned by Li Wenhan's teachings, executed the fast break with precision, catching the newcomers off guard. Only Brand and Posey, alert and focused, managed to react quickly and chased after them. Yet, their speed could not match that of Francis and the others, especially in a situation of numerical superiority. Leaving them to watch as Francis received the ball and scored a layup, Li Wenhan called for a timeout. Chapter 90, The New and Old Rivalry, Part 2. Once again observing the newcomers as they descended from the court, Li Wenhan refrained from chastising them. Instead, he calmly inquired, "Can anyone articulate the issues you faced on the court just now?" As before, his question elicited no response. Even the previously audacious Arteist dared not lift his gaze. Who would be bold enough to speak? Noticing the silence, Li Wenhan directly called on players. "Odom, could you share what problems you perceive? I believe our coordination was insufficient. Too often we resorted to individual plays, failing to mount an effective offense against our opponents," Odom replied, momentarily taken aback. "Next, let us hear from Arteist." Oh. Reluctantly obliged, Arteist mustered the courage to say, "We are at a disadvantage in speed compared to the other side, and we need to be more expansive in our defense." Well, does anyone wish to add anything? Li Wenhan scanned the room before continuing his inquiry. Seeing no one speak, he turned his attention to James Posey. "James Posey, please share your thoughts on the errors you all committed." I think our mistake was a lack of focus." Clap, clap, clap. James Posey and Amp. Oppos. S. succinct response prompted Li Wenhan to applaud, his gaze sweeping across the room. "What you have all said is accurate. But only James Posey has pinpointed the crux of the issue." Li Wenhan's eyes bore into the group before him. "The goals you conceded, particularly at the start, were fundamentally due to your inattentiveness. When your spirits are not high and you treat this merely as a showcase of personal abilities, you cannot approach it with the seriousness it demands. You all aspire to be professional players, correct? But what kind of professional displays such an attitude? Indifference in defense. Distraction in offense. Arteist, I can understand your hesitation to shoot when receiving the ball in a favorable position, though I previously highlighted your weak side receiving issue in our tactical discussions. However, I can forgive your inexperience with this tactic. But after scoring, neglecting your defensive assignment, can you truly forgive yourself for that?" "I'm sorry, Coach," Arteist said, his face flushed with shame. Yet, Li Wenhan chose to ignore him. Addressing the group once more, "Do you think Arteist is the only one at fault?" Silence persisted, and though James Posey seemed ready to speak, Li Wenhan silenced him with a glance. "I understand some of you may feel disgruntled or believe your capabilities were not fully realized. However, let me emphasize, if you cannot execute such simple tactics, what do you expect to showcase? Is your interior play limited to merely guarding the basket, while your perimeter players only pass inward or rely on pick and rolls for shots? Are you not a cohesive team but rather two separate entities? Now, reflect on these matters. I will exchange roles with Coach Carlos. He will be your temporary coach moving forward." Li Wenhan said with a hint of mockery. After delivering this, he floated over to join Francis and the others, leaving behind a perplexed group. Carlos arrived swiftly, his words concise. "Just execute the tactics Coach Li assigned you." He patted James Posey on the shoulder and gestured for them to take the court. "Is it really that casual?" A chorus of murmurs echoed among the players. Yet they obediently advanced to the court. After all, the tactics laid out by Li Wenhan had merit, and compared to their previous performance, they were indeed expected to show improvement in both offense and defense. Upon returning to the court, the B-team players demonstrated a marked seriousness. Not just Arteist, who had been prone to errors, but even Odom was now more engaged, promptly setting up a screen for Arteist. The same tactical approach was employed, and as James Posey received the ball, he found himself once again facing Francis. This time, he intended to draw the defense and pass. Yet he noticed Eddie House and the others were not closing in, allowing Francis to guard him one-on-one. Meanwhile, one player stood just over a step away from Michael Red, poised to assist, while another relentlessly pursued Arteist, entangling him in defense. The adjustment was clear. They were preventing him from passing, prompting James Posey to opt for an offensive maneuver instead. After dribbling backward a few steps, he used his height to assertively shoot over Francis, the ball swishing through the net. Turning around, Francis swiftly evaded James Posey and, with Marian's support, quickly scored. When James Posey acquired the ball again, he realized that both Arteist and Michael Red were still guarded, clearly signaling for him to continue his solo effort. The interior players, Odom and Brand, could receive the ball, but passing it would likely disrupt their chances for a subsequent effective offense, as he was well aware of their capabilities. On Francis and Amp, Oppos, end, he seemed to have abandoned any semblance of assistance, a clear pitfall crafted by Li Wenhan. Yet he had no choice but to leap into this trap, ultimately deciding to take a shot. This time, Francis refrained from jumping with him. Instead, he subtly brushed his hand against James Posey and Oppos' waist as he prepared to leap, causing Posey to falter and miss the shot. The rebound was seized by Marian, who displayed significantly more vigor than Odom, while Brand struggled against the persistent obstruction from Katas, limiting his ability to claim rebounds, though he had managed to secure 3 thus far. The offense remained driven by the fast breaks of Eddie House and Francis. But the B-team players returned in time, denying them any prime shooting opportunities, forcing them to reset their play. Eddie House gradually controlled the ball, facing Michael Red's defense while discreetly signaling to Mike Miller. As he made a swift change of direction and began to penetrate from the left, Michael Red doggedly trailed him, applying pressure that caused Eddie House to stumble in his dribbling. In that moment, Artea's eyes brightened as he recognized an opportunity and charged toward the ball in Eddie House's hands. Chapter 91, The New and Old Rivalry, Part 3. At this moment, Eddie House seemed to have only just noticed the approaching Ron Arteas, and he began to panic, seeing the imminent threat of being sandwiched by the two defenders. Potentially losing the ball, Eddie House swiftly passed the ball to the left. Mike Miller, who had suddenly appeared beyond the three-point line, caught the ball. Both Arteas, who had already moved away, and Lamar Odom, who was unable to reach in time for the defense, could only watch as Mike Miller effortlessly leaped and released the ball with a graceful form. Splash! The basketball swirled through the air and swished through the net, conjuring a wave of excitement as Team A secured another 3 points. As Team B initiated their offense, an enraged Arteas continually backed into Mike Miller, demanding the ball, while James Posey, still being harassed by Francis, finally passed it to him. Arteas, fueled with determination, dribbled the ball, persistently bumping into the defending Mike Miller. The sound of their muscular collision sending adrenaline surging through the crowd. Although Mike Miller was slightly taller than Arteas, the difference in strength was unmistakable. Arteas forcefully created space, allowing him a clear shot opportunity. This scenario had occurred twice before James Posey entered the game, with Arteas successfully penetrating the defense just as he did now. A testament to his individual prowess. James Posey, aware that Li Wenhan was not keen on this display, nonetheless acknowledged Arteas' commendable play with a thumbs up and shouted, "Get back on defense." With Posey leading the charge back to their half, the others quickly followed suit, the memory of their previous easy concession still fresh in their minds. Eddie House brought the ball up the court, with Mike Miller and Francis forming a strategic triangle on either side, weaving and cutting to dismantle Team B's defense. As Michael Red and Arteas diligently pursued their opponents, expecting Eddie House to either drive or pass to Francis, nobody noticed Marion slip past Francis, who was stationed near the free-throw line, while Odom was momentarily delayed by Francis. Just as Brand was settling into the paint, the long-armed Marion schooled him, scoring 2 points and drawing a foul in the process. Splash! The additional free throw was effortlessly converted, but there was no celebration from Marion and the others. As soon as Team B resumed play, everyone except Eddie House had already retreated to their half. After being pressured by Eddie House across half-court, Michael Red quickly passed to James Posey, who was a step inside the three-point line. Posey, once again targeted by Francis, found his shot thwarted by Francis's shrewd defense. Nevertheless, Posey and Oppos's versatile skills shone through. Upon noticing Mike Miller approaching for help defense, he immediately passed to Arteas, who again employed the same back-to-the-basket move, this time against Mike Miller. It must be said, sometimes talent is paramount. Mike Miller, tasked with defending Arteas, found himself being pushed back step by step until he was forced to yield space for Arteas' shot. Watch out! The moment the ball left Arteas' hands, he sensed James Posey's urgent voice from behind. Before he could react, he felt a shadow loom over him as a hand rose up from behind, slapping his shot away. Bang! The ball was sent flying beyond the three-point line, and to everyone's surprise, it was Marion who made the steal, having arrived quicker than Posey. What astonished Team B's players even more was that, as Team A's power forward, Marion chose not to secure possession immediately but instead surged toward the front court. Was he attempting to initiate a fast break all on his own? Although Marion was not slow, Posey managed to catch up. Facing Posey's relentless pursuit, Marion began to back down from beyond the three-point line. Everyone was desperately sprinting back. And when Posey saw Francis darting in from the front court like an arrow, he realized that this play could spell trouble. There would be no stopping him. The rookie players each fancied themselves exceptionally gifted, yet none understood better than Posey that Francis' momentum was unstoppable, aware of the sheer force he possessed. After Duncan's departure, who could claim the role of the undisputed core of their team? In Posey's mind, the answer was singular: Francis, though they often playfully clashed behind closed doors. The veteran players recognized that the player likely to be selected among the top 3 in the NBA draft would undoubtedly be Francis. Of course, Li Wenhan had conveyed this to the rookie players as well, but Posey remained uncertain about who would receive such an honor. That robust, crew-cut lad? Impossible. To Posey, Arteas seemed merely muscular and powerful, yet his technical skills were still rather raw, his shooting ability mediocre and inconsistent, with a temperament prone to volatility, traits that would never allow him to lead a team. Perhaps, with the right guidance, he could develop into a respectable player. But to be drafted in the top 3? That would suggest a serious lapse in judgment among NBA coaches. Maybe the undersized center with commendable rebounding abilities? Yet his height was a significant disadvantage. How could someone like him make it into the top 3 in the NBA? While grappling with Marion, Posey's mind wandered until he saw Francis charging in from the right, penetrating the free throw line and leaping high, just as Marion relinquished the ball. Indeed, Posey thought to himself, turning to witness Francis soaring above the rim. Chapter 92. Now, let us address your concerns. In the ensuing rounds, Team B's offensive approach remained rather simplistic. Apart from James Posey managing to score twice against Francis, he also attempted to distribute the ball when the opportunity arose. However, their handling of the ball still exhibited a certain naivety. Giving Arteas the ball allowed for little more than one-on-one plays, while Michael Redd struggled to find any favorable chances to shoot. He often passed the ball to other players to draw defensive attention, yet aside from Odom's commendable organization, the performance of the others was truly lacking. It must be noted, however, that the consecutive inside passes between Odom and Brand were indeed impressive, culminating in one instance where an inside pass was made to Michael Redd, who regrettably missed the shot. On the defensive end, the situation was even more dire. Aptly described in one word, abysmal. His veteran teammates had developed a decent rapport over the past year, and with Li Wenhan occasionally providing guidance, they were effectively imparting lessons to the newcomers. The first 15 minutes of the scrimmage had concluded. Yet the scoreboard was a grim sight. Team A had triumphed over Team B by more than 20 points, with Team B managing a mere 28 points. Particularly striking was the fact that after Li Wenhan transitioned to coaching Team A, Team B had only managed to score 4 field goals and 3 free throws in 7 minutes, totaling a meager 11 points. In stark contrast, the seasoned players of Team A thrived, amassing 23 points in the same duration, over double the score of their opponents, a reflection of their initial performance. After a 10-minute intermission, the teams were to be reshuffled. Li Wenhan gestured for everyone to disperse. However, the A team, instead of taking a break, gathered around Li Wenhan, sharing laughter and chatter, with even James Posey joining the conversation. "Boss, are you planning to teach those youngsters a lesson? It seems about time, doesn't it?" Francis chuckled. "Who told you that?" Li Wenhan retorted. "I intend to mix you all up soon. Boss just wants to train them, right? Why are you so sensitive?" Posey rolled his eyes. "What is up? After playing for a bit, you're already siding with them?" Francis shot back. "I'm not siding with anyone, but there are a few talented individuals among them." Posey dismissed. "All right, I do have some intention of putting them to the test, but that is not the main goal. Only under pressure can their true abilities be revealed. They certainly possess potential, but it must be unearthed. Just like you all, last year, were you really that much better than they are now?" Li Wenhan smiled. "I knew the boss had profound intentions." Eddie House, ever the sycophant, chimed in. "Boss, will you still be directing our team in a bit?" Francis asked hopefully. Just then, Carlos approached, his expression shifting as he addressed Li Wenhan. "Li, I need you to have a word with those newcomers. They seem a bit lost." Li Wenhan chuckled but remained seated, playfully raising his hands. "Then why not have them come over? They are all your teammates here." "All right, I'll bring them over." Carlos shrugged and departed. "Boss, when teams are reshuffled, let me pair up with Arteas again. That kid is quite charming," Posey remarked. "Sure, go on over. You and Appos V been dismissed." Francis joked. "Get lost." Before long, the rookies arrived, and it was clear that not everyone was eager to join, especially Marion and Odom, who seemed somewhat reluctant. "Li, why don't you discuss some points from the recent game with them?" Carlos suggested. "Certainly," Li Wenhan replied, clapping his hands and rising. Francis and the other veterans instinctively formed a line, ready to hear him speak, while the newcomers, albeit a bit slow to react, eventually lined up behind them. "I believe there is no need for me to elaborate on how the scrimmage went today. You all have a clear understanding," Li Wenhan stated solemnly, hands clasped behind his back. "I won't delve into the issues of Team B just yet. Instead, I will address the shortcomings of Team A." At his words, whispers erupted among the newcomers, as it was expected that Li Wenhan would reprimand them, especially considering their dismal performance earlier. However, he did not scold them. Instead, he cast a calm glance their way, while it was Carlos who admonished, "Quiet down." With the elder players maintaining silence, the newcomers quickly hushed, eager to hear Li Wenhan's thoughts on their more experienced counterparts. "Your performance today can only be described as mediocre. Given Duncan's departure, your reliance on outside shooting is understandable. Yet it has become excessive. If your opponents were not a group of greenhorns, what would happen if they pressured Eddie House, forcing him to pass, and then double-teamed Francis? Who would take charge of the ball? Steve, have you forgotten my advice about not focusing solely on offense, but also on organization? Eddie, don't you recall your ability to break through defenses? Noticing Francis and the others bowing their heads, Li Wenhan continued, Duncan's absence has indeed altered our team dynamics. But it does not imply that our inside game is ineffective. I observed very little action in the paint today, and the same goes for Team B. Although Marion displayed commendable movement, his offensive pressure was lacking. Katas performed adequately. Katas was taken aback to be the first praised by Li Wenhan. A hint of excitement crossing his face. He had always considered himself among the less capable and less promising players, especially with the arrival of the new recruits, which threatened his position. Little did he know that Li Wenhan commended him for performing his duties effectively, as his expectations for him were not particularly high. You all can sense this yourselves. I want to elaborate further. Take some time to reflect and discuss it among yourselves, Li Wenhan concluded, shifting his gaze toward the newcomers. Now, let us address your concerns. Chapter 93, Welcome to the Devil's Butler Team. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Wenhan observed the evident tension among the newcomers. Yet, he had no intention of letting them off the hook. His acerbic tongue was poised for action once more. You are acutely aware of how poorly you perform. The reason I brought James Posey onto the court was to leverage his experience and organizational skills to enhance your offense. However, the results have been far from satisfactory. This is not a reflection of James Posey and Oppo's capabilities. I believe he has done exceptionally well. Rather, it is your lack of effort that is disheartening. Where is your movement? Did you think I placed James Posey on the court merely to entertain you with a spectacle? To intimidate you? As Li Wenhan and Oppo's tone turned stern, many averted their gazes, particularly Arteist, who was alarmed to find that his thoughts seemed to be laid bare before Li Wenhan. Am I truly such an unremarkable coach to you? Li Wenhan inquired, before continuing. James Posey's choice to back down was predicated on a positional mismatch with Francis, thereby enhancing his shooting accuracy, at least more so than your individualistic attempts. He creates opportunities for you through defensive pulls, yet what do? Simply stand there, waiting for the ball? Did you not notice that after their failed attempts to double-team James Posey, they switched to single coverage? Even then, I observed James Posey's eagerness to pass the ball and facilitate your offense. But where is your movement? Will the interior players not step out? Odom, where are your versatile skills that you take pride in? Brand, what of your shooting prowess? Do not tell me that as a player just over 2 meters tall, you wish to dominate the paint single-handedly. I may know your talents better than you do, yet I fail to see them realized. Unexploited potential is utterly meaningless. After such a reprimand, the rookie players bowed their heads in dismay, none daring to breathe audibly until Li Wenhan ceased his tirade. Now, reflect upon your shortcomings. In 5 minutes, we shall proceed to the next group match, Li Wenhan concluded, his anger dissipating. Just as the group exhaled a collective sigh of relief, Carlos approached once more to announce, I will now read the revised team roster. Group A comprises Kadost, Brand, James Posey, Francis, and Eddie House. Under the guidance of Coach Lee, Group B includes Odom, Marion, Arteist, Mike Miller, and Kenyon Dooling, with myself as the coach, and Michael Red as a free agent. Though everyone anticipated that the new grouping would intersperse the veterans with the newcomers, the extent of the reshuffling surprised them. After a brief respite, the battle recommenced, and the game unfolded in an astonishing manner, veering towards the unexpected from the very outset. Group A initiated the game, with Eddie House advancing the ball. Facing the youthful defense of Kenyon Dooling, who was significantly shorter, he executed a swift crossover to break through, attracting Arteist for support, and accurately delivering the ball to James Posey. Without hesitation, Posey dribbled once, and upon encountering Odom and Oppo's defense, quickly passed to Brand, who, after steadying himself against the approaching Marion, leaped gracefully to score as the ball spun into the net. When it was Group B's turn to attack, Kenyon Dooling struggled to bring the ball forward under Eddie House and Oppo's pressure. Spotting Mike Miller for a pass, he released the ball, only to have it intercepted by the suddenly appearing James Posey, leading to a classic fast break. Francis soared once more, scoring again for a clock. As they advanced again, Kenyon Dooling played cautiously, yet he still failed to score, the ball landing in Arteist's possession. Whether due to a preference for this style or a desire to impress his senior, James Posey, Arteist opted to back down Posey. However, unlike his previous encounter with Mike Miller, Posey was evidently stronger and more seasoned defensively. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to overpower Posey, Arteist resolved to exert himself more forcefully, seeking an opportunity to shoot or pass. Yet, when he exerted himself this time, he was caught off guard as Posey executed a deft retreat, leaving Arteist scrambling. With a thud, Arteist fell, helplessly watching as Posey seized the ball from the ground and tossed it to Eddie House, enabling another swift return to the court, culminating in yet another spectacular dunk by Francis. Embarrassed, Arteist rose, his expression dark as he regarded Posey, who wore a slight, mocking smile. "Welcome to the Devils' Butler team." Frustrated, Arteist felt an inferno ignite within him. "Have you forgotten our camaraderie from the previous team?" After 3 consecutive failures, the mood among Group B soured. Mike Miller felt the urge to take matters into his own hands, but suppressed the impulse after a glance at Li Wenhan. He returned the ball to Kenyon Dooling and continued to reposition himself, weaving around a screen set by Marion. Upon receiving the ball, he charged toward the basket, only to pass back to Marion at the last moment, who scored the first point for Group B. On the subsequent possession, Eddie House opted for another drive, with Francis setting a screen for him. As he penetrated the paint, facing Odom and Amp, Oppo's defense, he feigned a shot but instead passed to the awaiting Kadost, who effortlessly dunked. In the next offensive play, Group B faltered once more. Arteist desperately demanded the ball from Posey, while Kenyon Dooling, seeing no favorable passing opportunities for Marion or Mike Miller, pretended to drive before passing to Arteist near the free throw line. This time, Arteist was cautious, holding back at crucial moments, which hindered his ability to create a comfortable shooting space. After a moment and Amp, Oppo's hesitation, he passed to Odom in the paint, but under Kadost and Amp, Oppo's defense, Odom and Amp, Oppo's shot missed the mark, leading to another counterattack from Group A. Timeout. Chapter 94. You are not allowed to call for the ball in the paint. After calling a timeout, Li Wenhan did not address the substituted A-team players. Instead, he approached the B team and, observing their dejected demeanor, proclaimed, "Now, I shall assume the role of your coach." The team members abruptly lifted their heads, their initial thought being a flicker of hope, yet the subsequent thought was one of skepticism, given their struggles against the opponents. Would a change to Li Wenhan truly yield a significant improvement? However, amidst their uncertain gazes, Li Wenhan immediately seized the tactical board and began to outline his strategy. Kenyon Dooling, once you advance the ball to the frontcourt, refrain from hastily passing. Eddie House is indeed proficient at defending players of your caliber, but cannot you emulate James Posey and attempt to post him up? I recall your shooting ability is commendable as well. In the last match, you attempted only 3 shots, making just 1. I expect to see you exert pressure on the offensive end. Furthermore, on defense, do you recall how Michael Red guarded him? He continued, addressing the others. Kenny Miller, your movement is commendable, but do you not think you were overly cautious against Francis? Reflect on how James Posey approached it last game. Odom, I require your involvement in orchestrating the offense, rather than merely lingering under the basket. Is your prowess truly confined to the paint? Consider what you excel at. Marion, trust in your teammates. Li Wenhan provided critiques to every member of the B team, deliberately omitting Arteist, who felt an anxious urgency akin to ants crawling under his skin. Yet, Li Wenhan then stated, now that we have addressed the offense, let us discuss defensive arrangements. Coach, Arteist exclaimed. What is it? Next time, remember to raise your hand before speaking. Li Wenhan replied coolly. Okay. Arteist, a bit bewildered, inquired. Why was I not assigned a role in the offense? You are not allowed to call for the ball in the paint. A mixture of emotions flooded Arteist and Amp, Oppo's chest, perhaps a blend of anger, embarrassment, and a hint of shame. On the defensive end, you must apply pressure to your opponents. Even if your speed falters, you must possess the courage to foul rather than allow easy shots. Marion, be wary of Brand's offensive capabilities. He has yet to fully reveal them, so you must closely monitor his footwork in the paint. Odom, focus on the connection between inside and outside. You are a versatile defender. Do not overly concern yourself with Kato, just ensure he is not left open under the basket. A step back at the free throw line will suffice for him to shoot. Kenny Miller, you and Kenyon Dooling must be attentive to switching. Do not fixate solely on your assigned players. If Francis has the ball, immediately double-team him. Arteist. Arteist, momentarily lost in thought, jolted at the mention of his name, involuntarily responding, only to find the astonished gazes of his teammates upon him. Concentrate during tactical discussions, Li Wenhan remarked, furrowing his brow. He refrained from chastising him, knowing that both he and Odom were among the more challenging personalities on the team, arrogant and often distracted during play. If refined, they could become formidable assets. However, mismanagement could lead to self-damage. Arteist, pay attention to your defensive assignment. James Posey is our most versatile player. He can score, but be mindful of his passing. If you have the ability to prevent him from receiving the ball, you will be the team's greatest asset. If you assist Miller and the others with their defense, Odom must remain alert to step up at any moment. Your defensive capabilities are commendable, but ensure continuity. Do not forget your responsibilities and allow careless lapses. Is that clear? Li Wenhan shouted. Understood. Under Miller's leadership, the response was unified and resonant, pleasing Li Wenhan. Yet, he did not allow them to take the court immediately. He addressed the three on the back line. Whoever fails to adhere to the requirements, Michael Red will replace you without hesitation. It does not matter if you struggle. However, those who play recklessly are unworthy of continuing in the game, especially against the devil and amp, oppos, servants. I will not allow a single and amp, oppos, rotten apple and amp, oppos, to spoil the entire batch. The severity of Li Wenhan and amp, oppos, gaze sent a shiver even through the seasoned veteran, Miller. All right, take the court. With a wave of his hand, the players returned to the game, while Li Wenhan turned his attention to Michael Red. Michael Red, you cannot merely spectate from the sidelines. You must reflect and consider how you would perform if I substituted you for one of them. Formulate your ideas, and once you are ready, share them with me. I hope you can accurately identify your role, Li Wenhan stated earnestly. Oh, okay. Suddenly acknowledged by Li Wenhan, Red felt a mix of surprise and pressure. Among these seasoned and emerging players, he felt a certain weight, despite his self-assuredness and his talent. It was evident that he had yet to fully establish himself within the ranks of the devil and oppos, servants. Thus, he found himself relegated to a substitute role. Often tasked merely with facilitating ball movement and drawing defenders away, occasionally stepping in to support teammates, which afforded him a few shooting opportunities. He harbored no dissatisfaction, for he understood that meritocracy reigned supreme here, allowing those with greater talent to occasionally challenge the seemingly stern figure before him. The re-entering B-team players exhibited a marked improvement in spirit, perhaps due to their newfound clarity of purpose or the presence of the perceptive man observing from the sidelines. Kenyon Doolin, once more contending with Eddie House's defensive pressure, advanced the ball into the front court. This time, however, he refrained from hastily passing to Miller. Instead, he charged forward, unperturbed by House's muscular defense, and began to penetrate towards the paint, even as he found himself at a disadvantage against House's imposing physique. Nevertheless, he managed to push toward the vicinity of the free throw line. Suddenly, as Miller sprinted past him, the basketball slipped from his grasp. Chapter 95. Let's clean up and have dinner. As Francis approached, Mike Miller dribbled backward a step, raising his hand to take a shot. Francis immediately leaped, fully aware of his teammates' three-point prowess. However, the distance and height dictated that his defense would be in vain. The basketball slipped from Mike Miller and oppos' fingertips just as Francis barely grazed his palm. The ball soared through the air, finding the net with a delightful swish. Instantly calming the nerves of all players in Group B, confronted once more by Eddie House's dribbling, Kenyon Doolin recalled Li Wenhan's instructions, remembering how Michael Red had defended against him. Observing the space given by Doolin, Eddie House recognized this was a deliberate strategy from the leader, defend against penetration while allowing for a shot. Resolute, Eddie House feigned a leftward drive, drawing Doolin to his right, then quickly pulled back. Doolin promptly adjusted his stance, anticipating a drive from the right, only to be surprised when Eddie House instead launched into a jump shot just beyond the three-point arc. Despite the beauty of Eddie House's shot, Li Wenhan did not even blink, leaving Michael Red, who expected a reprimand for Doolin, momentarily perplexed. As Doolin dribbled upcourt, a sense of unease crept in, prompting him to glance at Li Wenhan on the sidelines, just as a sudden warning of "watch out" rang in his ears. Instinctively, he attempted to regain control of the ball, only to feel a sharp pain in his hand, followed by a moment of lightness. By the time he regained focus, Eddie House had already dashed away with the ball, completing a straightforward layup, which caused Li Wenhan's brow to furrow once more. When Doolin's gaze met Li Wenhan's again, the latter hesitated before standing and calling for a timeout. Addressing the encircling players of Group B, Li Wenhan refrained from anger, calmly stating, "Remember, as long as I have not substituted you out, you must play diligently on the court. If I catch anyone being inattentive again, you will spend 3 months on the bench in the new season, and I shall grant you no opportunities to play." Li Wenhan's words were stern, and no one doubted his seriousness. They instinctively shrank back. All right, back to the game. After delivering his warning, Li Wenhan waved them back onto the court. Upon resuming, the players of Group B exhibited a marked increase in focus. Against Eddie House and oppos' disruptive defense, Kenyan dueling advanced to the front court with much greater steadiness. This time, he opted not to directly confront Eddie House, but instead signaled for Arteis to set a screen. After all, the previous attempt had demonstrated that Eddie House and Apos' defense was not easily breached. Arteis dutifully positioned himself beyond the three-point line to set the screen. And as dueling drove towards the basket, he was swiftly met by Francis, who had abandoned Mike Miller to provide help defense. Meanwhile, James Posey had already rotated to stand beside Mike Miller. In contrast to the awkward coordination of Group B, the trio from Group A had established a seamless rapport, executing their rotations flawlessly. Although Francis's defense lacked the subtlety of Eddie House's tactics, his robust physique matched Dueling's height and proved more formidable. The collision nearly caused Dueling to lose control of the ball. In a hurry to secure possession, Dueling passed the ball to Mike Miller, who, after taking a step inward, delivered the ball to Odom, who was ready to set another screen. Facing a defender now shifted from Francis to Posey. Odom did not believe he could effectively penetrate Posey's defense, especially with Francis lurking nearby, poised to assist. Instead of launching an immediate attack, Odom held the ball high, turning to face the basket, all the while observing the dynamics of the court. Noticing that Katas had not followed, Odom decisively took a step forward and raised his hand to shoot. Brand swiftly approached, but before he could jump, Odom unleashed a powerful one-handed slam toward the basket. Marion executed a backdoor cut around Katas and Apos' defense, perfectly receiving the pass and effortlessly finishing with a reverse layup. The sound of applause erupted, drawing the attention of the court. To everyone's astonishment, it was Li Wenhan clapping, leaving the players momentarily bewildered, particularly the newcomers of Group B. Aren't you going to get back to defending? Have you forgotten what I just said? In an instant, the newcomers witnessed Li Wenhan and Apos' remarkable ability to shift from a smile to an expression of anger, all in less than a second. Instinctively, they shrank back and hurriedly sprinted toward their half of the court. Fortunately, Francis and his team were momentarily taken aback by Li Wenhan and Apos' applause and did not immediately initiate their offense. After several minutes of back-and-forth play, Li Wenhan called for another timeout, this time not to chastise, but to outline a new strategy for the remaining minutes. With Carlos having also called a timeout to enhance Brand and Apos' interior offensive efforts, Li Wenhan aimed to counter this by intensifying his own interior offensive combinations. Indeed, he sought not to bolster the defense, for the perimeter players of Group B had already faltered in their earlier attempts. Instead, he wished to assess the attacking capabilities of his ideal interior combination, particularly Odom, who had already demonstrated commendable passing skills. The final minutes of play passed swiftly, with neither Li Wenhan nor Carlos calling for additional timeouts, allowing the players to showcase their tactical execution. After a brief intermission, the concluding 2 quarters unfolded under Li Wenhan and Carlos's continuous adjustments, during which the 11 players on the court grew increasingly familiar with one another, and the newcomers began to shed their earlier hesitance. If one were to identify a couple of players feeling somewhat discontented, it would be Arteis and Michael Red, one overlooked in offensive schemes, the other consistently relegated to a bench role, with minimal contributions upon entering the game. All right, that's enough for today. Let's tidy up and then have dinner. Chapter 96, Is It Raining from the Sky? In stark contrast to the bewilderment of the new players, the seasoned members of the team were instantly invigorated, their eyes sparkling with excitement, eager to rush to Li Wenhan's modest apartment. Dinner? Are you saying you want to treat us to a meal, Coach? Arteis inquired hesitantly. Yes, what is the matter? Li Wenhan turned around, curiosity etched on his face. Nothing, Arteis thought to himself, overwhelmed with joy. Previously, when Li Wenhan had summoned them for early training, he had been the most resistant among the newcomers, harboring an unconscious bias against Li Wenhan. Although he understood that Li Wenhan and Apos' intentions were good, aiming to refine their skills, he had agreed to join Wake Forest University not solely due to Li Wenhan and Apos' invitation. Deep down, he had been reluctant, planning to use his summertime to earn some money for college expenses. Li Wenhan's insistence on starting training over a month early had thwarted his plans, which was the root of his displeasure. Thus, when Li Wenhan had called for James Posey to take the court, his resentment had bubbled to the surface. After all, once a prejudice takes root in one and Apos' heart, it is challenging to view the person impartially. This is precisely why many emphasize the significance of first impressions. Now, with Li Wenhan offering to treat them to dinner, Arteis was undeniably elated. Not only would he save on a meal, but as the coach, Li Wenhan surely wouldn't serve them mere hamburgers. They were bound to enjoy something exquisite. With hearts brimming with excitement, the group made their way back to Li Wenhan's small apartment, and upon entering, Eddie House dashed toward the kitchen as if it held treasures. Other veterans followed suit, leaving the newcomers bewildered, unsure of what had possessed their older teammates. Only one, who walked leisurely beside Li Wenhan, scoffed, "A bunch of bumpkins." This term was one he had learned from Li Wenhan in recent days, and though his pronunciation was commendably accurate, it left everyone else puzzled. "Boss, we and Amp, Oppos, V brought out the dishes," James Posey announced, his head bobbing enthusiastically. Li Wenhan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he watched the chaotic scene unfold. "Wait. These are all cold. Are you sure we're eating like this? Don't rush. Everything needs reheating," he said, shaking his head in disbelief. Oh. James Posey and the others hurriedly returned the dishes. As Li Wenhan stepped into the kitchen, a delightful aroma soon wafted through the air, causing James Posey and the others to peek in eagerly, leaving Arteist and the others speechless. "It and Amp, Oppos, that's just a meal. Is it really that significant?" The dishes had been prepared by Li Wenhan earlier that morning, featuring hearty potatoes with beef and braised pork ribs. He had opted for substantial portions over more intricate dishes like braised lion's head meatballs, a simple stir-fried tomato and egg dish, oyster sauce with lettuce, and shredded potatoes with meat rounded out the meal, all served in large bowls that could rival Li Wenhan and Oppos' own basin. "Boss, can you make more stir-fried tomatoes and eggs?" Eddie House grinned. "No, let and Amp, Oppos' have more shredded potatoes," Marion countered. "Enough. Step aside, can and Amp, Oppos, tuci and Amp, Oppos, am scrambling the eggs?" Francis snapped. Indeed, Francis was vigorously whisking the eggs in the large bowl, an impressive skill he had honed alongside Li Wenhan over the past few weeks. "What does it matter if you're scrambling the eggs? You're not the one cooking the dishes." James Posey rolled his eyes. "What's the issue? Today, I actually made the stir-fried tomatoes and eggs. If you want some, stay to the side," Francis retorted. "Seriously, boss, you let this guy cook for us? I fear for my life," James Posey exclaimed, panic etched on his face. "Didn't and Oppos, do you see me helping the boss? Why don't and Oppos, do you come over and learn a thing or two?" Francis shot back. "All right, everyone clear out. Mike Miller, you and Francis assist me. First, wash the lettuce." Li Wenhan chuckled. Yes, we'll help, boss. What should I do?" James Posey suddenly seemed to awaken from his daze. Everyone else can leave. Just two of you stay here," Li Wenhan said, his forehead creasing in frustration. "This kitchen is small. Can you all fit? It and Amp, Oppos, it's impossible for me to cook. I and Amp, Oppos, LL stay." James Posey volunteered. "Wow." Francis was taken aback. "You're quick to abandon me. All right, the eggs are ready. Teach him how to peel potatoes," Li Wenhan said with a smile, taking the bowl from Francis. "Okay," Francis nodded, but seeing James Posey still lingering, he playfully smacked him. "Come on, let's get to work." "Ouch," James Posey yelped, chasing after Francis. Li Wenhan was amused by their antics, which reflected the harmonious atmosphere within the team. In stark contrast, the group seated on the couch outside appeared stiff and formal. Although they had engaged in an afternoon of scrimmage, they were still somewhat divided from Francis and his cohort. Even the most energetic, Arteist, felt the distance. However, Li Wenhan believed that after this meal, most of the barriers would dissolve. He was confident in his culinary skills, second only to his coaching abilities, despite his coaching rating still falling short of AB. Amidst the playful banter and the enticing aroma of Li Wenhan and Amp, Oppos' cooking, even the more restless, like Arteist, gradually joined in the merriment. When the meal was finally served, everyone, regardless of their initial reservations, was captivated by the delectable Eastern cuisine, showering Li Wenhan with praise and compliments. After a chaotic yet joyous feast as everyone reclined, patting their full bellies and joking amongst themselves, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the earlier tension. When Li Wenhan smiled and announced that he would cover every meal during training, the newcomers were ecstatic, especially Arteist, who, after indulging to the point of immobility, had long since cast aside any lingering grievances toward Li Wenhan, leaving only gratitude in their wake. Is it really raining from the sky? Chapter 97. To know oneself and one and Oppos' opponent is the key to invincibility. Wiping away tears that were a blend of happiness and emotion, Arteist felt as though an ethereal halo hovered above Li Wenhan and Oppos' head. "Well then, let us conclude our meal and retire for the evening. I've already made arrangements for your accommodation at the dormitory." Francis and the others will escort you there. Should any issues arise, feel free to approach me. Just remember, I am your coach. At Wake Forest University, you can rely on me for assistance in any matter. Li Wenhan instructed. There was an unspoken undertone to his words, that if he couldn't resolve an issue, it was unlikely anyone else could, given his current status and connections. As the group finished their meal and departed contentedly, Li Wenhan remained behind to tidy up the remnants they left, finding a certain joy in the task. As the sense of accomplishment was something others could hardly fathom. The month-long training camp was neither excessively long nor overly brief. The players' skills and cohesion had visibly flourished. Throughout this period, Li Wenhan had meticulously refined his ideal lineup. The starting five for the Devil S. Butler team comprised center, Brand, power forward Marion, small forward, Odom, James Posey, shooting guard, Francis, and point guard, Eddie House. A secondary lineup was also established. Center, Katas, power forward, Adist, Odom. Small forward, James Posey, shooting guard, Mike Miller, and point guard, Kenyon Dooling. The sixth man was Michael Redd. Indeed, Li Wenhan boldly presented two starting lineups, as there was no longer a definitive first string within the Devil S. Butler team. Throughout the training camp, adjustments were made almost daily until these two lineups were finalized. Li Wenhan made it clear to the team that there were no absolute starters or substitutes, only those who performed earnestly and effectively. Those who excelled naturally earned their place in the starting five. The players, well acquainted with their capabilities, expressed no grievances. As a competitive atmosphere fostered by Li Wenhan prevailed within the team, each individual felt a pressing urgency not to concede. Even the core player, Francis, was not exempt from this. As the new season commenced, the Devil S. Butler team faced a markedly different scenario than in previous years, receiving an abundance of invitations for friendly matches. Where they had once been the chosen, the tables had turned, granting them the privilege to select their opponents. After careful contemplation, Li Wenhan chose three teams, each varying significantly in strength. The first was the University of Maryland, College Park, ranked 57th globally, and 50th in the 2022 academic ranking of world universities. It was also Francis' alma mater, had it not been for Li Wenhan and Appos, as timely intervention. Francis might have languished in community college basketball. The best achievement for Maryland, having secured Francis, was reaching the Sweet 16. Yet they had faltered last year in the March Madness tournament. The second team, also from the same division, was North Carolina, a renowned name in the basketball world and last year's rival for the top spot in the region, now led by coach Tim Smith. Despite some past inconsistencies, they had improved significantly, particularly with the burgeoning talent of Vince Carter, whose potential, though somewhat suppressed, remained a substantial boon to the team. The third selection belonged to a different division, the University of Kansas from the Big 12 Conference. Li Wenhan intended to test their mettle early on, recalling that Arizona University had barely triumphed over Kansas last year by a single point, thanks to a clutch three-pointer from Jason Terry in the final seconds. While Kansas's star player, Paul Pierce, had missed a last-minute shot. Li Wenhan's choices were made after much deliberation, even as invitations poured in from esteemed institutions, including Duke University, helmed by Coach K. The decision to face Maryland first was not solely due to their shared division, but rather as an opportunity for the newcomers to hone their skills. A team lacking in strength would scarcely serve as a suitable training ground. Even with half of the Devil and Appos' Butler team comprising rookies, there was a distinct difference between novices. Thus, a team like Maryland, possessing sufficient capability yet lacking the potential for a significant March Madness impact, was ideally suited for building confidence and executing strategies in a live setting. While Li Wenhan believed Duke would have made a fitting adversary for tactical practice, he opted against that due to their formidable strength, which might not yield the desired training effect. North Carolina, akin to Duke, stood as a vital competitor within the Atlantic Conference, but their prowess overshadowed that of Duke, raising the likelihood of a rematch in March Madness. Li Wenhan also wished to gauge Vince Carter and Appos as progress. As for Kansas, despite their defeat to Arizona, Li Wenhan regarded them as a crucial contender for the upcoming March Madness. Though he had chosen to engage with these teams early, Li Wenhan would certainly not reveal all his strategies during the friendly matches. This selection echoed the words inscribed in his notebook: "To know oneself and one's opponent is the key to invincibility." Chapter 98. His name is Big F. Tomorrow, the University of Maryland will be visiting, and although the newcomers are not particularly anxious about the upcoming friendly match, they are approaching it with utmost seriousness, diligently preparing under Carlos's guidance. In contrast, The veteran players appear notably more relaxed. Under Li Wenhan's arrangements, they are systematically following the training regimen he devised, seemingly indifferent to the significance of the friendly match commencing the following day. Meanwhile, Li Wenhan sits on the sidelines, engrossed in a letter from Duncan, who is already reported to the Spurs and is quickly establishing his presence there. After being selected in the draft, Duncan had a profound conversation with him regarding how to best commence his professional career with the Spurs, and Li Wenhan offered numerous pieces of advice. This letter not only expresses Duncan's gratitude towards him, but also conveys his longing and personal reflections. In fact, Li Wenhan attended this year's draft. Albeit under somewhat awkward circumstances, he was there as a family member at Duncan's invitation. The scene he witnessed was reminiscent of those he had seen on television in his previous life. Yet seeing Duncan ascend the stage to receive that baseball cap stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Additionally, he encountered several familiar faces among NBA coaches and managers, such as Pat Riley, Phil Jackson, and the Van Gundy brothers. Old Nelson, sitting on the Mavericks bench, spotted him immediately and warmly beckoned him over for a chat. Nelson expressed great admiration for Li Wenhan's achievement in leading the Devil Butler team to victory in the Collegiate League. In return, Li Wenhan praised Nelson and Apos' reforms with the Mavericks and subtly advised him to keep an eye on that slender Canadian player. To Li Wenhan and Apos' surprise, Nelson still held Steve Nash in high regard, leaving him puzzled as to why the future would see Nash allowed to flourish with the Suns. Aside from that, Li Wenhan briefly discussed the current situation of the Mavericks, voicing a few of his own opinions, such as the need for a robust defensive player to complement Nowitzki in the paint. Whether or not Nelson took his suggestions to heart was of little concern to Li Wenhan. After all, to offer such insights seemed a bit presumptuous, given that he was merely a rookie coach fresh off a championship win in the Collegiate League. What right did he have to critique an NBA team? However, considering the favor Nelson had extended to him, he felt compelled to share some appropriate advice drawn from his knowledge of the future. He refrained from offering too many suggestions even when Popovich, who had drafted Duncan, approached him for dialogue, as he recognized that Popovich was not yet the seasoned coach he would become. At this juncture, both he and Li Wenhan were merely rookie coaches who had taken over mid-season, making discussions about the Spurs' construction and tactics rather inappropriate. Though the experience of attending the NBA draft was novel, Li Wenhan regarded it as a fleeting encounter. His primary focus remained on establishing his own dynasty in the Collegiate League. As the reigning champions of the Collegiate League, the Devil Butler team possessed the confidence to host their distant rivals in the friendly match, drawing a crowd of enthusiastic fans to the arena. The entrance of the Devil Butler players ignited a tsunami of excitement throughout the venue, with some fans spontaneously organizing to unfurl banners in the stands, creating a vibrant atmosphere that far surpassed last season and Apos' experiences. Indeed, the ambience of this friendly match rivaled that of last year and Apos' championship finals, for in times of glory, support flourishes, while in moments of adversity, true character is revealed. The fervent atmosphere astonished newcomers like Arteist, who had never witnessed such a spectacle during their high school league days. Even those who had managed to attend a couple of NBA games felt that the energy here was even more palpable. The starting lineup for the Devil Butler team consisted of Brand, Marion, James Posey, Francis, and Eddie House. For the inaugural match, aiming for a triumphant start, Li Wenhan opted to replace Katas with Brand at the center position while fielding more seasoned players in other roles. The jump ball was entrusted to Brand, but he clearly faltered, perhaps due to nerves or excitement. He leaped prematurely, allowing the ball to be deflected towards the opponent's half. The opposing diminutive guard seized control, confidently advancing the ball up the court. Facing Eddie House, a star guard of similar stature, he sought to test House and Apos' mettle, opting to drive towards the basket. While Eddie House might struggle against taller defenders, this opponent, who was not only shorter but also less robust, soon learned what it truly meant to face a star guard. With nimble footwork and a formidable physique, Eddie matched the opponent's movements, and when Francis joined the fray, the rival was inevitably stripped of the ball. Once the basketball was in Francis and Apos' hands, the Devil Butler team transitioned into a whirlwind of fast-paced play. Francis darted forward like an arrow, his teammates trailing closely behind, leaving the Maryland players momentarily stunned. Yet, it was not a time for confusion. The Maryland players quickly regained focus and pursued, but Francis was never outpaced by anyone. The closest Maryland player, slightly hindered by Eddie House, soon beheld Francis soaring through the air, with a graceful body, extended arms, and the basketball forcefully descending. He delivered a resounding slam, Bang! In that moment, it became clear to all. His name is Big F. Chapter 99. The shortcomings of the Devils' Butler team. The formidable Devils' Butler team, with their striking prowess, showcased their strength in the ensuing matches. The dynamic duo of Francis and James Posey dominated the perimeter, while Brand and Marion asserted their influence within the paint, exhibiting an impressively aggressive offensive strategy. Within a mere 3 minutes of the game, they had surged to a commanding lead of 13-2, prompting the coach of Marion University to rise in agitation from his seat and call for a timeout. Although he was acutely aware of the considerable disparity in strength between his team and the Devil and Oppos' Butler team, he had not anticipated such a staggering gap. The decision to accept the invitation from the Devils' Butler team stemmed from two primary motivations. Firstly, to allow his players to engage with a top-tier collegiate team, thereby gaining insight into their own shortcomings, and secondly, to facilitate a learning experience for his players, akin to seeking wisdom from Li Wenhan and fostering camaraderie. However, he could hardly have predicted the utter disregard for sportsmanship displayed. Fortunately, after some adjustments, he noted that Li Wenhan had judiciously substituted several key players, introducing a few newcomers likely recruited this year, which elicited a nod of approval from him. Li Wenhan indeed had a sense of propriety. Regrettably, the smile on his face had barely faded before it froze in disbelief. Was this the respect he was afforded? During the timeout, Li Wenhan replaced 3 players. Mike Miller took the place of Francis, Arteas substituted for James Posey, and Odom stepped in for Marion, leaving only 2 veteran players on the court, both positioned on the perimeter. This pleased Coach Camoes of Maryland University, who had just reinforced the interior with fresh talent, intending to mitigate the threats posed by Marion and Brand. To his astonishment, the opposition had opted to field 3 newcomers in the paint. However, when Arteas intercepted a pass intended for the interior and Eddie House surged forward, Camoes' elation dissipated. Witnessing Arteas receive the ball and bulldoze past their power forward for an easy score nearly brought him to tears. Where had this formidable player emerged from? Was he truly a small forward and not a center? The diminutive guard from Maryland University had no time to ponder the capabilities of the star guard, Eddie House, as he diligently dribbled the ball up court, organizing the offense with caution. As teammates created opportunities, he promptly passed the ball, wary of making any moves under the relentless defense of Eddie House. Yet, this proved insufficient. One of his teammates fumbled under Arteas' relentless pressure, nearly losing his footing. Was his physique truly that frail? For heaven's sake, if you can't secure the ball, don't pass it to me. I'm struggling too, he thought, witnessing the ball being stolen. Thankfully, it was not categorized as his error. Wait, I must chase after him. Though the odds are slim, I cannot simply watch him score an uncontested layup. The undersized guard sprinted after Eddie House, who seemed tantalizingly within reach. If you dare to dunk, I will foul you with malicious intent. Suddenly, he noticed the ball in Eddie House's hands. Hadn't it already been launched toward the basket? Indeed, the ball soared gracefully. But it was not Eddie House who had taken the shot. It was Mike Miller, rushing to the baseline. The basketball arced elegantly through the air, sinking effortlessly into the hoop, barely stirring the net. Timeout. Camoes, exasperated, rose once more to call a timeout. You substitute 1 player, and we suffer 2 consecutive turnovers. Who can endure this? Look at the score. It has gone from 13-2 to 17-2. Is this your failure or a mockery of my coaching abilities? The opponents are too strong? You are all second and third-year players, while they have a couple of second years leading a group of rookies. If you claim the opponents are too formidable, I assert you are simply too timid. You must maintain your focus on the court, refrain from careless passing, take your shots when opportunities arise, and pass to the interior when they do not. Did my earlier instructions go unheard? I instructed you to pass more to the interior and not to endlessly dribble. Where is your reasoning? Now, everyone remember, the ball must start from the inside. Jimas, if you cannot penetrate the defense, pass the ball more to the interior. Don't just wait for someone to set a screen for you. Others should move to create opportunities for the interior players like Limo. Stop thinking solely about individual plays. You must possess the ability to break through the defense. Camoes thundered. After his outburst, he noticed that Li Wenhan had substituted yet another veteran, bringing in Michael Reed for Mike Miller, who had just entered the game. This adjustment caught Camoes and Oppos' attention. Perhaps they should initiate their offense from the perimeter and then integrate plays between inside and outside. However, the current mindset of the perimeter players seemed a bit unstable, so he decided to observe their performance before making further substitutions. This time, as Maryland University's diminutive guard, Jimas, dribbled outside the 3-point line. He abandoned thoughts of penetration and instead directed his two perimeter teammates to reposition while steadily passing the ball to the center, Thomas, who was backing down against Brand. In terms of height, Brand and Oppos's position as center was somewhat unconventional, as traditional centers typically towered over him. Not to mention, even some of the larger white players could easily overpower him. In reality, he had always played as a power forward, but the Devils' Butler team lacked depth. Scouring the entire roster, only Katas could be considered a competent center, though he too had previously played power forward, especially during the era when Duncan dominated the interior. When Li Wenhan joined the Devils' Butler team, he shifted Duncan more towards the power forward position, which in turn pushed Brand into the center role. Li Wenhan often orchestrated a rotation between the center and power forward positions for them until Brand firmly established himself in the center role. This was indeed a deliberate strategy on Li Wenhan's part, given the scarcity of quality centers in recent years. It was more practical to cultivate a blue-collar player from within the team, one who could defend well, excel in rebounding, and handle the dirty work. Moreover, this was also beneficial for Duncan, as positioning him primarily at power forward would facilitate his integration with the Admiral upon joining the Spurs, allowing him to quickly find his footing.